This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Go in Peace. Great Sheen Kingdom. Red Rock County. A summer day. So hot that it makes people restless. Do-Won. A young girl of 13 or 14 years old, who was picking herbs in the mountains. She was smashing a newly dug kanchi plant into the medicine basket, suddenly hearing the sound of a sword fight. She hurriedly picked up her basket and fled down the mountain. Suddenly, Tint! A person fell from the tree and hit her back. She fell on her back. Do-Won's eyes were furious. Grass! Who hit me? Turning back, she saw a young man who was a stunning beauty on earth. He had one hand covering the wound on his chest, and blood was constantly overflowing from between his fingers. Shocking to the eyes, Do-Won's rising anger was extinguished in an instant. With a dying person, there was nothing to be bothered about. The young man must be from a wealthy background, wearing a gold and jeweler openwork jade crown, a white jade belt with auspicious clouds around his waist, white deer boots on his feet, and a brocade robe with embroidered edges of gold silk with entwined lotus branches. As she turned to leave, he grabbed her trouser leg. Save? No way, duh. The story of the farmer and the snake, Mr. Dongqua and the wolf to understand. Moreover, who knows if the people who are chasing him are still nearby? Do-Won still wanted to leave, but the other party was pulling her to death. She took a deep breath and spoke quietly. This gentleman. People are bound to die. So go in peace. Good boyo. Don't bother struggling. It's useless. The teenager's pupil shrunk, and he almost didn't catch his breath. Do-Won took the opportunity to break away from his hand. Seeing death? Is it, him? Want to change a fiancé? The teenager's peach blossom-like eyes tumbled with anger. Do-Won froze. Fiancé? This person knows the original owner? Yes. Not long ago, she was still a salty missy in the 21st century. Suddenly, she wore into a book called Beggar Princess and became a short-lived little cannon fodder. Her mother was the eldest princess. Her father was from a family, and her uncle was also the current emperor. However, no matter how good the origin is, it can't hold a person's bad luck, and it is a veritable cannon fodder. Last month she crossed over. Luck is not good. On the contrary, more unlucky. One day, saw a girl fainted in front of the house. She was kind enough to save home. That night, the money and food in the house was looted, and the mute granny who lived with her was also killed. And she later learnt that the white-eyed wolf she saved was the heroine of the book. That was a human life. The murderer is still at large. The most terrible thing is that there is no food at home, and she is going to face starvation. So she can only risk going up the mountain to collect medicine to feed herself. Once bitten by a snake. 10 years afraid of a well rope. Do-Won stepped back. Her heel kicked something again. She couldn't help but look back at the ground, and her heart jumped out of her chest. There is a dead man in the bushes. The dead man's throat was cut with a knife, and his eyes are not resting in peace. It's creepy. This is a murder scene. As for the murderer, Do-Won's little face went white. Fiancé or whatever. Long forgotten. She forced herself to stay calm and pushed the basket full of herbs towards the suspected murderer. There are herbs in the basket to stop the bleeding, so I'll give them to you. You don't have to return them. I have an 80-year-old mother at home, and a 3-year-old little nephew to raise. I will leave first, and have to go home to cook, said. The person flew away. The man pursed his whitened lips slightly. Being disliked by someone is still the first time that a big girl goes to the sedan chair. Could it be that the rumors in the capital about her and Siechi are true? All the way down the mountain, Do-Won was careful, looking left and right. When the person said fiancé, she guessed the identity of the other party. The original owner had a doll's husband, who was none other than the Shitsi master of the Jingguigong's house. The big villain in the book. Surname Pei. Name Hao. Character Chung Ming. Pei Hao carries the persona of a gentleman with a clear wind and a bright moon. But inside, he is a black sesame dumpling. He not only succeeded in stirring between the hero and heroine, but also a leaf does not touch the body, miraculously living into the heart of the heroine of the Vermilion Sand Mole. Therefore, even if you don't save him, you can't die. Do-Won thought quite well, but she forgot that things are unpredictable. What person? A shout came from behind the big tree on the left. Do-Won was shocked. Her first reaction was to flee, not waiting for her to run a few steps. A stout man with a full beard, carrying a large sword, chased after her. The big man asked in a rough voice, "Little girl, what are you doing on the mountain?" "I'm picking herbs," she said while moving back a few steps. The big man was still about to ask, when another young man appeared. The young man was quite handsome, just a little bit darker. But compared to the big man, he was called a white boy. The young man asked, "Who's San? Did you find anyone?" "No. Met a girl. Said she was going up the mountain to collect medicine." The big man hemmed and hawed and rubbed the back of his head. The young man smiled as he sized up Do-won and said, "A person going up the mountain to pick medicine?" "Uh-huh." Do-won nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. The young man asked again, "Nowadays, medicine pickers don't use tools anymore?" Do-won hurriedly explained. Oh, I was chasing a rabbit just now, but I didn't catch it. The small hoe and the back basket are placed not far away. I'll go look for them in a while." "Really? Then I happen to be free, so I'll accompany you to get the tools." The young man looked like an old man. Do-won. A mistake. People are suspicious. The medicine basket was given to Pei Hao, and the small hoe for picking herbs was forgotten. Do-won played dumb and said, "No need, big brother. I'll just go find it myself." Saying this, she turned around and ran backwards. The big man's reaction was the fastest. He caught up with Do-won in big strides and grabbed the collar. The young man's handsome face was still smiling. Just like the saying, squinting is not a good person. When Do-won was grabbed, she behaved herself. There is no way. The force value is too low. She can't fight. The young man was satisfied with her behavior. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Big brother is not a bad person." Do-won continued to play the goat. The young man's eyes flashed with light, and he spoke again. "My surname is Mu, from the Mu family of Ping'an City. Just want to ask you about something." Do-won froze. "Ping'an City Mu family is a little familiar?" The young man pointed to her feet before saying, "This? Can you explain?" Do-won looked down. There was a bloody handprint on her trouser leg. Chapter 2, That Little Fiancé of Yours. Do-won suddenly remembered. Isn't the Mu family of Ping'an City in the novel Pei Hao's foreign family? So, Do-won pointed out Pei Hao's location without any burden in her heart. "You guys go find it yourselves. I won't bother. I have to rush down the mountain." The young man shook his head. No. Little sister, help someone to the end. Accompany big brother one more time. No need for that. Yes. It's faster to find someone this way. Originally thought that saying it would let her go. But the result was that people simply had no intention of letting go, and directly carried her away. See Pei Hao again. The person is already unconscious. The wound is hastily coated with medicinal herbs to stop bleeding. The next natural thing is to save people and bring them down the mountain. Didn't wait for Do-won to come back to her senses when a group of people entered her home in the county. In a short while, there was a middle-aged steward. Leading the doctor rushed in. Then there was boiling water, decocting medicines, and so on for a while. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Do-won, and people can't trust her. Hussein did not say a word and acted as the god of the door. When the young man saw Do-won, he smiled and asked, "Little girl, are you alone in your house?" "Yes." "Then how do I address you?" Do-won nodded warily. "Surname Do." The young man saw her wariness and said in a warm voice, "Miss Do, I'm sorry to disturb you. My master has been injured, and the doctor said that he should not move around for the time being. How about we stay at your house for the time being? Your meals will be fully covered by us, and there will be a thank you when we leave." "Okay." Do-won nodded after some thought. Her own bedroom was occupied. What else could she say? She nimbly moved to the cubicle next to her bedroom. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. Do-won first fetched water to wash her face. See Hussein sitting on the steps under the eaves of the house dozing off. The bedroom door is open. The little girl was curious for a moment, so she put half of her little head inside to take a look. On the bed was a pale, handsome young man. He was receiving the medicine from the young man's end and drank it all in one gulp. His eyes swept over the little girl who was thieving at the door, frowned and asked, "Why is she here?" This attitude, this tone. The dislike was full. The young man took the empty bowl. "I saved you from the mountain yesterday. It's not good to expose my whereabouts, so I came to Miss Do's house." He spoke of yesterday's events in a few words. Xian. I don't want idle people to come near me. Pei Hao glanced coolly at the doorway again, and lay down with a cold face. A tugging look of old me not wanting to see her. Duan grumbled and walked away. But she couldn't get angry. So, with her hands folded like a small man, she stood under the eaves, pinched her clear little voice, and said loudly to the courtyard, Egu, what kind of world is this? People at home have all become idle people. Some people is not forgetting. You are sleeping in the room of the idle man, lying in the bed of the idle man, covered with the quilt of the idle man. A certain Shitsi, who had a slight cleanliness fetish, stared dead on at the thin quilt covering his body, his mind still continuously circulating a sentence. Sleep in her room. Lie in her bed, cover her quilt. Mu Xian turned around and smothered a smile. Grass. The little girl is really cute. The guts are also extraordinarily fat. They all dare to dislike Master Shitsi. In the middle of the day, Mu Xian took the medicine bowl with a smile and walked out of the room, covering the door again with his hand. He smiled and asked, Yo, Miss Du, don't be angry. Who's angry? Duan snorted. Yes, you're not angry. Mu Xian was again in a good-tempered manner. But by the looks of it, the girl and my master are old acquaintances. It's him who knows me. I don't know him. Oh, you're right. It was impossible to chat anymore. Mu Xian deliberately asked again. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? The little girl had clear eyes and a pure mind. A rough claw-short beat, hair tied casually. It actually made people move their eyes a little. Duan rolled her eyes and pointed to the room. If you want to know, ask yourself. Without waiting for Mu Xian to say anything, she ran off to the kitchen in a huff. Mu Xian threw the empty bowl to Hussein and turned to walk into the room. Soon he learned about Duan's identity from Pei Hao's mouth. Mu Xian was surprised and asked, Is she really that little fiancée of yours? Pei Hao asked. Surprised? Do you think it will be a mistake to recognize her? No. Pei Hao's tone was certain. It's her. It's just that her small face has been reduced compared to before she disappeared, and her skin is slightly darker. Still as heartless and annoying as before. What happened yesterday? He would remember for the rest of his life. Mu Xian raised his eyebrows. Are you so sure? The World Master frowned. What are you worried about? Just send the news of her being here back to the capital. Whether it's true or not is for the people of the eldest princess mansion to worry about. You are right. Mu Xian was sensible and didn't talk about this anymore. Just the appearance of the little girl really does not look like a pampered person, but rather a bit like the city grew up. Duan, who was in the middle of the two people's talk, ran to the kitchen and ate a large bowl of mixed congee. She served another large half bowl, and served it up while taking small sips while walking around the small courtyard. After a lap, it was established that there were more guards in the small courtyard. Duan only recognized Hussein, so she approached him. Uncle, have you eaten the porridge? Hussein laughed nervously and touched his head. Not yet. Little girl, eat first. Well, there's no hurry if you haven't eaten. There's still half a pot in the kitchen. Duan took a sip of porridge. It smells good. Rice is fragrant. Hussein guarded at the gate, still smiling nervously. Duan finished the congee one mouthful after another. Uncle, is the capital far away from here? Far. It takes about 10 days on horseback. It's really quite far. From time to time, Duan would inquire about the capital. In fact, it wasn't that she hadn't thought of sending a letter to the capital before, but in the end it didn't work out. Firstly, she didn't have the money, and secondly, she didn't dare. How the original owner was calculated to die. Who is the murderer behind the scenes? Duan knows nothing about this. The unknown is the most terrible. So more dare not act rashly. But the thought of these bad things later will fall on their own head and depressed. Duan's mind turned fast and started to think about it. With Pei Hao here, contacting the original owner's family should not be a problem. Right now there is a more important matter that needs to be resolved urgently. Miss Du. Mu Xian stood behind her and shouted several times. Duan was startled. Ouch. Why are you walking without a sound? It's because you're too absorbed in thinking about things. Mu Xian again, with a curious face, comes over and asks. Thinking about what? Nothing. Duan was too stupid to tell him. This bastard looks like he has a belly full of bad water. Mu Xian couldn't help but be curious. That? Miss Du. Can I ask you a question? Chapter 3. The world's son should take his medicine. Ask what? Duan looked sideways. Musion asked. It's that I'm a little curious. Why are you here alone? Duan. I also want to know. It's okay if you don't want to say. Musion felt that she didn't want to say. It's just that your family members all thought that something bad happened to you. There's also a rumor about you that's all over the capital. Duan's eyes widened. Rumored about what? Inexplicably. There is a bad feeling. How to break it? Sure enough. Musion looked like she wanted to speak. Under Duan's oppressive gaze, his eyes turn and he whispers. Some people say that you have a crush on Xieqi? Who is Xieqi? Xie Zhang. Oh! It's the male lead. Duan gave him a sidelong glance. Who said I had my eye on him? That's not a good one. Huh? Did Xieqi offend you? This doesn't match the rumors. It's up to you. Duan rolled her eyes. Soon after, she corrected her complexion again and said at the right time. Lend me a few people. For what? To fill up the facade. This, you have to ask Shitzi. Musion smiled gloatingly. Duan glared at him and shoved the empty large sea bowl, a handful, into his hand. It was not easy to enter that room. There were guards outside the door. After reporting, this was allowed in. Faced with Pei Hao, who did not have a good face, Duan did not dawdle. Lend me a few people. Lend me a few people? Pei Hao didn't want to care about her, but he felt that he couldn't ignore her. Duan looked at him obliquely. I am not borrowing people to do bad things. Why do you need someone? I was bullied and robbed of my jade token. Do you know why I did not save you? Because last month I saved a white-eyed wolf. Not only robbed my money and food, but also killed a human life. Some scars are for a lifetime. Duan's eyes were red, and she didn't want to mention it again. Pei Hao's cool face fluctuated slightly. Duan pursed her small mouth and asked in a not-so-good tone. Are you borrowing or not? I at least helped you a little bit this time. You borrow someone as a return of my favor. Is that true? Borrowing someone is just returning her favor. Pei Hao can't refuse. Duan nodded. Really? Pei Hao promised. Go ask Xian. Just say I promise. Okay. Duan turned around and headed out. Musion was very quick to lend her a few people, and purposely let Husan follow her, straight to the only broken temple outside the county. Ever since kissing who stole the jade tablet, Duan had always wanted it back. Of course, it's limited to wanting it. A little girl against a group of people who don't want to die. It's almost impossible for her to win. If she went to the other side rashly, she might be silenced. Therefore, in the past, if she wanted the jade tablet back again, she had to try to tell herself to endure. Unexpectedly, going to the broken temple pounced. According to the plot of the book, the other party should clearly be in the broken temple. It couldn't have killed someone and escaped. Right? A group of people returned without success. When Musion saw Duan looking like a frosty aubergine, he asked, Miss Du, things didn't go well? Didn't find anyone. Duan glanced at him breathlessly. Beside her, Husan spoke the situation to Musion. Musion smiled and gave an idea. This isn't a big deal. The commotion of a group of people moving away won't be small. Are you going to help me check? Duan's big eyes shone brightly. Musion said wistfully. This requires you to go and talk to Shitzi first. Duan was depressed. When she borrowed someone before, the favor was returned. Letting her go begging again? Duan's eyes bone skittered and immediately lifted her small chest. I'll go. Then I'll go to the kitchen to serve the medicine. Musion deliberately raises her volume a bit. Duan just ran a few steps. Once she heard Musion's words, all of a sudden, her little feet turned, and she immediately came to Musion's front. Her little face piled up with a bright smile. Big brother, this small matter of serving medicine, it's better for me to do it. No. How can this work? You are Miss Du. 1,000 gold. You can't do the rough work. Serving medicine is just a matter. It's not considered heavy work. Forget it. It's fine. It's fine. I'll do it. Duan saw his triumphant little eyes. Really wanted to poo-poo him. She took the medicine and sent it to Pei Hao's room. Pei Hao was half lying on the couch, flipping through a book. When he saw Duan come in, he didn't even lift his eyes. Duan coughed lightly. Master Shitzi, it's time to drink the medicine. Pei Hao asked. Why are you bringing it? This is not to please you. There is something to ask for. Du-won was very straightforward. Pei Hao didn't know what to say for a moment. However, he did not take her medicine. Seeing his delay in taking the medicine, Du-won put the bowl of medicine on the small table at the bedside. Those bullies who bullied me haven't been found. And they still don't know where they've moved to. Want me to help you find them? Pei Shixi's brain is just awesome. One guess is right. Pei Hao just glanced at her coldly for a moment, not wanting to mess around with her. Seeing her made his eyes hurt, and directly called for Mu Xian to do this. With that, Du-won was driven out of the room by Pei Hao. Another attitude of not wanting to see her. Your grandmother. Think this girl wants to see you so much? Du-won wanted to be furious, but endure it. Begging for things should have the appearance of begging for things. Not long after that, I saw Husan reserve the medicine from the kitchen. And the medicine that she previously served in is how to serve in and then how to serve out. A mouthful is not missing. Oh! The defense is really tight. When Du-won saw Mu Xian again, her nose was not her nose, and her eyes were not her eyes. Obviously this guy himself can help her to check. Have to let her go to Pei Hao. What is the meaning of this all? Do you want to make her unhappy? However, Mu Xian's ability is still outstanding. The next day, she found out. I heard that Qin Yu and the others went to a small village in the mountains to settle down. With the news, Du-won immediately set off. Husan and the others still accompanied. In the county's small courtyard, Mu Xian was strange. Missy seems to be in a hurry. Pei Hao's hand flipping through the book lurched. Probably bullied hard and is anxious to get back. Uh-huh. Mu Xian laughed lightly. It's hard to imagine what it would be like for a little girl to be bullied hard. Should I arrange for someone to check it out? Pei Hao thoughtfully put the book down. I heard that she was the one who saved someone and had a murder. First, have someone ask around this neighborhood to inquire. Hearing this, Mu Xian gathered her smile. A murder is no small matter. Calling an attendant, he instructed a few words. The attendant went out and came back in less than a quarter of an hour to repeat his orders. The reason was that this matter wasn't a secret at all, and everyone who lived in the alley knew about it. It is half a month ago. The little girl is kind and naive. Do not know the danger of the world. Save a comatose woman home. Did not want to attract a vicious wolf. The home was burglar not to mention. Take care of her mother-in-law was also killed. The murderer? No one knows. Surprisingly, the little girl seems to know. Chapter 4 You are a white-eyed wolf. Mu Xian said suspiciously. Why didn't she report it to the police? Probably because she thinks it's useless to report to the police. Pei Hao blandly picked up the book again and flipped through the pages. The little girl is not very old, but her mind is not shallow. Missy used to be quite simple. After things, if you don't grow up, your brain will grow in vain. The two talked and turned to business. Mu Xian said, the assassin didn't find a single clue. Do we still need to continue the investigation? Let the people investigating pull back. There's no need to investigate. The other party is a human being or a ghost. Sooner or later, he will reveal himself. Pei Hao knows that there are only a few people who want him dead. Back and forth. By the way, has there been any progress on Lu Jin's matter? Mu Xian said with a straight face. 10 years ago, Lu Jin did live in Qian County. One day he suddenly disappeared. His whereabouts are unknown. Pei Hao asked. So, Qian County was the last place he showed up? So far it has been found out so. Well, return to the capital the day after tomorrow. Not looking for someone. Returning without any success. The emperor won't blame you. The palace over the years sent out one set of people after another. Returned without success. This son is just one of them. The big deal is that I will be scolded a few times. It's irrelevant. Besides, I was not attacked. Probably, someone behind the scenes is obstructing the emperor's search for the little princess. Pei Hao said at the end with a look of sudden realization. Mu Xian. Borrowing a knife to kill someone. This move. So poisonous. Just as Pei Shizi guessed. Du-won didn't go to the police because she suspected that it would be useless to do so. Not to mention her own delicate situation. That culprit was no ordinary person. It is the heroine of the book Beggar Princess. Qin Yu. Who is the little princess that the emperor has been looking for. Who has strayed into the folklore. According to the book depicts, the little princess played small mixed in the city. In order to survive, stealing and cheating everything have done. Later had a strange encounter. Accidentally got a fairy space. Immediately salted fish turnover. With small partners together. under the escort of the male protagonist. Doing business. Grabbing the land. The development of the force. Mixed with the wind and water. Late in the text. The heroine and the emperor identified. Another round of imperial power struggle. Stepping on tired corpses and bones. And finally, the little princess mixed into the empress. Yes, the little princess gave the throne to the male lead for the sake of love. And even all those who opposed it. Caught. Killed. Exiled. Heh. Doesn't it smell good to be an empress? Or can't live without a man? At the time, Du-Wan had a lot of resentment about the ending. It was like going to a feast. Eating beautifully until the end. But suddenly saw that the dessert at the end of the meal was a pile of shit. Damn. It was disgusting. It just so happens that in the opening of the novel, the main male and female characters meet right in Qian County. Qin Yuyu's golden finger space was also obtained in this small county. There is a paragraph in it that describes it like this. Qin Yuyu, because she was born with a flowery face, was targeted by someone with a heart of gold. And when she fled in fear, she hid in a deserted courtyard, and inadvertently discovered thousands of pounds of grain hidden in the cellar, and also picked up a jade tablet. The jade tablet is ink-like, with a white flower in the center, as if it were lifelike. A few months later, Qin Yuyu was accidentally injured and her blood splashed onto the jade medallion. The original owner had one of these jade medallions. The string broke, and it was placed on top of the bedside cabinet. Du-Wan had even played with it a few times, not thinking much about it at the time. The night my mother-in-law died, the jade medal disappeared. Du-Wan, who has no memory of the original owner, also realized on that day, from the name Qin Yuyu, the jade tablet, and the name of the county, that she had worn a book, and also guessed the identity of the original owner. As long as she can recapture the jade card, Du-Wan feels that this is probably the greatest revenge for the heroine. As for reality and fiction, why would it be different? It is likely that she traveled across the world and unintentionally saved Qin Yuyu, thus triggering the butterfly effect. Escorted by Husan and the others, she found a small village in the mountains. The village was very poor. More than 90% of the homes were thatched roofs. Almost all of the villagers' clothes had a patch on them. The only one who wore a decent long shirt was the old village chief. When an outsider enters the village, the old village chief comes up and asks questions when he learns about it. Husan's attitude was quite good. Smiled, and the village chief explained the purpose of the visit. Seeing that he was not looking for trouble, the old village chief was relieved and personally led the way for Du-Wan and the others. At the foot of the Green Mountain, not far from the east end of the village, newly built 7 or 8 thatched huts, living a dozen children. There are a few small, still bare shoulders. Clothes do not cover the body. Is working in the ground. Du-Wan suppressed the discomfort in her heart when she explained her intention to see Qin Yuyu. A 5-year-old child listened and ran quickly into the thatched hut in the middle. Not long after, a young girl dressed in rough linen came out of the house. Young girl 14 or 15 years of age. Body proportionate. Round face. Eyes as big as apricot. Fair skin. Probably is still young. Cannot be said to be brilliant, but definitely a big beauty. Isn't it reduced to a beggar? Actually can still look like this. A bit unreasonable all. Du-Wan was powerless to spit, and was also too lazy to spit. At this time, there is a group of bigger children, surrounded up, and protect Qin Yuyu in the middle. It was as if Du-Wan and the others would bully people. The young girl opened her wide eyes, and asked in confusion, "Girl, I heard that you are the one who wants to find me." Du-Wan narrowed her eyes. "Qin Yuyu, still remember me? Sorry, didn't recognize. Have we met before?" The young girl's demeanor was sincere, natural and not contrived. Letting people hear it, they would have the illusion that she wasn't lying. When Husan first heard it, he was embarrassed for Missy. After searching for so long, it turned out that people didn't recognize her. Missy even said earlier that people's little girls had bullied her. Du-Wan, however, was wary. "You really don't recognize me?" The young girl nodded seriously. "Never met." Then the dumb granny in the county. "Do you still remember?" Du-Wan went straight to the point. The young girl's almond eyes snapped, looking at Du-Wan in horror. However, Qin Yuyu was worthy of being the main female character, and returned to normal in an instant. Du-Wan spoke with a cold little face. "You may not know me, but I recognize you. When you fainted in the alley last month, I was the one who saved you back home." and had the mute granny boil rice porridge for you to eat, and spent money on a doctor to treat you. Hussein. Missy is a bit stupid? The villagers who were watching beside them thought pretty much the same as Hussein. Even some of Qin Yuyu's little friends. Their looks were a bit loose. But a few of the older children. Their faces went pale all of a sudden. Including the main female character. Qin Yuyu. Duwan said expressionlessly. Return the jade tablet to me. What jade tablet? Qin Yuyu's eyes drifted for a moment. Duwan snorted coldly in her heart. The jade token that is pitch black with a small white flower in the center. Qin Yuyu dropped her long eyeshadow and lowered her head without speaking. Duwan was in the right. So she was justified. Honestly speaking, I regretted saving you in the first place. You are a white-eyed wolf. Beneficent and ungrateful. Chapter 5. You're really too vicious. Qin Yuyu lightly bit her lip without saying a word. Only, one of her fair hands subconsciously pressed towards a spot on her chest. That jade token. She fell in love with it after just one look. At that time, it always felt like there was something about the jade token that attracted her before she took it away. She couldn't say with a clear conscience that she wasn't at fault for what happened that night. However, she didn't regret it. Without those grains, Xiaohu Xiaoqiao and the others would have starved to death. This world is supposed to be like this. Good people can't live. And she doesn't want to be evil. She just let the cruel reality force her to do it. Duwan extended her hand towards her. Qin Yuyu hung her head and bit her lip lightly. I didn't want to. I'm sorry. Let's not talk about the apology first. Give me back the jade token. Duwan did not want to be led astray. Early expected Qin Yuyu to be shameless. Really against? Or refresh the lower limit. By now, Qin Yuyu still didn't want to return the jade token. Duwan threatened. What you guys did. Do you want me to say it in public? No, don't say it. Please. You are a kind girl. Please have pity on us. Qin Yuyu's voice was trembling as she pleaded in a small voice. We are all a group of fatherless and motherless children. Our days have been too hard. And we have looked forward for a long time to the stable life we have now. If what happened that night spreads, we won't be able to live. Duwan snorted. What does this have to do with me? There are many people in this world who are living in misery. Saying so much. You just don't want to return it. Right. No. I don't. Qin Yuyu struggled to remove the jade token from her neck. No matter how reluctant she was, she still put the jade token into Duwan's hands. Duwan was the first to hold the jade token in her hands. This very thick golden finger. Is it finally coming back? Duwan was not guilty at all for robbing Qin Yuyu's golden finger. Qin Yuyu's journey to the peak of her life in the novel was stepping on tired white bones and countless wronged souls. Qin Yuyu's heart was like a missing piece. Very difficult to bear. When she saw that Duwan was going to withdraw her hand, she was in a hurry, and her hands violently grabbed Duwan's wrist. It startled Duwan. What do you want to do? Duwan grasped the jade sign and did not let go. Qin Yufu had a resigned and tolerant face. I like this jade token very much. Can you sell it to me? Sell? What are you taking to buy? Duwan snorted. I have grain. I'll trade it for grain. Heh. Using my grain? To trade for my things? Duwan was so angry that she had to push her away. Do you still want some face? This sentence shocked off the villagers who were watching. Hussein was all taken aback. What was revealed in those words was a lot. It was just that Qin Yuyu was pushed. Still unwilling to let go. Bitch. Let go of fish. A teenager suddenly rushed up to push Duwan. Hussein took a step ahead and blocked the teenager. The teenager thought that Qin Yuyu was being bullied by Duwan. And with a fierce face, he glared at Duwan with a death glare, looking like he wanted to kill. But this fierce stance could not scare Duwan. After a lot of fuss, Duwan still tightly grasped the jade. Qin Yuyu had to let go of her wrist and grasp the thin rope of the jade instead. When she was strangled with blood, Qin Yuyu didn't even let go, glancing at the blood dripping from Qin Yuyu's palm. Duwan was very wary. Networks of novels but often written. The protagonist's luck is sky high. Out of what accident injured, but also can accidentally let the blood rub the treasure. Duwan wanted Hussein and the others to help, but a group of small children rushed up. Hussein and the others in turn were a bit tied up, but still easily did not let the children get close to Duwan. Stop! Miss Du! A grown man bellowed. The crowd, who almost fought to a standstill, stopped at once. Duan followed the sound of the bellowing and looked. From the thatched hut in the middle, 2 sword-wearing youths with the same clothes came out one after another. The 2 youths came out and guarded both sides of the doorway. Then a young man in a snow-white tunic came out, with a clear brow and a bright eye, and an extraordinary temperament. Every move, with the elegance and righteousness of a man of letters, very able to win the goodwill of passers-by. This appearance, a look at the origin will not be bad. Not only is there money, but there is also power. Ordinary rich family cannot afford to keep a sword guard. Duan only lightly glanced at it, and was not interested. Whoever you are, don't try to ruin this great situation. Duan Rate decided to strike first and shouted angrily. Qin Yu, you are really too vicious. I kindly saved you. Not only are you not grateful, but you also stole all of my family's money and food. And when my mother-in-law found out, you were heartless enough to kill and silence me? If I had woken up that night, would you have killed me too? Qin Yu, haven't you ever thought that your mother-in-law's unjust spirit would go to you at night? A murderer. You've done something bad, and you still want her to keep it quiet? She's a beauty. Now, there was silence all around. The onlookers looked at Qin Yu in surprise. Qin Yu's face turned white as she argued. No, I'm not a murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. No. She hadn't thought of killing anyone. Had never thought of killing anyone. However, she had clearly given them both a masking agent. And somehow, that granny actually woke up anyway. When we grow up, we will return the grain to you. An older child next to her shouted in panic. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was like catching driftwood in the water. Yes, we're just temporarily borrowing your grain to get through the hard times. We'll return it to you. Borrow? Oh duh. Duan snorted coldly. According to you, there are no thieves in this world, because they all just borrow. Ha. Some people around couldn't help but laugh and point. However, patient with the appearance of those 3 strange men, they did not dare to go overboard. Duan took advantage of Qin Yu's panicked state of mind and drew out a small knife, quickly cutting the thin rope with a single slash and retreated behind Husan. As soon as the 2 girls separated, Husan and the others then circled Duan in the center and protected her. Duan took the broken piece of thin rope, threw it to Qin Yu, and then carefully kept the jade tablet close to her body. This one, red rope, was brand new. The original owner's old one, which had broken long ago, had been thrown to an unknown corner. Qin Yu was mortified. What do you mean by this? Duan sneered. Heh. What can it mean? Things that don't belong to me. Even if it's half a thin rope, I won't want it. You? Qin Yu was ashamed, angry and hateful. Duan's move was like a slap in the face. One of the sword-wielding youths suddenly scoffed. A bratty and capricious young lady, actually speaking in such a grandiose manner. When the people of the capital hear this, I'm afraid that they will laugh for a whole year. Yes, that's funny. Eldest Miss Du, is this to abandon evil and turn to good? Another youth followed in agreement. On the contrary, the white-clothed male's brows were lightly knitted. A bit puzzling. Chapter 6. Is your face worth a lot? Duan narrowed her small phoenix eyes, crossed her arms and loudly reprimanded. Which onion and which garlic do you count as? How dare you tarnish this girl's reputation? Do you think rumor-mongering doesn't have a price? When I return to the capital, I will definitely report to the emperor's uncle and let him punish you. Besides, my mother said that I'm the kindest and most kind-hearted little nun in the entire capital. Shameless. The youth was about to say something else. The white-clothed male reprimanded in a deep voice. Deshang? Shut up. The youth called Deshang hurriedly bowed his head. Yes. When the white-clothed male looked at Duan, his cold eyes suddenly softened. Wan. Long time no see. At first, when I heard that you were missing, I was worried for quite a while. Now that I see that you are fine, I am finally relieved. Hearing the words, Duan's eyebrows could pinch a fly. The other party's tone is intimate, and the original owner is an acquaintance. Since she did not inherit the original master's memory, it was not easy to answer for a while. Duan glanced at Husan, raised her hand to block her small mouth, came forward and asked in a small voice. Husan, who is that person? Eh? Husan froze, glanced at her in shock and uncertainty, and learned from her to whisper back. The 7th son of the Xie family. Xie Zhang. Duan. What kind of divine luck is this? Carrying the male lead? Oh duh. Du-Wan deliberately ignored the male lead and pushed straight to Qin Yu. Killing a man to pay for his life and repaying a debt is a matter of heaven and earth. A human life, nah. Waiting for you to pay back. It's not. Qin Yu clenched her hands into fists, enduring the humiliation as if. Not what? Did I say anything wrong? Du-Wan didn't want to easily lift the past. Before Qin Yu had answered, the teenager not far away, who couldn't beat Husan and was as good as a wolf cub, hissed and roared at Du-Wan. It's me. I killed that granny. It has nothing to do with Fishy. Only then did Du-Wan glance at him squarely. Did you really kill her? It was she who was restless and wanted to run out to call for help. She deserved to die. The teenager did not see the slightest remorse. Bastard. Du-Wan was very angry. 15 or 16 years old. Thick black eyebrows. Hostile eyes. This is a more important male partner in the book. Called Qin Miao. Fatherless and motherless. From the moment he appeared on the scene, Qin Miao had the potential to be a loyal dog. Later on, he became a first-rate general, opening up new territories and conquering the world on behalf of the hero and heroine. And he never married for Qin Yu's sake. This teenager was a big help to Qin Yu. On the contrary, for Du-Wan, destined to be a big hidden danger, the original owner's brother, late in his life, died in the hands of this person. Du-Wan sank her small face and took a step back. Husan. Kill him. Yes. Husan draws his knife and strikes decisively. It was just that the heroine was here. As if the plot was shrouded. As soon as she saw that Qin Miao was in danger, Qin Yu actually used her soft body to block in front of Qin Miao. Husan's knife was already out and did not stop. In a flash, a concealed weapon struck. Clang. It struck the blade, causing Husan to deflect the slash. The youth called Deshang took the opportunity to draw his sword and rush forward, blocking Husan's next slash. The male lead struck out in a noble manner, and the female lead was saved. Once the male partner saw the heroine was going to block the knife for herself, he was greatly moved. Du-Wan watched the play and saw the embarrassment syndrome. So, Du-Wan waved her hand. All on. Yes. The accompanying guards immediately made their move. Once both sides drew their swords and really moved. It was not a group of small children who dared to come forward. Du-Wan's side had the absolute advantage. One knife and one child now. Of course, Husan and the others didn't really kill anyone. They just used the back of their knives and knocked down one little kid at a time. Soon, Qin Miao was pressed to the ground, unable to move. Xie Zhang didn't expect Du-Wan's attitude to be this tough. He finally opened his honorable mouth again. Wan, it's better to settle an injustice. Just give me face today and let them off the hook. Okay? Du-Wan raised her small eyebrows. Is your face worth a lot? Worth it. Xie Zhang laughed cheerfully, ignoring the humiliating meaning in Du-Wan's words. Du-Wan was infuriated. Are you really paying off their debts for them? Yes. Alright then. Make a note. Mr. Xie has always been true to his word. No. I think black and white is more reliable than words. Du-Wan's distrust provoked the two guards' angry glances. Nay. Du-Wan's face is thick enough. Hurry up and go right. I don't want silver either. Just return the grain. The note will be written that Xie Zhang owes Du-Wan 10,000 jin of rice. And it will also be written that it will be paid back within a month. Nonsense. We didn't take that much. Qin Yu clenched her pink fists and voiced her rebuttal. Du-Wan spoke coolly. You should be glad that I wanted food and didn't ask you guys to pay for your lives. Qin Yu wanted to say something else, but Xie Zhang stopped it and asked his subordinate to fetch a pen and ink, waving the brush to write down the note. Husan took the note and handed it to Du-Wan. Du-Wan pretended to read it. Crap. What kind of writing is this? I don't recognize a single word. For the first time since she traveled across the world, she found that she was still illiterate. The reason is that the characters circulating here are not Chinese characters. Fortunately, there was no barrier to language communication. Du-Wan gave the note back to Husan. Take a look. Are there any traps or anything? Husan's face twitched, and he almost couldn't help but laugh. Only he had a big mustache that blocked part of his scowl. Husan ended his naive face. His eyes darted over Xie Zhang. So he wanted to see if the capital's extremely prestigious 7th prince of the Xie family would change his face. The opportunity was rare. Husan took the note and read it over and over again. looking at the two sword-wielding buddies. They wanted to draw their swords and chop over several times. A pariah. How dare he humiliate his male son? Sometimes when you question the character of the other party, you will also offend people. Du-Wan and Hu-San repeatedly reading the note was equivalent to humiliation and provocation in the eyes of the other party. Compared to the two sword-wearing brothers, Xie Zhang was much more calm. Du-Wan's inner vigilance towards him was instantly raised several times. Qin Yi was smart, but she was too young to be able to keep her anger and joy in check. Xie Zhang was different. His face had not changed since the beginning. It was as if he didn't care even in the face of humiliation. Du-Wan weighed the situation. There was no point in arguing further. Thus, Du-Wan glanced at Qin Miao, who was still being held down. She raised her head and chest, and with her small hands behind her back again, she had the air of pointing the way. I only need one hand and 1 foot from him, and the grudge will be cancelled out. The moment these words came out, the people brought and immediately executed it. Click, click, 2 fractures, and 2 muffled grunts. Ah! Qin Miao broke a hand and a foot and screamed out miserably. After the screams, Qin Miao glared fiercely at Du-Wan and the guards. As if he was remembering them, a ray of pity flashed under Xie Zhang's warm eyes. No matter how good a seedling was, a broken arm or leg was not worth cultivating. He wanted to stop it, but the guards who carried it out moved too fast to have this kind of execution without delay. Only a family with a deep heritage could cultivate it, associated with Du-Wan's identity. Xie Zhang was again not surprised. Chapter 7. Almost happiness gives birth to sadness. At this time, Xie Zhang did not know that the person was borrowed by Du-Wan. Du-Wan turned on her horse and turned around to leave. Hu-San and the others immediately followed, dry and sharp. Qin Yufu at a loss for words jumped to Qin Miao aside. Her almond eyes filled with tears, blaming herself. It's all my fault if it wasn't for me. Xiao Miao wouldn't have been like this. It's not Fishy's fault. It's all because of that Du-Wan. Qin Miao had a face of hatred. This revenge? He took note of it. Xie Zhang watched Du-Wan's back leave. The fingers hidden in the flowing cloud sleeves kept rubbing back and forth. Only when Du-Wan and her group disappeared around the corner of the mountain road did he speak out. Shang, go and ask Divine Dr. Lu to come and do his best to save her. Yes. A sword-wearing youth answered and went. Du-Wan rode her horse and returned home. It was only then that her heart settled down. Thinking of the golden finger, Du-Wan couldn't wait to enter the cubicle. Hu-San also entered Pei Hao's room to report today's events. Not only did he describe what happened perfectly, he even learnt everything Du-Wan said. This ability to imitate. There is no one else. Mu Xian pondered for a moment before looking at Pei Hao again. How could a weak scholar come to this nook and cranny? Yes. What is there to be gained from this barren little county? Pei Hao's fingertips gently knocked on the small table at the head of the bed, and asked again, in a seemingly casual manner, do you think that the one who is obstructing the Shitzi and the others from looking for the little princess will be Xieqi? Mu Xian. Master Shitzi. Is this an attempt to kill Xieqi? I haven't heard of the two having a grudge before. No. Not before. This year there is a hatred of wife-taking. Mu Xian thought he had guessed the truth and hurriedly blew up. The world master is wise and powerful. What demons and ghosts and devils can't escape your old eyes? Scoff. Get lost. Pei Hao laughed and scolded. In fact, he felt the need to pay attention to Xie Zhang in the future. Mark Keatingbei's Xie family was originally from a military general. Xie Zhang was the 7th in line in the family, and was the firstborn of the 2nd house. At the age of 10, he went to the south to study at the Qingyun Academy, where he studied with Song Qingyun, a great scholar of the generation. As his teacher, he has been away from the capital for 8 years, and returned to the capital at the end of last year. Only a few months. Participated in a number of poetry. In the capital reputation, talent spread far and wide. Mu Xian smiled and asked again. You said? Xieqi didn't return to the capital for a long time. How come he knows Miss Du? Pei Hao recalls the rumors he heard. I heard that it was the night of this year's Lantern Festival, when Du Little Fool ran out to play and was almost abducted. It was Xieqi who saved her. Mu Xian. This is not good. This is a life-saving favor. Pei Hao went to check it out later, and didn't find anything suspicious. But based on his intuition, he suspected that there was something wrong with that abduction. If Du Shifu is here, he can clearly tell them that Xie Zhang went to this cranny, and came for Chin Yuyu's gold lump. The first encounter between the hero and heroine in the book stems from a calculation. The male lead first gets punks to molest the female lead, staging a heroic rescue. In the middle of the novel, after Chin Yuyu learnt the truth, it also triggered a series of sadistic and abusive scenes. Of course, what about other people? Duda Silly didn't care. At this time, she was locking the doors and windows and staring at the jade plaque with a surging heart. Legendary planting space awe. Cannot be excited? She first used a knife, made a small cut in her finger, and then squeezed out a drop of blood. The droplet of blood dripped down and happened to land on the tiny stamen of the flower, disappearing in an instant. The tiny pishy flower glowed with a fluorescent silver light, and suddenly the silver light flew up as if it was a tiny stream of light, and it didn't enter the center of her brow. Am I succeeding in recognizing my master? In the book, Chin Yuyu dripped blood to recognize her master, and the jade did not disappear. Therefore, Duwan didn't suspect anything. Closing her eyes, she meditated as written in the novel. For a long time, the planting space was not seen, but instead, a darkness was seen. Yes. Hey. As long as you close your eyes, anyone can see a blackness. The only thing that was a bit special was that she found a white silhouette in the pitch black this time, doing the same action over and over again. This movement was quite difficult, somewhat similar to modern yoga, only several times more difficult. Can it really be done with a human body? Duwan opened her eyes, and the white shadow disappeared. Closing her eyes again to concentrate, she saw it again. Her heart was strange, sitting on top of the cot. She tried. Sure enough, half of the poses couldn't be done. Holding her breath, she held on for a while. At first it didn't feel much. Slowly, her body was a bit off, as if the pain nerves in her whole body were touched all at once. All over her body. The numbness and pain was too much. Duwan grimaced. Her small face twisted and red. No. No more practice. Never practice again. It hurts. After Duwan stopped, she was sweating profusely, softly paralyzed on the cot, and she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Only gradually, it seemed as if there was a trace of warmth in her abdomen. Wherever the warm current passed through, the pain would lessen. A quarter of an hour later, the whole person was as comfortable as if they had just finished a sauna. Duwan suddenly had big burning eyes. This was a treasure. A big treasure. Ha ha. She couldn't help but roll around in excitement. Bang! The next door is smashing the wall? Duwan's bed-rolling movement lurched and looked at a wall. The other side of this wall was precisely her former bedroom. Duwan skimmed her small mouth. Arrogant what? How dare you throw a tantrum after taking over your aunt's room? Thumbs down. Spoiled you miles. But this smashing still made her quiet. Almost got carried away. And the joy of it gave birth to sorrow. This legendary space. Still no sign of it. Duwan hopes in her heart. Picks up the pillow. And silently reads collect. Collect. Receive. Collect. Pillow. Still in the hand. Really don't have this life. Duwan shook her head. Rather unconvinced. Duck duck. Duck duck duck. Someone outside was knocking on the door. Duwan opened her mouth breathlessly. Who is it? It's me. Miss Du. Mu Xian's voice came in. The world's son asked me to come over to say that he will be leaving early in the morning of the day after tomorrow. And wanted to ask what you mean. Back to the capital? Duwan is instantly energized. Mu Xian replied. Yes. Back to the capital. I can follow along? It depends on what Miss Du wants. Mu Xian smiled imploringly. Duwan asked again. Is food and lodging provided on the way? Yes. Provided. Mu Xian wanted to laugh and held back. Duwan feigned reserved consideration for 3 seconds before deciding to leave with them. For the next few hours, Duwan almost stayed in the cubicle, practicing that movement day and night. It was painful and joyful, but persistence is still quite pleasing. The night before departure, finally barely finished a movement. Even if it is still not standard, at least it can be completed. At the same time, there is also a little surprise. Is the body's strength. Seems to be a little bit bigger. Early in the morning. Bang bang. Someone is vigorously tapping on the door. As soon as I heard this rough tapping stance, I thought of Pei Hao's face. In this small courtyard, there is no one who has the guts to tap on her door like this. Chapter 8. We have nothing to talk about. Alright. What are you filming? Duwan stood up. A pair of small hands crossed her waist. What's wrong with filming it? Be careful, I'll go back and tell my brother to clean you up. Yes. She has learned from Mu Xian's mouth that the original owner's brother Du Qian is a sister controller and has a good relationship with Pei Hao. After waiting for a while, there was no movement outside the door. Duan numbly walked over and opened the door. Outside the sky is gray. Not yet bright. Under the eaves in front of the door, there was a clear and elegant back. Duan uttered. Hey. Knocking on my door. What are you doing? To leave. And then dawdle your own back to the capital. Pei Hao's tone could not be described as good. Dropping a sentence and leaving. The attitude of avoidance, in Duan's eyes, is properly dislike. How bad does this guy's relationship with the original owner have to be, so that he can't wait to not stay with her for a moment? Duan would never admit that she had provoked the other party. She walked out of the small courtyard. There were several carriages parked outside, and an escort. Mu Xian and Hussein were both there, directing their subordinates to do their work. A young woman respectfully stepped forward. Miss, slave girl's name is Chuntao. She was sent by Duke Mu to serve you. Oh, good. Duan did not excuse herself. With Chuntao's lead, she arrived in front of a carriage. Duan went up without saying anything. The carriage was generally furnished. Not as luxurious as expected. Only the seats were padded with leather, plush and soft to the touch. Duan sat up, and Chuntao followed. However, Chuntao did not enter the carriage. Sitting outside the carriage, the caravan set off. The first time she experienced riding in a carriage. Duan was a little bit excited at first, but gradually got tired. The road was uneven and so bumpy that she wanted to vomit. After walking for a while, Duan lifted the curtain. I want to ride a horse. Miss, I'll go talk to Duke Mu. Chuntao jumped off the carriage and ran to the front to report. Not long after, Chuntao came back and brought Mu Xian with him. Mu Xian smiled. Miss Du, Shitzi said that the road is not peaceful. So just bear with it and keep riding better. How is riding a horse not peaceful? Duan rolls her eyes. Don't you even find a better excuse? Mu Xian smiles and says, these are the original words of Shitzi. I didn't change a single word. Believe you. Would someone like Pei Hao say that she should bear with him? Most likely. She can do whatever she likes. And it's none of his business whether she lives or dies. Duan's little head peeked out of the car window and saw a carriage in front of her, which should be Pei Hao's. Suddenly thought of his injury. Hey, it seems to guess the truth law. Duan whispered. Your family Shitzi's injury is still not healed. Right? Mu Xian's eyes flashed. Shitzi's is a small injury. It will be fine after a few days of nourishment. No need to hide it. I have guessed it all. Oh. Duan has a knowing face. Her small eyes slanting at him. Your family Shitzi must be dead set on saving face. Afraid that a big man riding in a carriage will be said to be effeminate. So he excuses himself and lets me ride in the carriage. And then, he'll be able to logically follow. Isn't that right? Mu Xian stifled his laughter, the corners of his mouth twitching. Forget it. As long as Missy doesn't make any noise on the road, it's enough. It's nothing for Shitzi to aggravate his reputation. Right? However, the matter concerning Shitzi must be reported back to Shitzi. So with some kind of unknown bad taste, Mu Xian bid farewell to Duan and walked towards Pei Hao's carriage with windy footsteps. Duan, who doesn't know that she will offend Pei Hao again, is shaking her feet and sitting in the carriage with nothing to do. Chuntao, do you have any books? Chuntao replied. There are no books. If you really want it, the slave girl can go to find Mr. Mu. Duan casually asks. Mu Xian has a book. No. It's Duke Mu who can only talk to the world son. The entire caravan probably only has books at Sheets' place. What? Are books so rare? Books are precious. Usually only nobles have them. What's wrong with this world? It's only been more than a month since Duan crossed over. And she didn't inherit the original owner's memories. So it will take some time if she wants to be completely integrated into this world. Chuntao, can you read and write? Slave girl's family has been suffering since childhood, which has the opportunity to read and write. Oh, does the girl still need books? Chuntao asked with concern. No, I'll just casually ask. Duan wanted books because she wanted to learn from Chuntao about the writing here. But when she learned that Chuntao could not read either, she gave up her thoughts. Duan could only ponder about practicing her kung fu. Early evening. The caravan passed by a village. One of the attendants went up to negotiate with the village chief to borrow it for the night. It was learnt that there was another group of people in the village who had borrowed the night. A village is only so big, and there are limited places to stay. The attendant went back to the team to ask for permission from Musion. Musion was considered the second in command, so if the attendant had any trivial matters, he would usually come to him for advice. Only if even he could not solve the problem, he would consult Pei Hao. Musion said, "Do you know who it is?" "My subordinate saw the Xie family's guards." The man replied truthfully. Musion waved his hand and signaled him to step aside first. Then, Musion approached Pei Hao's carriage, stood outside and said, "The Xie family's caravan has borrowed a room before us." The village chief said that he couldn't vacate the empty house, then rest on the ground and leave early tomorrow morning. Pei Hao's cool voice came out from the carriage. Once Musion heard it, he immediately ordered it down. Learning that the caravan was going to rest, Duan stroked her sore little waist and got off the carriage. This carriage. It really wasn't something that an ordinary person could sit in. She looked back and forth and saw a few carriages behind her. Some people were carrying things. They should be preparing dinner. Chun Tao. I reckon I drank too much tea. I want to go and facilitate. Duan thieves her head and whispers in a small voice. Chun Tao answered and beckoned the village children to ask a couple of questions. After learning the location of the huts, they took Duan to the nearest one. When she walked to the stone well in the middle of the village, she met Qin Yuyu face to face. Seeing Duan, Qin Yuyu stopped. Duan snorted in her heart. Turning a blind eye, she staggered past. "Please wait!" As expected, Qin Yuyu's shout came from behind her. Duan stopped and turned back. "What for?" Qin Yuyu glanced at the others. "Can I talk to you alone?" "I have nothing to talk with you." Duan directly refused. Qin Yuyu dropped her eyelids and said in a trembling voice, "That time, we were wrong. Can you forgive us? We really don't want to feud with you." Doing theater? Who wouldn't? Duan's small face was suddenly replaced with a naive smile. A small look of no heart. "You think too much." "That day I said, you and I grudges too eliminated. Do you think the grudge has not been cancelled?" Qin Yuyu was immediately choked. In fact, the two people knew it in their hearts. There were some grudges that couldn't really be gone with just a sentence or two. Furthermore, based on the novel's depiction, Duan more or less knew what kind of person Qin Yuyu was, because anyone who had offended her in the book, not many had a good ending. Chapter 9. Who asked her to meet her at night? Now that Qin Yuyu is showing weakness to her, she is just not strong enough to rely on her yet. Duan turned around and left. Talking to this female is not as important as urinating. Afterwards, after washing her hands, Duan went back to the carriage. "Miss, it's time to eat," Chun Tao reminded. Duan immediately sits upright. "Bring it in. I want to eat in the carriage." "Okay. Girl, wait a moment." Chun Tao is very quick. In a short while, she brings in a meat and a vegetarian dish, and a large cake. This big cake, all cooked with flour, was fragrant and fluffy. Duan ate a mouthful of it and was satisfied. Before crossing over, this bit of food would not be in the eye of the beholder. This is not hungry for most of the month. Wine and rice. Duan was shy with a small stomach, lying on all fours. A moment of happiness. Cannot help but humming even her own do not know what is a little song. Two small feet wiggle all wiggle. Chun Tao listening through the curtains. Cannot help but want to laugh. In the end is still a little girl. Just because Duan doesn't go out doesn't mean no one will bother her. Chun Tao just left for a while, and someone secretly sent a note. There was only one line on the note. "Oh, can't read it off, can't read it." Duan wanted to ignore it, but she still quietly got off the bus and slipped over to Husan. It's not that she doesn't want to find Musion, but she feels that Musion is just an old fox, not easy to get along with. It is still Husan's honesty that makes people feel at ease. Husan rubbed the back of his head. "What do you want me to do?" "I picked up a note." "Tell me what it means." Duan came up and whispered mysteriously. Husan was also infected by her appearance, followed by nervousness as if, "What note?" Duan took it out. Husan took a look at it for a few moments. At 3 o'clock in the 11th hour, under the banyan tree on the east side of the village. "I won't see you there." "Who is this? Asking her to meet at night?" Duan puts her head together again and goes up, secretly counting the number of words on it. And the number of words in Hussein's words. 1 word not more. 1 word not less. So, this person who asked her out. Not even a drop? Cut. Hiding his head and revealing his tail. It's strange that he would go to see you. Hussein spoke naively. Should I hand the note over to Shitsi? Why? It's such a small matter. How can I trouble the prince? Duan grabbed the note. 13 characters. Gotta take it back and learn it. Duan doesn't know who this person who asked her out is. But Hussein sees it at a glance. Xiechi Gongzi. Apart from that handwriting. It's that piece of paper. At that time, the note made by Xiechi Gongzi used this kind of paper. Emitting a faint sandalwood scent. Duan slipped back into the carriage. Learning 1 word. 1 word at a time. At least when she was a student. She was barely considered a learner. So with 13 words. It didn't take her much time to memorize them. Since she had memorized it, she threw the note to the side. Instructed Chun Tao with a word not to disturb her. And started practicing. At this time, Duan did not know that the content of the small note had already reached Pei Hao. Mu Xian and Hussein paid attention to Pei Hao's complexion. The two were trying very hard to avoid their eyes from glancing at the top of Master Shitsi's head. A patch of green yo. Poor Master Shitsi. He is obviously a talented man. Why doesn't Miss Du like him? Pei Hao obliquely swept a glance at the two people. What are you doing staying here? Still not quick to roll. Shitsi. Do you want to keep an eye on Miss Du? Hussein couldn't help but ask. Pei Hao was calm. No need to keep an eye on her. Let her be. Mu Xian and Hussein were perplexed but did not ask any more questions. The two of them walked away from the carriage. Hussein asked in a low voice. We really don't need to let anyone keep an eye on her. What if there's an accident? If Shitsi says we don't need to. We don't need to. Mu Xian's thoughts on Pei Hao's thoughts are sometimes beyond his comprehension. Why do you think she took the note and showed it to you? I'm also strange. Hussein was equally strange. Don't think that Hussein's naivety makes him a rough man. In fact, he was a person with a simple appearance and a very fine heart. What Mu Xian sometimes ignored. Hussein would point it out at the right time. Although Pei Hao said that there is no need to send people to keep an eye on it. Mu Xian and Hussein next. Still pay attention to Duan's carriage from time to time. The 11th hour came. A moment passed. Another moment passed. The 3rd hour of the 11th day of the 11th month has finally arrived. Where's the carriage? It's not moving. No one got off. Huh? Still silent? After a while. The curtain still didn't move. Mu Xian secretly recruited Chun Tao and confirmed that Miss Du was still in the carriage. Hussein left for a while. Came back and dawdled up again. Whispering. I went to the east of the village to take a look. Duke Xiechi is waiting. Mu Xian asked with interest. Alone? Hey. One person. Hussein hemmed and hawed and laughed. Mu Xian followed with a heated laugh. The mosquitoes under the tree. Are they extraordinarily numerous? It's extraordinarily numerous. Quite interesting. Yes. Quite interesting. The famous Xiechi Gongzi of the capital was pigeonholed. Mu Xian slapped Hussein's shoulder and laughed. You keep an eye on it here. I have to talk to Shitsi about such an interesting matter. Hussein. This lack of heart. Not afraid of being chipped? Mu Xian didn't think of this later. Put on a proper face and went to report the situation. When Pei Hao heard this, he raised an eyebrow. Then what? No more. Do what you have to do. Mu Xian felt uninterested and went to Hussein's place again to follow the progress. So a night passed. Duan, apart from asking for tea once, didn't move again. On the contrary, it was Xiechi who fed the mosquitoes under the banyan tree for the night, until Pei Hao's caravan set off. The curtain corner of the car window lifted up. Pei Hao also saw Prince Xiechi who was walking slowly towards the village. As for Duan, she got up early to eat something and nestled in the carriage again. It didn't occur to her that someone had waited for her all night, and then drove for most of the day. In the afternoon, we arrived at a small town. Since we didn't have a good rest last night, Pei Hao decided to charter the only inn in the town, so that everyone can have a good rest and start again in the morning. Duan stepped out of the carriage, looking radiant, taking Chun Tao with her. She skipped around the inn with gusto. It was as if the king had come to patrol the mountain. Pei Hao, whose bones are sore from being turned upside down by the carriage. Is this Shitsi already old? Going up to the first floor, Duan picked a guest room with an open window that could see the street. The first time, she asked for hot water and said she wanted to bathe comfortably after taking a hot bath. It felt like her whole body was loosened up. If it wasn't for Chun Tao shouting outside for dinner, Duan would not have wanted to leave the tub. She changed into a set of clothes that Chun Tao brought. A light green luo skirt, suitable for a young girl, beautifully made. No girl would not like new clothes. Duan was no exception. Happily finished dressing, then turned around and threw the old clothes away, playing up the love of the new and the old to the fullest. Chun Tao brought the rice to the room. Duan purposely walked out of the room outside and saw the lobby downstairs. The caravan's people are all eating in the lobby, including Mu Xian and Hussein. Only Pei Hao is not seen. Chapter 10. Please treat me as a stranger. It should be the same as her. Eating in the room. But what was eaten at the table? Only steamed buns and pickled vegetables? Duan went back to her room and looked at her food. 2 small dishes. 1 meat and 1 veggie. With a big bowl of rice. The 10,000 evil feudal society has a strict hierarchy. Duan felt, ouch. This is really good. Eating rice beautifully. Eating too full. Duan touched her stomach. Chun Tao. I will go downstairs for a walk. Hey. Good. Chun Tao hurriedly stuffed the steamed bun into her mouth. Seeing this, Duan hurriedly said, Don't rush. Don't rush. You eat slowly. I'll just go downstairs for a stroll first. It won't be dangerous. Muxian and Hussein are downstairs. Duan quickly slipped out the door and dawdled downstairs. Mu Xian was the first to spot her. Yo. Miss Du. What? It's true that people rely on their clothes. Does want to die? Duan gouged him out. That teasing look. Don't be so obvious. Okay? Suddenly, Duan thought of a strange thing. The whole book of Beggar Princess. Although it is written from the perspective of the heroine Qin Yu, she and Pei Hao met right in the capital. However, Mu Xian, as Pei Hao's close friend and beloved, was not even depicted in the book. If he was a fringe character, it would be too fringe. Strange. Strange. Did he receive his lunchbox early? Duan was taken aback. Mu Xian had originally watched Duan's constantly changing little face with interest. When her eyes, looking at herself, turned into pity, she suddenly had a jolt. Why is it like looking at a dead person? Mu Xian's heart was a little hairy. Duan kindly reminded. Be careful on this journey. Especially you. Be safe. What has Miss Du discovered? Mu Xian instantly became serious. Duan shook her head. No. It's you. What about me? The Hall of Seal is black. There will be a great calamity. She blurted it out. Mu Xian had a black line on her face. You changed your profession? Instead of being a great lady, you've switched to being a magician. Duan has a serious little look of you don't want to not take it seriously. It's better to believe it than not. Understand? Take care of yourself. Alas. What a nice young man. How did he die? The little cleric Duan sighed and walked away with a look of regret. It made it seem like he had died young. Pei Hao stood in the corridor on the first floor and happened to see the scene. Mu Xian was just about to call out to Duan when she inadvertently glanced at Pei Hao. Having encountered such an interesting thing, of course, he had to find someone to share it with. He happily ran upstairs, came to Pei Hao's side, and told Pei Hao what happened just now as a joke. Pei Hao listened, but pondered. Seeing this, Mu Xian's smile gave way. You won't take it seriously. Live in peace and think of danger. Think of preparedness. Preparedness is not a danger. Don't let your family elders' thoughts of giving you a name go to waste. Pei Hao spoke slowly. Mu Xian was invisibly like being slapped in the face. This face melon thief pain. However, he still corrected his attitude and put away his loose heart. When traveling outside, it was better to be careful. Besides, Duan walked out of the inn and didn't dare to leave the inn too far. So she just strolled around on this street. Of course, as she came out, Hussein saw it and immediately arranged for 2 guards to follow. If anything happened to Missy, each of them would not be able to do well. The street was cold and clear, similar to Chiyun County. Poor. Less than a third of the shops on the left and right sides were open for business. After only a short stroll, Duan lost interest. Going back to the inn, she did see something interesting at the gate. It was the Xie family's caravan that had arrived and wanted to pitch in. However, The inlet pay how pack it up in a big way. A reward for a reward. Not unreported. But the time has not yet come on. I Do-won was momentarily happy. Actually sang a little song. Temporarily adapted. Behind her. The two guards. Missy really know how to play. However, it's quite fitting. Do-won had the guards to open the way and walk to the entrance of the inn without any hindrance. Chin Yu stood smiling, like a peony flower about to bloom. Such a big beauty attracted the eyes of many passers-by, and some pedestrians had the intention to walk slower, just to take a few more glances. Do-won froze and saw that the other party seemed to be waiting for her to come forward. Her small head flicked. Her footsteps didn't stop, and she continued to step towards the inn. Sister! Chin Yu suddenly shouted out. Sister? Calling who? Do-won twisted her head, saw Chin Yu looking at herself, looked around. There was no female. It was now certain that it was her who was shouting. Do-won asked with an odd little face. Are you calling out to me? Yes. We still owe you an apology for the last time. Chin Yu walked over greatly and bowed towards Do-won. Sister. I'm sorry. Do-won did not avoid it. This apology came a little late. Do-won narrowed her eyes and asked. How old are you? There's still a month to go before I'm 15. Oh. I'm 14. Pft. Ha ha. Pft. Laughter rose and fell, and the onlookers didn't hold back. Do-won a pair of big eyes of ooze, annoyed like a sweep towards the surroundings. Laugh at what? What's so funny? I didn't say anything wrong. Pft. Oh. Now there was another round of laughter. Chin Yu was slightly embarrassed, but graciously admitted her mistake. I'm sorry. I was mistaken. So it's Sister You're welcome. But please call me the kind and lovely Miss Do. It's better not to call me by the name Sister. Can't afford it. Miss Do. Alright. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. Do-won turned around and walked into the inn. Chin Yu anxiously said. Miss Do. There is only this one inn in this vicinity. Can you let out a few rooms? We are willing to pay double the price. No. Can't. Do-won stood still, then turned to look at her and said seriously. Miss Chin. Please avoid me when you see me in the future. If you can't avoid me, please treat me as a stranger. I don't want to see you. Really. Because every time I see you, I can't help but think of my mother-in-law's tragic death. I'm sorry. I will not retaliate against you. Nor will I forgive. Do-won had a particularly bad impression of Chin Yu. No matter what the other party said or did, she would always be unable to resist speculating with the greatest malice. In fact, Do-won didn't want to be such a person at all. Then it's better to be out of sight, out of mind. This scene. Not only Xie Zhang sitting inside the carriage saw it. Even Pei Hao standing in front of the first floor window saw it. And Do-won walked into the lobby, just in time to see Chun Tao hurriedly come out. Miss, you go out for a stroll. Why don't you call on the slave girl? Nothing. I'm just walking around here. Do-won waved her little hand and ran back to the guest room in a puff of smoke. After closing the door, she started to cultivate. Still the force value is too low. Not enough security. The moon was over the willow. Outside the inn, it was silent. Only occasionally would one hear a few insect chirps and dog barks. Inside the house, under the orange light. Chapter 11. Waiting for you all night. Do-won was sweating profusely as she sat cross-legged on her bed and cultivated. Snap! Over by the window. A subtle rattling sound. Do-won froze. This is someone throwing small stones at the window? Sure enough, there was another pop. Do-won is not in a hurry to check until the pain in the body disappeared before getting up. Cautiously moved to the window and then carefully open a crack. Look out. Downstairs, in the empty street, isolated a man in white. The man in white was carrying a lantern. Inside the lantern, the orange flame flickered and swayed strangely. Probably noticing Do-won looking out, the man in white intentionally lifted the lantern upwards. Under the night, the person's hazy face became a little clearer. Male Master June? He beckoned towards Do-won, signaling for her to come down. Do-won's teeth soured. This person is not in his right mind. After cheating the original owner of the mine, he still has the nerve to come up here? Those big soulful eyes slipped round the room, and the sight landed on the wooden shelf in the corner. On top of the wooden shelf was a large basin of fresh water, which she had specially asked Chun Tao to prepare. intending to use it to wash her face and wipe her body after cultivating at night. Thus, she went over with gusto, took out a towel, dipped it in wetness, and quickly washed her face, and then wiped the sweat stains on her body. Feeling that this was not enough to relieve her anger, she picked up the wooden basin and put it on the ground, soaked her feet in it, and rubbed them a few times. Only then did he pick up the foot-washing water, carefully walked to the window, opened it wide, and violently splashed it down towards the window. Wow! Ta-da-da-da. The tiny sound of water splashing down. In the stillness of the night, it was extraordinarily clear. Hey, Miss Du, why aren't you asleep yet? Mu Xian from next door stuck his head out of the window and deliberately shouted loudly at her. Du-won rolled her eyes. Nothing. At night, there are always wild cats making noise. Ha ha. Wildcat children. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Noisy people sleeping. Okay. Down the street, the silhouette was gone. Gross. Du-won slapped the window door shut. Don't think that she is smiling and optimistic in front of people. In fact, deep down inside, there is not a single sense of belonging to this strange world, let alone being in the mood to play ambiguous with someone. And the male Lord Jun's behavior tonight had pissed off Du-won even more, making her impression of him even worse. A big man, in the middle of the night to hook up with a little girl. This is to go up to the rhythm of like people do things? Not to mention that this is ancient times. There are not many people who can do this in modern times. For the next 3 days, Du-won was at peace. Except for the night stay. She almost always stayed in the carriage. In fact, Du-won was very busy and had been practicing her kung fu. Once, she fell asleep while practicing and woke up still in the original position. Her body actually didn't hurt as much as usual. Later she found that every time she practiced, the pain would lessen a little. The bumps of the carriage couldn't affect her enthusiasm to practice. Du-won's side doesn't listen to what's going on outside the window. Outside, Pei Xie and Xia's families seemed to be competing for the lead. After 3 days, Xie Zheng personally came to Pei Hao for a cup of tea. Pei Hao maintained his face and dealt with 2 sentences. Then, Xie family's caravan has been following Pei family's back. In the eyes of uninformed outsiders, they would think that the 2 caravans were a group. At noon, passing by a mountain stream, Pei family's team stopped and cooked on the spot. The Xie family's team, which was following behind, actually stopped as well. This Xie is like a dog's skin plaster. How can I shake it off? Mu Xian glanced back. Pei Hao was wiping the sword in his hand with a handkerchief. Let him be. Not diabolical. He might be doing it just to diaphragm you. Scoff. What am I in their eyes? If people want to diaphragm, it's also to diaphragm you. Pei Hao's movement of wiping his sword lurched. Xie was drunk. Right? He glanced towards Du-won's side and continued to wipe his sword. Mu Xian looked with him and exclaimed. Missy got off. Is there a need to make a fuss? Pei Hao glanced that way. There is. She's almost always stayed in the carriage these days. Mu Xian stroked his chin. This person is really different. Didn't cry out for pain or tiredness. Ate what she was given. Not at all like a pampered and spoiled petite lady. Probably suffered a lot during the time she was missing. You really think so? This is the best explanation. Pei Hao had doubts in his heart, but he would not say it. That sense of defiance in the little girl. Strangers might think nothing of it, but familiar people. On the other side, Du-won stretched her little waist and looked left and right, just wanting to talk to Chuntao. Wan. Behind her, a call rang out. Du-won was shaken at the words. Turning back, she saw Xie Zheng, standing a foot behind her. In these 3 days, she had tried to hide as much as she could, and she was still being sought out? Du-won blinked and played dumb for a second. Are you calling out to me? Is Wan angry with me? How can I be? Du-won was inwardly confused. Xie Zheng took a few steps forward, and the 2 of them got closer. Du-won was almost so scared that she stepped back. However, she held back. Xie Zheng's voice was extraordinarily clear. Wan, I waited for you for a night that day. Which day? Du-won's wide-eyed confusion. Xie Zheng's eyes flashed. At 3 o'clock in the 11th hour, under the banyan tree in the east of the village. When Du-won heard this, she let out an ah. It's you? There's no signature. I thought it was someone's prank. Xie Zheng. To believe her? However, her reaction was not at all like faking. Of course it wasn't faking. Duan had only just learned that it was the Lord Male Leader who had asked him out. Is this missing out on some annual drama? Xie Zhang was quiet for a little while, and then hesitantly asked, that night at the inn, I let you go downstairs. And you still? Duan again aw a sound. That night is you aw. Not me. Then who do you think? Ghosts? Duan blurted out, and raised her hand, pointing to his clothes, adding in an odd manner, white robes, white lanterns, in the middle of the night. Xie Zhang, Chun Tao, who was beside him, hurriedly lowered his head. His shoulders shrugged, wanted to laugh, but couldn't. The smile on Xie Zhang's handsome face remained unchanged, but inwardly he was not calm at all. It was now certain that the little girl had changed. In the past, when the little girl saw him, her eyes were always bright. Now that they were gone, they had become strange and detached, which made Xie Zhang's feelings complicated. Could it be that she knew something? Duan, come here. Pei Hao's shout interrupted Xie Zhang's thoughts. Duan turned back as if she was surprised. Seeing Pei Hao was like seeing her own brother, immediately pulling her feet away and running towards him. The poor male lord was left behind like this by her. Yes, she did it on purpose. The male master is not kind at first sight. Try to stay away a little bit, so he can't count on it. Xie Zhang looked at the backs of the two people and frowned. After Duan walked away, she even secretly looked back. Only after seeing the other party turn away did she sigh in relief. Chapter 12. You are not allowed to walk around in the future, Duan asked. Pei Hao, what are you looking for me for? You're not allowed to wander off in the future. You can't leave the caravan. It's best to stay in the carriage. In Pei Hao's voice without rise and fall, Duan could hear dislike and impatience. Duan rushed at Pei Hao's back and wordlessly skimmed her mouth. Why should I listen to you? Who is not a baby? Pei Hao paused in his steps, turned around and stared at her. By virtue of the fact that you eat my food, live my food, and wear my food. Duan, who is poor, speechless. I will pay the bill, Duan said with a stiff upper lip. Pei Hao snorted. Do you have money? Duan was dumbfounded, daring to despise this cute little fairy of hers with a repulsive face. So Duan took out a note in a moment of brainstorming. Here, take it. What is this? Pei Hao did not immediately go to pick it up. Duan bullishly said, meal fee, accommodation fee, clothing fee, protection fee. Oh my god, 10,000 caddies of grain. This is all silver. However, she still said atmospherically, it's extra. It's considered a reward for you. Pei Hao's eyelids jumped at the words and took the note. Duan's mouth was unforgiving as she lifted her small chin and said, this girl isn't someone like you, who is calculating. What are you in a hurry for? I can still make you suffer. Pei Hao swept a glance at the contents of the note and rarely hooked up the corners of his mouth. Then Nishitsi thanks Miss Du for the reward. Turning around, he walked away, took her note and walked away. Gone ah. The flying fortune. So gone. Duan's belated heartache. Little heart pumping. Shitsi greatly. You can't be more atmospheric and return the note to me? She who was caressing her little heart did not notice that another person came over. Mu Xian snickered. Miss Du. What's wrong? My chest hurts. Do you want to hire a doctor? No need. Waving her small hand, she walked towards Pei Hao again. Must eat him a meal. Without eating his meal, her little heart couldn't calm down. If we talk about the food of the entire caravan, where was the best? Pei Shizi's place was the best. Mu Xian followed behind her and reminded in a low voice. In the future, less contact with Xie Qi. You are a little girl who can't play with others. That's a big-tailed wolf. Duan is innocent. I didn't touch him. Then what happened just now? He said that he waited for me for a night. Duan had a small look that she was quite wronged, and said the intention of coming to her with the male Lord Jun. Mu Xian's eyes contained a smile. He believed what you said? If he doesn't believe me anymore, how can I say that he will still be suspicious? This is a matter of his character, and has nothing to do with me. Duan's small face was filled with unconcern. Mu Xian was happy to hear this. Should really let Xie Qi hear it. Probably will be pissed off. Duan goes over, and the attendant happens to have set up the food. She nonchalantly sat up and picked up a set of bowls and chopsticks, not caring if it was hers or not, and buried her head and started eating. Pei Hao was obviously in a good mood and didn't bother with her. Mu Xian had Du Wan's lunch sent over, and then sat aside, picked up a large cake, and ate it in a civilized manner. Regardless of whether it was Pei Hao or Mu Xian, the eating style was much more elegant than Du Wan. When she was full, Du Wan touched her small belly, and with a turn of her big, dark eyes, she approached Pei Hao and asked in a low voice, "You were almost killed this time. Could it have something to do with Xie Zhang?" "Not sure. No evidence. Being killed by someone or something. Sounds really harsh. 9 times out of 10. It's him. Where did you see it?" "I saw it right away. He's got bad intentions." "Heh. You're born out of love?" Pei Hao gave her a contemptuous look. Du Wan glared at him. "Shut up if you can't talk." Pei Hao snorted. "Stupid. Can you not curse?" Pei Hao picked up the freshly brewed tea by Mu Xian and sipped it. Du Wan was scolded. Her heart was not angry. Snatched the tea bowl in Pei Hao's hand and drank it all in one go. "Stupid? Fuck your sister's stupidity. You are the smartest in the whole universe." "Okay? Humph." With a cold snort, Du Wan shoved the empty tea bowl into his hand, lifted up her dress and left. Pei Hao looked at the tea bowl in his hand and froze. Mu Xian wiped her cold sweat for Du Wan at this point. A certain Shitzi had a cleanliness fetish. Or generally speaking, people with a little cleanliness fetish. Is Miss Du's move an attempt to disgust Shirzi? Awesome yo. He's not convinced by anyone but her right now. Pei Hao really threw away the specialized tea bowl in his hand. "Give me a new one." "Okay." Mu Xian immediately ordered it down. When the new tea bowl was sent up, Pei Hao lost interest in drinking tea again, always having Xie following like a fly. It's quite annoying. Very annoying. Mu Xian concurs. Suddenly his mind turned, and he flirted again. "Master Shitzi wants to strike? See blood or not?" "No." Pei Hao's fingertips gently tapped the tea bowl. Another 2 days passed. Pei family caravan unknowingly came to a city Ning City. "Miss, the caravan is arriving at Ning City." Chuantao's words came in through the curtains of the car, and there was still joy in her voice. Du Wan was puzzled. What's wrong with arriving at Ning City? Don't you want to go and have a look? What's there to see? Poverty. Poverty everywhere. Chuanao was full of yearning. Ningxing is different. It's a big city. All kinds of things are sold. Really everything? Du Wan was interested now. It's true. Chuanao purses her lips and smiles. I heard that as long as you have silver, you can buy anything. Du Wan's excited little mood was gone in a flash. The reason? Hee. Being penniless. The streets of Ning City were bustling. The traffic was endless. And the shouts of vendors were endless. The place where the caravan landed was a large mansion, which I heard was the Pei family's property in Ning City. Du Wan jumped off the carriage and took a look, seeing someone unloading the carriage. It is obvious that they are not rushing today. Chuanao. It's only noon. So you're not rushing? Chuanao respectfully replied. The next part of the mountain road is not too peaceful. So I need to prepare some things. Not too peaceful? Rather not afraid of this. Is not in front of the village, and not behind the shop. Then you will have to sleep in the open? Yes. For several days. That does require supplies. Du Wan made her rounds in the compartment where she would be staying tonight. She wanted to go out for a stroll. But thinking of the lack of money, she held back. At this time, there was a movement outside. Not long after, Chuanao came in, holding a purse in her hand. Chuanao opens her mouth. Miss, Duke Mu sent some silver over, and said for you to spend it as you please. Du Wan's eyes light up. For me? Very good. Very good. Now I can go shopping. Du Wan was so excited that she wowed, and immediately wanted to go out. Chuanao hasn't packed her things yet, and hurriedly follows her out. Pei Hao hears the report. Quite energetic. Yes. They don't even know how to be tired. In other words, how can a little girl have so much energy? After even rushing for so many days. Mu Xian was a little tired. Women are inherently strange. Yes, law. Strange. Very strange. Chapter 13. Xie was touched by someone. Even more strange. Mu Xian still arranges the protection people as usual. Miss Du can't have an accident in their hands. Otherwise, it would be impossible to answer to the princess. Du Wan wandered the streets for a while, seeing interesting gadgets. Several times she couldn't help but want to buy them. In the end, she touched her purse and still resisted. But when she saw the snacks, she finally couldn't resist. So all the way down, Du-Won's purse deflated most of the way. In Chun Tao's arms, she was holding a bunch of snacks. Let's go. There's a show ahead. What is it? I heard that a gentleman is molesting the daughter of an innocent man. And he is getting into trouble. Let's go and take a look. Du-Won, who was standing on the street, happened to hear the dialogue between the two men walking in front of her. It is probably human nature to like to watch the fun. Du-Won immediately came to her senses. Let's go. Let's take a look too. Miss, do you really want to go? There are more people. Chun Tao had seen a lot, but it was hard for her to carry and hold. Du-Won saw her holding a bunch of things. Walking was not convenient. So she recruited a Pei family guard and asked him to help Chun Tao with the things. Then pulled Chun Tao and ran towards that side. When they went over, there were already quite a few people surrounding them. It was the entrance to a small cloth shop. There were women crying and whining, and others arguing. Du-Won managed to get up there, and finally saw the main people of the hustle and bustle. Yosi, good fellow. They are acquaintances. Xie Zhang and Qin Yu were both present. A pretty woman was sitting in front of the shop steps, wiping her tears. Xie Zhang was surrounded by a group of sanguine women who wanted to make him responsible for something. And the guards he brought out were separated by a group of people dressed as crop farmers. When you think this is touching the porcelain, you are wrong. People also reported to the police. Du-Won happily watched, seeing the officials come up and trying to get a group of them to go to the government. Xie Zhang's face was dark. The smiling face that he used to maintain could no longer be maintained. Only he himself knows clearly. He was counted by someone. And the other party even made a preemptive strike to make a scene to the official government. This kind of fragrant thing, even if it was made clear, spreading it would be enough to disgust people. Furthermore, this group of people simply do not want to settle the matter privately. Just want to make a big deal out of it and throw dirty water on him. Xie Zhang has been focusing on his reputation all these years. After today, even if it was understood and spread, the reputation would be more or less affected. Du-Won pulled out melon seeds from the guard's hand. The so-called melon eaters. She was doing her duty, until a large group of people turned to go to the yamen. Du-Won still wanted to follow her, but was stopped by Chun Tao. Miss, it's getting late. Don't you want to go to the court to have a look? I'm afraid I won't be able to see anything. It's going to be dark. The officials at the court are going to interrogate them. They have to wait for tomorrow. So they went to the court. Locked up. Will Xie Zhang be locked up? Thinking too much. Shouldn't be locked up. However, if you don't want to be locked up, you have to reveal your identity. Will Xie Zhang choose to be locked up? Or expose his identity? Someone is unlucky. Should set off a firecracker to celebrate yo. Du-Won lamented. Luckily we came out. Yeah. Chun Tao is also happy. Du-Won glanced back at her. We think differently. Chun Tao is because she was able to play on the streets, while she is because she saw someone's joke. Just as Du-Won decided to leave. Sister Du. A woman's clear and gentle voice rang out. As soon as Du-Won heard it, she heard that it was Qin Yu. Pretending not to hear it. She was not familiar with it anyway. Qin Yu, however, ran over. Sister Du-Won. Duke Xie is not that kind of person. Can you go to the yamen to be a witness? You are the daughter of the eldest princess. Your words are trustworthy. Shameless. Really too shameless. This is trying to pull her down. No. It's trying to borrow the power of the eldest princess. Du-Won turned back with a smile. Girl. Who are you? I am Qin Yu. Has sister forgotten? Qin Yu's smile was about to be untenable. Du-Won looks dazed. So it's you. I'm not familiar with you. Just as I'm not familiar with Duke Xie. But I heard that you and Duke Xie are old acquaintances. Heard from whom? It's someone beside Duke Xie. Qin Yu not only knew Du-Won's identity, she also heard that she often used her identity to shamelessly pester Duke Xie. Now that Duke Xie was in trouble, would she still stand idly by? Du-Won thought she had to speak clearly. Miss Qin, the Xie family is not a small family. Do you know about the Marquis of Dingbei in the capital? In addition, Duke Xie is not a nameless person. As long as he declares his name. Where is the need for me, an outsider, to help? Qin Yu opened her mouth to say something else. Could she say that it was Duke Xie's inner circle that had sent her over to say this? Saying that Duke Xie didn't want to reveal his identity? Du-Wan continued again. Miss Qin, I'm someone with a fiancé and focus on reputation. Meaning? Don't even think about slandering me. She is not related to Duke Xia at all. Qin Yuyu was in a hurry. But Du-Wan's words made it clear that she didn't want to help. And people don't want to help. What else can she do? Forced and cannot force. Du-Wan stared at Qin Yuyu. But in her heart, she felt that this wave of plot is messed up. According to the development of the book, Qin Yuyu should remain in Qiyang County at this time, and will return to the capital only after a year. Now, Qin Yuyu has returned to the capital with Xie Zhang? Du-Wan is aware of Qin Yuyu's identity. However, she herself will try to pretend that she doesn't know. Moreover, even if Qin Yuyu had recovered her identity, Du-Wan was not afraid. Qin Yuyu was a princess, and the original owner's mother was still the eldest princess. Therefore, Du-Wan's heart was full of confidence. Again, I don't want to see you. Stay away from me in the future. This once or twice. Always coming in front of me. What do you want? I hope you will be smarter in the future. Don't want to count on me again. Otherwise I will find out and kill you. After saying that, Du-Wan turned around and left, not caring in the slightest about Qin Yuyu's face that froze all of a sudden. If she could, Qin Yuyu did not want to see Du-Wan, because as long as she was seen, she would think of her own unpleasantness. That time, the cause was still her greed. Later, they also bore the evil consequences. Not only did they compensate 10,000 jin of grain, Qin Miao also broke her arms and legs. The doctor said that she would need to recuperate for at least 100 days. And even after she healed, she might not be as flexible as she was. Returning to the Pei family's temporary stronghold, Du-Wan asked Chun Ao to put the snacks in the bedroom and urged Chun Ao not to forget to bring them tomorrow. Then she closed the bedroom door and told Chun Ao not to come and disturb if she was fine. In the master bedroom of the front yard, Pei Hao picked up the medicine bowl and drank the medicine while listening to Mu Xian's colorful report of the matter. She really said that? Pei Hao is surprised. Yes. Don't you know how imposing Missy's words were at that time? Saying something like I'm a person with a fiancé and focus on reputation. Ha ha. When Mu Xian first heard it, she covered her stomach and laughed a hearty laugh. Now that she said it again, she still felt colored. Pei Hao snorted lightly and put the medicine bowl down. With her? What reputation is there to speak of? Eh? Hee. Mu Xian couldn't help but laugh again. Chapter 14. Speaking Nonsense. On the following day, it was only the third night. Outside the mansion, a row of horses. There were no carriages. All of them were replaced with horses to hump things. When traveling through the mountains, it is lighter to ride a horse. Du-Wan is now riding a filly as she wishes, and is the only pup in the whole team. However, she was not as excited as before. Anyone who was pulled up in the middle of the night and told to hurry would not be in a good mood. If they were traveling in a carriage, they could still sleep. On horseback. No way. Just be normal. Just be normal. Chun Tao also rode over on a high horse, dressed in a streamlined manner, very suitable for horseback riding. That movement, that figure, the way she moves, the way she is built, the way she looks, the way she is valiant. Du-Wan looked a little hot. Chun Tao, what did you do before? Running horses, following the caravan. Chun Tao answered truthfully. My man is a small captain, not running merchants this time, mainly escorting Chitsi and you back to the capital. Du-Wan. Can't compare. Can't compare, At this time, Pei Hao and Mu Xian had both changed into simple clothes. Before mounting their horses, some guards came up and each put a cloak on them. Du-Wan blinked her eyes. Chun Tao, what's the point of putting on a cloak? This weather is not cold. When Chun Tao heard this, he let out an ouch. Look at this brain of mine. I was so focused on getting the girls snacks that I forgot about the cloak. The dew is heavy early in the morning on the mountain. Without a cloak to drape over your hair and clothes, your hair and clothes are going to get wet. While saying this, Chun Tao went to get the cloak. Pei Hao happened to see this scene. Still thought she had a big heart and purposely didn't wear a. Anyway, this big miss. It's only strange if she doesn't have some odd behavior in a day. With a smile on his face, Mu Xian raised his hand towards Du-Wan in greeting. Du-Wan smiled along with it, and waved her small hand at him as a response. The atmosphere was harmonious. Very good. Chun Tao took out a moon-white cloak. At the edge of the hood, There is a circle of fluffy. I do not know what kind of hair. The small hand could not help but touch it. Very soft. After putting it on, there was quite an experience of bravado and chivalry inside. Waiting for the front of the order. Set off. Because it was still in the city. The group was holding horses. So, Miss Dew's moved together. The little song suddenly howled, "You carry the burden. I hold the horse. Welcome the sunrise. Send away the evening sun." The caravan was already busy in the dreariness. But when she sang it, she was happy. And this tune, it was quite new. A few of them even hummed along. A joyous one. Tread smooth bumps. Become a road. Fight the hardships and dangers. Set off again. La, la, la. Mu Xian, who rode in front on his horse, laughed so hard that his shoulders were shaking. If it wasn't for Pei Hao's eye flying over, Mu Xian would still want to follow and howl a couple of times. Mu Xian joyfully said, "Master Shitzi, not to mention, your little fiancé sings quite well. Pei Hao, it seems like he's really idle lately." Smoothly leaving the city, it didn't take long before the east began to glow slightly. Duan rode for a while, and her whole body wilted. At this time, she kind of missed the carriage. The carriage is bumpy, but still able to sleep. Riding a horse is not. What if she falls accidentally? "Miss, are you tired? Do you want a drink of water?" Chun Ao rode the horse and came a little closer. Duan shook her head. "No need. When we reach the next town, we can change carriages." M. Duan smiled at Chun Tao with her teeth showing. "Don't worry. I'm not a delicate young lady. I'm a young girl who has been to the mountains, hunted, and picked medicines." Chun Tao couldn't help but laugh. "You pick the burden, ah. I ride the horse, ushered in the high mountains. I am not afraid of anything. La 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 la, I'm not afraid of anything, ha." Duan sang while waving her horse whip. Chun Ao couldn't stop laughing. "Avu. Miss Jiao has changed her words." Pei Hao and Mu Xian in the front had different expressions when they heard it. Pei Hao still had no reaction. On the contrary, it was Mu Xian who laughed so hard that his shoulders were trembling. "Aigu. It's so funny that it kills the little master. Quite a funny person. Does Shitzi really have no idea?" No idea. Pei Hao really had no thoughts about a little girl. As for the engagement he made when he was a child, not only did he not like it, Duan also seemed to be unhappy about it. Or else there wouldn't have been rumors of a relationship with Xie. Mu Xian vaguely guessed it. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked this question. Midday. Passing through a small forest, the brigade rested on the ground and nibbled on dry food. After resting for only a quarter of an hour or so, the group continued on the road again. The mountains are steep, and the paths are rugged. Narrow paths, but also 18 curves. Sometimes high and sometimes low. As long as one looks ahead, the layers and layers of mountains cannot be seen to the end. There were a few peaks that were so high that they reached the clouds. It was because the upper part of the big mountains were covered by clouds. It was the first time Duan had seen such majestic and continuous mountains. Primitive mountain range. Ah. The girl is happy. Not happy, but emotional. These are all treasure mountains. A natural treasure trove. Duan's big eyes shone brightly. Chun Tao hits the nail on the head. Even if there are treasures everywhere, you need to be able to take them. Duan. What nonsense, big truth. Pristine mountain ranges. Crises are everywhere. Fierce beasts. Poisonous insects. Poisonous plants. Miasma and so on. Otherwise, just by relying on these mountains, there wouldn't be so many starving people in the world. Duan was so hungry that she had to venture into the mountains. However, she only dared to enter the periphery, or the mountains that are often trodden by people without much danger. It was suffocating, and needed a song to relieve the boredom. Duan sang again at the top of her voice. Not a song, but whatever comes to mind. The dreary procession, with her singing voice, is also a lot of joy. Until they were about to enter the mountain, Pei Hao suddenly turned around and shouted, "Don't make any noise." Duan blinked her eyes. "Just singing a song. Who's in the way? Is it a big deal if you are the villain?" Pei Hao didn't explain. But Duan really stopped singing. Chun Tao's next sentence gave her a solution. Over this mountain, there is a mountain bandit's den. In the mountains, the sound can travel a long way. Then if I sang just now, was it a bad thing? Duan's small face is remorseful. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Chun Tao was happy to see this. Miss, it's not here yet. Not yet? Du-Wan blinks in confusion. Yes. It's only after going over the mountain. But when you enter the mountains, it's better to make less noise. It's easy to attract wolves. Well, Du-Wan was now wilting again. When she arrived in this world, she was like a little chicken to be slaughtered. In front of the team, a flag was drawn. The flag waving in the wind had a totem embroidered with gold thread on one side. And on the other side was a big word with a dragon flying in the air. Du-Wan's little heart was curious again. Why did you pull a flag? To remind the mountain bandits that we are not to be messed with. Chun Tao explains. What are the words on it? I'm far away here. I can't see it. Du-Wan opened her eyes and told lies. Chun Tao can't read either. But she knows what the word is again. It's the word Mu. The Mu of Duke Mu's family. Huh. Isn't this the Pei family's caravan? The Mu family caravan travels all over the world. Their name is bigger. Chun Tao implicitly had to say something. Then seeing her look confused, she whispered a mention. The Duke of Jin's family has always kept a low profile. Chapter 15. Attacked in the mountain at night. Du-Wan nodded her head with a half-understanding. But, can't a low profile carry a name? She wanted to ask several times. But Chun Tao was jealous of something and avoided it. This is even more itchy. The Mu family's name deterrent was so strong that the caravan made its way safely through the mountain bandit's nest. And it would take at least 3 days to cross this mountain range. Everyone's spirit along the way remained taut. The sun sets. Picked an open place to settle down. Set up a pot and boiled hot water. When they were out and about, everyone ate dry food with hot water. Du-Wan has participated in camping before. But this is the first time to live so simple. Even a tent is not set up. Just build a few piles of campfire. 3 or 2 next to a piece of sleep. Of course, people were also arranged to keep watch. Du-Wan and Pei Hao stayed in a fire. Chun Tao brought her an overcoat to wear. Miss, the night in the mountains is cool. Thank you. The cloak is so big that it wraps the little girl up, only revealing her tiny face. At this time that little face was smiling like a flower. And there were 2 sweet little pear swirls. Really soft. Soft to the heart of a person. Mu Xian's eyes flickered as he got up and came to sit beside her. Miss Du, why don't you thank my Shitsi master? Why thank him? Du-Wan is confused. Mu Xian lightly laughed. Because the cloak you're currently wearing is my family's world master's. Du-Wan froze. No wonder the cloak was so large. However, she is not a person who doesn't know what's good for her. And hurriedly smiled sweetly at Pei Hao across the fire. Shitsi master. Thank you. Pei Hao glanced up at her and gave a light hum, which was considered a response. It was a response. Du-Wan did not care. It's a pity that she can't cultivate in front of everyone. I want to go to sleep. But it's hard to fall asleep in a second in this environment. But after riding a horse for a day, the body was tired, and could only look at the fire that swayed around. Little by little, the little head, eyelids knocked on, just as her little body was about to fall back. Mu Xian stretched out an arm in time to hold her up. But the person being held up didn't seem to show any signs of waking up at all. Pei Hao furrowed his brows slightly and looked towards Chun Tao at the side. Chun Tao winced and hurriedly put down the food, letting Du-Wan sleep next to herself. The moon in the sky climbed higher and higher. Insects chirped continuously. And occasionally there were wolves howling. Through the moonlight, one could only see a few feet away, and the shadows of trees swaying in the wind not far away. While Du-Wan was sleeping in a daze, she suddenly heard a bellowing voice. There is misty smoke. Be careful. Watch out for ambush. Protect the son of the world. A tumultuous sound of footsteps. Du-Wan woke up with a start and opened her eyes to see a puff of smoke. Thinking that someone had just shouted mists of smoke, she hurriedly covered her mouth and nose and held her breath. Just when she wanted to escape to a place without smoke, her arm was suddenly tugged and forcefully pulled back. Pei Hao warned. Want to die? Don't go anywhere. Nah. Du-Wan panicked and pointed towards the misty smoke. Pei Hao is disturbed by the sight, and pulls up the cloak to cover her little head. Pulling it behind himself. Hide well. Don't run around. There are still people ambushing outside. Going out will lead to a quicker death. Du-Wan nodded repeatedly. Only her eyes were uncomfortable by the smoke, but can only endure, cannot add to the chaos. Instead, she admired Pei Hao a little, holding a long sword. quite calm, only to hear a burst of panicked footsteps around them, and the sound of Mu Xian speaking loudly. Attention! Don't get disorganized. Pick up your weapons. Watch out for cold arrows. Group of 5. Hurry! Don't panic. When you see the maze tube, step on it. The maze will disperse soon. Ahem. Mu Xian, who was speaking loudly, was not paying attention and choked on the smoke and coughed. This was a bit dangerous. Shoo! A sharp arrow that rushed towards Mu Xian, who let Mu Xian speak the loudest, completely exposing his position. At the critical moment, only an icy sword light flashed, and the long arrow was blocked by Pei Hao next to him. He warned, Xian, pay attention. There's a powerful archer in the dark. Yes. Mu Xian's heart palpitated. Pei Hao protects Du Wan while stamping out the misty pipe with his foot. The subordinates immediately followed and did as they were told. In this kind of open countryside, as long as one stepped on and extinguished the lost smoke, the drug would dissipate once the wind blew. What's more, inhaling only a small amount of the maze smoke would not cause any major problems. Nor would they immediately pass out. The smoke gradually faded. The ambushed enemy probably did not expect Pei Hao and the others to be so calm. Release the arrows. A burst of arrows came down, and the sound of a horse neighing was heard. It was an arrow that hit the horse, and the horse panicked for a while. At that time, the reason for picking this place to land was because the terrain was flat and open, with little cover. Now that he encountered an arrow and tried to block it, it became a disadvantage instead. One could only pick up whatever they saw and block it. Some people topped the iron pots and goods. Some people also hid next to the horses that were shot to death, and so on. After a burst of arrows, the smoke was about to dissipate. Shoo! Tent! A signal rose into the air, followed by a spark exploding in the sky. Then, there were 2 more sounds. There were 3 clouds of smoke in the sky that were about to disperse. The heartthrob next to the leading thief was alarmed. My lord, this is a distress signal from the Pei family. The outside job we took on this time is to kill the Pei family. We're being pumped. The leading thief realized the problem, but there was no turning back from the bow. They could only do it. The lead thief immediately ordered, Don't worry. This is a deep forest. No one will see the distress signal. We have to fight quickly. Then, he blew several whistles of varying lengths, like a secret signal. Charge up. Kill. Leave no one behind. Kill. 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 The group of people in ambush jumped out one after another, as if they didn't want to die. All of them holding swords or spears. Seeing this, Pei Hao's face sank. Mu Xian's face was also not good. Pei Hao gave the order. Don't get involved in the battle. Save your life. These people are not mountain bandits. Mu Xian's heart sank downwards. I'm afraid it's hard for them to escape today. Pei Hao raised his hand to strike down an arrow. Break out in the direction of the capital. Don't enter the forest. But the forest, there is no enemy over there. Mu Xian, however, did not question Pei Hao's decision and immediately shouted orders towards his subordinates. Du Wan was well protected by Pei Hao, and following Pei Hao could be said to be the safest and the most dangerous. Protected by many people, she was also under the attention of her enemies. Du Wan kept admonishing herself to be calm. When she panicked, she even pulled out a long wooden stick from the fire as a weapon. One end of the stick, it was still on fire, and the thieves killed up. She coldly stabbed a burning stick up. Scalded the thieves wowed and screamed, allowing Pei Hao to make up for it in time with a knife. Easily killed. Next. So came 2 more times. The little girl is picking the right time to strike, and will not give trouble. Pei Hao glanced at her in surprise. Watch out. The little girl suddenly fought to slam her stick. Chapter 16. She's just too doggy. The thief who had sneaked up on Husan was hit in the head by the little girl's stick. Husan immediately made up for it, and killed the man. He grinned at the little girl. Missed you. Thanks. You're welcome. You be careful. Du Wan spoke in a hurry. Pei Hao gave her a grateful look. Just now. If it wasn't for her, that thief would have got it, and Husan would have been seriously injured without dying. There were too many thieves rushing up, and it was not easy for the group to break out of the encirclement. As they watched, their men fell one by one. When Du Wan saw this, her heart trembled so much that her eyes turned red. After passing by an enemy corpse, Du Wan quickly picked up a spear and hid behind Pei Hao again. always looking for the right time to sneak attack and shade one. When she made a move, she hurriedly withdrew both the gainers and the losers. The thieves want to kill her again to vent their anger cannot kill, because she is protected by the crowd in the middle. I don't know whether the thieves are too stupid, or she is really too dog. In this way, she actually saved a few guards, and killed 3 to 5 thieves. However, her help was just a drop in the bucket. It was too tragic. A fresh human life, gone right in front of her eyes. No matter how much Do-won had never seen the world, she also realized that this group of thieves were not ordinary people. And it seemed that every one of them had practiced. Hundreds of thieves rushed up to kill. Obviously want to kill everyone, not to leave a single survivor. And the caravan only less than 200 people. Simply cannot top. And killing until now. The caravan of people fell down most of the people. Do-won was grief-stricken and also killed red-eyed. Just now, someone had sneak attacked her. And Chun Tao had blocked a knife for her. Falling down in such a dangerous situation. It was hard to survive. Do-won was all desperate. Is she going to die here tonight too? Can't help but think of Pei Hao. This is a big villain. He won't die easily. No. But she is not. The big villain will not die. Does not mean that she, the little cannon fodder, will be able to live. Thinking of Mu Xian, book without him as a person, will die tonight? Do-won looked numbly at Mu Xian, who was bravely killing the enemy. A little white man. Usually looked like a weak scholar. How did he pick up a sword and become a pioneer? Pei Hao killed the most people. Almost 1 person per sword. Only to see him suddenly hug Do-won and turn around to fiercely slash his sword behind her. Snort. It was the throaty sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh and blood. The blood spilled by the thief spilled onto Do-won's dress. Be careful. Pei Hao whispered and continued to join the battle. Do-won wiped her eyes and stared around again. She was calm. Not screaming and fear were running around. It was already remarkable. What's more, not only did she not drag everyone's feet, she would also help people on her side from time to time, making the group of guards who were incidentally protecting her look at her extremely favorably, even though the person they were focused on protecting was Pei Hao. Finally, the breakout was successful. Pei Hao pulled Do-won and ran on the road. A different person wouldn't understand why Pei Hao abandoned the forest and led people towards the main road to escape. Wouldn't it be easier to be chased and killed? Normally fleeing towards the mountains would be easier to hide. However, the guards were used to obeying orders. If the master told them to retreat this way, everyone retreated towards this side. Pei Hao handed Do-won over to Mu Xian. Protect her. I'll break the back. No way. You take her away. I'll break the back. Mu Xian could not let Pei Hao break the back. Pei Hao's face was resolute. Go! This is an order. Mu Xian gritted her teeth and pulled Do-won to escape. The sword-wielding Pei Hao was like a god of killing, taking Mu Xian's place, and managed to block a set of pursuers with the power of one sword. He wanted Husan to withdraw first with his men. But Husan and the others disobeyed the order and looked at death as if they were dying. And there were others who tragically exchanged one life for another before dying. Among the thieves, there was suddenly a rough and mineral man's voice shouting loudly, "Kill that man in brocade. Whoever kills him gets 5,000 taels of silver. Kill!" A group of thieves boiled up and rushed towards Pei Hao. As soon as Mu Xian, who fled in front, heard this, she felt bad. Miss Du, you continue to flee forward. I'll go save Shitsi. Mu Xian pushed Do-won and made a guard next to her. Escort her to continue fleeing. He turned around himself and went back to save the others. Do-won wanted to call out to him. But at this time, what could she say? She couldn't say that she would go together to save the people, because she was incapable. And going back would only involve the people. So, with tears in her eyes, she desperately ran forward. This was the time that the group took their lives and earned for her. Suddenly, a burst of hoofbeats came from the front. This rapid sound of horses' hooves was extraordinarily clear in the silent night. Do-won raised her head in panic and looked towards the road ahead, only to see a single torch at the end of the mountain road that met the sky. Dust and smoke rolled out. In the hazy night, a cavalry was visible coming. This cavalry was well equipped and majestic. Leading it was a handsome man riding a tall steed and wearing a black cloak. The first thing he saw as he approached was the little girl who was being pulled to escape. The little girl was in a sorry state, panting for breath. Thus, The black-cloaked man immediately shouted angrily. "Hurry up and save the people! Obey!" A cavalry of 100 men joined the battle at once. The black-cloaked man took the lead and was the first to save Musion, who was almost killed by the sword. At this time, Musion had been hit by several knives and was already at the end of his rope. Then, the man went to help Pei Hao. Pei Hao's body was stained with blood and his injuries were not light. However, he was as brave and ruthless as if he was not in trouble. And every time he made a cut, he could see blood. There were too many enemies to kill. This cavalry joined in. But it was like a pack of vicious wolves charging into a flock of sheep. The leading thief was stunned by this turn of events, gritting his teeth and staring at the black-cloaked man. How could a man who should clearly be in the capital at this time come here? He unwillingly turned around and retreated with a dozen or so of his menders. The mission has failed. The capital can't return. Half an hour later. Only then did the killing finally end. When cleaning up the battlefield, it was discovered that a large number of traps and poisonous thorns had been arranged in the forest. At that time, if not for Pei Hao's decisive order to take the main road, I'm afraid that not a single person would have survived. Even so, the caravan of nearly 200 people, only 30 people are alive now. All of them with injuries. Disastrous and incomparable. Duwan's small face was pale as she fell, and sat on the roadside. The black-cloaked man squatted in front of her, took off his cloak and draped it over her, stooped down and seemed to want to pick her up, scaring her even more so that she hastily avoided it. "Sister. Sorry. Big brother came late." The man was heartbroken. Duwan froze. Big brother?" Not far away, Pei Hao and the others were bandaging their wounds. Musion was the most seriously injured and was lying on the ground with a pale face. An attendant who knew pharmacology was bandaging him. Musion unintentionally glanced over to Duwan's side. Counting these days, Du Qian came so fast. Well, it should be that he received the news to leave the capital immediately and traveled all night again. Pei Hao had expected the same. Chapter 17 flying behind him. Husan also speaks naively. Missy is more value than expected. This well-equipped cavalry tonight should be the Emperor's personal guards assigned to the eldest princess. All of them are elite. Not only was Musion surprised, Husan also felt surprised. Pei Hao, however, remained silent. It was too much attention. Something unusual. The Du clan was a prestigious family in the Great Qin Kingdom, with a good reputation for 100 years. But there was this rat turd. Duwan. A different family would have removed the person from the clan or sent him to the family temple. But Miss Good? Missing this time. The Du clan and the Princess Palace not only did not remove people, but also never stopped looking for. No. As soon as they received the news, they came. Not only were Musion and the others unable to understand, many people in the capital couldn't. Husan grinned. He fortunately came. Yes, fortunately came. Pei Hao lightly narrowed his peach blossom eyes. Musion grinned in pain. It's lucky that there's Missy, or else we'd really be buried here. It turns out that she wasn't wrong last time. I just have a plague of blood. Pei Hao. That girl clearly made it up last time. Pei Hao kept an eye on the siblings, feeling that the atmosphere between the two didn't seem quite right. Pei Hao stood up. I'll go over and take a look. Master, my subordinate will accompany you. Husan followed and wanted to get up. Pei Hao stopped it. No need. You stay and accompany Xian. All right then. Husan smiled nervously and did not insist anymore. Pei Hao walked towards Duwan and the two of them. As he approached, the personal guards guarding around the siblings alerted Du Qian. Du Qian looked up and saw Pei Hao coming over. Didn't stop him from coming over and didn't have the time to pay attention to him. He was concentrating on talking to the little girl with his head down. But the little girl's wariness of Du Qian was very obvious. Pei Hao heard it as he approached. With a serious face, Du Qian asked, I didn't recognize the wrong person. You are Wan. Duwan nodded her little head and hurriedly shook her head again. Du Qian wanted to hit someone, nodding his head one time, shaking his head another time. What does it mean? But the sister in front of him, looking at his eyes, guarded and unfamiliar? Duwan drooped her little head, looking aggrieved. Seeing Pei Hao approaching, the little girl suddenly climbed up from the ground, darted behind Pei Hao, and said with her small mouth blah blah blah. Pei Hao. Just now, this person said that he is my brother. but I don't remember anything from the past. I don't know if what he said is true or false. I wanted to run away, but I don't have the strength. I'm really too tired. Don't remember the previous things? Du Qian's pupils shrunk violently, and turned to stare at Pei Hao, as if asking Pei Hao, "What's going on?" Pei Hao's heart similarly rippled. She was quite defensive before, and didn't mention much about herself. I also just learnt about it. Du Qian resurveys his sister with a complicated mood. She has lost a large circle of weight, and her skin has darkened a lot. The only thing that remains unchanged is a pair of big eyes, dark and clear. In the days of disappearance, the younger sister should have suffered a lot, being stared at like this, as if Pei Hao was here. She didn't panic at all, and even stretched her small chest. As a matter of fact, Duan knew very well in her heart that just judging from this skin, even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't suspect that she was a fake. After all, the matter of changing a soul is too unbelievable. Pei Hao helplessly tells Duan about Du Qian's identity. Duan had guessed it, but still asked apprehensively, "This big brother? Are you really sure that I am your sister?" Before Du Qian could answer, Pei Hao said first, "On this journey, I can't see where you don't think of yourself as a big lady, letting people serve you with peace of mind." Duan looked at him. "It was you guys who wanted to do this. I didn't admit it. There was no way to chat." When Du Qian saw this, he suddenly laughed a little. Duan carefully came forward again and asked, "This big brother? It's big brother." Du Qian was helpless. "I'm just asking if you can confirm it. I didn't say. I'm the eldest miss of the Du family. Oh, a small look that if something goes wrong, she will absolutely deny it. Ma, sister is so cute." Confirmed. Du Qian favorably rubbed her head. Only then did Duan let out a big sigh of relief. "All right, then I'll go back with you. Make it sound like you have a choice." Pei Hao was speechless for a while. Duan inexplicably turned back and glared at Pei Hao with almond eyes. "Yo! Someone is backing her up." Her guts are immediately fattened up. Pei Hao had a complicated face. Just now, he also relied like to hide behind him. How long has it been since he changed? A group of people hastily cleaned up the scene, buried the dead, and then hurriedly left with injuries. The smell of blood is too strong, easy to attract large wild beasts. In just this 1 hour, it attracted a dozen wild wolves. Or Du Qian took his personal guards to kill them. Due to the many injured, the group walked slowly. Du Qian was uneasy with his sister, and was adamant that he wanted to share a ride with her. In front of Du Qian, who was tall and big, Duan looked particularly petite. At first glance, it was like an adult bringing a small child. And this child is obviously very tired, but have to support the straight back, constrained to the point of no return. To Du Qian, sharing a ride with his sister was nothing. But Duan didn't think so. The two of them have only just met, and if they behave so intimately, they will inevitably feel uncomfortable. In addition, tonight's excitement is really too great. Now her whole body is still like stepping on a cloud, without a trace of the solid feeling of escaping from death. "Hiya!" Du Qian suddenly raised the reins. The horse galloped wildly. Frightened, Duan's thinking broke down all of a sudden. A small person clung to the horse's neck, and her small mouth was still yelling in a deadly manner. "Big brother, run slower. Slower, ah. Please love your little sister's old life, ah. Ah. Brother, help, ah. Ha ha." Loud laughter, echoing in the valley. Du Qian pressed her head with one big hand and laughed loudly. "See, it's only like you to yell out like this now. What's the point of playing deep at a young age?" "Brother." Duan pretended to be grieving. Du Qian said in a bad mood, "You're still complaining? The family is about to turn the world upside down in order to find you. This. How could Duan say it better? Not being the original owner, she couldn't empathize. Riding a steed, facing the wind, it was impossible to talk properly for a while. However, the little girl was ultimately unable to defeat her body's fatigue and fell asleep on the horse's back. Du Qian pulled up his cloak and wrapped the little girl in his arms, until the sky was gray and bright. Passing by a mountain stream, Du Qian instructed the crowd to rest in place, then carried the sleeping little girl off the horse and walked to a shade. A personal guard brought a clean stone. Du Qian sat down himself and let the little girl continue to sleep in his arms. Pei Hao's side had more injured people, and was not in a position to rush. He came over to Du Qian to discuss. His eyes couldn't help but skim over the little girl in his arms. Big brother Do. I know there is a cave ahead that is suitable for landing. I want to take someone there first to nurse my wounds, and not rush on the road for a while. Du Qian quietly listens. Chapter 18. No need to say thank you for being a kissing brother and sister. Pei Hao continued. Just now, after only walking such a short distance, some of their wounds have split open. If this continues, I'm afraid it will be life-threatening. Du Qian thought for a moment. Then do you have medicine? Yes. We have a batch of herbs with us. Fine. As you wish. Du Qian did not mind selling Pei Hao a favor. The main thing was that when he arrived, he saw Duan fleeing in front, while Pei Hao led a group of people to break the back. This made him feel very good about Pei Hao and the others. Du Qian politely said, Pei Hao, thank you for protecting Wan this time. I'll pay my respects when I return to the capital. Pei Hao spoke indifferently. Big brother Du is polite. Wan is my fiancée. Protecting her is what I should do. A true man. Du Qian praised. Huh? You praised him? He even robbed my bed. Duan woke up at some point. Du Qian's handsome face went black and turned to aim at Pei Hao. Pei Hao's face was just as black. Robbing the bed, what? The first time I heard it. It was easy to make people think the wrong way. Husan helped explain from the side, at that time. My family's son was injured and unconscious. Oh! When he woke up, he even gave me a look, saying that I was an idler. Duan continued to sue for blackmail. Du Qian. Pei Hao. This little girl. Really going to heaven, haha. Du Qian was extremely cultured in front of outsiders. Smiled brightly and said, Pei Shitsi. My sister is playing poorly. Don't be offended. These days, we're very grateful for your care of my sister. Thank him for what? It's not like he didn't pay. Duan muttered again in a small voice. He even took 10,000 jin of grain from me. Du Qian. Pei Hao. No. Please listen to my explanation. Even Husan secretly wiped his cold sweat for the Shitsi master. Fortunately, Missy's tone was light, and without resentment. Du Qian gave Pei Hao a meaningful look. Then he picked up his cloak, and covered his sister's little head to prevent her from continuing to tear down Pei Hao. When Pei Hao went down to make arrangements with a dark face. When Du Qian lifted the cloak again, and wanted to have a good chat with his little sister, he found that she had fallen asleep again. She was really exhausted. But so tired and still not forgetting to tear down Pei Hao? Ha! When Duan woke up again, she was already in a cave. The person was lying on top of a cloak, covered with a black cloak, looking towards the cave entrance again. It should still be broad daylight, and there were figures busy. The cave smelled heavily of medicine. Not far from her, there were still a dozen or so wounded lying around, including the unconscious Mu Xian. Yes, while rushing, Mu Xian's wound split open again, and the person fell unconscious and started a high fever. Did not see Pei Hao and Husan. Only two familiar-looking guards, taking good care of Mu Xian and a group of wounded. Thinking about everything that happened last night, she was a bit dumbfounded, not knowing if it was a dream or real. The bloody scene hit her mind. The book depicted a lot of killing scenes. At that time watching it was quite exciting. Really immersed in the scene. Just hope that this life will never meet again. The feeling of coming back from the dead was so profound that it still haunts her. Someone came in. Du Qian handed her the water bag. Wake up. Come. Drink some water first. Thank you, big brother. Duan woodenly opened the water bag, tilted her head back, and drank a large amount of water. Du Qian looked at her wilting, and his heart ached again. He rubbed her head hard. It's all right. It's all over. A lot of people died. She hung her head. Du Qian's hand on her head froze. Immediately, he softly consoled. Sister probably doesn't know that it's already a fluke to have survived more than 30 people. Duan stared wide-eyed. The caravan is nearly 200 people. Well, if not for Pei Hao's correct judgment, all of them would have to be folded in, and they wouldn't have been able to wait for me. Du Qian next told Duan truthfully. The people who ambushed Pei Hao moved to kill him. Not only did they use mists, they also blocked Pei Hao's escape route. At that time, there were only 3 routes to choose from in their position. The only forest that looked the most suitable had a large number of traps and poisonous thorns set in it. On the way back, the top of the mountain was arranged with boulders and huge trees that would roll down at any time. The only chance of survival was to retreat in the direction of the capital. But then, he would have to face hundreds of pseudo-thieves directly. In fact, Du Qian was glad that he had traveled all night. Otherwise could not have seen Pei's distress signal. Du Qian continued to comfort again. What happened last night was not my sister's fault. And even you were still implicated. I heard about how you not only didn't drag others down at that time, but also stepped in to save a number of people. That's awesome. You did your best. Didn't you? But Chun Tao died to save me. Du Qian let out a small sigh. When people die, they should be buried properly. He said softly again. Big Brother will have people ask around, and will give her family appropriate compensation. Any more compensation can't fall on her family's head. Too much money for ordinary people will easily attract trouble. When the time comes, Big Brother will talk to her main family and give them some favors, so that the main family will treat them well and arrange a good job. Won't you help them redeem themselves? Silly Sister Yo. No one is sheltered in this world. It's not easy for ordinary people to live a peaceful life. Duan froze and turned confused. This is not the world she used to be in, aspiring for freedom whatsoever. The people nowadays, the first thing they seek is survival. Thank you, Big Brother. Duan whispered her thanks. Du Qian cries and laughs. Kissing siblings. No need to say thank you. Suddenly, Duan thought of something. She actually did not ask about her parents when the siblings met. Now, would she appear to be extra cold-blooded and heartless? So she immediately pretended to be uneasy and asked, Big Brother, that father's and mother's health is okay? Father's is okay. Du Qian cast a sidelong glance at her. Mother is sick. When you go back, the illness should get better. In that case, Cheap Mother is suffering from a heart disease? Duan asks again in a small voice. Does they love me a lot? Du Qian froze. Immediately thought of her not remembering the previous events. Probably will be uneasy. Du Qian couldn't help but feel pained and said, Your parents love you very much. Even this son of mine can't compare. When you meet them you will understand. No need to worry. Duan was so surprised that her mouth opened slightly. Then, lowering her head and dropping her eyes, she did not speak. In the past, she was an only child. She couldn't say that Mom and Dad were at fault. They loved her. It's just that Mom and Dad, as bigwigs in the scientific research world, were always busy all year round, and seldom had time for her. When she got to junior high school, she started boarding. When she was a child, she had a temper, but her parents always said that they were contributing to the country. And as children, they had to learn to be understanding. She was very good, very obedient. She learned to be understanding and independent. But the family is always alone. And after a long time it is inevitable to feel very lonely. Du Qian worriedly rubbed her little head again. What are you thinking about again? I disappeared for so long. Duan lowered her eyes in silence. This reputation or whatever. Long gone. Right? Chapter 19. This is caring about Shitzi. Du Qian smiled faintly, his tone doting. Brother knows what you are worried about. But this thing called fame is all vanity. Nothing can be more important than your safe return home. Big Brother. Duan's tears were about to overflow again. For a while, blinking her big eyes, she was able to not let the tears fall. Just now, she had a sadness that was not false. But there was also a component of testing. And she did not expect the original owner's family to be quite good. Du Qian was most afraid of seeing his sister shed tears, just when he was at a loss and did not know what to do. Duan changed the subject and said, Big Brother, do you know what the thieves are from? Oh, they are soldiers dressed as bandits. 80% of them are from some military camp that ran out to take private jobs. The leader escaped with his inner circle. Pei Hao caught a few alive and is interrogating them. Du Qian had no intention to hide her. The little girl just experienced too little to be deceived. It is estimated that the boy got in the way of whoever got in the way, and that's why he attracted the trouble of killing himself. However, he didn't die this time. When he returns to the capital, the unlucky one will be someone else. Pei Hao is not very old. Is he very powerful? No. Most sinister. Big Brother. Do you say that about the big villain? Du Qian said with an undiminished smile. Sister, you are still young. You don't know how sinister the human heart is. Let's take Pei Hao as an example. Don't look at that kid who is usually human-like and ends up high. There are quite a lot of people who have been shaded by him behind his back. Big Brother hopes sister long heart. Selfish. When things take care of their own. In our position, as long as peace and quiet is to do good things. Do-won. Don't bully me into talking nonsense just because I'm young. Pei Hao and Hussein come in just in time to hear Du potential teaching his sister. A bunch of crooked reasoning. And saying it with a straight face. No. Especially Pei Hao. Almost wanted to draw his sword. Du-won was shocked to see the rightful owner. The blood stains on Pei Hao's robes had dried up long ago. And he approached step after step with a long sword in his hand. The person is still the same person. His appearance has not changed much. But he gives people a different feeling. His temperament is even colder. Du Qian also found him. The smile on his face remains unchanged. But not a little heart. The heart is really big. Du-won sighed in her heart. This cheat brother is a talent. Du Qian inquired. How is it? Can you ask something? Of the 18 battalions in the outskirts of the capital. Pei Hao's voice was slightly cool. This is. Du Qian was first surprised. Then turned to pity. So you've had a pretty miserable life. No. I'm fine. Pei Hao still did not change his face when he was sympathized with. Du-won was listening to the clouds. But the timing wasn't right. She didn't dare to ask. The big villain was in a bad mood when she looked at him. Pei Hao had already gone to see Mu Xian. Mu Xian was still in a coma. But after taking the medicine, her fever had subsided a bit. Afterwards, Pei Hao sat down next to Mu Xian, hugged his sword with both arms to his chest, and leaned his back against the stone wall and closed his eyes to sleep. He had not closed his eyes all night and was indeed tired. Hussein followed and sat down. Dutifully. Du-won had just woken up not long ago, and was again enlightened by Du Qian, together with Pei Hao and his group. She was the only one who was not injured yesterday, and was only physically exhausted. After sleeping, drinking some water, and eating something, she would be able to recover to a certain extent. Du Qian touched her head. Are you hungry? Big brother went to find you something to eat. Wanting to say she wasn't hungry. Her stomach rumbled. Du Qian smiled. Wait. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Du Qian went out. Du-won stood up and wanted to follow out. But she saw Pei Hao not far away, and then looked at Hussein. So, she hugged her cloak, and gently moved towards them. Hussein noticed her within a foot of her. Seeing her waving at him, he looked back at Pei Hao, who was faking sleep. And after some thought, he still came in front of Du-won. Hussein asked in a low voice. What's the matter with Miss Du? Is your family Shitsi okay? Du-won carefully probed and glanced at Pei Hao. Your son hasn't closed his eyes all night. He's probably tired. Hussein said naively. Du-won stuffed the cloak to him, and then gestured towards Pei Hao with her eyes. Hussein realized and nodded. Missy is very understanding. This is caring about Shitsi. If Du-won knew what Hussein was thinking, she would have denied it. I have never thought about caring. She just saw that he was still wearing bloody clothes and returned the cloak to him. Du-won didn't want to disturb people's rest. So she walked outside the cave. There were some people who were setting up the thatched huts they would be staying in tonight. And a group of people were skinning wolves by the rocky stream, cutting up the meat, and making jerky that could be easily stored. Others were tending to the horses. And some were organizing things. Everyone, it seemed, was busy. Just cheap big brother was sitting in front of a fire, roasting 2 large cakes. When Du-won went over, he noticed and said with a smile, dried food that has been put away for a long time has a hard texture, so it will soften when roasted over the fire. Wait, you can eat it in a while. Mum. Du-won nodded her head obediently. Come. With nothing to do, big brother comes to tell you an anecdote. Du Qian raises his hand again and rubs her little head, before he opens his mouth with a satisfied face. This anecdote is still something that big brother heard not long ago. There was a rebel army on the northwestern border that ran out of provisions, and after deliberation, the rebel leader ordered to kill the warhorses and eat them, and broke the boat to attack a large mountain fortress nearby. Guess how it turned out? Won the battle? Du-won curiously guessed. Yeah, won the battle. Du Qian picked up the big cake at this time and took a bite. When they thought they could finally scavenge the loot, they learnt that the mountain bandits had long been starving for several days, and didn't have a single caddy of grain. A lot of brothers died and got nothing. That chief directly vomited blood in anger. Ha. Funny or not? Not funny. Du-won was silent. Du-won suddenly asked, Big brother, the northwest is very chaotic? Where it's not chaotic, the capital looks calm. It's just as chaotic. Du Qian smiled and handed her the baked big cake. Duan quietly takes it. The Great Qin state is now full of holes. Mother is the eldest princess. It's hard to be alone. Does Big Brother have any preparations? The strings of these words. Du Qian's smile tightened. His starry eyes deepened. Sister, the Du clan's 3 non-competition ancestral motto. Do not compete with a gentleman for fame. Do not compete with a villain for profit. And do not compete with the sky for height. In fact, the direct descendants of the Du clan will also be admonished with 2 more. Not to participate in imperial power struggles in the prime of life. And not to participate in the world's struggle for supremacy in the chaotic world. But mother's well-being. I will protect it. Then, Duan opened her mouth to say something. And in the end did not say anything. In the book you participated and died. How does this make her say it? But thinking back, Duan would go against the female lead in the book because he overheard the female lead wearing her sister's jade tablet and misunderstood that her sister's death was related to the female lead. Duan still wanted to listen to him continue. But he ate his dry food one bite after another. As a brocade-clad young master, she was convinced that he could eat dry food so well. Duan tore the big cake in her hand in half, giving half to Du Qian and keeping half for herself. Chapter 20. Kid, you're the only one who can pretend. Du Qian eats while sighing. It's really worthy of being a real sister. You know how to feel sorry for Big Brother. Duan's small face heated up. It's the cake that's too big. I can't finish it. Sister is still the same as before. Love to talk out of turn. I am speaking the big truth. Yes, yes. Big Brother knows that little sister never lies. But your expression is telling me that you are perfunctory. Duan stopped paying attention to him and buried her head in the cake. According to the background setting of the book, the Great Qin Kingdom is about to go into chaos. The court is corrupt and the people are unstable. Crops have been failing for years and the people are having a hard time. In some desolate and remote areas, bandits were rampant. And there was an insurgent army. Of course, they are all a bunch of rabble. People's hearts are complicated. Not to be feared. In the book, this is used to brush the reputation of the protagonist and save the hearts of the people. The night passed. Duan barely slept. In the middle of the night, Mu Xian and the others had a fever again. It took a while for them to settle down at dawn. In this way, today, it is impossible to catch the road again. The morning of the mountain. Crystal dewdrops hang on the tips of the leaves. In the east, the sunlight penetrates the clouds. The trees are dotted with countless silver beads. The white on flashes. Very beautiful. On the rocks by the stream, there stood 2 men with a clear breeze and a bright moon. Pei Hao's peach blossom-like eyes were bloodshot. Big Brother Du, you guys go back to the capital first. It can't be because we're dragging down the journey. Well, you should also return to the capital as early as possible. Du Qian looked clear. Pei Hao looked out over the distant mountains. The case can be investigated later. It's fine if it can't be investigated. But a brother's heart can't go cold. Then I am sorry. The elders at home are still looking forward to Wan going back earlier. I understand. Snort. Little kind. Just you can pretend. Suddenly a small girl's petulant curse rang out behind the 2 big men. The 2 men turned back almost at the same time, only to see the little girl with her waist crossed, cursing at a small mare. Humph. Think I'm that kind of selfish and self-interested person? Don't worry. This girl guarantees that she won't leave you behind, and will take you with her if she wants to go home. Little mare, ah. Be good, oh be obedient. Don't always look at people with slanted eyes. Only after she finished scolding did the little girl turn back. Once she saw them, she even gave a fake yelp. You guys are here too. What are you doing? Looking at the scenery? Pei Hao. A little touched, but also want to punch someone. Du Qian only felt a brain ache at this moment. A few times I wanted to laugh, but when I thought of the little girl as a demon, I couldn't laugh again. The little girl's feet turned and came to Du Qian's heel, smiling brightly and with a little coquettishness. Big Brother, have you eaten breakfast? No. Du Qian deliberately made a face. The little girl smiled again. I'll go get it for you. No need to work hard. Big Brother will go by himself later. No, no. No hard work. Getting some food for Big Brother is not hard work at all. While the little girl was talking, the person had already slipped away and ran to find the person in charge of logistics to ask for breakfast. Du Qian couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw her attentive little appearance. He turned around and gazed at the distant green mountains again. Only after a long time did Du Qian decide with bravado. All right. This young master will give up his life to accompany the gentleman this time. Who is the gentleman referring to? Only yesterday you said that he was the most sinister. The little girl's sultry little voice, life-threateningly, resounded behind her again. Du Qian's body stagnated and turned back to look at his own sister with the same sultry look. Not long ago, he was watching Pei Hao's jokes from the sidelines. He didn't think it was his turn now. The corner of Pei Hao's cold mouth actually curled up slightly. Du-1 took the cakes and jerky and rudely shoved them to her cheap big brother. The purpose was achieved. So there was no need to curry favor. So the little girl perfectly executed the use it or throw it away. And majestically walked away. Back to the cave. Du-1 went to see Mu Xian, who just woke up. This person looks quite miserable. Almost the whole body is wrapped in straps. Oh! You really didn't die? Du-1 smiled and went up to him. Mu Xian blinked his eyes. This is thanks to the great lady's blessing. That is. You not being dead is taking my blessing. Yes. You are the most blessed little girl in the whole world. Hee hee. You're so smart. You can even see that. She likes smart people now. He is a smart one. Who doesn't like to be praised? Ah. Beautiful. Mu Xian came up to her and whispered. Miss Du. Do you really know how to tell fortunes? Last time you told my fortune. It was really accurate. Hee hee. That I was joking. Don't take it seriously, haha. No. You're my savior. I owe you this favor. This, well, life-saving grace to the door. Do not white, do not awe. Du-1's big eyes burned brightly as she looked at him. Mu Xian's smile stiffened. Just now he was polite. He knew in his heart that the real savior was her brother. This is going to refresh the perception of the little girl again. Damn. Just a smooth pole to climb up. Shameless. Grass. How to think is not right. Who Sam was on the side, hearing the two people's brainwashed dialogue throughout. He is a naive. But he is a fake. In front of these two people is real. The first time Pei Hao stepped in, he saw two heads not far from each other close together, not knowing what they were muttering. One is his powerful inner circle. The other is his little fiancée. Du-1 drooped her little head. Chun Tao's man also died? Died in battle. Mu Xian hesitantly opened his mouth. People can't come back from the dead. Miss Du, don't be too sad. What am I sad about? I'm not sad. Du-1 pursed her small lips and spoke. But the look on that little face. Anyone can tell that is really sad. Wan. Come here. Du Qian was slightly not keeping an eye on his own little sister. So she dared to get so close to a young man. In addition, Pei Hao was still staring at the side. Master Shizi's face. It didn't look too good. Du-1 was a bit panicked as she wiped towards her face and also rubbed it hard. Big brother. What's the matter? Ah. Coming. Your lovely sister is coming immediately. Looking at the girl who suddenly looked like a dog's leg, smilingly came up to Du Qian. Mu Xian is hard to say, ah. What about the sadness just now? Could it be that he had hysteria? Turning his head, he bumped right into the eyes of the world master. Mu Xian instantly had a jolt. Shizi. Well, is it better? It's all superficial wounds. No harm done. Mu Xian replied as if he was relaxed. Pei Hao's steps seemed to be very light. Walking to him and stopping. We're not leaving today. We'll stay here for the time being. And wait for your injuries to stabilize before we set off. Just arrange for two people to take care of us. There is no need to delay the journey for us. Mu Xian was clear that Du Qian would not accommodate him. With his face, it wasn't that big yet. Therefore, in Mu Xian's vision, Du Qian should depart today. He hoped that Pei Hao would be able to accompany Du Qian and the others back to the capital and not be dragged down by them. Chapter 21. That wasn't a demon in the past. Pei Hao picked up the roasted and warm dry food next to him and slowly ate it. Du Qian and the others won't be leaving for a while. Mu Xian was stunned. How could that be? This is not like a decision that young Master Du would make. Not bad. It was Wan who made him change his mind. This is unexpected. However, this was good for them. As long as the World Master and the siblings traveled together, they wouldn't have to worry about safety. Not only were there the eldest princess's elite guards protecting them all the way, the siblings' identities alone were a heavy talisman. Now, Mu Xian stopped talking. Pei Hao said softly, recuperate from your injuries at ease. I have already sent someone to secretly send a secret fold back to the capital. Secret folding? Mu Xian's eyes lit up. Pei Hao coldly curled the corner of his mouth. I can't go back to the capital to investigate. So I will truthfully report to the emperor and let him investigate. Wouldn't this be better? As long as it doesn't pass through my hands. Some people who want to curse me and blame me, or even want to beg me to be lenient, can't find anyone. Mu Xian. Toxic. However, it was good. After this time, certain people in the Pei family should be at peace for a while. Pei Hao looked over to a short distance away, where Du Qian and Du Wan were talking about something. Not long after, Du Qian came over in person again. Since he's not leaving, he can't be short of food and decided to bring people into the mountains to hunt today. Pei Hao and the others had injuries, so they stayed behind, and Du Qian also left a team of people to protect Du Wan. It was quite boring to stay in the mountains. Du Wan watched her cheap big brother lead people into the mountains, and wanted to go back to the cave, but thought that people were changing their medication. So she simply slipped to the rocky stream to play in the water. When she got tired of playing, she went to the shadow to lie down and laze around. Pei Hao came out several times to see her still staying under the rocky stream, so he was relieved to leave her alone and turned around to go back to the cave. Mu Xian was chatting with Hussein and the others. The object of the chat was none other than Miss Du's unexpected performance that day. I used to think that this little fiancée of the Shitzi master was quite capable of acting like a demon. But in the past 2 days, I've changed my opinion again and again. One of the Pei family guards, who had injured his shoulder, lamented. Another guard concurred. Indeed, this little life of mine was still saved by her. It's quite surprising. Another person sighed. Mu Xian heatedly laughed. The other little girl was not a demon in the past. She was naughty. What do you roughnecks know? If you continue like this, you will not be able to get a wife. Eunuch Mu. Hey, you said that Missy was rowdy before. Right? Have I? Have I? That's something I don't remember saying. Ha ha. I'll testify that you did say it. Hussein rubbed the back of his head and opened his mouth again naively. Mu Xian rolled her eyes. You're a naive on the outside and black on the inside. Whoever believes you when you speak is a fool. At once, there was another burst of laughter. Pei Hao's eyebrows floated with a smile. After an ambush, everyone sort of knew the nature of the little girl. People are usually a little rowdy, but it's all harmless when it comes to urgent matters. And is it clear? Not only will not drag everyone back, will also try to help. At this time, the little girl in the heart of the crowd is on the side of the stone creek towards the guards, waved a small hand. Hey! Come here! All of you come and sit. What's the matter? Missy? A personal guard asked respectfully. Du Wan said. I have nothing to do. So let's have a chat. Let's talk about what has happened in the capital since I left for so long. What do you want to know? Miss? It's the capital city gossip or something. Just talk about it. If you say gossip, the biggest gossip in the capital is that of you. Missy. But can this be said? Du Wan guessed something from their flickering evasive gazes. Ouch. Besides my gossip, what is there for you guys to talk about? There really isn't anything to say. Just say my gossip too. Eldest miss, you have a big heart. A slightly bolder guard thought for a moment and said. Speaking of capital city gossip. Missy, do you remember Miss Saturday? Don't remember. It's the one who fought with you. Joe Cooks. Yo. People don't know. But the name is familiar. It's a cannon fodder in the book that was pitched by the protagonist just like the original owner. Du Wan's big eyes lit up. Tell me. What happened? To say in detail. Zhou Quix is a concubine of the Zhou family. Was born to a concubine of the Ministry of War. Zhou Squire's favorite concubine. Recently a firewood room in the backyard of the Zhou family caught fire. And when the subordinates put out the fire, they saw that the firewood room suddenly sprang out of a man and a woman without clothes. Said at this point, the guards of the meat words hard to stop. He spoke with gusto, almost forgetting that Missy is a girl. Du Wan was listening intently. Say that woman. It won't be Zhou Cooks. Right? Oh, that's not it. Then who is it? It's the aunt who gave birth to Miss Saturday. What about the man? Du Wan's eyes sparkled. Is this the ancient version of red apricots? The pro-guard hemmed and hawed. At first the others thought that the concubine had stolen someone and beat the man up. Until after the beating, that man begged for mercy. What? Heh. When the subordinate heard it, it turned out to be the pro guard still wanted to whet Du-Wan's appetite. As a result, one of the pro guards next to him laughed and opened his mouth. It's Lord Zhou himself. Du-Wan burst out laughing all of a sudden. What kind of weirdness is this? Instead of making a scene in his room in the middle of the night, he had to take his concubine to the firewood room? Du-Wan thought of Zhou Quix. With such a birth mother, Zhou Quix couldn't get any better. Right? No wonder she blacked out later. She is also a poor baby. In the book, Qin Yuyu just helped her out when others humiliated her. She then treated the female lead as her best friend and helped Qin Yuyu a lot. If she hadn't fallen for the male lead later, she wouldn't have been cannon fodder and become a nun. Du-Wan looked at the guard. What is your name? Eldest miss. Subordinate's name is Guzi. Guzi? This name. Gozi added. It's Go as in meticulous. Z is the son of Sun. Du-Wan nodded. Well, it's a meticulous son. This name is quite good. Easy to understand and catchy. Guzi nervously rubbed the back of his head and giggled, thinking that Missy was nice. She actually didn't laugh at his name. Poor Gozi. Didn't have the slightest idea that Missy felt that he was pitiful enough that she didn't poke him in the heart. Du-Wan continued to let everyone tell the gossip. The next gossip. But did not hear the book characters again. Mostly some trivial matters. At this time, in the distance on the main road appeared a caravan. There was also a flag flying in the wind in front of it. A personal guard recognized the flag and reminded. Eldest miss. It's the Dingbei Marquis merchant fleet. Yes, oh. They've been following us the whole time. If it wasn't for Xie Qi having some trouble, it wouldn't have been 2 days at night for us. Du-Wan thought of Xie Qi being touched. Her smile was a bit thievish. The rocky stream in the mountains was only 100 meters or so from the main road. The Xie family caravan did not stop when they passed by. Chapter 22. Don't bother if you're fine. Du-Wan stood by the stone stream with a big grin. Passing by, Xie Zhang saw her at a glance, as well as the personal guards protecting Du-Wan. From the uniform clothes and swords of those guards, one could tell at a glance that they were the elite guards of the eldest princess. Xie Zhang's mind turned, light floating in his ink eyes. Nowadays, among the noble women in the capital, no one is more honorable than her. The young girl is naive and innocent, uninitiated, just the best age to coax. Letting her fall in love with herself was originally a part of his plan, originally thought to be successful. But this matter in the middle of the accident, the little girl for some reason, suddenly on his rejection. In the past, when he saw her, he would definitely go forward to show his concern. Just this way tried twice to no avail. Xie Zhang suddenly signaled the caravan to stop. Not long after, some other people took water bags and went to the rocky stream to fill them with water. The personal guards protected Du-Wan in the middle, and the Xie family members intentionally stayed away to fill water. As for the seventh son of the Xie family, dressed in white and riding a tall steed, he stood by the roadside and did not seem to have any intention of dismounting. He looked at this side of the stone stream without moving, as if he was looking at Du-Wan, and as if he was looking at the scenery. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unrivaled in the world. The young man's appearance was handsome, and his style was outstanding. Just a glance will automatically ignore the surrounding idlers. Only one person can be in the picture. This if there is a hook. Crap. The segment is really high. Du-Wan can't deny that this scene is very beautiful. But as soon as she thought that this person had schemed against the original owner and screwed her over, Du-Wan's little bit of good feelings towards beautiful things was gone. Wan. Over the cave entrance, Pei Hao's shout came. Du-Wan immediately turned around and revealed a big smile. Hey, I'm here. Thus, Xie Zhang witnessed the little girl, like a small butterfly flying towards Pei Hao. This scene was particularly piercing. Xie Zhang looked towards Pei Hao, and Pei Hao happened to look at him. Both of them were more than 100 meters away, as if they could feel the hostility on each other. Only the little girl's heart is big. Did not feel wrong. Came to Pei Hao and asked about Mu Xian's injuries. Changed the medicine. Right. How is Mu Xian's injuries? Is there any better? Pei Hao's cold face got colder. Du-Wan hit a cold shiver. Don't rush at me with cold air. I haven't offended you. I'm just asking a question. It doesn't matter if you don't say. I'll ask myself later. Pei Hao wanted to say that he was also injured. Why didn't he see her ask a question? Suddenly remembering the last time she and Mu Xian talked together, he said offhandedly, He's fine. All right. It's better for me to ask myself. He's resting. Don't disturb him for nothing. No way. How long has he just woken up? He went to sleep after changing the medicine. Pei Hao said expressionlessly. Du Wan did not suspect him of lying in the slightest. The two people just had a cold dialogue. In the eyes of Xie Zhang, who was far away, it was different again, intuiting that the two were familiar and close. After all, a man like Pei Hao, who used to avoid seeing a woman, when would he talk to a little girl so patiently? In the eyes of many people in the capital, it was almost impossible. The Xie family's caravan didn't stay long before leaving. Du Wan didn't go into the cave to talk to Mu Xian. She was still convinced by Pei Hao. She ran to the rocky stream again to find a shaded and clean place to rest. By the mountain stream. It was exceptionally cool and suitable for sleeping. By the time the little girl had had a full night's sleep, it was about to be sunset. Guzi took out the water bag and handed it to her. Du Wan took it and took a sip of water. Is my brother not back yet? It should be soon. Guzi knew that the eldest young master was very good at hunting. Sure enough, young Master Du and his personal guards, joyfully carrying the prey, returned with a full load. Du Wan excitedly went forward, like a lark, chirping and asking this and that, but also ran to a pile of prey before, touching this and that. Agu, this hair is really smooth. Oh. This is also so soft. And this one is hard. Can it be made into boots? The crowd was silent for a while. Missy's energy is so good. Should have let her follow to hunt. And she saw Du Qian's steed, much more divine than her own little mare, and couldn't help but be a little envious. Big brother, how was my riding skill before? It was okay. Really? Well. Can ride a small horse calf around the imperial city. 1 second heaven. 1 second hell. Bad is bad. Do you need to say it in such a subtle way? Du Wan skinned her small mouth before she didn't roll her eyes. No wonder Pei Hao's people only prepared ponies for her. At this time, Pei Hao happened to come out and saw the brother-sister duo whispering again. In the past, someone had said, half-jokingly, to see if an elder brother truly loves his sister, one can look at how he treats his brother-in-law. Every day to brother-in-law, cross-eyed brother-in-law. Sister is really favorite. As a brother-in-law is screw-up are to be beaten, but also will be married. Encounter things is also the most reliable external force. On the contrary, the great-uncle of the sister in general, the brother-in-law but very enthusiastic. This, as a brother-in-law will need to be vigilant. Or perhaps when the great-uncle to sell. Pei Hao did not quite agree with the man's drunken views at the time. However, he inexplicably remembered. The reason was that Du Qian always looked at him in a bad light at that time. So this marriage is really not good to return. At least it can't be him who first proposed. 3 days later, a team of people finally set off. It took another 3 days of traveling to cross the mountain range safely. At noon, they rested in a nearby town. Du Wan entered the inn and slept through the night. She slept from midday to sunset, and was caught up by Du Qian to eat something and continue sleeping again. She slept until the next day, when the sun rose, or she didn't get up. In the end, or Du Qian went into the room, directly pulled her out of the quilt, called not wake up, and then rolled up with the quilt, carried out of the inn, placed in the carriage parked outside. Departure. Pei Hao can't help but ask, is Wan all right? It's fine, Du Qian replied with a smile. But she slept for a bit too long. Tired out? No problem. She'll be fine when she's had a full night's sleep. After sleeping out in the open for a few days, her sister had hardly slept at all. It would be strange not to be tired. Du Qian was clearly not doing this for the first time with regard to this operation of his sister. My sister has been eating and sleeping poorly for a few days in a row without making any noise. She's already very good and understanding. It's a lot more understanding than before. It's true that experience can make people grow. Du Qian felt very pleased and proud. Pei Hao. For a moment, there were no words. After rushing for another half a day, the team sent by Pei family to pick up Pei Hao also arrived. At that time, the news that Pei Hao had encountered an ambush was sent back to the Jingui Gongfu, and the Duke of State immediately arranged for someone to pick them up. Pei Hao said a few words to the people who came, and went to say thank you to Du Qian. At this time, Du Wan happened to lift the curtain of the car sleepily. Chapter 23. Shitzi remembers to ask for food. Pei Hao's gaze could not help but look over the delicate little girl, with a confused face. should not know what is happening. Duan stares blankly at the sun in the sky. The sun is shining in the sky. It's almost noon. Big brother. What's wrong? Duan bit her small waist and moved her bones again. Looking around. Oops. Where is this? It's on the way. It was the Pei family who came to pick up Pei Hao just now. Du Qian told his sister about the current situation in a few words. Duan blinked. Oh! Pei Hao was inexplicably angry at her attitude. Shouldn't he say something? Just an oh? Oh what? When Du Qian's eyes swept in, Pei Hao's heart gave a jolt. The attitude just now was not right. And very much shouldn't have been. His relationship with her was not great. Isn't it normal for her to have this attitude? Pei Hao spoke to Du Qian again and turned around to leave. Just a few steps away. Hey! Duan suddenly shouted. Pei Shi, remember to ask for food. Oh! Pei Hao didn't even turn his head back. So he waved his hand towards the back. This wave meant that he would go. Duan raised her toes again and shouted. 1 month. Remember the deadline is 1 month. Got it. Pei Hao looked back at her with a dark face. What's all the yelling about? It's on purpose. Isn't it? This dead girl. If she doesn't feel ashamed, he still feels ashamed. If the matter of him receiving 10,000 caddies of grain from her spreads. Not to mention what the Du family and the princess would think. His old man would be the first to punish him. Waiting for Pei Hao to walk away, Du Qian strangely asked. Sister, what kind of grain did you go to ask for? He. I'll tell you in detail when I get home. Duan's sleepiness is completely gone. Her big eyes are turning round in a dark circle. Even if I don't say it, as long as I get to the capital, you will know it. Du Qian lightly laughs. Is she being naughty again? No, your sister is well behaved. Ha ha. Then good sister, get in the car. We're setting off. Okay. Let's go. Duan waved her hand happily, thinking about the 10,000 caddies of grain. She was in a good mood. When she went back, she still had to inquire about the result of Xie Zhang being touched. The next journey was peaceful, waiting until they reached the gates of the capital. Only then did Duan lift the curtain of the carriage. About 30 meters high magnificent city walls. Just from the city wall alone, one could see that the world she was currently in was not ancient China. As far as Huaxian knew, the highest ancient city walls did not even exceed 20 meters. The surface of the wall was left with traces peculiar to age. And from these traces alone, one could tell that this was an ancient city with a long history. After entering the city, the streets were bustling with pedestrians and vendors coming and going. Compared to the previous Ning city, this place was even more prosperous. But after entering the city, Duan could not sit still. Why? Of course, it was because it was time to go back to the original owner's home. No matter what. She was not the real original owner. So it was inevitable that her heart was weak. She was able to mingle with Du Qian so quickly because he took good care of her and was her age. Even if they are not relatives, they can still be treated as close friends. But this is to meet the original owner's elders. Sister. Almost home. Du Qian's slightly joyful reminder came from outside the car window. Duan wilted a little. What am I going to do when I go in? What the elders say is what they say. Just don't talk back. Du Qian wanted to laugh at her for wimping out when she arrived home. But once he saw her listless little look, inexplicably his heart ached on again. He jumped off the horse and turned to the carriage. There were some words that he originally wanted to wait for her to return home before mentioning them. But if he didn't mention it, she seemed to be even less confident. So he consoled, Sister. No one wants to blame the people behind the scenes who are counting on you for what happened. Ah? Duan's big eyes were full of confusion. Du Qian reminded again. Sister has no memory. So she doesn't know what happened. But your disappearance was not simple. The few guards sent to protect you were all killed. The family has been tracking you down for a long time. But they haven't found out that you were in Qian County. It is obvious that someone has secretly covered up your whereabouts. Duan is surprised. Who is so capable? Yes. How would someone so capable go through all the trouble of dealing with a little girl like you? Father, and I guess that the person behind the scenes wanted to target is probably Mother. Mother fell ill after you disappeared. Du Qian sent people to repeatedly check the events before his sister's disappearance and didn't find anything suspicious. The only suspicious thing was that his sister sold a barren mountain before she disappeared. Du Qian strangely asked. Wang Fugui is just a small businessman. It is reasonable that he shouldn't know his sister. Who is Wang Fugue? Du Wan was surprised. Du Qian replied. It's the person who bought his sister's mountain. Du Wan froze again. This isn't right. Didn't the book say it was sold to Xie Zhang? Calm down. Don't panic. The amnesia persona cannot collapse. Du Qian will be home to investigate the matter. One by one told her. Just a barren mountain. Sold it. Sold it. But also scared you to leave home? When is your gut so small? Agu. Have I ever done such a stupid thing? It's not like me. Du Qian couldn't help himself. After chatting for a while longer, Du Wan did figure out something from it. Xie Zhang bought the mountain. Used a name that wasn't his. And did it cleanly. Good calculation, ah. Du Wan thought about what the hero did in the book and broke out into a cold sweat. Before the big event, Xie Zhang has always stayed behind the scenes, giving advice. In the early days, he was so gentle and harmless that no one realized his ambition. Later, some people have noticed. His wings have been full. Du Wan was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice Du Qian stealing glances. The little face changed around. One moment this way. One moment that way. He had to admit. Oddly interesting. Ruling Princess Mansion. The main hall in the front courtyard. The main hall is generally the place where the government entertains its honored guests. Most of the time it is empty throughout the year. But today it is crowded with people. At this time, sitting in the main seat is a white-haired majestic little old man. The second seat is another old man. Next is a row of old men sitting. And standing behind these old men were a dozen middle-aged men and women. All of them had serious faces. As Du Wan came in with Du Qian, her heart thumped. This damn. The battle is too big. However, no matter how panicky the inner batch is, on the surface, it is still necessary to remain calm. Water. My water has returned. A haggard-looking noblewoman ran over with tears in her eyes and hugged Du Wan. Du Wan's body stiffened violently. Suddenly being hugged by a stranger. Her conditioned reaction was to push someone. But, this is the original owner's mother? No. Now it is also considered her mother. At this time, Du Wan again saw behind the woman, standing a Confucian middle-aged man. Face and Du Qian has a few similarities. Is a face of excitement to look at her. This should be a cheap father? After a long time, Du Qian stood out at the right time. All right. Mother. The patriarch and the others are still waiting for sister. Next, Du Wan paid her respects to a group of elders in the Du family. Chapter 24. Things are a bit strange today. The little old man sitting at the top, with a twinkling spirit, is the Du clan's patriarch. The other old men, either two uncle or two granduncle, etc., did not see the original owner's own grandfather and grandmother. It is said that the two elders have already passed away. The old patriarch voices out and inquired. Wan girl. The submarine boy sent a message back saying that you don't remember what happened in the past. Is that true? Du Wan nodded her head obediently. Yes. At once. It made the whole room quiet. It was Du Wan who was a bit surprised by the crowd's reaction. The old matriarch asked again urgently. What about the inheritance jade? What? Du Wan's small face was confused. What is it? Du Qian, who was on the side, hurriedly added. What the old matriarch asked. Is the jade plaque worn by her sister? Right. Right. It's the jade tag with a small white flower. Can it still be there? The old patriarch concurred. In. Du Wan obediently replied. The old matriarch again proposed on the spot. Take it out and let everyone take a look. Okay, duh. Du Wan took down the jade plaque she wore around her neck. A group of clansmen came forward and stared at the jade token for a while. After a long time, the old matriarch spoke again. It's good that we haven't lost it. So let's disperse. When the group dispersed, only their family of 4 was left behind. This is it? Du Wan was dumbfounded. Where is the imaginary scolding and punishment? There were no more Du clan members present. The ever-so-gorgeous princess was just an ordinary woman who was worried about her daughter. She looked at her daughter with pain, grabbed her daughter's hand, and saw that her hand, which used to be as smooth as jade, had a thick callus and some small scars, and wiped her tears with pain. Du Wan hurriedly looked at Du Qian for help. Du Qian gave her a small look of love and helplessness. Du Wan could only comfort her cheap mother with a small twist. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's fine. It's fine, haha. My Wan heir has suffered. It's not bitter. It's not bitter. It's good to go out for a walk. I heard my brother say. He used to go out often traveling. Ago for half a year. I'm not even 3 months yet. Nonsense what? The eldest princess scolded with tears and laughter. Duan smiled good-naturedly. This cheap mother is still a big sickly beauty. Duqian spoke out in time. Father. Mother is still sick. You help mother to go back to her room first. I will first bring my sister to familiarize herself with the house. We'll bring her to greet father and mother later. All right. Then you, as a brother, take more care. Do extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side patted his son's shoulder. Then rubbed his daughter's little head. Be good in the future. Don't be naughty anymore. Got it? Hee. I'll listen to you guys. Duan elfinly scowled at Duqian. It amused both husband and wife to the point that they laughed openly. Duqian, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team, helped his wife to leave. Duqian led his sister to the compound where she used to live. At this moment, Duan walks a little bit drifting, muttering in a low voice. Big brother. Today's matter is a little strange. Duqian asked back. How strange? Can't say. It feels weird anyway. Duan hems and haws and rubs the back of his head. Before I came back, I had prepared my heart for kneeling in the ancestral hall, hitting the board, confinement, grounding, copying books, and sending to the family temple. Duqian lost his smile and flicked her forehead. How did this head grow? Brother, just tell me. Remember the matriarch's behavior just now? It's not that hard to guess. Right? It's because of this. Duan pressed the jade plate in front of her chest. Duqian softly hummed, affirming her thoughts. So, what the Du clan valued was not her, but the jade tablet she was wearing. Duan was in a trance. The old clan leader called it the inheritance jade? It's just a name for the older generation. It's not like it has really passed on anything to you over the years. Duqian spoke with disbelief. When Duan heard this, she was instantly a bit weak. No. Passed it on. No. It wasn't passed on to the original owner. It was passed on to her. Duqian took his sister's hand and found that thin sweat was rising from her palm. Sister, when you were 4 years old, something happened. What happened? It was that you disappeared for a night. It was only early the next morning that you were found passed out at the ancestral shrine, with a jade tablet clutched in your little hand. The very same one you're wearing now. That time you were in a coma for 3 days. And when you woke up, you even forgot about your parents and brother. So you've forgotten things again this time. And your family has experienced it. What? Experience my arse. The original owner really lost her memory. She is faking this. Duqian didn't know that. He continued to walk while saying, at that time, many of the clan's old ancestors were alarmed. Some people even forced my sister to hand over the jade tablet. Grandfather was still alive at that time. No longer willing, but still forced to nod. At that time, you are a small group of children, but also while crying and sniffling, while handing over the... Duan was not deeply touched, as if she was listening to a short story. The jade tablet was handed over? No. It's still there. Duqian gently hooked her lips. But after handing over the jade token, my sister suddenly fell unconscious again. A group of doctors could not find out the cause of the illness. Later, the emperor's uncle knew about it and personally asked about it. The matter of the jade tablet could not be concealed, and the emperor asked the Du clan to return it. Surprisingly, the younger sister wore the jade tablet and woke up not long after. Why? Duan asked offhandedly. Yeah. Why? Duqian's eyes narrowed slightly as he said this. Many people wanted to know the reason. Later on, someone really did find out the origin of the jade tablet from the family canon, saying that it was the inheritance jade left by the first ancestor, and that it had been hidden in the ancestral hall, and that it needed to be obtained by a person with the right destiny. Now it was Duwan's turn to sweat on her small palms. That little heart thumping. Duqian's footsteps lurched as he spoke. Here we are. This is the courtyard you have lived in for many years. Do you have any impression? No. The two stood in front of an elegant courtyard. In front of the courtyard's door, a horizontal plaque hung Jade's Spirit Garden. More than 10 subordinates lowered their eyebrows and waited at the side. Standing in front of them were 4 pretty little maids, nodding their heads and lowering their eyebrows. Their manners were quite good. Duqian opened his mouth. They are the newly promoted senior maids in your courtyard. From the left, they are Ning Qin, Falling Chess, Shuxiang. And painting. New? Yes. New ones. If you use them well, you can continue to use them. If not, you can send them away. Du Qian didn't mention the subordinates, who used to serve in Jade's spirit garden. Anyway, they either died or were sent out of the house. A group of poorly served servants to keep to the master of the diaphragm? Duan slipped around the courtyard. Everywhere you look, you can see the richness and luxury. The fine carving. When Du Qian saw this, she could only order for her helplessly. Ning Qin. Lok Qi. Go to prepare a bath and burn incense for Miss. Shuxiang go to the kitchen to prepare some of Mrs.'s favorite dishes. The three named maids leave the order to go and get busy. Du Qian then added, Painting E. Go and boil a bowl of ginseng tea over. Yes. Slave girl will go now. Du Qian's orders came down and were arranged properly. On the contrary, it was Du Wan who was dumbfounded the entire time, being led by the little maid to bathe and burn incense. Midway through, she drank a cup of warm ginseng tea. Chapter 25. Xie is not a good person. When Du Wan came back to her senses, she was already dressed in fine clothes. When she came out from the inner room, she saw Du Qian sitting in the outer room. Du Qian signaled his subordinates to set out the meal. Not long after, the servants came in. Plates of delicacies were brought out from the food box. Still steaming. What are you staring at? If you don't eat, the food will get cold. Du Qian took the lead in picking up the bowls and chopsticks to eat. Big brother, didn't you say you're going to go and greet father and mother? You have to eat enough to have the strength to go and ask for peace. Why does this sound a bit familiar? On this day, Du Wan was already mentally tied up tight. After Du Qian came down with such an arrangement, she suddenly felt at ease. This cheap big brother was quite good, at least letting her not be alone in this strange world. In the future, she will endeavor to protect this big brother, and will not let him end up in a tragic death as in the book. 3 days passed in a hurry. Du Wan arranged some things, such as the issue of Chun Tao's family. The housekeeper sent 100 taels of silver and a small shop. And then she stayed at home all the time and didn't listen to what was going on outside the window with both ears. The daily routine was to accompany the eldest princess or hide from people to cultivate. There were some powerful and noble ladies who handed in posts, inviting Du Wan or wanting to pay a visit to the house. But all of them let the elder princess press them down. Even Du's own cousins were the same, not able to get close to Jade's spirit garden. Daughter forgot the past. The eldest princess did not forget. These cousins and daughters' relationship cannot be good. The reason for visiting the sick. Either want to spy on the truth, or come to see the daughter joke. The princess never dared to underestimate the jealousy of women. So they all use the daughter's health is not good. Need to recuperate as a reason to block back. Only, good things do not go out. Bad things spread thousands of miles. The upper class circle in the capital, no matter how to speculate behind the scenes, can dare to denigrate in public. There are really not many people. No matter how. Du Wan's birth is noble. Mother is the eldest princess. Uncle is the emperor. Adding to the fact that the royal bloodline has been thin for over 100 years. The emperor is already over 40 years old and has yet to have an heir. And the only princess has disappeared. As long as there were powerful people with a bit of brains, almost all of them would not offend the Du Qian siblings on this matter. Instead, the folk had started another round of gossip. Du Wan was momentarily interested. So she sent out all the people in the courtyard to inquire, and then came back to tell her. Then, one by one, they were recorded into a book. In Chinese characters, of course. This world's writing. She hadn't started learning it yet. In the evening, Jade's spirit garden and elegant quiet room. There were quite a few books in the quiet room, and the daily preparation of ink. Paper and ink stones could also be used as a study. The young maid, Ning Qin, heard the rumors from the outside world, and was so angry that her face turned red. Miss, the people outside are going too far. The more the rumors spread, the harder it is to hear. This matter has to be told to the eldest young master. What's wrong with that? It's just a rehash of old words. Du Wan was full of concern. What about being so young? Abandoning her fiancé. Not knowing shame. Being delusional. Sticking it to Duke Xia's seventh son. And so on. What people Xie Gongzi can't bear to be disturbed. Avoiding the capital. Miss and shameless to chase. Which meant the robbers disappeared. And now come back to the innocence of surely ruined clouds. Good. all related to the male lead. Someone wants to ruin the original master. Must be investigated carefully. Just find out who put out the rumors. Du-won finished the last stroke and raised her head. She looked towards her maid Shu-xiang, who was sharpening the ink. Shu-xiang. Painting. Everyone has spoken. What about you guys? Can you hear any more gossip? Du-won asked as if casually. Shu-xiang froze, and instead looked towards Painting E, who was bending over to clean not far away. Painting E stood straight, put down the chicken feather duster, and was hesitating to say anything. Du-won pretended not to see these two maids frowning at each other. At this time, Ning Qin instead jumped out first, her small eyes thieving. Miss. The slave girl also heard a gossip. It is about Xie Gongzi. Du-won's big eyes lit up. Said what? Ning Qin's impression of Xie Zhang is not good. Gloating. Slave girl just listened to a mouthful of gossip. Said that Xie Gongzi molested people's good women were caught. Ahem. Du-won immediately straightened her back, pretending to cough twice. Cough. So it's this thing, ah. This lady not only heard, but also saw it with her own eyes. Really? At that time how? Ning Qin asked anxiously. Du-won whispered with an inscrutable look. It's that Xie was stopped by a group of countrymen. And next to her was a good family girl, quite pretty and crying. The family said that Xie had ruined the girl's innocence and didn't want to be responsible. Later, that family had no choice but to send Xie to the officials. Shu-xiang and Painting were astonished. It wasn't what Miss saw, but Miss's attitude. Before she disappeared, it was obvious that Miss liked Duke Xie. This was not a secret in the mansion. Shu-xiang tentatively asked. Miss, you don't like Duke Xie anymore? Ouch. Who likes him? Du-won said disdainfully. Whether or not the original owner likes Xie cannot be confirmed anymore. But regardless of whether it was true or not, this pot definitely had to be taken by her. Denying liking Xie was one thing that had to be done. Then, Du-won spoke again as if mysteriously. I found out. Xie is not a good person. How? Shu-xiang's reaction was huge. Painting followed to defend Xie. Miss, Prince Xie was set up. That woman is not a good girl. She has been having an affair with someone for a long time. Not only did Duke Xie find out that those people were paid to wrong him, he also uncovered the adulterer. Du-won was silent. The male lead deserves to be the male lead. And in one move, he toppled the people with bad intentions. At the same time, he is also very popular. Even the maidservant beside her are his little fans. Du-won glanced at the two people. Sure enough, which young girl is not nostalgic? Du-won lowered her head and practiced her writing. Seeing that the young lady did not speak, Shu-xiang and Painting also did not dare to open their mouths. At this moment, Lucci came back. Miss, Yin Mama beside the eldest princess came to pass the message, saying that she asked Miss to rest early, and that she has to go to the palace to ask for peace early tomorrow morning. Oh, got it. Du-won is surprised. To go to the palace, this is a big deal. The next day, early in the morning, Du-won was still in dreamland when she was woken up. A burning incense bath. Put on a grand dress. Out of the Jade Spirit Garden. The eldest princess and Du Qian were already waiting outside. Subsequently, the mother and three entered the palace together. In the carriage, the eldest princess smiled and handed her a disk of exquisite pastries. Want to eat some? Pad your stomach. In a while, we have to go to see your uncle first. And then the empress. Thank you. Du-won took it with a smile, picking up a piece and sending it to her mouth. When she finished 2 pieces, the eldest princess handed over warm tea. Du-won took it again with good behavior and thanked her again. The princess's smiling face remained the same, covering up the bottom of her heart. A few points of gloom. Although the daughter is very good, but the daughter came back so long, still did not call out a mother. Perhaps, even the daughter herself didn't realize that the thanks showed the rustiness and distance. At this time, Du-won's attention was on the pastries. It is so fragrant. Chapter 26. What kind of official are you this? Suddenly, Du-won lifted the curtain of the car and shouted towards the outside, Big brother. The pastries smell good nah. Eat it? The eldest princess. Outside the carriage, Du Qian, who is riding a horse in a majestic manner, is also confused for a moment. Sister, people are outside. Pay attention to the image. When Du Qian turned back awkwardly, He saw the little head poking out of the carriage window, gleefully holding a piece of pastry and handing it to him. Du Qian lightly grunted, slowed down his horse's pace, quickly went to receive the pastry. A handful of it stuffed into his mouth, swallowed it in a few times. And then, again, he was the dignified young master. There's no way. Own sister. With tears have to be spoilt. Du-Wan smiled. First eat a piece of himself, and then handed a piece to his brother. Thus, you a piece and I a piece. Divided the whole dish of pastries. The eldest princess suddenly held her forehead. Daughter 10 years of upbringing. Seems to be wasted again? But the eldest princess does not know. At this time the corner of her eyes and eyebrows are smiling. Pastries eaten. Some words still need to be instructed. The eldest princess said, Wan, your emperor uncle is a love you. Meet him to say hello. No. I will. Du-Wan nodded her head. Empress Dowager is an amiable one. Coming from the Du clan's collateral lineage. Somewhat related to your father by blood. But the elders don't have much to do with each other. Back then, the emperor who was still the crown prince fell in love with her at first sight and married her. Just as the eldest princess's words fell, Du Qian outside the car window came up and said, Mother, why don't you mention that it was the empress's father who forced her sister to hand over the jade tablet back then? Wow! What a big melon! Du-Wan blinked with her big eyes. The eldest princess didn't have the good sense to reach out and hit her son. What nonsense! It's her father who is bad. Not her. It's not even borrowing from her. Again, there is nothing wrong with this statement. Du-Wan happily looked at it. Let the gossip come harder. Rapunzel stopped talking about the empress and mentioned noble consort Xia again. A woman can let the emperor flourish for 8 years. It is evident that there is a means. Rapunzel's attitude towards this noble consort can't be called good. Far less than the empress. Xia's origins were from the Dingbei Marquis, and she was selected to enter the palace 8 years ago. On looks alone, the empress was better. But your consort's temperament was unique, and she was covered in the fragrance of lotus flowers. Pure and desirable. The emperor had publicly praised the lotus fragrance on her body as the best fragrance in the world. Du-Wan was curious. This fragrance comes with itself? It is said to be natural. But who doesn't know who? The eldest princess suddenly purses her lips and laughs lightly. Cheap mother's words are a bit naughty. Du-Wan hemmed and hawed as if in a daze. I get it. It's like salted fish. Salted out? The eldest princess sprayed with laughter. Alas! A moment did not hold back. Lost his temper. Even Du Qian, who was deliberately listening outside the car window, laughed so hard that he almost fell off his horse. A group of people. Into the palace is very smooth. In the middle of going to see the emperor, Du-Wan met Pei Hao. Pei Hao was wearing an official robe embroidered with gold silk and auspicious clouds, standing rigorously in the deliberation hall. He did not smile or speak, and he had a strong aura of righteousness. The Pei Hao at this time was different from what Du-Wan had seen before. A person's face can perhaps have many faces, and will change with the environment. The eldest princess led her children to greet the emperor. Imperial sister doesn't need to be polite. And she entered Wan. The middle-aged man sitting on the dragon chair coldly and solemnly beckoned towards Du-Wan. Wan, come over. Let uncle take a look. The man has lost weight and darkened. I think he must have suffered a lot. In a moment, let Imperial Dr. Song take your pulse and prescribe some medicine to replenish your body. Thank you, Emperor Uncle. Du-Wan smiles and thanks. A little bit formal and a little bit nervous. This is the legendary emperor. The imagined kingly aura is not seen. He looks like a middle-aged man who is educated and well-maintained. But his eyes are a bit sharp. It is hard to imagine that this man would be the mediocre and incompetent emperor in the book. The emperor probably saw Du-Wan's constraints and didn't give her a hard time. Instead he asked about Du Qian's studies again. Pei Hao took 2 steps forward and bowed to the eldest princess on the side to greet her. The eldest princess' eyes were soft, and she asked softly, It's Cheng Ming-Ah. I heard that you were injured. Is your body getting better? Thanks to your highness' blessings. It's much better. The emperor's great grace has granted permission for the micro-minister to recuperate at home. Pei Hao's cool voice was gentle and extremely pleasant to listen to. It drew Du-Wan sidelong glances, thinking about how he used to see her. Every time he disliked the tone. A little bit of a small hard block. How to break it? Besides, before Pei Hao came back, because of his folding, The courtroom set off a bloody storm. The emperor was furious when he learned that Pei Hao had been assassinated and ordered a thorough investigation. After a thorough investigation, a number of generals were shut down. Some people were dismissed from their official positions, but they did not expect to be involved in a big case of embezzlement of military pay. Pei Hao back to the capital on the day and into the palace to resume orders. Gossip and seemingly unintentionally mentioned in the Red Rock County that nooks and crannies of the place, but also saw the Marquis of Dingbei's people. The emperor pondered. Immediately let people secretly investigate Xiezhang. No. Today Pei Hao came to the palace to present the results of an investigation. This time, the investigation came out of something temporarily no problem. Is Xiezhang 4 months ago out of the capital traveling, passing through the Red Rock County, due to illness stayed for some time, and then with their own merchant fleet back to the capital, but also brought back a girl surnamed Qin. Duan did not know at this time that Pei Hao had inadvertently dug a big hole for Xiezhang. This investigation is nothing now. When the identity of Qin Yu is exposed that day, then it will be interesting. Waiting for the eldest princess and the emperor to chat about the family, Duan quietly moved back, came to Pei Hao's side, and asked in a low voice, Pei Shi, have you been very busy lately? Well, not bad. Pei Hao glanced down at her. The little girl was a bit short and hadn't grown up yet. Those big, dark eyes were turning furtively, definitely not thinking of good things. Sure enough, she asked again in a small voice, did you go ask Xiechi for food? It's been several days. Hee hee. Didn't you say you would send it to me? Am I that petty? Just asking. It's not like I'm asking you for it. Duwan's words burned. One look and she knew that she didn't mean what she said. Pei Hao looked at her expressionlessly. Obviously, she is so cheap that she has to pretend to be generous. He wanted to tell her that it was done, but suddenly he didn't want to say it. Duwan meet pain for a moment, and look on Pei Hao's official robe. Stretched out the thief hand quickly touched a hand. This material is good. Workmanship is also good. What is this official you? Big or not? Pei Hao's whole person froze. A face, he is not clean anymore shocked. Being touched? Being touched? The emperor turned his head just in time to see this scene and lost his smile for a moment. Duwan froze, seeing everyone looking at her. Her little face reddened with embarrassment. Just touched where? It seems it was someone's chest. The emperor laughed. Wan. Cheng Ming is in charge of the Imperial City Department for me. Do you think the official is big? I don't know. Oh. Duwan's small face surfaced with a childlike naivety and ignorance. It was all a small look of I don't understand. The emperor can't help but laugh again. It's okay if you don't know. Learn it well in the future. Listen to the emperor uncle. Standing at the top of the power boss. Must please Chapter 27, Wicked Female Maid Du Yunrong. Duwan actually has a little understanding of the Imperial City Department as an organization. It is a civilian establishment, directly under the emperor's management, not restricted by other yamen, similar to the Jin Yi way of the Ming dynasty. In other words, Pei Hao belongs to the close ministers of the Son of Heaven. His official rank is not high, but no one dares to underestimate him. Even the prime minister of the current dynasty has 3 scruples about him. This is only a world in a book. Exactly how the nature, still need to understand later. The emperor opened his mouth. Cheng Ming, stay for a meal together today. Then, microcosm thank you. Your Majesty? Pei Hao answered. The banquet was set at the Empress's Dongfeng Palace. A group of people came to the front hall of Dongfeng Palace, with the Emperor's imperial chariot in great numbers. Outside the gate of Dongfeng Palace, unsurprisingly, they saw 2 palace-dressed beauties standing to welcome the Emperor. The dignified beauty standing in the center, wearing a gorgeous phoenix robe, was Empress Du. And the other beauty, slightly plainer dressed but more pure and soft, should be noble consort Xia. The Empress Dowager had died early, and now the harem was held by these 2 women. Duwan quickly took her seat. A greeting down. Imagine the palace fight did not see. The banquet is just a few people. Because no one is a fool. The emperor is even more so. 2 women who fought to the death in the book. Made peace in front of the emperor. Also you praise me a sentence. I praise you a sentence. Business mutual admiration. While gossiping, one of them even pulled up one of Duwan's hands, as if she was heartbroken, and wiped a few drops of crocodile-like tears. For example, The Empress is concerned. One, this little face or thin. A moment to let the eunuch please a peace pulse. Noble consort worriedly said. Yes. Wan heir has suffered. And has to make up for it. This palace there is also a ginseng. Later send someone to send to the princess residence. The Empress added in consolation. It's good that people can come back. Forget all the unpleasant things and start afresh in the future. Noble consort immediately picks up the story. Our water was born honorable. No one of the noble daughters in the capital can surpass you. The Empress added. Duan was well behaved throughout, maintaining a business-like smile. What to ask? What to answer? If she can't answer, she looks to the eldest princess and lets her chief mother deal with it. At the end of the day, she managed to harvest an imperial green bracelet and an ice-seeded lotus flower jade hairpin. Very good. From now on, she, Duan, is also considered to be a young nun who has seen the world. When the banquet was over, the emperor and the eldest princess went to the side hall to chat about private matters. The empress and the noble consort saw that there were only 3 juniors left, so they didn't need to perform and got up to leave. Pei Hao thought that he still had things to take care of and also got up to say goodbye. Du Qian looked at Pei Hao's back and whispered to Duan, Sister, you stay first. You can also go to the garden to stroll around. I heard that the small garden of Dongfeng Palace is good. I have something to talk to Pei Shizhi about. Okay duh. Big brother go and get busy. Duan said obediently. Du Qian immediately got up and went after Pei Hao. All of a sudden, Duan was left with a master and a few eunuchs and palace maidens in this hall. When Duan was bored, she remembered Du Qian's words. Come on people. I want to go to the garden and take a look around. Who will show me the way? Miss Du. Slave girl to show you the way. A quick-witted little palace maid takes the lead and steps forward. Duan sees that it is a 7 or 8-year-old girl and curiously asks, What is your name? The slave girl's name is Little Shuer. All right. Just you. Lead the way. Duan went out of the front hall along with the palace maid Xiao Shuer. The garden is located in the Empress's Dongfeng Palace, so it doesn't take long to get there. About a 2 to 3 minute walk. The layout of the garden is elegant and secluded. At first glance it is mesmerizing. Walking into it, you can see all kinds of rare flowers and plants. Beautiful flowers and reds, competing with each other. Duan can't name some of them. Either she's not well informed or she's encountered plants unique to the Great Qin state. Duan called out that she had opened her eyes once again. Yo! Where is this palace made from? New to the palace? This voice broke the tranquility of the garden. Duan looked back and saw a young girl as beautiful as a flower, wearing a gorgeous luo skirt, her head full of pearls and emeralds, with 2 palace maids accompanying her behind, walking towards her step by step. The young girl's gait was light and diffuse. Her lotus steps were full of flowers. If it wasn't for her words just now, Duan was afraid that she would have sighed in admiration for a moment or two. Duan did not take offense and counterattacked. Yo! Who is this person? Who can take snarky words and make them sound so gentle and unassuming? Along with Duan came the small water child. A moment of hearing did not hold back laughter. When she laughed out loud, her small face turned white in a flash. Xiao Shuo hurriedly reminded in a low voice. Miss Du. The person coming is Miss Yunrong, the niece of the Empress Mother. Is it Du Yunrong? Duan was surprised. You? This is a notoriously vicious female lead in the book. Before the heroine was retrieved, Du Yunrong was the most favored personal niece beside the Empress. She didn't like the male lead, and would make a fool of herself all because she was jealous of the female lead and couldn't see anyone else being better than her. It was only when she almost killed the female lead once that she was exposed. Du Yunrong was used to doing superficial work. As soon as she heard Duan say this, her heart was angry again. But the surface was still peaceful. So it's Wan. Just now I stood far away and saw a black-faced girl. I didn't recognize her for a moment. I'm sorry. You won't blame me. I don't blame you. You were standing a bit far away just now, so I didn't recognize you either. If I had recognized you, I definitely wouldn't have said that you were snarky. Duan learned to speak with a smiling face. Du Yunrong. Awesome, my little clan sister. The more Duan smiled, the brighter she became. The small pair swirls are especially striking and cute. The courtesans watching on the sidelines dared not raise their heads more and more. One cursed the black-faced girl, and the other cursed the snarky one. But there is no vulgarity of the city folk spicy. really create a precedent of the great Qin scolding. Yunrong went forward as if she was affectionate, and was going to pull Du Wan. Wan. As long as one can come back alive. It's good. The other bad things will be treated as the past. I wanted to visit you at the princess's residence. But the eldest princess said that you need to carefully recuperate and not see guests for the time being. Is your body better now? How does this sound? How is it weird? Oh! People are connoting her. Du Wan avoids Du Yurong's hand. I thank you for your concern. You are welcome. We are all family. Du Yurong smiled warmly and lightly. Who is family with you? People were being polite. Another person wouldn't take it seriously. In favor of Du Wan. She boarded up her little face and solemnly declared. Wrong. I'm not a family with you. Just from a clan. Or a clan out of the 5 suits. Du Yurong. You must always remember your origin and not overstep the rules. If it wasn't for the fact that an empress had come out of their clan, it would have been almost impossible to have today's scenery. Du Yurong's smile stiffened slightly. The little clan sister was even more obnoxious than before. With her interest in enjoying the flowers gone, Du Wan turned around and left. Du Yurong looked at her back. Her face twisted for a moment. What's with the arrogance? After being missing for so long, her innocence might be long gone. Du Yurong murmured in a low voice. The palace maid beside her did not dare to answer a single word. Chapter 28. A mother's milk is her mother. Du Yurong suddenly asked again. What is the name of that palace maid beside Du Wan? One of the palace maids bowed her head and replied. Called Xiao Shuer. The little palace maid who serves tea in the front hall. From the East Phoenix Palace? Yes. Today, there is a family banquet at the East Phoenix Palace. And the eldest princess is here. Oh! Ruthlessness flashed in Du Yurong's eyes. A cheap servant girl. How dare she laugh at her? Du Wan goes back to the front hall and happens to see Du Qian. Du Qian asked with a smile. Sister. Went to the garden and strolled around. How was it? Quite beautiful. Some of the flowers are unrecognizable. Du Wan spoke of the flowers with gusto, turning her smile to a beat. I also met Du Yurong. How did you meet her? Du Qian frowned. Du Wan bristled. Who knows? I've only just been there for a little while. If she said that no one had tipped her off, she didn't believe it. Du Qian also thought of it. But this is Dongfeng Palace. And Du Yurong is the Empress's own niece. So it's not hard to find out a bit of information. At this time, Du Wan unintentionally glanced at the sluggish Shuer. You're afraid? Little Shuer was flustered. And under hesitation. She still nodded her little head. Du Wan asked again. Is it because of that smile of yours? What laugh? Du Qian asked strangely. Du Wan then talked about what happened earlier. Du Yurong, that person can pretend. She can't help me. It's much simpler to deal with a small palace maid. In order to maintain her gentle and kind persona. Even if she won't directly kill someone. But secretly tripping is a certainty. What's wrong with that? How simple it is. Just have mother ask the empress for someone and bring her back to the eldest princess residence. Du Wan's complexion stiffened. Yes. What a simple matter. In this world, the life of a slave is like grass. The eldest princess and the emperor finished talking about things. The family of 3 went out of the palace. And there was an extra little palace maid. The little girl is only 8 years old this year, and is temporarily handed over to the sister of the princess to teach. In front of the palace, the 3 actually saw an official uniform of Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Now the family has come together. Father, why are you waiting here? Du Qian asked in surprise. Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team smiled gently. It just so happens that the yamen is free. So I skipped work to wait for you 3. Du Qian teases. What waiting for the 3 of you? It's to wait for mother. My sister and I are incidental. You're right to think so. Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of the emperor frankly admitted it. All right. Come on up. The eldest princess scolded. Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team happily got into the carriage. Du Wan covered her mouth and snickered. Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team is the minister of the Ministry of Ceremonies. Can skip work to go home. Or because the Ministry of Ceremonies is usually less things. Is famous for the clear water yamen. Also known as leisure yamen. So the family, happy to go home. Just returned to the princess palace. Not yet half an hour. Palace of the imperial decree and reward arrived. A toss down. Probably means that the emperor for Du Wan right name. Give her as a princess. The title is Jiao Yang. The fiefdom is Xiangyan County. Send away the eunuch who declared the decree. A family only together. Observing the imperial decree, Du-Wan curiously turned it over. Du Qian snatched it over. Sister, are you happy and stupid? Happy. Not stupid. Du-Wan corrected. Ha ha. Du Qian laughed. The eldest princess and Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of a team, followed and laughed. Du-Wan was not amused. What's so funny about this? Okay. If sister says it's not funny, it must not be funny. Du Qian stifled her laughter with strength. Du-Wan suddenly thought of something else. She rubbed her small hands together excitedly. Big brother, how many grades is a county lord? Can I lie down and win in the future when I become a county lord? From the first rank. 1 rank lower than our mother. Also, what does lying down to win mean? It means lying down to become a winner in life. What the hell has my sister learnt in these days of her disappearance? Du Qian became deeply worried. Xiangyan County is not bad. Quite rich and full of spices. I heard that the tax revenue of a year is quite a lot. It is also considered to lie win. Originally he thought that his sister was happy as himself. He was happy that she had become a county princess. And no one dared to laugh at her anymore. But this is obviously not the... Du-Wan again with a touching face asked the eldest princess, Mother, is it you helped daughter to the emperor uncle to ask for it? Yes. The eldest princess suddenly heard her daughter call out to her mother. And her phoenix eyes flooded with tears. Thank you, Mother. As the saying goes, having milk is like being a mother now, haha. Du-Wan decided to treat the eldest princess as her own mother from now on. Not long after, the reward from the empress in the palace came, closely followed by the noble consort. And the congratulatory gifts from the rest of the concubines were also sent to the Du mansion one after another. As long as the powerful nobles in the capital received the news, they all prepared a congratulatory gift regardless of whether they knew each other or not. Some of them were even glad that they had suppressed their own ungrateful children and grandchildren, and didn't tell jokes about Du-Wan outside. For a while, in front of the princess' residence, there was a lot of noise and traffic. The gossip about Du-Wan from the outside world disappeared without a trace in an instant, because all the powerful people in the capital, down to the peddlers, know one thing. If you defame an official lady with no rank, you will get a slap on the wrist at most if you go to the court. Can be replaced with a title of the county princess is different. A contempt of imperial authority charge deducted. On a big deal. Committed the offense of contempt of imperial authority. According to the law, the sentence is very heavy. Light is exile. Heavy is beheading. After all, Du-Wan is not like the native Qin people. The fear of imperial power. Lack of a drop. Therefore, it was impossible to appreciate Du Qian's happy feelings. And Du-Wan's ultimate goal in life was to be a happy little salted fish, relying on lying down to win to walk up to the peak of her life. Of course, right now, she was limited to just thinking about it. She still had a bunch of troubles to solve. For example, Xieqi? For example, Qin Yu? For example, the person behind the scenes who was counting on her? Back in Jade's spirit garden, Du-Wan was still thinking about her next step. Miss? Outside is Xu Xiang's voice. Du-Wan asked. What is it? Xu Xiang reports back again. Pei Shi is here. Huh? Invite him to the pavilion in the courtyard. Du-Wan was happy. The free helper was here again. Pei Hao only drank half a cup of tea before he saw Du-Wan come out in a flurry. Du-Wan's big eyes shone brightly. Pei Shi, is this the grain matter resolved? Pei Hao's movement playing with his teacup stalled. As soon as she came, she asked. So nonchalant. Pei Hao was too lazy to dilly-dally with her. It's resolved. This is not it. Sending it to you. 10,000 Jin? Yes. 10,000 Jin. Ha. 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 Du-Wan smiled brightly. Pei Shi is really polite. Actually, there's no need to send it. I've said that I'll reward you with the excess after deducting the expenses. Pei Hao looks at her with a smile. Hee hee. What are you thinking? This 10,000 Jin of grain is this Shizi's congratulatory gift today. Oh, whatever you say it is. It's all for nothing anyway. Du-Wan walked to sit down opposite his place. The maid then brought her ginseng tea and a disc of pastries. While Pei Hao had wanted to give her a hard time, it turned out that the little girl had a big heart and didn't care at all. Pei Hao picked up the tea bowl and took a shallow taste. Du-Wan on. Want to know what is the biggest change between you at this moment and before? What is it? Tell me. Hypocrisy? It's learning to be hypocritical. You who? Is that a turn to curse? Chapter 29. When will you return the marriage? Du1 is now emboldened. Being scolded doesn't seem to be angry at all. Smilingly said, "Oh, thank you. Thank you Pei Z for the compliment." Pei Hao only felt a breath that was blocked in his chest. "I was scolding you, not praising." "No. The word hypocrisy is a compliment to my ears. There's nothing wrong with it. It's only scary to be called naive." Du1 crossed her orchid fingers, picked up a small piece of pastry, and dropped it into her small mouth. While eating, she smiled. However, Pei Hao wasn't wrong. The former Missy was straightforward and naive. The Du1 at this moment? Just a slippery and elusive one. After Du1 swallowed the pastry, her eyes rolled. "Pei Z, have you heard about Xie molesting a good family?" "I heard." Pei Hao blandly returns. Du1 gloated. "At that time, if you weren't in a hurry to rush, I wanted to stay in Ningcheng to watch the fun. Tell me, did he really find out the woman's adulterer?" Unfortunately, Pei Hao shut up and didn't talk about it. Du1 dared to bet a copper that he must know the truth. She gave him a sidelong glance. Not too friendly, that is. There was no longer the earlier resistance to taking over the original owner's bad situation. The only thing that wasn't well resolved was this doll's marriage. Thus, Du1 rushed at Pei Hao and smiled kindly. "Pei Z, when will your family come to withdraw from the marriage? Where do you start with the matter of withdrawing the marriage?" Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes were slightly cool. Du1 now gazed at Pei Hao. Her small eyes were extraordinarily sincere, wanting to say more. Pei Hao's arm got goosebumps. He put the tea bowl down. "This Shitzi still has important things to do, so I'll leave first." "Don't. There's no rush, Ha. There's no rush." Du1 hurriedly stops him and says quickly, "Didn't my reputation get ruined with this disappearance? Although I'm now a county princess, everyone understands what's going on." Pei Hao did not listen to her nonsense and got up to leave. Du1, however, slipped to the front at once and blocked his way. Let's talk it over. Avoiding is not a solution to the problem. It's you who want to withdraw from the marriage, but you don't dare to mention it yourself. You want me to go, right?" Pei Hao saw through it at a glance. The dead girl was not in good spirits. "Do you think he is a fool? This marriage was booked only after the emperor's approval. If it was that good, he wouldn't have waited until now. It's a pity that Du1 doesn't know. She is confident that he can withdraw from the marriage. More confident than Pei Hao himself, the most bullish villain in the whole book, or the man who can live to the end of the whole drama. There is nothing he can't do." Du1 happily came to his side and was about to raise her hand to pull him. Pei Hao quickly pulled away, with a disgusted face. "Just talk. Why are you so close? You are still moving your hands. Are you still not a girl?" Du1 was baffled. "Shitzi, just now you. What did you say?" Pei Hao's handsome face sank. It's like the expression of a little daughter-in-law who has been raped. Pei Hao fiercely glared at her. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. "Yeah. Fried hair. Egg coming. Du1 felt that his angry look was quite pleasant. At least it was a bit better than the previous slanting eyes looking at people. So, she looked like she could see right through him again. "Don't worry. Am I the kind of person who can't stop eating? What's the point of being nervous? I'll make sure I don't move a single finger of yours." Why did he listen to it more angry? Pei Hao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Offensive. She was born to be offensive to him. He took a deep breath and only calmed down after a long time. "What's the purpose?" Du1's eyes lit up and looked around. "I feel that this place is not confidential enough. Go to the quiet room to talk." "No go." Pei Hao pulled up his sleeves and headed out. Du1 grabbed his wrist. Don't. I really have something." As far as she was concerned, at that time, getting the jade medal was the most important thing. Now that the jade medallion is in her hands, it's her turn to solve the second matter. In this matter, Du1 didn't want to involve her cheap parents and big brother. Otherwise, if she told them directly, Pei Hao would have nothing to do. The problem is that she is the one who has read the whole book and knows where the future is going. If the family can stay out of this matter, it's better not to get involved. Pei Hao's cold, beautiful face looked straight at Du1. "What is it about?" "The iron mine." Du1 opened her mouth and spoke softly. Pei Hao's face was suddenly solemn. Seeing that she did not look like she was joking, he backhanded her small hand and pulled it away. Du-Wan was pulled and almost stumbled and fell. Fortunately, her reaction was timely. Transforming so fast, yo. The power of iron ore. Quite big. Shut up. Only after walking a few steps. Pei Hao's sword brows knit lightly. Where is the quiet room? Over there. Du-Wan lifted her other hand and pointed. He immediately pulled her along. Not long after, both of them stepped into the quiet room. Pei Hao turned around and closed the door with a bang. Du-Wan smiled. Pei Shi, your position is not firm. Just now, I just got a little bit closer to you. And you reacted so strongly. Now, huh? Her gaze fell to the wrist he grabbed. Pei Hao looked down. Only then did he realize what was going on. And then violently let go of his hand. As if he had been scalded by boiling water. Du-Wan hemmed and hawed and smiled. His mouth cheaply to speak again. Bumped into his pair of peach blossom eyes full of threat. Had to do a small action of mouth zip. Pei Hao went straight to the point. Where have you seen iron ore? Haven't seen it. Just know where. Where? That's the one deal I want to talk to you about. What do you demand? Sharp. Master Shitzi is just atmospheric. Du-Wan immediately smiled and gave him a thumbs up. As Pei Hao thought he was going to hemorrhage. Du-Wan added, I want one of the dowry manor of the second wife of the Marquis of Dingbei. There is a mountain spring inside the manor, and a peach forest. What do you want this manor for? I like eating peaches. Of course I want it. Du-Wan smiled. But the moment she heard it, she knew it was a perfunctory statement. Pei Hao glanced at her uncertainly. The second wife of the Marquis of Dingbei is Xie mother. I know. Du-Wan looked at him strangely. Pei Hao wrinkles his eyebrows. Are you trying to take revenge on Xie? You're overthinking it again. I only want this manor. It would be silly to believe it. Only, Pei Hao wasn't bound to know the reason. Quickly ignoring the drop of discomfort in his heart. I'll come back to you when I get the manor. Pei Hao dropped this sentence and hurried away without waiting for her to say anything. Du-Wan's purpose was accomplished. So naturally, she wouldn't stop him from leaving. She wanted to seek justice for the original owner. But didn't want to confront Xie Zhang now. Male protagonist PK villain is the right way to open. As for her, this week, pathetic and helpless little cannon fodder. It would be good to pick up a little something ready-made behind her back. Such as this suburban manor. The first owner of this manor was a big corrupt official in the previous dynasty. Chapter 30 No need for icing on the cake. The big corrupt official secretly built a treasure vault underneath the peach forest. Later, the family of the great corrupt official was killed. And the secret of the treasure vault remained unknown. The vault passed through several owners before Xie Zhang's mother bought it. As depicted in the book, it was Xie Zhang who inadvertently discovered this amazing wealth and used it to secretly train many people. To put it another way, without the iron mine and without this unexpected fortune, Xie Zhang's future was full of variables. Anyway, it wouldn't go as smoothly as it did in the books. Sister? Outside the door, Du Qian's shout rang out. Du-Wan instantly answered with joy. Big brother. I'm here. Du Qian stepped into the quiet room. First looked round. Didn't Pei Hao say he came to look for you? Why is he missing? The housekeeper came to report earlier, saying that he sent a batch of grain, and brother had the kitchen move it away. Oh, he just left. Didn't big brother meet him? Du-Wan felt it shouldn't be anymore. Pei Hao hadn't left for a while yet. The fact was indeed coincidental. The two staggered and did not meet. Since he came, Du Qian didn't leave right away, lifting up the hem of his coat to sit beside the bookshelf. Flipping through the books while sipping tea, Du-Wan came up to him. Big brother, did you find out where the rumor came from? Halfway through the investigation, the clues were cut off, and the person was silenced. Du Qian sent people to investigate the rumor since it started, when his sister disappeared before. He was busy looking for someone and didn't check in time. The tail was swept clean. The person who pushed the rumor was found out some. And this time the rumors rose again. Halfway through the investigation the person died. It is still not known if the person who was killed was the one who initially spread the rumor. After hearing this, Du-Wan was also helpless. It seems that in this matter, it is still necessary to let the big villain take action. She was fanatically confident in Pei Hao's abilities. Who was the person who pushed the rumor last time? Du-Wan was a bit curious. Du Qian didn't have a good temper. What's wrong? Still want to retaliate back. It's a must. He. His sister really refused to suffer. Du Qian pondered for a moment, but still said, Su Yu, the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's Grand House, and Wang Jiner, the seventh girl of the Nanyang Burial House, the second daughter of the Minister of Rights, Murong Jiaju, Xia Ying of the Dingbei Marquis House, is Xia Qi's own sister, the last one, is Chen Lu, the world son of the Duke of Qin's house. Among a bunch of women, a male appeared. Du Wan stared wide-eyed. This Chen Lu is sick. Oh, it is sick. If he's not sick, he wouldn't have trouble with you. A little girl. How did I feud with him? He is Pei Hao's close friend, and said he wanted to take revenge for his close friend. Du Qian nodded. Chen Lu was just a dude who heard the rumors from the outside world, and got angry, and got involved. Du Qian last time to check out. Did not find the whereabouts of his sister. The heart is holding a breath. It gave Chen Lu set over the marijuana bag. It is estimated that now still lying at home. As for those women, and he is not a circle, has not found the opportunity to retaliate. Du Wan went forward to press his shoulders. Or big brother to me the best. Ah. Good to know. Harder here. Du Qian was very flattered and even pointed to the left side, letting her press harder. After pressing for a while, her hands got a bit sore. Du Wan hurriedly changed her mind. Now that I'm free, why don't you teach me how to read? Character recognition? Didn't I tell you? I've forgotten everything I learned in the past. Du Wan looked like she was taking it for granted, making people laugh and angry. Success? Take this book and read it. Ask if you encounter any words you don't understand. From the bookshelf, Du Qian found a book and threw it to her. Du Wan picked it up and flipped through it. Oh, the words in this book. I don't know any of them. Du Qian. There were no words left to say. Only after a long time did he ask. Then what words does sister know? At 3 minutes past the 11th hour. Under the banyan tree in the east of the village. I won't see you there. Du Wan blurted out off the top of her head. Pfft. The tea in his mouth almost sprayed. What secret did he hear? In a flash, Du Wan sheepishly touched her little nose. He. On the way back someone handed me a note with this line. I learned it after listening to Husan read it once. Clever. Right. Du Qian asked with a black face. Who was it? At first I didn't know who it was, and I didn't go to the appointment. Then Xie Zhang came up and said he waited for me all night. So I knew who it was. When Du Qian heard this, his heart was on fire. What did the Xie family's oldest seven want to do? His family's little sister is a child. Not even enlightened. Pei Hao is not a problem. At least, he has a child marriage with his sister. Who does he think he is? Xie Qi is responsible for most of the rumors about his sister in the capital. Now with the contrast of Xie Zhang, Du Qian looked at Pei Hao a little more favorably. So, with the mood of an old father, Du Qian patiently urged, Sister, in the future, ignore Xie Qi. Understand? Most of those who are generally famous and very good-looking are not good people. Huh? There's still the saying? Du Wan is surprised. Of course, trusting brother is quasi-correct. But big brother also looks good. Du Qian silently told himself not to be angry. He sharpened the ink and spread out the paper again. Sister, today you must learn 100 words. Ah? So many. Du Wan's heart was in her mouth. Suddenly, her eyes turned again. Big brother, you teach me to read an article first. When I memorize it first, then I will learn it one word at a time. Okay. Du Wan's ability to memorize was awesome. An article of 1,000 words was memorized after hearing it only 3 times. When Du Qian left, she copied it again in Chinese. Before dark, the words in the article, she already basically knew them, only recognizing the words, not writing. 2 days later, Pei Hao visited again and brought the land deed of a manor. The name of the owner on the deed was Du Wan. Du Wan didn't ask Pei Hao how she got it. As long as the manor was in her hands, it was enough. She didn't drag her feet and directly said, The mountain I sold before. There is iron ore inside. Pei Hao heard. Really a word. You are really stupid. Stupid beyond redemption. A good treasure mountain. But sold it cheaply. Du Wan jumped up at once. Really what? At that time, no one knew that there was an iron ore mine there. If they knew, who would sell it? It's just a barren mountain. Someone wanted to buy it. You remember? Pei Hao stared at her and asked. Du Wan froze. No, Oh! It turned out that he was overthinking it. Pei Hao was in a rather good mood now that he learnt the whereabouts of the iron ore. Only, he still had some doubts. Sheriff, why did you tell me and not your family? There are some things that family members cannot get involved in. Can Pei Hao say that this broken girl has a clear idea? It's a great achievement to offer it to the Emperor without fighting for anything. Pei Hao couldn't understand Du-Wan. Du-Wan knows that he has doubts. But she can't say it. Does it mean that she knows what will happen in the future and doesn't want her family to stand out as a living target? Besides, the power of the eldest princess's house and the Du family is already there. So there is no need to add to it. Chapter 31. Ouch, little auntie. Du-Wan remembers something. Pei Hao, help me check one more thing. What is it? In the past, Pei Hao would not necessarily agree. Du-Wan's face was serious, and she took out a booklet. There are dense words written on it. Pei Hao took it and swept a glance. Then his face was odd. Let's not mention that the content of this is all about you gossiping about one item. This word. What's wrong with my words? Is the drawing not good? Pfft. Pei Hao really didn't want to laugh at her. He didn't hold back. Right. People are writing words. She is drawing words. Du-Wan is not vain at all. The rumors above. You help me find out where. As far as I know, your brother had someone check it. Oh! Check some small shrimps. The first one who circulated the rumor was not found out. Du-Wan had a hunch that this was a big fish. Pei Hao just wanted to say something. Bang bang. The door to the quiet room was tapped. The two people froze and hurriedly pulled away. Du-Wan cleared her small throat. Who is it? Sister? Du Qian's clear voice came in from outside. Sister, open the door. Oh. Du-Wan didn't think much about it. Stepped away and went to open the door. Pei Hao hurriedly pulled her back. Cold as it may be, Du-Wan was pulled in such a way. Her small body was not careful, and she directly bumped into Pei Hao's arms. The two collided and almost fell down. Still, Pei Hao was stable in time. Only retreated a few steps, but subconsciously also embraced the little person in his arms. The unique fragrance of a daughter's home. Pei Hao couldn't suppress the strange feeling in the bottom of his heart. His heartbeat, which had always been steady, thumped several beats faster. After more than 10 years, it was the first time he had been this close to a girl. Sure enough, just like what Mu Xian said, the girl's body is a bit soft and cushiony, and it is quite comfortable to hold. When he lowered his head and saw the familiar little girl, that little face was probably because of the pain of hitting somewhere, and it was about to screw up into a small ball. Oddly, he was instantly heartbroken again, just as he wanted to push her away. The result? He almost stumbled and fell backwards. He was the one who was a step slow and was first pushed away by her vigorously, only to see that the little girl crossed her small waist and glared at him with a puff of anger. Pei Hao, why are you pulling me? Why did you pull me? I almost fell down. Look at me. Look at me. The little finger pointed at her nose. Red? Soon. He knew. The little girl scolded in a low voice, bumped into it. Are you hiding iron in your chest? It hurts, little auntie. Pei Hao. Petulant. Not only hypocritical, but also petulant. Bang. Bang bang. The door of the quiet room, again, was slapped. Du Qian suppressed the anger that was about to erupt. Pei Hao. How dare you bully my sister? Hurry up and open the door. When he heard that Pei Hao came to look for his sister, and even stayed in the quiet room with the two of them, he, as a brother, instantly exploded with anger. Lonely man and woman. What do you want to do? My little sister hasn't even crossed the threshold yet. If you want to bully her, you'll have to go through me. Du Qian. Du-Wan heard her cheap brother's words and instantly understood. When she looked at Pei Hao again, she only saw that he had a beautiful face that was so dark that she was instantly happy again. Du-Wan raised her small chin with a look. Look. Annie also has a backer. So she went to open the door again. And while doing so, she also lit up her little voice. Brother, don't shoot. Don't shoot. Your well-behaved sister will be here soon. Going forward, she opened the door. Du Qian was standing outside with a cold, handsome face. Du-Wan was frightened and shrunk her shrunken head. Brother? Where is everyone? Du Qian strides into the quiet room and looks around. Du-Wan blinked and turned to slip around the quiet room as well. Where are Pei Hao's people? Escaped? Agu. Too useless. Still a big villain. Where has the might of a great villain gone? Du Qian walked to the open window and poked his head out to look outside. Needless to say, Pei Hao was one step ahead and escaped from the window, fleeing really fast. Think you'll be fine if you escape? His sister is still young and doesn't know what to avoid. How about the surname Pei? Duan's heart was flustered. Brother said not long ago that when he returned to the capital, he would go to the Duke of Jin's residence to pay his respects. Unexpectedly, Du Qian did not think. Silly sister Yo. He just helped you once. But your brother also saved his life. This grace? Who is bigger and who is smaller? Our family does not owe him. You are a girl. Not married before. Cannot let him take advantage. Know it? This grace? Can it still be counted like this? Duan can't refute The next moment, her big eyes turned around, and she approached Du Qian with a bright smile. Brother? Why did you suddenly come over? If I don't come over, is it just as you want? How can it be? In my heart, big brother is the most important. I'm asking because I'm worried that you haven't had a good rest. I will be heartbroken. Who knows if what you say is true or not? The corner of Du Qian's mouth curled up. He. Really? I never lie. Duan smiled pleasingly. Du Qian glanced at her small face. Don't change the topic. What is Pei Hao doing here? He. Delivering a manner. Du Qian knew that his sister did not tell the truth just now. But he didn't continue to go after her. His sister had grown up and started to have little secrets. Zhengua Gongfu. Pei Hao entered the mansion through the back door and returned to the courtyard where he lived. Mu Xian was still here recovering from her injuries. When she saw Pei Hao come back, her robes were stained with spiders and her hair was still a bit messy. Mu Xian asked strangely, Shitzi, what did you go to do? Talking to that dead girl. Was bumped into by Du Qian. Pei Hao said expressionlessly. Mu Xian, however, suddenly wanted to laugh. Shitzi, look away. Laugh if you want to laugh. Can't suffocate you. I don't want to Ha ha. Not only Mu Xian. Even Husan wanted to laugh when he heard it. Calm and self-confident. The mighty Prince Du Qian, as long as he does not meet his sister's matter, are very normal. But when it comes to his sister's business, you don't want to reason with him. Mu Xian lamented. Duke is good at everything. But this is not good. He favors his sister too much. Or he favors her without any reasoning. Pei Hao nodded his head thoughtfully, and poured a cup of cold tea to drink. Husan chimed in with Mu Xian. Yes. It would be good if you were reasonable. As long as it's reasonable. With his looks and talent, the girls in the capital won't stop at him. And there'll be nothing left for Xie. Mu Xian's tone was filled with regret. At that moment, he looked at Pei Hao again and spoke with a cheap smile. Husan, our son isn't bad. But he loses at his age. Even if he keeps a cold face on weekdays, he can't hide his youth. Of course, in a few more years, the capital will be free of Duke Du and Xie. At that time, the world prince was in his prime. Grand Duke Du and Xie are the yellow flowers of its day, to be cold. Pa! Pei Hao slammed the tea bowl upside down on the tabletop and said with a cold face. I see that you guys want to get cold first. Chapter 32, to pretend he doesn't exist. Husan turned around and slipped towards the door. Mu Xian skimmed his head and feigned calmness. He. An angry Shitzi master can't be messed with. About an hour later, the Marquis of Dingbei's residence. The usual heavily guarded Marquis study. The Xie family's father and son were talking. The atmosphere serious and dull. Marquis Dingbei Xie Yuan said in a deep voice. Jean, the iron mine matter has leaked out. It needs to be swept under the rug immediately. How is that possible? Xie Zhang was shocked. Someone from the Imperial City Department has gone to investigate that barren mountain. Father, is the news reliable? Reliable. The source of the information could not be wrong. The secret of the barren mountain was unknown even to the Du family and the eldest princess. And who leaked it was unknown even to that person. It was only known that the person who gave the order to investigate was Pei Hao. Xie Zhang's usual gentle face was tinted with gloom. Is there a traitor among us? It shouldn't be. If there was someone who betrayed, it wouldn't just be the Imperial City Department sending people to secretly investigate Desolate Mountain. It should be the Forbidden Guards coming to the Marquis house to raid the house. Father is right. Child will go deal with it now. Xie Zhang got up and was about to leave. Xie Yuan suddenly asked, Zhang, how is the girl who is temporarily staying at the manor? I've heard that she's doing quite well and is planning to start a small business. There are people watching me these last few days, so for the time being, it's not appropriate to see her frequently, as that would easily arouse suspicion from the onlookers. And there would also be consequences. I have decided to move to the dormitory of the state prison tomorrow and study seriously. It's good that you have a plan in mind. Xie Yuan waved his hand and told him to retreat. Xie Zhang returned to his residence and immediately wrote a letter and had his inner circle convey it. After dealing with these matters, Xie Zhang went to see Mother Xie, also known as Second Lady Xie. Second Madame Xie was surprised to see her son come over. Zhang, didn't you go to the state scholarship? Why did you suddenly come to Mother? Is there something important? Mother, my son came over to greet you. I know you're filial now. Quickly come over and sit. Second Lady Xie was all smiles and very happy. Her son usually didn't have much time for her, and it was rare to see him only once. Xie Zhang waited for the maid to serve hot tea and then dismissed the left and right. Second Lady Xie smiled and said, if you had come back earlier today, you would still be able to see your uncle. Uncle returned to the capital? Xie Zhang was slightly surprised. Yes, and specially brought you a gift. I had someone send it to your courtyard. But it doesn't matter if I didn't touch it this time. This time your uncle is coming back and won't be leaving. Uncle is returning to the capital to report on his duties? Xie Zhang thought of his uncle Guan Heng, who had been serving outside for over 10 years. This time uncle is transferring back to the capital. Could it be that he is going through someone's way? Sure enough, Second Lady Xie solved his confusion. Second Madame Xie said, yes, and also changed a manner with me to ease the relationship. What manner? Xie Zhang was surprised. Second Madame Xie said, an old manor in the suburbs. Not worth much. People are interested in that peach blossom forest. Xie Zhang heard this and didn't put much stock in it. Mother, there's one more thing I want to talk to you about. What is it? You usually restrain the fourth sister, and be more polite to County Princess Jiao Yang in the future. Xie Zhang told the matter of Xie Ying secretly having people spread rumors about Du Wan. It's not the same now. She's already a noble county princess. She can't just be discredited. Who did you listen to? Ying even did this. If Mother doesn't believe me, she can ask the fourth sister. No, Mother does not disbelieve you. Mother should know clearly how heavy the charge of defying imperial authority is. In the past, she always gave the Sheriff Lord face. The Sheriff Lord didn't look for trouble with her because of the face that I had saved people in the first place. Now this face of his was no longer good enough. When someone came to his door and asked him to cash in 10,000 pounds of grain, he confirmed that the little girl was different. Although he later inquired and found out that it was her who had forgotten about the previous incident. But he vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't figure out where that something wrong was. Nightfall. Jade's spirit garden. Several lights were lit in the quiet room. Du Wan was writing hard and practicing her calligraphy. During the day, she was irritated by Pei Hao's ridicule. Wasn't it then that she translated the gossip recorded in Chinese characters into this world's writing? But she can't write. But she can draw. Drawing from a gourd. The strokes are just a bit strange. Pa! A small stone hit the window. Who is it? Throwing things into the quiet room. Painting went to the window and looked outside. Not finding anything, she walked back in. Crap! All the men in this world have the problem of taking small stones to the window? Du Wan lowered her eyes, and the shadow of her eyes trembled. Ning Qin. Painting E. I want to practice writing quietly by myself. You two go out and close the door. Don't disturb me if there's nothing. Yes. The two little maids exited the quiet room. Du Wan walked to the window and probed outside. Didn't see anyone? Only to walk back. Just sat back in front of the bookcase. There was movement at the window. Pei Hao tumbled in through the window. A cold face remained. Du Wan looked at him. It's dark and you still come. Is there something urgent? Pei Hao asked with a sullen face. You didn't tell me that there is someone behind Wang Fugue? You found out. Who is it? There's really someone. Pei Hao stared at her. You was actually set up. Du Wan rolled her eyes and forced herself to save her dignity. You are not the only smart person in the world. If you can guess, I can also guess all. Pei Hao stepped closer. Du Wan on. You have no sincerity in this cooperation. You won't feel like you've lost money just now. You can only suffer at a loss. The transaction has been completed. Refusing to return the goods, Du Wan looked at him obliquely, and was very calm. This was supposed to be a win-win cooperation. And for him to suddenly say this was obviously another attempt to swindle her. Humph. She wasn't going to fall for it. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes flickered slightly. Oh, so you guessed it earlier. Why didn't you remind me? If you didn't remind me earlier, you wouldn't. Will not what? On what grounds to tell you? By what? By virtue of you standing here with me. The less he says, the more Du Wan heart itching to know all. Pei Hao was silent, and did not tell her. Du Wan waited patiently for a long time, but still didn't see him speak. If you don't tell me, why did you come here? Do you know who is the master behind Wang Fugue? I don't know. Du Wan suddenly lost interest. Hearing him ask this question, he should know that he hasn't found out about Xie Zhan yet. That's also true. Xie Zhan is the male master, acting without a drop of water. How could he be caught so simply? Pei Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. The dead girl 80% knows who it is. But why not say it? Only to see that the little girl picked up a pen to practice writing. A look of disinterest. To pretend that he does not exist. Pei Hao really can't do anything with her at this moment. She doesn't even follow the routine. In the past, if you were so diligent in your reading, wouldn't you have been pitched so badly? The little girl coldly looked up to give him a charity glance, lowered her head, and continued to write and draw. The little feet under the table, however, shifted mischievously. Chapter 33, Brains as Decoration. Pei Hao told himself to be steady. Can't be anxious. Can't be angry. Otherwise, he will fall into her trap again. This dead girl is simply poisonous. Always able to provoke his temper easily. When he stood up and got up, he finally saw how Du Wan wrote, and knew how wrong it was. She treated the words as a painting, tracing them out word by word. And some of the words had the wrong stroke order. Pei Hao thought of the gossip booklet from earlier, and was a bit of a one-trick pony. Du Wan, won't you look for word stickers when you practice writing? There's this thing? Du Wan's small face was surprised. In this world, is there also word stickers? Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes glanced at her with strong dislike. Stupid. Pa! Du Wan slapped her pen hard onto the desktop. Who are you cursing? Reacting so much. Looking even more stupid. Pei Hao. What do you mean by this? Do you want to fight? Am I wrong? Only really stupid people mind when others call them stupid. Smart people know they are not stupid. When Pei Shizi said this, there wasn't a hint of contempt, and he was actually extra serious. Du Wan was furious and happy. Really? Then you wait. Thus, the little girl lifted up her skirt and stood on the chair. Visually finally taller than Pei de Villain. She towered over him, thinking that she was looking at him obliquely with her contemptuous little eyes. Pei Hao. You're an idiot. A fool. A dumbass. Your head grows on your shoulders. It's for decoration. So stupid. Very stupid. Stupid. Missy was not good at cursing. There were just a few sentences back and forth. Pei Hao was originally confused by the scolding. But when he saw that she was so angry that she stood on the chair and scolded people for being stupid, not only did he not get angry, but his mood smoothed out a bit. Du Wan's mouth was dry from scolding, and her face was red. Pei Hao still did not change his face. The little girl's eyes are moist, but also exasperated toed up her mouth. Delicate and cute. Pei Hao's eyes flickered slightly, and he opened his mouth unhurriedly. Wang Fugue is dead. And I can't find out who's behind it. I'll just kettle it. What did you do? Du Wan's attention was successfully diverted. Pei Hao was unimpressed and said, the so-called kettle of fire, of course, is to go directly to the palace to report to the emperor, so that the emperor can decide. Awesome. Du Wan gave Pei Hao a thumbs up. No matter who the person behind the scenes is, the iron or thing can't be touched. Pei family just needs to show loyalty to the emperor. The news of an iron or mountain was a great achievement. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth curled in the face of her praise. In fact, before coming over, he was a bit angry, because he couldn't know in time that there was someone behind the scenes of the mine, thus missing the best time to investigate. He didn't get Wang Fugue under control in time. Now that Wang Fugue was dead, this clue was also broken with him. Seeing that it was completely dark outside, Pei Hao wanted to leave. Walking to the window, she saw a group of guards passing by and retreated back. compared to last time. The number of guards protecting her had increased again. Pei Hao turned around and asked strangely, "Sheriff, how did a little girl like you manage to be valued by the family?" "Want to know?" Duwan's gaze flickered slightly. "Can you tell?" "There is no harm in telling you." "Because?" Duwan turned around to face him squarely, spreading a smile. Two small fingers pointing at her cheeks. A pair of shallow little pear swirls. "Take a look. I look super cute, Pei Hao. Here we go again. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. It's not like he has to know." Pei Hao still wanted to say something, when he heard familiar footsteps outside the quiet room. He hurriedly slipped away, still leaving through the window. "Sister?" Du Qian stood to the door. "Big brother, come in, The door is unlocked." Duwan sat in front of the bookcase without moving. The door was pushed open. After coming in, Du Qian first looked round the quiet room. Seeing that his sister was the only one, this was a relief. Just now, he went to see his father. Father suddenly asked if his sister and Pei Hao had been seeing each other a lot lately. Du Qian could not answer for a moment. However, his sister and Pei Hao did get closer recently. Duwan's big eyes glanced and glanced. "Big brother? Sister, who can come to you today?" "No, who can find me? I have been in the quiet room." Duwan opened her eyes and told lies. "It's good that there's no one." Du Qian approaches his sister and whispers, "Brother heard a message." Duwan blinks. "What news?" "The small merchant who bought your mountain is dead. And there is also an unknown offense. The whole family has been arrested. The family property was also confiscated." Du Qian whispers to his sister to share the news he just got. Brother thinks this is a bit unusual. The one who copied the family was the Imperial City Department. Duwan's eyes roll. This matter must have the approval of the Emperor's uncle. Sister's guess is good? Du Qian nods his head in agreement with his sister. The two of them chatted for a while longer, before Du Qian did not allow her to practice writing, forcing her to go and rest. The next period of time, Duwan was very peaceful and stayed at home. Every day, she went to the main courtyard to greet the eldest princess and had breakfast together. In the morning, she stayed in the quiet room to draw and write. At noon, she went to the main courtyard. And in the afternoon, she continued to read and write. Then, there was 1 hour of cultivation before bed, and 1 hour of cultivation in the morning. This one movement was more difficult to practice than expected. Insisting on it every day, the quality of the body is improved. Just not too obvious. This morning, Duwan finished reading another book. After learning about it, she knew that this world was similar to the ancient times of Xia. The biggest difference is probably the problem of the text. And also the mythological stories that have been passed down are not the same. There was no Pangu opening up the heavens and the earth here. No Noah mending the heavens with her body. Shuxiang sharpened the ink while stealing glances at Duwan. Painting, he packed up the books on the shelf. "Miss, why don't you ask about gossip these days?" "Oh, what's the gossip?" Duwan puts down her pen and stretches her little waist. Painting, he whispered. "This town is tense today." "What is it?" Duwan is surprised. "A lot of officials were killed at the city gates." "Huh?" Now Duwan is interested. "What officials? Committed a major offense?" "Yes. Didn't Pei Shi almost get into trouble last time? The Emperor ordered a thorough investigation. This investigation on a big deal. The capital suburb's 18 battalion died a general, but also pulled out a pile of embezzlement of military pay case, involved in the case of more and more people, which captured a batch and a batch." Duwan was immediately surprised. This is pulling the carrot to bring out the mud. Painting and mysteriously said, "I heard that this time the mastermind surnamed Pei, or 18 battalion of small generals it, when the ambush failed to escape. And now people have not been caught. Miss, Pei's family is quite chaotic internally, and people don't get along too well." Duwan asked. "How do you know?" "It's all over the place outside," Painting said in a small voice. "Pei big villain is quite miserable. A person is out there fighting to the death, but his own family is stabbing him in the back." Duwan decided to write a letter to express her feelings of comfort, but after thinking about it, she didn't know how to write for a while. Chapter 34, Your fiancé misses you. Then write whatever comes to mind. And there was the following letter. Pei Shi, hello. I heard that you found out the real culprit. Or your own clan. How sad. It must be very sad. I wrote to comfort you the first time I heard about it. Were you comforted? I feel comforted. Signed, Duwan. Du-won waited for the ink to dry, folded it up, and stuffed it into another envelope. She beckoned a guard to deliver the letter. The guard went to the door, but met Du-chien. Du-chien inquired a couple of sentences, and learnt that it was his sister who wrote to Pei Hao. His face couldn't help but sink. Bring out the letter. A girl's family. Not yet married. How can she be private? The guard handed over the letter. Du-chien scolded while opening it. After a scan of the content on it, Du-chien's expression was odd as hell. Then he put the letter into the envelope again and handed it to the guard. All right. Send it to Pei Shi. Don't let anyone know that I read the letter. Yes, young master. The guard left. Du-chien looked around and made sure there was no one around, and finally cried out in laughter, laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He still couldn't stop. Luckily, no underlings saw this scene. Otherwise they would have thought that the young master had gone crazy. Right? And such a happy thing. It's a pity that no one shared it. Because when Pei Hao receives the letter, I'm afraid that not only will he not be comforted, he will also be infuriated. Sister is really too cute. The fact that the letter was intercepted by the cheap elder brother in the middle of going out. Du-won didn't know about it. She is still in the quiet room, listening to Painting Yi's gossip. Painting Yi by this time has already chatted about Duke Xiechi, and is looking adoring. Miss, Duke Xiechi has come out with new words again. It's just a pity that I couldn't copy them out. I heard that Duke Xiechi went to the State Scholarship Academy. Xu Xiang picks up the conversation. Painting Yi was surprised. Didn't he go to the Imperial College long ago? He went on a study tour before. The two little maids' eyes were glowing when they talked about Xiechi. Even she, the eldest miss, had forgotten. Cough, cough. Du-won dryly coughed twice. Mississippi. Xu Xiang and Painting Yi rushed forward to serve, passing hot tea and wet handkerchiefs again. Du-won asked, where are Ningqin and Lucci? Today, Ningqin is resting, and Sister Luoke is in the small kitchen, preparing pastries for Mississippi. Xu Xiang's voice has the characteristic tenderness of a young girl. It's a pity that Du-won doesn't know how to appreciate it. I'm going to take a stroll. Miss wants to go out. Painting Yi asked carefully. Du-won looks at Painting Yi. No. I'll just stroll around the Jade Spirit Garden. Hearing her say this, both Xu Xiang and Painting Yi were obviously relieved. As long as Missy doesn't go out, it's fine. In the past, when Missy went out, she would always cause trouble. But it was hard for the subordinates who served her. Last time she disappeared, the people who used to serve her either died or were sent away. Soon, there are even more headaches. Missy does not go out, but to grow vegetables. However, Missy grows vegetables, not by herself. It's the underlings who come. She just acted as a conductor on the side, saying that she would pull up the flowers and plants in the garden. Or the gardener, Uncle Lee, who was heartbroken by the expensive flowers and plants, offered to transplant them to pots. Du-won thought it was right. Chung. Uncle Lee. You get it. Uncle Lee hurriedly nodded his head and commanded his subordinates to move some flower pots. Du-won glanced to Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang. You go find some vegetable seeds. What kind of seeds come 10 pounds? Xu Xiang. Uncle Lee. A group of subordinates. Missy. Do you really know how to plant? Beside her, Painting Yi was afraid that she would have to grow the vegetables herself and quickly said, Missy, the manor will send fresh vegetables to the mansion every day. So, there is no shortage of vegetables in our mansion. No. I just want to find something for you guys to do. Du-won lost her temper. I just want to see how the vegetables are grown. A group of subordinates suddenly do not know what to say. It was Uncle Lee who asked carefully. Then, Miss, do you still want to pull them out? Pull up some inexpensive flowers and plants and make a place to grow vegetables. Du-won thought about it. It's better not to toss this garden's flowers and plants too much. Sure enough, Uncle Lee sighed in relief and hurriedly commanded the people to make a small piece of land in the corner and vacated it. Du-won nodded with satisfaction. Then she let them pack up properly and all dispersed. Instead, they left behind Xu Xiang and Painting, started planting vegetables. It was Du-won herself who squatted beside them, watching the two maids turn the ground. When Du-won was tired, there were still refreshments set by Loki. The subordinate's ability to do the job is still very good. In no time at all, they found a big packet of seeds. Of course, it was possible to find it so fast, or because Missy only asked for seeds. She didn't ask for what kind of seeds. Du-Wan flipped through the packet of seeds. After asking what kind of seeds they were, she let the subordinates retire. Painting E and Xu Xiang were sweating profusely from turning over the ground. When they saw Du-Wan carrying the seeds, they walked to the roof not far away. Painting E moved toward Xu Xiang's side and asked in a low voice, "Xu Xiang, have we offended Missy?" "I don't know." Xu Xiang's willow brows furrowed. Painting E pouted in depression. "It must be. Don't even know where we pissed off the young miss. What should we do?" "Work." The two people didn't dare to say anything else, and could only work more earnestly. They only hoped that Missy was happy, and would not toss them around. Du-Wan was in no mood to pay attention to the two now. Carrying the seeds to the piece of vegetable field that was opened up, Du-Wan opened her mouth with a small face. "Divide this piece of land into several small pieces. I want to plant onions, ginger, garlic, melons, and aubergines." Xu Xiang lowers her head and responds, "Yes, Mississippi. But Miss Slave Girl doesn't know how to plant." Painting E mentioned it in an aggravated manner. Can the slave girl go and consult the others, ask how to plant, and then come back to plant? Okay. Du-Wan did not make it too difficult for them. Painting E was delighted to hear this, and hurriedly put down her hoe and went to look for someone. This search, but found two subordinates. Du-Wan used the excuse of being tired to let them do it properly, and went back to her room first. She went back to her room, locked the door and window, and began to cultivate. In fact, Painting E guessed correctly. Du-Wan was deliberately tossing the two of them, having the heart to pay attention to that sinister villain. Xie Zhang meant that it was too idle. The guards of the princess's residence were not slow in delivering the letter. In less than half an hour, Du-Wan's handwritten letter reached Pei Hao's hand. Pei Hao was surprised to hear that the little girl had written to him. Even Mu Xian, who was beside him, had a glittering eye and was eager to know what the young lady had written. Mu Xian asked flirtatiously, "Shitzi, your little fiancé misses you? Itchy skin you? Want to get beaten up?" Pei Hao turned the envelope up and down. The envelope was blank and did not state that it was for him. However, the person who sent the letter over was indeed a guard from the princess's residence. Mu Xian smiled and asked, "Has County Princess ever sent a letter to Shitzi before?" "No. This was the first letter. Quickly open it and see what it will say." When Pei Hao took out the letter, it was hard for Mu Xian to hold back from peeking. Pei Hao was initially a little curious as to what that dead girl would say in the letter. When he actually saw the content of the letter, his chest was immediately blocked. Chapter 35. You didn't comfort me. In a short letter, the little girl's playful and vivid little appearance suddenly crumbled into his mind. Lingering. Especially the last sentence. It was simply toxic. Mu Xian eventually didn't hold back, sneaking round behind the World Master and poking his body to take a peek. A letter on a single sheet of paper. The content was a sweeping glance away. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. Didn't hold back. Mu Xian laughed extraordinarily exaggeratedly. Pei Hao buckled the letter back onto the desktop, his handsome face darkening. Mu Xian, you're really getting more and more unruly. I heard that Linha County has found a riverbank collapse. Do you want to go and deal with it? Mu Xian, don't want to. No. This was proper revenge. He still had injuries on his body, so he definitely had to rely on the capital. That night, the moon was like a silver disc, hanging high above the willow tops. The princess mansion was quiet, and so was the Yuling Yuan, with only a few chirps of crickets occasionally heard. Du-Wan dismissed the maid, closed the doors and windows, and was about to prepare for cultivation. Unexpectedly, there was a slight movement at the window door. Du-Wan wan, a small, yet familiar shout. Du-Wan rolled over and got up, put on an outer shirt, and went to open the window door. Sure enough, he saw standing outside the window, beautiful, beautiful young man under the moonlight. A tight black robe, without any decoration, but still better than the spring color on earth. Du-Wan strangely asked, "It's this hour. Why did you come over?" "I was not comforted." Pei Hao inexplicably came with this sentence. Du-Wan was a bit confused. "What do you mean?" Pei Hao's complexion turned dangerous. The letter during the day. After being reminded, Du-Wan then remembered, and couldn't help but be snappy. Can it be said that after delivering the letter, she forgot about it? However, she still didn't get it. What the hell was he doing here? As soon as Pei Hao saw her puzzled little look, thinking of that letter, he got a little bit blocked again. Your comfort. Only comforted to yourself. Anyway, I didn't feel comforted. Suddenly, his eyes added a slight accusation. I also saw you gloating from it. Du-Wan. You bull. This is coming over here to ask for punishment? Pei Hao entered the room through the window in a familiar manner, sneaking into a little girl's room in the middle of the night. If he were the previous son of the world, he would never do such a rude thing. Now he doesn't feel anything at all. No. There was even a small sense of anticipation and novelty. Entering her chambers, Pei Hao looked round as if nothing had happened. Finally his eyes fell on Du-Wan. And only then did he realize that she was only wearing a thin singlet that couldn't cover her delicate and beautiful collarbone. And the sleeves that were pulled up halfway revealed half of her white and jade-like arms. Du-Wan poured a cup of tea from the warm teapot and handed it to Pei Hao. Come, drink tea. Pei Hao's hand, which received the tea, trembled a little. So, he sat sideways to the coffee table and drank the tea as if it was slow. Du-Wan waited for a long time without waiting for a word from him, and couldn't help but have a black line. He came over at night, but he didn't look like he was asking for trouble. Then why in the end? Pei Hao's face is expressionless, but he is actually panicked. But his eyes don't dare to fall on her. And it's not good to remind her of anything. He just wants to wait for her to realize that something is wrong so that he can go and put on an outer shirt. But Du-Wan from the 21st century of China did not even realize that something was wrong. Don't think that this world is conservative. No. How she dressed in the previous 3 seasons, Du-Wan was not sure. But in these days when she came to the capital, the summer clothes of noble women were really extra light and cool. Usually it was a bustier dress with a light and transparent raw silk coat. Now that she was still wearing a single garment, there was really nothing to avoid. On a hot day, it was all about wearing as little as possible. Finally, Du-Wan asked in a bad mood, Pei Shitzi, you came over so late. What exactly is the matter? Just say it. You've come. Why are you still dawdling? Pei Hao lowered his eyelids, his gaze fixed on the tea in his cup. You get dressed first. Eh? Du-Wan looked back and looked down at herself. Suddenly it dawned on her, and with a smile, she turned to the hanger behind the screen, using the cover to get dressed properly. Du-Wan walked out and asked again, what I asked you to check. Are there any clues? No. Only then did Pei Hao look up at her. He was still as high and cold as ever. But he also had the feeling that the old man was not very happy. So you should quickly coax me. Of course. Du-Wan was convinced that this must be her own illusion. The person in front of her is the villain. Du-Wan asked again. This can be said? In the end? Looking for me to do what? Didn't I say that your letter didn't comfort me? Pei Hao looked straight into her eyes. Danger and frankness. Du-Wan was a bit weak. Then what do you want? Give you another chance. His words sound inexplicable. But the underlying meaning, again, is very clear. Is to give her another chance to comfort him. If it's like that letter again, full of gloating, he might really get angry. Du-Wan's mind turned. Then you wait for a while, said. She went to the dressing table. Will loose hair combed into a high ponytail. Then went to open the window door. Leaned over to climb the window. Tried a few times. Trying to flip out of the window is a bit of a struggle. Ma duh. This window how to build so high ah. Nope. It is you who are too short. Pei Hao frowned. What are you doing? Going out. Du-Wan smiled in a sneaky way. You're not in a bad mood. I'll take you out to play. I heard that there is a night market in the capital. Especially crowded at night. Also very fun. If Pei Hao hadn't been brought up well, he would have wanted to slap her on the head. One look at her giddy little face. She knew that the person who wanted to play was herself. Du-Wan's whole body is almost on the window. Hey. Why are you still standing? Come and give me a hand. No. Pei Hao coldly refused. What are you doing? There's no friendship of partners at all. This son doesn't want to go. What the hell? If you didn't ask, would I want to take you out to play? Think I'm idle? Thumbs up. You are idle. Talking about accompanying me to play. But actually it's you who wants to go out. Pei Hao was seeing through her. She glared at him. If you know the excuse, why say it? It's not like Du-Wan couldn't get over the window without help. Knowing that letting him help wouldn't work, she tried a little harder, and with a little effort, she rolled over. Pei Hao said he would not help. When she was rolling over the window, he still walked behind her. If she accidentally fell, he could reach out and catch someone. Probably the temptation to go out of the house to play was too great, and the little girl tumbled over on her own. Compared to Do-won's effort, Pei Hao's window flip was much lighter. However, it is a bit strange that there are no guards around. Do-won pulled Pei Hao. What are you waiting for? Go. You? No. What are you babbling about? Can't a big man just do it? Do-won was worried about meeting the guards. Grabbed Pei Hao's wrist and walked out gently. Pei Hao looked at the small hand holding his own and froze slightly. When walking, they almost shared the same hand. Chapter 36. What the hell is a gentleman's demeanor? When he walked away, Do-won also raised her small chin. Smugly said, I have to leave. Good luck. We didn't even have to climb over the wall to sneak out smoothly. Pei Hao didn't want to blow her off. As early as when he went in over the wall tonight and bumped into a group of personal guards. Those guys treated him as if he was invisible. And he guessed that there should be his future father-in-law's handiwork in this. It wasn't long after they were out of the princess's residence. In the main courtyard, the lounge of the master bedroom, a beloved member of the Du Prince Consort's team reported softly, Master, Missy and Pei Shirzi have left the mansion. Wasn't it Pei Boy who came to look for Wan? It seems like Missy is going out of the house to play. The Heartlander spoke of the situation. Master, should I send someone to follow the eldest miss? No need. With Pei Shirzi accompanying her, Wan will be fine. Do extra horse harnessed by the Emperor's side sighed slightly in his heart. He just hoped that Pei Hao would protect his daughter a little bit in the future. Some things seemed to be resolved. But in fact, they might not be. He was not old enough. But his heart was getting old with worry. Do extra horse harnessed by the side of a team asked, Where is the young master? Still didn't go to the clan school? No. The young master said that he wants to retreat for a period of time. Fine. Let him be. Yes. Besides, Do-won pulled Pei Hao out of the mansion and was met by someone outside. Hu-san and a team of guards. And also everyone holding a torch holding a horse. However, there was no extra horse for Do-won. Do-won came to Pei Hao's ear and asked in a low voice. Is there no carriage? Oh. No. Pei Hao was lost in thought for a moment. Why did he come so close? He stroked his chest. And just now there was a moment when his heart was beating abnormally. Yes. Abnormal. No. It's the little girl who made him abnormal. Pei Hao's handsome face became colder and colder. Do-won had long been accustomed to his cold face. Seeing that there was no carriage, she could only look at Pei Hao with a bitter melon face. Innocently looking at Pei Hao. Why don't you play up your gentlemanly demeanor? And let me have a ride on your horse. Heh. What the hell is gentlemanly demeanor? Pei Hao glanced at her coolly. He went ahead and pulled his precious mount and leapt on it. Do-won skimmed her little mouth and slipped over to Hu-san. Third brother. Take this cute little fairy of mine with you. Ha. May. Hu-san was about to nod in agreement. A glance at the world son's blackened face. And immediately changed his words. But the subordinate person grows too tall and too strong. The horse humps two people. I don't know if it's okay. Hu-san naively touched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. Do-won retreated 2 steps and glanced at his horse. Compared to Pei Hao's and Hu-san's mounts, it was still Pei Hao's horse that was more divine. Pei Hao rode on the back of his horse without expression and waited. He looked like I just want to see you laugh. Do-won was furious in her heart. Didn't she just want to force her to give up going? I don't think so. She didn't think about who she was doing it for. Do-won's eyes turned. Walked to the last guard and whispered. Hey. Your son can't wipe his face. Let you secretly give me the horse to ride. Really? The guards had doubts. But then, they thought that she was the fiancée of the son. And the son even came over at night to see her. So they were a bit more convinced. Do-won patted her small chest. Of course. I'll get on the horse later and see if he'll stop it. The guard hesitated or gave her the horse rope. Pei Hao just watched coldly without stopping. Do-won got the horse and tossed it around for a while before she finally flipped onto the horse's back. Riding on top of the horse, she straightened her back. A pair of big black eyes gleaming like shining stars. Lifting her hand and pointing ahead, she said with great bravado, Go! Departure. This girl sooner or later, one day, also want to gallantly mount a horse. How stupid. Pei Hao took the first step forward. Surname Pei. You want to be scolded again? Duan immediately rode her horse to follow, and plucked a glance towards Pei Hao's back. However, Pei Hao was still a bit conscientious, and rode not too fast. At night, there were Imperial City guards patrolling the city, and when they saw suspicious people, they would come up and ask questions. Pei Hao and his group just swiped their faces and rode unhindered. Tonight's moonlight is just right. Riding a horse down a street with few pedestrians was a unique experience. Anyway, Duan found it quite interesting. As the night market approached, the streets gradually became more and more crowded with pedestrians. The night market is in the south of the city, built around a small lake. On weekdays, there are people rowing boats on the lake, which is beautifully called swimming in the lake. There are many shops around the lake, and they are also open at night. And on the large open space near the lake, there are many hawker stalls and folk artists performing juggling. Every small distance, there will be a string of large red lanterns hanging. From a distance, a large lantern in the dark night. Stars, like a river of stars in the sky. Duan was stunned. So the night market is so beautiful. Beautiful? Pei Hao dismounted. Duan followed and dismounted, and even gave the reins to the Pei family guards who followed. Of course it's beautiful. The stars are dotted like the stars in the sky falling to the ground. It's so beautiful. Childish. Pei Hao snorted. Duan huffed and puffed and left first. The next time I go to the night market with you, this county princess won't be surnamed Du. Pei Hao raised his eyebrows and sneered. Hee hee. When she gets married, naturally her surname won't be Du. Duan entered the night market, and didn't care to be angry when she saw everything new and strange. She is excited to stroll around the small lake, where there are many people to drill there. Pei Hao a little attention will not see people. Only when she encountered something she wanted to buy, she would come over with a pleasing smile and ask him to help pay. If someone pays, it's not their own silver that they spend. Even more, it fueled the desire to spend. And Duan kept buying and buying, until she met an acquaintance in the crowd of hawkers. Qin Yu. She is doing business. She was selling some knickknacks. A variety of things. For example, embroidered handkerchiefs, purses, all kinds of head flowers and ropes. Some grasshoppers and rabbits made of grass. Even small cages for crickets. Small wooden knives, wooden swords and wooden bows. There were even wild flowers and herbs dug down from the mountains, which were sold as potted plants in small bamboo baskets filled with mud. On one stall, there were many things. Not to mention, business was quite good. There were 2 children helping to look after the stall. Duan thought that it should be those little beggars who came to the capital with Qin Yu. Nowadays, the clothes of the children are much better than the last time we saw them, so they should have a good life. Pei Hao followed her gaze, and also saw Qin Yu. You know her? Pei Hao asked. Duan looks up at him in surprise. You don't know? Should I know her? Pei Hao asked back. Duan wondered. She followed us all the way back to the capital. No impression. Pei Hao did not lie. Pei Hao investigated Xie Zheng, and also incidentally checked the Qin Yu he brought back. Now the results of the investigation have been put on the Emperor's Dragon case. But he himself has not really seen Qin Yu. Could it be that she is Qin Yu? It's the woman that Xie brought back. Duan. Crap. Really haven't seen anyone. Chapter 37. Intercepted by the World Prince. As soon as she saw this look on his face, she knew she had guessed it. However, she didn't continue the topic. Duan watched for quite a while, not purposely looking over at Qin Yu's side, as a person who had a bit of a psychological shadow on the creature of the female lead. It was better not to get together if she could. Just as Duan is going to continue to walk forward, suddenly, from not far away from the tea house rushed to a few house guests. Came up to Qin Yu's stall on the front of the smash. The scene is a mess. This? Who is the family in the death? Aw. Duan immediately transformed into a melon-eating crowd. Melon seeds. Quick! Get on the melon seeds. Her small hands reached out towards Pei Hao with gusto. She was met with Pei Hao's indifferent peach blossom eyes. Duan smiled sarcastically. Sorry. Asked the wrong person, haha. Sheriff. Here. Hussein pinpointed a packet of 5-spice sunflower melon seeds from the pile of things the little girl had just bought. With the melon seeds, Duan was happy. Duan was again possessed by the little magician. This great immortal flexed his fingers and counted. This is a male disaster. Pei Hao had a black line on his face. It was Hussein who was very funny. Does male trouble mean trouble caused by men? Yes. Duwan's small eyes were full of appreciation. Hussein asked, how do you know it's a male disaster? Calculated. He. Duwan whispered in a mysterious manner. Why don't we make a bet? No bet. Hussein did not fall for it. Just when she wanted to talk eloquently. Pei Hao beside her indifferently poked through. Is there any need to calculate this matter? Against a powerless commoner. Only having a houseguest come to smash the stalls. Such a small family is in all likelihood the handiwork of a woman in the back of the house. And Qin Yu had just arrived in the capital not long ago. What kind of person could she have offended? 80% were implicated. This one is to blame for Xiechi opening screens everywhere. Hooking up with this and that. Duan silenced, robbed my words. You went too far. Oh. It's so that you can't show off your small intelligence. Right. Nonsense, what big truth. It was Hussein who didn't hold back his laughter. The few guards standing guard behind them did the same. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the little girl was waiting to show off a bit. Only to be cut off by the Shitsi master. As soon as Duwan saw Hussein and the others trying to laugh, she was annoyed again and puffed up her little cheeks and huffed. Surname Pei. You're injecting yourself, huh? Pei Hao was silent for a while before stifling 3 words. Can't understand. Hussein nodded in agreement. Just as unintelligible. Humph. It's weird to understand. Duwan turned back arrogantly and continued to get high as a crowd. Missy. Note. Is the meaning of destined to be alone for the rest of your life? A small milky voice sounded at her feet. Duwan looked down. Little Tubby is looking at her, with his little head tilted curiously. A 4 or 5-year-old child. White and tender. Like a lucky doll in a yearbook. The first time Duwan looked at it, she was adored out of her face. So cute. Want to hug. Want to kiss. People think so. Already dry? Pick up the small child bark is a mouthful. Wow wow. You are that family's child. So cute, ah. Sister hasn't said it yet. The little child looks like a little pedant. Duwan nodded repeatedly. Yes yes yes. You are so smart. The abbreviation of note the loneliness. Is the abbreviation of not being able to marry a daughter-in-law anymore. Destined to be alone for the rest of your life. Then Big Brother is so miserable. He can't even get a daughter-in-law. Pei Hao, who was sympathized by the little doll, Hussein and others, suddenly read the jokes of the Shitsi master, a little afraid. He. And this time, the parents of the little chubby peer finally reacted. Saw that Duwan had no malice and was not an unreasonable person. Smiled and hugged the small child and left. Before the little chubby peer left, he also took the melon seeds in Duwan's hand. Pei Hao's eyes flashed and looked at Hussein. Hussein laughed nervously and handed Duwan the melon in his hand. Sheriff. That me. My Shitsi master will not be alone for the rest of his life. Duwan took the melon on the high. Oh. What do you want to express? Hussein stole a glance at Pei Hao. Master Shitsi is a man with a fiancée. Not afraid of not being able to marry a daughter-in-law. Retire the marriage sooner or later. Duwan blurted out offhandedly. Never think about it. Pei Hao's handsome face instantly went cold. The little girl's heart to withdraw from the marriage is not dead yet? But the more she thinks about it, the less he wants to fulfill it. As for what Pei Hao thought, Duwan didn't care at all. Her mind was again attracted by the bustle in front of her. The family man smashed the stall. Qin Yu went to stop it, and was pushed down by a strong force. The 2 children helping out couldn't change anything. Duwan got high on a melon seed and commented in a serious manner. The law of the protagonist. When a beauty is bullied, it's the right time for the hero to appear. Pei Hao looks at her in surprise. Hussein was agreeing with her. Sheriff Master's gaze is like a torch. I admire it. This is because at this moment, there happens to be a tawdry brocade-clothed noble gentleman who jumps out and gets the guards around him to help drive away the household guards. The brocade-clothed male shook his white jade fan. Snort. The Wang family's house slaves are getting more and more arrogant. They dare to oppress the people in full view of the public. The crowd couldn't help but secretly talk away as they listened. Hee. Someone from the Wang family. Which Wang family? There are quite a few families surnamed Wang in the capital. It's the Nanyangbu house. Wicked female match Wang Jin? Duwan's first thought was this woman. This woman in the book is really vicious, ah. And this woman also has a grudge against her. Cheap Big Brother found out that there was a part of Wang Jiner among the people who rumored about her. Du-won sidles up and asks Hussein. Who is that tart? Sheriff can ask Master Sheetsi. Hussein reminded in a low voice. Don't ask. Humph. I don't even want to talk to him tonight. The little girl held a grudge. Hussein laughed. But didn't dare. Du-won asked again. Who is it? Hussein had to answer. It's Chen Sheetsi of the Qinghua Gongfu. Du-won spat out the melon shells in her small mouth. So it's him. Soon. She was surprised again and said. Not right. Didn't my brother say that he was put in a sack and couldn't get out of bed for 3 or 2 months? The person who beat him didn't kill him. Just some superficial wounds. Lie down for a month or so, and he'll be able to get out of bed. Du-won thought that it was Hussein who answered him. But when she heard the voice was not right. It was actually Pei Hao. Du-won grunted and twisted her head away, not talking to the orphan. When Pei Hao saw her childish behavior, he was inexplicably amused. Du-won pouted and asked, What are you laughing at? Probably because I'm happy when you're unhappy. Pei Hao's expression had no hint of a joke. Maybe he really thinks so? Hussein all felt that his own master was missing a tendon. So what if he was more capable? He couldn't even coax a little girl. Sure enough, Hussein was even angrier when he saw the little girl. Du-won huffed and puffed and walked forward. In fact, it was the crowd in front of her that was watching and blocking her view. Pivot away from the crowd and drill a little in front. As a result, the lively yet to see, but is their own caused a fishy. Du-won who drilled up to the front. The clothes and temperament. In a group of people particularly conspicuous. This is not. She just drilled to the front. Let Qin Yu found. It's you? Those people were instructed by you. Qin Yu angrily rebuked. Du-won welcomed an angry accusation for no reason. Chapter 38. One person does what one person does. Qin Yu was furious and pointed at Du-won as soon as she saw her and scolded. Didn't you say that the enmity and grudges are gone? Why are you still doing this? Why is your heart so black? Shut up. Du-won calmly picked up a sunflower melon seed in the palm of her hand and got high. Miss Qin, I can understand that you're just angry and out of your mind. But I'm purely out to play tonight. Just like the people to get high on a melon and watch the fun. It's not against the law. Now Qin Yu a bit lost his mind. You still do not admit it? Have the guts to do it. Do you have a problem? Or are you deaf? That tawdry Gongzi has said that the owner of these houseguests is from the Nanyang burial mansion. I just arrived in the capital, and the only person I've ever had a grudge against is you. Even if these house guards aren't your people. You made them do it. TSK. Idiot. You've offended a lot of people since you arrived in the capital. Nonsense. Du-won thought on her toes, and looked towards the tea house behind her. Sure enough, there were women in the windows of the first floor who were probing their heads and looking this way. Du-won's big eyes turned furtively. So she said in a loud voice, Have you heard of the 7th girl Wang Jiner of the Nanyang burial house? That's the admirer of Duke Xia's 7th son. What does this have to do with me? Qin Yu cried. Of course it's relevant. Du-won smiles mysteriously. Who in the entire capital doesn't know that you are the only woman that Duke Xia brought back to the capital? If you want to blame it, blame Xia. His woman's fate is too good. Peacock Open Screen is not as good as his bull. It is Peacock Open Screen is not as good as him. Ha ha. Ha. Some people in the crowd couldn't help but clam up and laugh. Some people chimed in. The girl who sells things. Don't wrongly accuse County Lord Jiao Yang. Yes. Who doesn't know that the 7th girl of the Nanyang Bo family is not on good terms with the county princess, and would lend her household servants to the county princess? Sheriff Master has a point. Peacock is indeed no match for 7th Prince Xie. Ha ha. What kind of big truths are they saying? 7th Prince Xie is just a bit better with women. Du-won was happy. Among these uproarious crowds, Hussein and the others were missing. In fact, Du-won wasn't sure if it was Wang Jiner who was looking for trouble with Qin Yu. Anyway, she was happy to snap this shitpot onto Wang Jiner. When she finds the right opportunity, she will take revenge, and take revenge for the original owner. As for pitting Xie, it was really incidental. Du-won looked at Qin Yu with a sympathetic face, and said while getting high on melon seeds, You're so pathetic. You don't even know when you've been dragged into this. Don't worry. You're not the first girl to be victimized by Xie's admirer. Nor will you be the last. That person is a scourge star. Any girl who gets involved with him is going to be unlucky. Qin Yu had passed her anger and had gained a few moments of composure. However, she was even more confused. Especially Du-Wan's sympathetic eyes made it hard for Qin Yu. She knew that Du-Wan did not have good intentions. But for a moment, she did not know how to retort. When she wanted to open her mouth to retort, Du-Wan had already turned around and drilled out of the crowd again and disappeared. Nan Yangfu's family members escaped. The gentleman who helped her earlier also left at an unknown time. As soon as Chen-Lu saw Du-Wan, he knew it was bad, and he hurried to sneak away before she noticed him. Although he didn't catch the person who put the sack on him last time, his grandfather said that in all likelihood, it was Du Qian's doing. So he could only admit that he was beaten up. Who asked him to send people to spread rumors about Du-Wan? People only beat him a meal. Or light. Chen-Lu has been in the capital for 10 years. And the only thing that has made him suffer is this pair of siblings from the princess's residence. As a result, Chen-Lu had just drilled his way out of the crowd when he bumped into Pei Hao and his group. Chen-Lu's eyes lit up and immediately moved forward. Ah Hao! What a lucky day. I can meet a busy man like you even when I go out. Pei Hao did not want to see him at all. This is a simple guy. The first time they met when they were kids, they unilaterally declared that they were his Pei Hao's best friend. Pei Hao used to be lazy and didn't deny it. Year after year passed. Everyone thought he was really his best friend, including both of their families. When Chen-Lu approached, he noticed that something was wrong. Pei Hao seemed to be waiting for someone. Chen-Lu inquired in a low voice. Are you waiting for someone? Waiting for who? Coming. See for yourself. Pei Hao's eyes signaled Chen-Lu to look behind him. Chen-Lu turned around and was suddenly scared out of his wits. Du-Wan was looking at him with a smile on her face. Pei Hao, I heard that this tart is your best friend. No, I didn't admit it. Pei Hao immediately denied it. Chen-Lu was sad. Ah Hao, you don't have to be afraid of her identity to please her. Our two families together are not afraid of a county princess like her. Snap! Pei Hao slapped him on the head. Idiot! Pei Hao said expressionlessly. This Shitzi doesn't know this fool. Really? I heard my brother say that he is still spreading rumors about me outside for you. You even checked for me last time. Didn't you find him out? Du-Wan's smile didn't reach the bottom of her eyes. It was the first time Pei Hao had seen such a smile from the little girl. Last time, Chen-Lu was suddenly put in a sack, and I knew about it after that. I'm sorry. I'm also responsible for this. What's there to apologize to her for? It's not like you're right. Chen-Lu was not happy. Chen-Lu turned to Du-Wan. Princess Jiaoyang. One person does everything. How didn't know about this? Besides, if you are not upright, do you blame others for saying so? Even if I made a rumor, I was punished. I was beaten severely. But I was in bed for a month. Is that so? I am not upright. You are very correct. Right? Du-Wan was calm, but her gaze at Chen-Lu was cold. Turning around, she walked away without a word. Not only Pei Hao, even Husan felt bad. In the past, when the little girl was angry, it was outwardly revealed. But this time she was different. Truly angry. Without getting angry on the spot. There is only one possibility that this matter will not end well. Chen-Lu's heart was thumping. A little panicked. Ah Hao. Chen-Lu. If I were you, I should go home now and prepare a thick gift. And go to the eldest princess's residence early tomorrow morning to make amends and apologize. Pei Hao left this sentence and turned to chase Du-Wan. Husan glanced at Chen-Lu. Chen Shitzi. Take care of yourself. Chen-Lu. Heart more panicked. What to do? Can't figure it out. Hurry home to find grandfather to discuss. Du-Wan is in a bad mood. Not shopping. Finds the guard who helped her with the horse. Starts trying to climb on the horse again. After climbing twice without success, she glances to the guard next to her. This horse is too high. I can't climb up. You help me. Yes. The guard just wanted to help her. As a result, he saw Pei Hao walk up. Wan. Ch. Du-Wan regretted that she shouldn't come out tonight. No. It was still good to come out and watch a gossip. But she shouldn't have come out with Pei Hao. After spending more time with him this time, she would actually think he's a nice guy? So just like that, Pei Hao was relieved by the little girl. Chapter 39, not letting her get what she wants. The relationship between the two people that was slightly eased is again back to the pre-liberation era. Du-Wan ignored Pei Hao and made the guard squat down. Her little feet stepped on the guard's shoulders and unexpectedly rolled over onto the horse in one go. This made Pei Hao, who stretched out his hand to help her. His hand froze in midair. Du-won went to play in high spirits, but came back with a small face. Even if she avoided the people in the house, she still let the guards see it and reported to do extra horse harness by the side of a team. Pei Hao silently escorted her to the princess residence. Only after seeing her enter with his own eyes did he return to the residence. Hu-san and the others didn't dare to breathe a word when they saw that the prince was in a bad mood. Just like this, they quietly returned to the Jingguogong mansion. Hu-san went back to his residence. It didn't take long for Mu Xian to come over and ask in a low voice. Going out? Did something happen? The world son doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Hu-san asked. What happened to the world son? Stayed in the study. Hasn't come out. Mu Xian was a little worried. Looking outside, the moon was in the middle of the sky. Hu-san frowned and said, I don't know what to say. Mu Xian lightly pushed him. I don't know what to say, my arse. Say what you have. So, Hu-san thought about it and still talked about tonight's events. Mu Xian's face became complicated. Shitzi Master is missing a bone. How come he always gives the little girl a hard time? In the end, he let Shitzi-chan get involved again and was angered by the little girl. Right. That's it. Hu-san was also anxious for Shitzi. Resistant to his status. There were some things he couldn't say. Mu Xian was different. A subordinate as well as a relative of the world prince. Or a close friend who grew up together. Even if he says something, even if he gets angry, he won't really do anything to him. Mu Xian went to the study. It was late at night. And sure enough, I saw Pei Hao still flipping through letters sent from all over the world. The whole thing was cold and quite scary. Mu Xian reminded Shitzi, it's time to go rest. The injuries on your body haven't fully healed yet. Finish this bit more busy. Pei Hao is actually not in a hurry with these things. But he just doesn't feel like sleeping at all tonight. Mu Xian said, why don't I help you with it? Your injuries aren't healed either. Rest early? Pei Hao did not agree. I can't sleep at night until I've had enough sleep during the day. Oh! Pei Hao coldly owned and didn't speak again. Mu Xian knew that he was not in high spirits. After so many days of being wanted, Pei Chen still has no news. Could it be that he has already been silenced? He escaped with his inner circle. He wasn't killed that easily. So someone is giving him convenience. Mu Xian pondered. Pei Chen was a son of the Pei clan. His parents were both dead, and there was a sister left. The siblings were raised by the clan. The 18 battalions on the outskirts of the capital were the Pei family's forces. And Pei Chen borrowed the clan's connections to join the army. And after a few years of mixing, he became a minor general. This time, Pei Chen suddenly led a man to ambush the Shitzi Master, is very wrong. These first few words are the padding. The next is what Mu Xian wants to say the most. How? Are you and the county princess this marriage going to continue? Or are you going to withdraw from the marriage? Pei Hao lowered his eyelids and remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, he lifted his cool eyes and smiled lightly. Xian, the little girl wants to withdraw from the marriage. This makes Mu Xian a little surprised. She really looks at Xie? No. Pei Hao had once had this idea. On the big mountain in Qian County, the little girl saw death and saved him, making him suspect for a while that she liked Xie Zhang and couldn't wait for him, her fiancé, to die to save him the trouble. Later, he learnt that she had lost her memory, so it made sense for her not to save him. In addition, she did not have a good face to Xie Zhang, so the initial suspicion was dispelled. However, he still had a nagging suspicion. Tonight, the little girl said that Xie is a sweeping star in front of everyone. What exactly happened? Wait for tomorrow, you will know. It's quite interesting. Quiet for a moment. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth lightly curved, but his eyes were slightly cold. So, she didn't look at me, but she didn't look at Xie either. Dead girl is a heartless. The corner of Mu Xian's mouth twitched. There was no need to wait for tomorrow. Hu-san had already told the story. However, he wanted to ask even more. Then what did you think? I thought about withdrawing from the marriage before, but I don't want to at this moment. Pei Hao pressed his hand on his thigh and gently patted it. I don't want her to get what she wants. Who let her see me die in the first place? This breath, I have not eliminated one day. She will not want to get what she wants. Mu Xian. Shitzi. Please be careful with your words, ah. But has the little girl really saved this master from death? Mu Xian recalled the previous events. The only suspicious one was in the mountains of Qian County. Could it be that the little girl had ever done something to him at that time? Completely unimaginable. So a kind little girl. Mu Xian took a deep breath. Could there be any misunderstanding? No misunderstanding. Pei Hao definitely said. In the case of knowing my identity, she still left me behind. Mu Xian. This is not to be taken seriously. If this is true, the little girl is being held a grudge by the Shitzi master. It turned out that the truth was the complete opposite of Hussein's guess. It wasn't that the world master didn't know how to coax the little girl, but that he had never thought to do so. The relationship between these two people who were engaged to be married was more complicated than they thought. Forget it. He'd better not get involved. Duan thought she had secretly returned to Jade's spirit garden, and no one knew. When she went back, she still climbed the window, not knowing that the news of her return home. The first time it went to the main courtyard. Duan thought she had gained a lot tonight, and was excited. Not only did she see a joke of the female main character, but also secretly pitched the evil female match, and incidentally set aside the relationship between the original main character and the male main character. Although she ran into a fool later on, and could not retaliate back on the spot. But this is nothing. Sooner or later, she will make him cry out in pain. Lying on the bed for a while, still sleepy, Duan simply got up and exercised. This movement alone had been practiced for almost a month. Now that she was doing it with ease, she wouldn't feel pain anymore. Suddenly, the tiny white figure in her mind changed its movements. It was no longer the original movement, but a new posture. Duan was stunned for a while before she understood. Its existence was like a foolhardy master, setting up a program to teach her in a single stroke. Duan immediately followed suit. Not long after, the familiar feeling of severe pain came back, until the pain was so intense that she almost fainted. Another warm current was born within her body, swimming all over her body, and the pain gradually disappeared. However, she was also so tired that she slept straight through. The next day, unsurprisingly, she got up late, but refreshed, extraordinarily energetic. It was just that her body was sticky and not very comfortable. It was from sweating too much last night. Ning Qin, go prepare water. I want to bathe. Duan shouted at the outer room. Ning Qin immediately replied back. Okay, Mississippi. The bath was prepared quickly. Duan went to take a comfortable bath and changed into fresh and comfortable clothes. Ning Qin and Luoke were tidying up. Drop Chess asks, is Miss still going to the eldest princess' place for breakfast? Duan is going to greet her anyway. Right. Ning Qin. The slave girl is here. Ning Qin rushes up. What are your orders? Miss? Chapter 40. You are not quite arrogant. This county wants to eat snacks. You go out of the house to buy some for me. And by the way, inquire about the new gossip. Duan wants to go out and listen on her own. But who let her every move get attention now? Ning Qin was very fond of this errand, so she joyfully agreed. A morning was spent calmly. Ning Qin brought back an updated gossip from outside. It was last night in the night market. Essentially this matter is not big. But who let Xie Gongzi fame is big? About his matter, a little bit of big can become the hot topic of the tea house restaurant. The master and his servants were listening with great interest at the Jade Spirit Garden. Xu Xiang is complaining on behalf of Xie, Miss. How come the main character of the gossip is Prince Xie? He didn't show up last night. Duan said falsely. Who made him the most famous? And the people love to hear it. This matter? It's that Wang Jiner who is shameless. Painting he proceeded to step on Wang Jiner with a look of contempt. Duke Xie is just taking a girl on his way. It's not a big deal. Why would he let someone go and smash the stall? Xu Xiang concurs. Yes. Too much of a bully. Duan is surprised and asks. How do you guys know that Xie is taking someone along the way? Painting immediately replies. Miss, isn't it obvious? If Duke Xie was really interested in the girl he brought back, he wouldn't have housed her outside and let the other party come out to show her face and do small business. He would have housed her in the mansion long ago. Makes sense. Duan seemingly sighs. Even a little maid can see it. How come that Wang Jiner didn't understand it? Because she is not smarter than the county princess. Ning Qin's pat on the back is timely. Duan nods her head haughtily. but her heart is gorgeous. Wrong. It's not that she's not as smart as this sheriff master. It's that she's not as smart as the little maid beside me. The statement is factual, but it is much more insulting. If Miss Wang heard this, I'm afraid she would vomit blood. On the contrary, Duan felt that with this bit of brain of Wang Jiner, she should not be feared and could be crossed off the list of enemies. What Wang Jiner had done in the beginning was to secretly ruin the original owner's reputation. Now that she had similarly damaged Wang Jiner's reputation, it was considered payback for payback. No more. No less. Duan smiles again with a simple face and asks, Xu Xiang. Painting. How is the vegetable planting going? Have the seedlings come out yet? Upon hearing this, Xu Xiang and Painting Yi's smiles froze, and their faces turned green. Xu Xiang was the first to react. Out seedlings, right. Do you want to go and take a look? Seeing her like this, Duan raised her small eyebrows. Since the seeds were planted, have you guys not been there again? Hee. Sneaking around is very wrong. Oh. Miss, forgive me. Miss, please forgive me. The two little maids were so scared that their faces went white, and they both knelt down. Ning Qin was confused for a moment. Just now she was chatting nicely. Why did she suddenly change? So she followed and knelt down. Just without squeaking. The rest of the falling chest did not kneel down, but also lowered their eyebrows and stood obediently at one side. Duan suddenly felt quite meaningless. I'll get up. For this small matter, it is not enough to punish. Afterwards, Duan went to study again. Xu Xiang and Paintings found an opportunity and ran to check on the vegetable patch, thinking that after cleaning it up, Missy would come back to see it. But Missy had something to do today, and the princess's house came with a surprising guest. County Princess. The prince consort asks you to go to the main hall. The big housekeeper came over. Duan froze. Suddenly coming to invite me to the main hall. Is there a guest? The big housekeeper respectfully said. It's the Duke of Qin and the Prince of Qin who have come with thick gifts, saying that they have come to apologize to you. The county princess. Oh! Duan was surprised. Wasn't that idiot quite arrogant last night? Duan puts down her pen, tidies up a grooming, and goes to the main hall along with the big housekeeper. Stepping in, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the hall. The main seat was the eldest princess and two extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and the teenager kneeling in the middle was none other than Chen Lu. Duan came in and greeted her parents, then greeted Chen Guogong politely. In no time at all, it was clear what the Duke of Qin's father and son had come for. They came to make amends and apologies, and brought thick gifts, full of sincerity. Duan originally wanted to pretend to be a lady of the house, but on second thought, she didn't need to. This girl is now the emperor's pro-appointed Pride Yang County Lord, from the first rank, and the status of the Duke of the country on a par with it. And besides, she is a 14-year-old girl. Shows so deep. Why? So that people are afraid of it? So Duan first smiled at Duke Chen as if she was a good girl. Duke Chen. This county princess and Chen Shizhi belong to a private feud between juniors. How can I be so mean to labor you? County Lord. It's because I've taught my son poorly. Chen Guozhong wanted to make a few modest remarks. Don't say that. You don't worry. Duan patted her small chest again, and said in a delicate manner, there is a head for the grievances. I am a grudge clearer, and I guarantee that I will not involve the innocent, and I will not involve the elders above the level, meaning that this matter is limited to the entanglements of the younger generation, and the elders have nothing to do. Duke Chen has never seen any kind of people in his life, but he was still stunned by Duan for a while. The little girl is really naive. Not at all like Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team of horses' son-in-law. If Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team had come to negotiate, the Duke of State would have had to bleed heavily, just as Duke Chen wanted to praise the little girl. The little girl, however, stood up her small body and arrogantly slipped in front of Chen Lu. Adu, who is this? Ah? Why did you run to my house and kneel down? Sheriff. Sheriff Master. I'm sorry. Ho! I can't afford this. Duan looks like she has a delicate and savage face. Last night you were not quite arrogant. You scolded me in front of my face. What's wrong? I haven't thought of how to fix you yet. And you're so scared that you want to go home and find an adult to fix it. You haven't been weaned yet. Where did I scold you? If you didn't scold me, why are you kneeling here? I didn't just say a word out of turn. Chen Lu knelt on the ground. originally feeling quite ashamed. As soon as he saw Du-won as if he was a villain, his temper came up, and he was about to glare at her. But unexpectedly he caught a glimpse of Duke Chen's warning eyes. And then, he was discouraged. 16 or 17 years old. This is the age of youthful arrogance. The age of ambition. The only person who can make him admire Pei Hao is Pei Hao. Last night listen to Pei Hao's words. The heart is a little uneasy. Today when I see the grandfather to say, originally thought that there is no big problem. The result? Immediately escorted by the father to come over to apologize. This is the grandfather's decision. Chen Lu, no matter how unconvinced, can only hold back. Chen Lu did not have a good temper. Yes. You, this little girl, was appointed county princess. I cannot offend. You say whatever you want. Then I say you are a fool. You are a fool. This scolding is a bit harsh. Can't compare to you. Standing incorrectly? I'm not a good judge of character. But I'm a good judge of character. How am I not correct? I did not steal 2, did not rob 3, and did not harm people. Why do you say that to me? I was wrong. I'm sorry. The two people fight. Chen Lu is a complete defeat. Chapter 41. This time to be angry Friday. The gift was given. The person knelt. And the apology was made. Chen Lu, bottom gas is not enough to ask again. Today I came to apologize. This matter has been lifted? Not yet. I haven't lost my temper. Du-won proudly raised her small chin. Then what will it take for you to get over it? Let me kick it a few more times, and it's almost done. Fine. You kick. Anyway, it's better to be kicked by you than to go home and get beaten up. My dad can beat people very painfully. The last time I made a mistake I was beaten by my dad and laid down for 3 days. Ah. In that case, then I've done a good thing by kicking you. Okay. I love to be a good person. So you don't need to thank me. At the end, Du-won lifted up the hem of her skirt and lifted her little foot to shake it. The adults on the seat looked over. They felt that the little girl is straightforward and lovely. Just a little good face love to play. She turned to the back of Chen Lu and lifted her feet to kick 2 or 3 times. So gently a few times. Chen Lu, this kid overdoing it, oh. Actually pretending to be a face of pain to fall forward. If not see with their own eyes. They all want to believe. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team looked at Duke Chen with a face of uncertainty. Duke Chen was embarrassed. His own son's fall. It was too fake. At this moment, the clothes behind Chen Lu's back were clearly imprinted with a small, eye-catching footprint. Seeing this, Du-won was deliberately surprised and said, Aya. Chen Shitzi. Sorry for dirtying your clothes. Just now I walked over and my feet stepped on wet mud. It's fine. It's fine. Just go home and change your clothes. Chen Lu was so angry. But he couldn't lose his temper. In the eyes of the elders, Du-won was just a childish child, meaning to kick a few feet. In fact, only Chen Lu, the person in question, knew that people were kicking him to death. It hurt so much that he was almost about to scream out. And it was hard for him to hold it back. However, compared to the last time Du Qian beat him up so much that he couldn't get out of bed, this pain was nothing. After Du-won kicked the man, he immediately straightened his small waist. Alright. My anger has subsided. Oh. Then can I get up? This I can't make the decision. You ask your father, Du-won said in a strange voice. Aren't you used to going home to your parents after getting into trouble? Chen Lu. She was mocking him, and had proof. The eldest princess coughed lightly, and snapped with a smile. Water. Don't be naughty. Okay, duh. I'll listen to mother. Du-won smiled and walked over. Chen Lu was considered smart for once, letting Chen Guigong accompany him over to apologize today. She had wanted to give him a deep lesson. But it seems it won't work. It was not good for the Duke of Chen to stay any longer, and got up to take his leave. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team naturally would not stay, and even politely sent father and son to the entrance of the residence. After turning around, Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team laughed silently. Duke Chen, the old fox, also had today. The matter of Duke Chen's father and son going to the princess's residence today quickly reached Pei Hao's ears. Pei Hao didn't say anything. On the contrary, it was Mu Xian who was surprised. Chen Shitzi really went to the princess residence to apologize? Still counts him as smart. Is it an apology for the rumors or last night's incident? It should be last night's incident. That matter of the rumors ended after Chen Lu received a beating. Pei Hao guessed correctly that Duke Qin's father and son did, and only did apologize for Qin Lu's gaffe last night. It was not that Duke Qin did not want his son to apologize, but it was not good to bring it up. Mu Xian laughed lightly. How proud is Qin Shixi? He's going to blow up in anger this time. He has no brain. There are still people in the Qin family who aren't. Chen Lu scolded Du Wan to his face. This matter can be big or small. If it didn't spread and Du Wan didn't care, it was a small matter. If Du Wan made a scene and let the emperor know, it would be a big problem. Great Qin again stormy. The people of the country on the fear of imperial power, still deep in the marrow. And the other side. Nanyangfu House, a courtyard. Wang Jiner lost her temper and smashed a lot of things. Outside, the rumor spread to the house. Was her parents know? Immediately put her scolded and then grounded. What happens afterwards is still unknown. So what if she is favored again? What value would a noblewoman without a reputation have? That bitch surname Du. I won't let her go. Wang Jiner hated Du Wan to the bone at this time, and put all the faults on Du Wan's head. When she first stood at the window of the first floor of the tea house, she almost saw the whole process of her own defeat. At first, when Qin Lu appeared and said that the Wang family was bullying people, Wang Jiner was furious and blamed Qin Lu for being nosy. When later Du Wan jumped out again and even directly named her, she instantly became the person she hated the most. Qin Lu was still just talking about the Wang family when things got out of hand. As long as she didn't admit it, no one dared to say anything. And in the current situation, whether she admitted it or not, her reputation was ruined. The dormitory of the state prison. Xiezhan also heard the rumors from the mouths of his fellow students. There was little change on his surface, but inside he was in a haze. Fortunately, not many of his fellow students flirting with malice, but instead some openly expressed envy. The reason was that Xiezhan did not leave the state prison last night, and most people thought that he had suffered an undeserved disaster. Moreover, the woman's adoration in the eyes of the readers is the elegant affair. A piece of beautiful talk. Housemate 1 teased. Brother Xie, the sheriff said you are a flower peacock. Open screen everywhere. How do you think? Housemate 2 joked. No. Didn't the sheriff say that Brother Xie is a broomstick star? Whoever touches him is unlucky. Housemate 3 asked suspiciously. How does it sound? Kind of like destroying him if you can't get it. Pa! That housemate 3, who was talking, was hit on the head by a book. A clean-cut male glared at him. Shut your stinking mouth. Is the sheriff also something you can make up? Hearing this, Sheriff 3 winced and hurriedly clasped his fists to his fellow students and housemates. Gentlemen, just now, it was a slip of the tongue on the part of the youngest student. Let's all pretend we didn't hear it. I'll treat you tomorrow. Uh-huh. Didn't hear? We didn't hear anything. I didn't hear it either. There were 6 students living in one dormitory. All of them said that they didn't hear it. Xiezhan laughed bitterly. The rumor that the princess is in love with Xie is purely a rumor and cannot be trusted. Because of this rumor, the county princess now has a bad impression of Xie Mao. You are also a victim. County lord shouldn't blame you. Mr. Xie is also responsible. At that time, if I was in the capital, I would have clarified it in time. It wouldn't have left the county lord's reputation in the dust. It's not your fault. Yeah. It's not like you were in the capital. However, the county princess wasn't wrong in one sentence. Brother Xie's peach blossoms are beyond our reach. That clean-cut male said with a smile, as if he was envious. When these words came out, the dormitory erupted in joy. Who let Xie Zhang's peach blossoms, which were really many, make it impossible to count them? Xie Zhang swept that clean-cut male with a faint smile. Brother Ning, this rotten peach blossom Xie would rather not have it. Is it feasible to give it to you? No. No thanks. The clean-cut gentleman waved his hand in a hurry, causing the others to burst into laughter again. Chapter 42. So shameful. Jade Spirit Garden. Quiet room. Du Wan was sitting in front of the bookcase, pen in hand. The small eyes, but from time to time glanced at the bookshelf next to Pei Hao in front of the book flipbook. I don't know what kind of medicine the villain has taken, but he suddenly came to visit us again. Seeing that it is about to be dinner time, he still has no intention of leaving, and he does not pay much attention to her. Pei Hao opened a book and suddenly broke the silence. Sheriff, what are you reading? See, when you come to withdraw your marriage, Du Wan tried in a half-joking manner. Pei Hao gave her a deep look and lowered his head to flip through the book. You took the manner. Why didn't you arrange for someone to take over? This topic turned too hard. Do-won knows that people want to avoid talking about it again. But the matter of the manor really forgot to arrange for someone to take over. Do-won rolled her eyes and asked in a low voice. Shitsi, how is the mine? Has it been mined? You're willing to tell who's behind it? Peihao suddenly asked. Do-won's heart thumped. How do I know who it is? Peihao snorted. Heh. Do-won cursed herself for being stupid. Why did she bring this up? It's not that she doesn't want to say it, but her amnesia persona can't fall apart. If you say it, people ask you where you know it from. How should I answer? Crap. One lie after another. Might as well not say it from the beginning. When Peihao saw her calm look, he knew he couldn't do anything with her. The mines were minesome. The destination is unknown. The court is tracking it down. Nothing has been found out for now. Oh. Do-won was not interested anymore. Having sold the mines for so long, it was not surprising that Xie let some of them be mined. This time, the two people were quiet again. There was no topic of conversation, But Peihao didn't talk and didn't go away, which made Do-won uncomfortable. Always glancing from time to time at the person sitting by the bookshelf and flipping through books. I have to say, when Master Shitsi doesn't look at people with a slanted eye and doesn't dislike people with a cold face, he is indeed very eye-catching and good-looking. Peihao probably noticed her gaze and raised his head from the book. When the four eyes met, it was awkward. Do-won coughed dryly. Shitsi, how is the matter I asked you to investigate? The people are all dead. So if you want to check, you can only check from the side of the dead. No useful clues have been found for now. The information Peihao found out is similar to Du Qian's. It's not easy to keep digging deeper. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive. There were quite a lot of people who came into contact with that person a few days before he died. Do-won resists the urge to roll her eyes. Nonsense. He was about to spread rumors. Of course, the number of people he contacted would not be small. Did you really beat up Qianlu today? Peihao suddenly changed the topic. Do-won raised her eyebrows. Knowing so quickly. Where did you get the news from? Not the princess residence. Peihao instinctively brushed it off. Do-won smiled. I hope you are telling the truth. It's true. Please believe it. Well, I believe that your source of information this time is not the princess house. But I won't believe that you didn't put eyes and ears in the princess house. Do-won has some words that she won't hide. Powerful people from all walks of life have such a penchant for planting eyes in other people's homes, prying for privacy and whatnot. The princess's house is cautious and careful again, cleaning over and over again. There will still be fish that slip through the net. You don't have to be too nervous. It's not like I'm going to tell my parents. Peihao. What a thing to say. But he really does have eyes in the princess house. However, it's just an odd job. Peihao affirmed again. It was me who sent someone to see Qianlu and got the news from him. Agu. Such a shameful thing. He actually said it? Didn't say it. Saw it. A piece of his back is blue and purple. And there are small footprints on his clothes. Qianlu, this guy is so stupid. Such a humiliating thing can be seen. Do-won didn't know that Peihao went under the name of sending someone to deliver medicine. And the one who went was Hussein. And it was too easy for this appearance iron being to try to set Qianlu's words. So, after Do-won pitted Qianlu and then made him speechless, Peihao also knew about it. Of course, this kind of thing. Peihao would not be stupid enough to poke holes in it. Do-won suddenly asked. Shitsi, how long are you going to stay? You're throwing it away when you're done with it? Peihao asked rhetorically. So what if I am? What can you do to me? Do-won was sitting well on the surface, and her two little feet were swaying under the desk. Peihao smiled and said, I still have people checking. I overestimated you. Do-won this was finally realizing a problem. It was that the big villain was still young and hadn't grown up yet. This is not the case. The result of checking and checking is the same as what cheap Big Brother checked. Peihao was about to say something. Bang bang. The door to the quiet room was knocked on again. Do-won froze. Then, she saw a familiar scene. Shitsi trying to climb the window again. There was an exaggerated awe outside the window. Shocked, Peihao retreated a few big steps. So, Do-won saw a very funny scene. It was Peihao who opened the window door this time. And outside suddenly appeared a gloomy handsome face of Du Degongzi. Du Qian coldly glanced at Peihao. I knew that you would escape through the window. Peihao. Du Wan. Outside the door. Knocking? This time it's not knocking. It's very quiet. On second thought, he knew the problem. If it was Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, or the eldest princess coming to knock on the door, it wouldn't be so urgent. The big maids wouldn't dare to knock like this, and would also make a sound in advance before they wanted to knock. The only person who dared to knock like this was Du Qian. Du Qian appeared in front of the window, so the person knocking on the door was in all probability arranged by him. When Pei Hao thought of this, his mood was not too good. However, once he met the eyes of his future great-uncle, who wanted to kill, he felt weak again. Brother Qian? Heh. Brother Du? Heh. Don't smile so creepy. Okay? Du Qian tumbled into the room through the window, clenching his fists and cackling. Pei Hao. How do you want to die? Natural old age death. Pei Hao returned offhandedly. The whole room was quiet. After Du Wan was surprised, she covered her mouth and snickered. This terrier in modern times can be played badly. If she wasn't sure that Pei Hao was a native, she would have thought that he was also traveling across the world. However, her big eyes bobbed and turned, slipping into the far corner to avoid the fish in the pond. The two big men were going to fight, but as soon as they saw her little eyes waiting for a good show, they were heartbroken. Du Qian pointed to the door. Sister, you go out first. Big brother has something to say to Pei Shi alone. Ouch. Still wanting to watch the show. Du Wan encountered her own big brother's resolute eyes, so she could only slowly move towards the door. Pei Hao, however, kept winking at Du Wan. Unfortunately, Du Wan thought that her brain was not big enough to appreciate the meaning of the villain's eyes. Opening the door of the quiet room. Sure enough, a team of personal guards was seen outside. Heh! Du Wan laughed out dryly. Young Master Du, what exactly do you want to play? Stepping out of the door, one of the personal guards sharply closed the door of the quiet room. Chapter 43, Let's Talk. Du Wan opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but finally closed it. Agu. Brother guard, can you know what your master means without asking? Did your master say to close the gate? Not long after, the quiet room was thumping and making a lot of noise. Du Wan came close to the door, her ear pressed against the door, furtively eavesdropping. Big brother Du, let's have a conversation. Beat you up? Then talk. I really didn't do anything to Wan Wan. I just came over to find her for a chat. To have a chat. Should I close the door of the quiet room? I'm not afraid you'll misunderstand. Oops. Then, there were all sorts of fighting sounds. Very intense. Just by listening to the sounds, one would know the general idea. It's vivacious over the top. You, County Princess, are just as lively. A troop of personal guards next to me. Eyes on the nose. Nose on the heart. The master's jokes are not that good. They are determined not to see. Not to hear. Not to say. Not to laugh. But, each face is holding back so red. What is it for? Du Wan inadvertently glanced at the face of a troop of pro guards, and suddenly snapped. One of the most heartbreaking events in life. It is when you are watching someone else's joke, and next to you, someone is watching your joke. Crap. She wanted to curse her mother. Du Wan felt that it would be better for her to quickly flee the scene of the crime. Otherwise, when Cheap Big Brother finished cleaning up Pei Hao, it might be her turn next. It's just that it's better to go and hide somewhere now. Ahem. Dinner time is coming up. I kind of miss my mother. Du Wan recruited her personal little maid and hurriedly headed to the main courtyard. When he finished teaching Pei Hao a lesson, Du Qian, who opened the door, had long since been unable to find his sister. Du Qian grunted. Escape really fast. This heart grows quite fast. A wretched Pei Hao. Little Heartless will leave him behind. Should have expected it. Du Qian said unkindly. Pei Hao, aren't you under orders to recuperate from your injuries at home? Looking at you now, the injury is healed. It's time to go to the court. Big brother Du misunderstood. I have urgent matters to discuss with the county princess today. That's why I came over for a trip with my injuries. Pei Hao calmly straightened his sleeves and saluted rather elegantly to take his leave. Since the matter has been negotiated, I should also take my leave. Big brother Du will meet again. Hee hee. Goodbye. Waiting for Pei Hao to walk away, Du Qian suddenly shouted again at his back. Hey! Remember to use the front door next time you come. Pei Hao. Next time the Shitsi won't come. Okay? this pair of siblings, are properly here to restrain him. Du-Wan was in front of the eldest princess to curry favor. The princess has never stopped smiling. When she first came back, Du-Wan would still be a little cautious when facing the original owner's parents. But since she figured out that a mother's milk is a mother's milk, she would not be pretentious anymore. After all, got it cheap. But also to the original owner's family to add obstacles to the thing she cannot do out. In the future, she would just serve people as if they were her parents. She would not be bullying. The good that people did for her, she would remember it in her heart. If she had the chance, she would return the favor. The eldest princess laughed. Water. Didn't your brother go to look for you? Ha. Du-Wan laughed dryly. Did he or did he not? The eldest princess amusingly asks. Didn't he go? Heh. She laughed awkwardly. What should she say? Say that big brother caught her alone with Pei Hao? Even if the two did not do anything, the matter of being alone cannot be erased. Du-Wan stiffly changed the topic. Mother, I want to ask you for a favor. What kind of favor? Tell me. I got a manor before. You arranged for a steward to take over for me. Where did you get the manor? Pei Shitzi gave it to me. Du-Wan dumped the pot on Pei Hao. The eldest princess's smile paused slightly. Why did Chengming suddenly send a manor to you? Probably trying to please me? Du-Wan said narcissistically as she stroked her small chin. The eldest princess was dumbfounded for a moment. Then Du-Wan smiled embarrassedly. Mother, it should be that I was Crown County Princess. He privately sent me a congratulatory gift. I heard that the manor has a peach forest. We will soon have peaches to eat. Just you are greedy. This time the eldest princess is believed. Immediately recruited cronies to order down. Du-Wan looked stunned. It is true that when people are in a high position, what they do, they just need a sentence. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you. And I was so happy to see you. Du-Wan also pondered about her own fiefdom. Mother, do I have to manage the fiefdom? You don't need to worry about this. The fiefdom has its own officials assigned by the court to take care of it. It's just that half of the annual tax will be shared with you. The other half still goes to the court. This was different from what Du-Wan had envisaged. Then again, the things she knew were from another time and space. Not this world. She still had a lot to learn and had to try to adapt to this world. Your Highness, the eldest young master is here. Outside, the steward's sister voiced out. Du-Wan all of a sudden straightened her back, and the smile on her small face rose somewhat unnaturally. The eldest princess instantly discovers something fishy. Water. When you hear that your brother is here, why are you so nervous? No all. Mother, I can hide no? Du-Wan's eyes are still dribbling. The eldest princess laughed lightly. No wonder you are still nestled in mother's place after eating. It turns out that you are here to hide from people. Du-Wan lifted her small skirt and ran quickly to the pantry in the side room. The pantry was different. There was a back door to sneak out. So, when Du Qian came in, he only caught the little tail of his little sister slipping away. He hurriedly greeted the princess and went to catch his sister. The thief. The princess saw the siblings like this. Find someone to ask why. Not only did not get angry, but laughed back and forth. A moment cannot collect laughter. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team came back from the court and saw this kind of Rapunzel. Shoo sister. What happy event. It's not those two leather monkeys at home, making a lot of noise. The eldest princess couldn't help but laugh again. The siblings chased and fled, and actually played hide and seek in the princess's residence. The eldest princess as a spectator watched with pleasure. When Du's son-in-law came back and asked, she immediately told him, Princess house a little wind blowing grass. Cannot hide from the princess. Even she also know Du Qian Pei Hao beat up the matter. And Du-Wan was finally blocked by Du Qian in the back garden. Sister, what are you running away from? So vain. No all. I just have nothing to do. Taking a walk after dinner. Big brother has eaten yet. I just ate at mother's place. Oh. Did not eat it. Then why don't you hurry to eat? Du-Wan is as good as a sister who is dedicated to her brother's welfare. Nothing can delay my brother's meal. I'll order down. Let the kitchen make a few dishes that my brother loves to eat. Du Qian stopped her sister from escaping by picking up the back of her collar. Chapter 44. This sheriff master doesn't compete for false fame. As soon as Du-Wan saw that she could not escape, her entire body wilted. Du Qian asked. Numbly confess. Why did you ask Pei Hao to come? Du-Wan vainly retorted. How come I asked him out? Heh. No one asked. He dared to sneak in? Du Qian's eyes suddenly changed. Could it really be that boy sneaked in? How should I know? It was him who came suddenly. The dead Taoist friend did not die of poverty. Oh! Isn't there some deal? What deal? No deal. That's not right. He said it was, and with you to talk about important deals. Heh! Little girl hasn't grown up yet, and learned to lie to her brother? It must have been taught by that Pei Hao brat. Du Qian quickly dumped the pot on Pei Hao. Duan now only wanted to curse Pei Hao to death. This is to pit her in the rhythm. Big brother. Where is there any important transaction? Not that I asked him to check who spread rumors about me. Didn't I check? Du Qian was a bit unconvinced. Duan hurriedly explained. Didn't you break the clues? It's costly to investigate further. It's better to leave it to him. We just need to wait for the ready results. Du Qian actually felt that his sister was making sense. Duan carefully glanced at him again. Is it not good for me to do this? Good. Very good. Du Qian's stance changed all of a sudden. As long as his sister doesn't let that brat take advantage of her. It's whatever. Even if he pitched that brat, it would still be his honor. As soon as he saw his sister's little look of carefully begging for mercy, Du Qian felt funny again. When he didn't catch her, he thought of hurrying to find someone. And also thought of never letting go easily. But when he really caught her, his little idea of punishment was immediately thrown into that nook and cranny. Du Qian admonished in a low voice, Sister, Pei Hao, that boy is willful and bad. You are too simple. It is best not to be alone with him again. Okay, duh. At this time, no matter what cheap big brother said, she had to say yes, firmly admitting her mistake and never repenting. After letting Du Qian lecture her for a while longer, she was released back to Jade's spirit garden. Duan wiped her cold sweat. Just as she returned, the little maid locked chest came in with a high-end invitation. County Master, there is a newly delivered post. Please also take a look. Huh? This post is not ordinary. It can even be delivered to Jade's spirit garden. Duan had doubts in her heart. These days the post handed in from outside. The eldest princess would have blocked it for her. This time there was actually none. When Lucci heard this, she immediately said, It is the eldest princess who let someone send it. So, this post I can go? Duan was curious now, and took the gold dust encrusted post and flipped through it. The post was beautifully crafted and could smell the faint fragrance of flowers. Duan opened it and read the content. It turned out to be an invitation for her to attend a flower appreciation banquet on the Mid-Yuan Festival, to swim in the lake, and to release river lanterns. The last paragraph. Is Duyun wrong? Yo! The evil female match. Duan sat up all of a sudden, glowing. Since the last time she met in the palace, she had almost forgotten about this person. Duan asked. Falling chess. Does Duyunrong often stay in the palace for a little while? Drop chest lowers her eyelids and says, I heard yes. In that case, she is still quite appealing amongst the noblewomen in the capital. Duan throws the post onto the top of the tea table. She should be inviting quite a few people this time. Drop chest lowers her head and says, Compared to Miss Yunrong, your status is more noble. That's for sure. I'm a county princess. What is she? Duan joyfully stepped on Du Yunrong for a few sentences to get over her head. This county lord is not to fight for these false names. To fight for words they all have to give way, ouch. Next time I also get a what a banquet. Invite everyone to come and have fun. Must have characteristics. Let a person impressive. Or, just open a eat bugs feast? Duan made some tall talk. On how high and mighty she was. And how everyone else on the side was scum. Lucci kept agreeing. No matter what she said. But once she heard about eating bugs, she didn't dare to agree and hurriedly asked, County Lord, are you going to go to the appointment this time? Miss Yunrong used to give you a hard time. She made things difficult for me? Duan froze. Yes. Always loves to take about what Miss is not good at. What am I not good at? Zither. Chess. Calligraphy and painting. All are not good at. Drop chest stammered out the words only after her own young lady's pressing gaze. Duan. Thank you so much for telling me. How crummy the original owner's learning ability must be. No. She is now even more scummy than the original owner. Duan is not afraid of Du Yunrong being a demon. But she doesn't want to clean her up. The reason was that Du Yunrong would be Qin Yu's nemesis in the future. As a short-lived little cannon fodder, Duan didn't want to sweep away Qin Yu's obstacles and cheapen her instead. Duan stared at the desktop post for a moment. To go? Or not to go? Wouldn't not going mean that she was afraid of her? She also wanted to go out to play during the Mid-Yuan Festival. Don't ask her why there is a Chinese Mid-Yuan Festival in this book world. She doesn't know even if she asks. Duan asked. How many more days until the Mid-Yuan Festival? 7 days. Lucci silently counted the days in her mind. Duan pressed one hand on the top of the post and tapped her finger. Alright. Have someone go and give Du Yunrong a message back. Just say that this county princess will be there. Yes. Slave girl will go and return the message. Go go go. Duan waved her small hand to hurry people. Locking the door. Then checking the windows to make sure they were all closed. Only then did she roll over onto the bed and couch to start practicing. Don't look at her happy all day. She had plans for the future. Before returning to the capital, she had snatched back the golden finger and taught the heroine a lesson. Now she had solved the problems left behind by the mines, and had also robbed the male master of a large sum of money, without God knowing it, which was perfect. The most important thing I want to do now is to find out who is behind the scenes to harm the original master. One day without finding out. One day can't be at ease. The world was going to be in chaos in the next few years, so there was no time to waste. Therefore, she decided to go out and show her face to beat the bushes and scare the snakes. For example, the Prime Minister's house of the eldest Miss Su Yu, the Minister of Rights of the family Murong Jiejiao, Marquis Dingbei Xiaing and Wang Jiner, etc. These people are on the blacklist of Duan. Duan now only heard their names, have not seen them in person. So, she agreed to Du Yunrong's invitation. She had a premonition that this invitation would be hilarious, just as Duan expected. When Du Yunrong received Duan's reply, she snorted lightly, thought she was going to hide for a long time. Coming out so quickly. It's probably because she's become a county princess. Her bottom is full of energy. A girl wearing a light yellow robe shirt next to her covered her mouth and laughed softly as she took over. Eldest sister. She is an uneducated one. Even if she becomes a county lord, she is still an uneducated county lord. She can't even compare to eldest sister, who is talented and good-looking. Du Yunrong's smile grew warmer. Third sister is talking nonsense again. I'm not bullshitting. What I said were all sincere words. Du Yunshan spoke curtly. Chapter 45. Shitzi Master was beaten and spat out blood. Du Yunrong laughs again. Just you can talk. Alright. Yesterday Baoxiang Building sent a few sorts of seasonal new jewelry. You pick one. Thank you, big sister. Du Yunshan was happy. Turned around and went to pick the jewelry. Du Yunrong lightly lifted her pretty chin and looked to a servant girl next to her. Lily. Reveal the fact that County Joyful Son wants to go to the appointment. This is the first time she has shown her face publicly. Yes. A maidservant answered and hurriedly retreated. Du Yunshan had gained an advantage, and her mind floated. So after sitting for a while longer, she left, walking to the small garden in the backyard. Du Yunshan met two little girls dressed in green and pink head-on. She snorted coldly and left without greeting them. The little girl in green muttered softly, "How rare. Just now third sister didn't taunt us, yay." Probably because she got a favor from big sister. She didn't curse when she was in a good mood. The pink-clothed little girl was certain. Alas, I really envy third sister. Both are commoners. But she's doing much better than us. The little girl in green was envious. The pink-clothed little girl scoffed. What's there to envy? She relies on touting her big sister every day to get some benefits. We can't learn from her. Lowering our voices, and even losing our backbone as human beings. For sister. Is that really true? Of course. Listen to me. It's definitely right. Princess Mansion. The eldest princess heard about her daughter's decision to go out for the Mid-Yuan Festival, and immediately asked the head butler to send word to the House of Internal Affairs to prepare a few sets of seasonal headgear to be sent to the mansion, and additionally instructed the embroiderer to rush her daughter's new clothes. Duan was originally entangled in what to wear on the Mid-Yuan Festival. As soon as she heard that the princess had prepared, she immediately became a shirker. The next few days, Duan seized the time to cultivate. Only occasionally pick up the book to pretend. Just, why didn't she see Pei Hao's shadow in the past few days? It wasn't that she was thinking about him. She was remembering what she asked him to find out. Who should she find to inquire about him? Cheap big brother is impossible. The defense is too tight. Ask the four little maids, seemed too deliberate. How embarrassed, Just as she was thinking like this, Ning Qin, the straight maid, spoke up. Sheriff, the slave girl recently heard a thing. Just don't know whether it's true or not. What is it? It's about you going out for the Midyuan festival. It's all over the place. If it's rumored, then it's rumored. What's wrong with that? Duan didn't think it was a matter. Ning Qin is a little torn. But her master doesn't take it seriously. Isn't County Princess angry? Everyone is talking about you. This can't be helped. Who let me be that little sun in the sky? It's just too bright. I can't even cover it up if I want to. Duan's tone is more and more pleased with herself the more she speaks. The more she hangs back. This county princess is going to go out in a couple of days to give a mortal a chance to look up to her. Do I want to set up a stall and collect some tips? Ning Qin. Unreliable. It'll become a big joke if you really do it. Duan turned her tone and asked with a smile. Ning Qin, you said to find Pei Shitsi to do it together. How about splitting 50% of him? Last time I got Xieqi's 10,000 caddies of grain. Still looking for his help to cash in. Hearing this, Ning Qin didn't want to speak. On the contrary, next to the chicken feather duster cleaning painting, originally perked up his ears to listen, now had the opportunity to speak. Painting, he said mysteriously. Sheriff, I'm afraid Pei Shitsi can't help you. What? What happened? Duan was immediately energized. Painting, he whispered. I heard that the son was beaten by his second uncle and spat out blood. And even called the imperial doctor. Duan is taken aback. When did this happen? Painting, he said. It's the last time I went back from the princess residence. Really? Duan is surprised. Painting, he nodded repeatedly. Having just been beaten up in the princess's mansion. To go back and be beaten up again by second uncle? Duan intuited that there was an inside story here. So, Duan asked again. Do you know what happened? I don't know. It hasn't spread outside. Painting, he inquired and did not find out. Duan was worried about how to meet Pei Hao. This time, it was sent up. Duan immediately instructed, Lucci, go and prepare some things for the patients. To be fine. To be sent to Jingguigong Fu. Painting, go and instruct the horsemen to wait at the back door first. She walked to the dressing table and sat down. Ning Qin, give this princess a beautiful bun. When we girls go out, we always need to look pretty. All right. Slave girl will be right there. Ning Qin's hair combing is a masterpiece. Every time it's beautiful. Duan super likes this craft of hers. Every time she wants to learn, but she is a handicapped party. After combing and dressing, a beautiful little beauty appeared. After raising it for so many days, the little face is white and tender, and it is also rounded. Duan looked at herself in the mirror, and was satisfied. These days not only did the emperor send the eunuchs to ask for a peaceful pulse every now and then, but the eldest princess also sent a sister who specializes in pharmacology to the Jade Spirit Garden. Ning Qin sighed. Sheriff Master is really good looking. That's so. It will be even better when I grow up. Duan pinched her own little face and said, Ning Qin. Alas, the young lady who came back after her disappearance. The less she knows how to be modest. Duan told her own courtyard to go and speak to the eldest princess. The eldest princess didn't say anything and allocated a team of personal guards to escort them. From the princess house to Jingguigong house is not far. Just across the street. If not for the fact that this area is inhabited by people of noble status. Each residence is too big to be afraid of. Duan thinks that the carriage does not need to sit. Directly walk. The carriage ride took more than a quarter of an hour. Duan finally arrived in front of the gate of the Duke of Jin's residence. In front of the door is a large green stone steps. On the left and right sides there are two mighty stone lions. Cleaned up. As the saying goes, a big family. The row is really not false at all. The county princess is here. The gate of the Duke of Jin mansion opened. Duan got off the carriage and went straight into the mansion without waiting for anyone to welcome her. According to etiquette, she should first visit the female members of the Duke of State's residence. But no one mentioned it. Duan automatically ignored this step. Only let the subordinates each send a gift to send. And then let the butler in the State Duke's mansion lead. Straight to the compound where Pei Hao lives. Pei Hao received the news from the moment Duan arrived at the gate. Mu Xian was also surprised. Why is the little girl here? Xian, you have to address the county princess. Pei Hao reminded. Mu Xian's expression stalled, and he slapped his head. A momentary slip of the tongue. Sin. Immediately. He smiled oddly. She wouldn't have come to visit the sick on purpose. I heard that I brought quite a few gifts. Pei Hao cast a sidelong glance at him. Got up and went to the bedchamber to change. Changed into a brand new set of robes. And hung a jade pendant, with hollowed-out carved auspicious clouds on his waist. Even his hair was combed neatly. And his white jade crown was newly replaced. Mu Xian's expression became more and more odd. Shitzi master. What is this for? There are guests. It's not good to be rude. Pei Hao straightened his sleeves and took a step towards the door. Mu Xian hurriedly stepped forward and stretched his arm to stop him. Don't. You can't appear in front of people at this time. Do what? Have you forgotten that you are currently injured? Chapter 46. Why be so careful? After Mu Xian reminded him, Pei Hao suddenly remembered that he should be bedridden right now. When he came back from the princess's mansion, his second uncle came to him and asked him to beg the emperor to remove Pei Chen's warrant. And he also claimed that his own affairs should be resolved by himself, and that there was no need to make a scene in the court. Pei Hao flatly refused, and deliberately angered his second uncle into anger and beat him up. Afterwards, he was beaten to vomit blood. So serious that need to call the imperial doctor. Xin Guodong, who lives in a simple house, for the first time to stand up for his son, and immediately went to the patriarch to complain. And the second uncle's family even faced love is gone, directly tearing the face. Immediately after this matter was spread out by the people, Pei Hao managed to harvest a wave of sympathy. They all felt that Pei's second old master had gone too far. Hearing the eunuch say that the injuries on Pei Shi are not light, all beaten up and bruised. Alas! What outsiders don't know is that Pei Chen is just a pawn, and the ones who really want him dead are most likely grandfather's own brother, the second uncle's family. Only because of the lack of evidence in his hands, Pei Hao cannot move them for the time being. Now, Pei Hao is annoyed. Just now, when he heard that the little girl was coming over, he lost his temper for a moment. When Mu Xian saw this, she was afraid that he would become angry and didn't dare to stimulate him. He could only pretend that he didn't see it and reminded him unintentionally. According to this time, the county princess is about to arrive at the courtyard. You go receive her for me. Pei Hao turned towards the bed couch inside. Success? This was a job he was happy to do. Mu Xian stepped out of the bedchamber and took a few slaves along with her, going to greet the county princess. Du-Wan is not surprised to see Mu Xian and waves her hand in greeting. Hi yo. Big brother, how are you? We meet again. This address. Mu Xian's footsteps lurched. Immediately, he smiled again and stepped forward, first bowing in a human-like manner. Xian greets the county princess. You're welcome. You're welcome. We're all so familiar with each other. We don't practice this. Du-Wan looked familiar, then looked behind him and saw that there was no Pei Hao before asking in a low voice. Is your son in the bedroom? Is he all right? Not bad. The doctor said he needs to stay in bed to recuperate. Laboring county princess thought about it. Mu Xian said with a smile, calling it courteous and thoughtful. Can you stop talking like that? Du-Wan thinks that she is quite familiar with him, and it is quite strange to be so polite all of a sudden. We were born and died together, and we are considered to have a lifelong friendship. Besides, you also gave me the gift of saving my life. Mu Xian lost her laughter. The little girl still hasn't changed even after becoming a county princess. It was the same, thick-skinned as before. And she wasn't the only one with a thick skin. He followed suit, smilingly coming forward and asking in a low voice. Why did the county princess suddenly come? Didn't I hear that Pei Shi is sick? And I've specially come to offer my condolences. County Lord only learned about it today. Yes, it's a bit late. But a late condolence is also a token of appreciation. It's better than not coming. Right? Du-Wan scowls at him. Mu Xian's smile gets deeper. Sheriff is right. Coming is better than not coming. Otherwise, how could he look at the World Master's jokes? Sure enough, as soon as Du-Wan went in, she saw the bedridden Pei Hao pretending to be sick. She came close to the bed. She looked left for a while, right for a while, and then suddenly smiled, immediately possessed by a playwright. Yo, Pei Shi good ah. I heard that you were beaten by the elders and spit out blood. I'm quite worried about you. No. As soon as I heard the news, I immediately rushed here. At these words, Pei Hao's serious posture almost collapsed. Being exasperated, however, Master Sheets' self-control was excellent, and he adjusted in an instant, so fast that Du-Wan didn't even see it clearly, only feeling that his handsome face was still cold, still not treating her well. But she didn't care. Anyway, self is not silver. Everyone likes it. Mu Xian went forward and made a gesture to help Pei Hao up. Pei Hao followed his hand, and slowly sat up, before leaning against the bed. Du-Wan sat on the chair next to him. Her feet were interlocked. Her little feet were still swaying. Take a look at this color of yours. It's quite good. Not at all like a serious illness. Carefully nourished for a few days, the color inevitably improves some. The county princess can come to see me have the heart, can be just a little late. Pei Hao with a hand half covered the lips. Lightly coughed twice. Quite a bit weak and powerless like. There's no way what happened in the princess house. Pei Shitzi will be able to learn about it on the same day. This county princess can't. It took several days before she learnt that you were beaten up. Du-Wan winked at Pei Hao with a you-know-what demeanor. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Was this mocking him for planting people in the princess residence? It really wasn't a disadvantage at all. Mu Xian stood not far away, pursing her lips and laughing silently. Under Du-Wan's flirting little eyes, Pei Hao was about to lose his ability to pretend. For a moment, he suspected that he had been seen through, but when he thought of the usual single stupid little girl, he felt that he was overly concerned. He thought he was pretending well, even if he couldn't do it seamlessly. With the little girl's shallow experience alone, he couldn't possibly see through it right away. Pei Hao was completely unaware that he had been seen through from the beginning. Who is Du-Wan? She was the big brother who came through the book and knew the future well, and had always been obsessively confident in Pei's ability to be a great villain. Is it possible for him to be beaten up by his elders and spit out blood like this? Impossible to. By the way, I came to find you for something. Du-Wan spoke directly. Pei Hao interrupts her. Didn't you come to visit me? By the way, don't worry about it. Du-Wan laughed in a thief-like manner, reaching out her small hand and patting his shoulder. Who doesn't know who we are? Right? Pei Hao blackened his face. No. I will take it into account. I'll be counting. How can you not answer according to the routine? Du-Wan's smile stalled. A big man. Why so careful? This remark came out. The World Master's face became even worse. She didn't come to visit him. She came specifically to anger him. In the quiet room, a laugh seemed particularly abrupt. The coldness on Pei Hao's body intensified. Looking coolly at Mu Xian. Get out. Okay. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'll go out. Mu Xian quickly turned around and slipped out the door. Then, the people in the room heard him outside the door, laughing recklessly. The little girl might not know, but he had been following Master Shitzi for a long time. But he knew that the 3 words careful eyes had stepped right on the borderline of death. Of course, this boundary line is not useful to her. Even if she stepped on it again and again and again. Even if Master Shitzi was angry, he couldn't do anything about her. A different person would probably die a horrible death. Pei Hao asked in a cold voice. Say, what is it that you came to find me for? Isn't it just to ask you how your investigation is going? Du-Wan said carefully and tentatively. Pei Hao snorted. What's in it for me if I find out? Du-Wan's eyes widened. You promised before. But I don't want to help you now. Dog man. It's really too much of a dog to go back on his word? Chapter 47. Growing Beautiful and Thinking Beautifully. Du-Wan was a bit stuffed up. Only to hear. Pei Hao coldly said. If you want me to help you, I want that manner. Hearing this, Du-Wan stared wide-eyed. Not only do you look beautiful, you also think beautifully. Pei Hao's face darkened. What did you say? Du-Wan simply said. Impossible. Then it's impossible for me to give you the results of what I've found out. Pei Hao looked at her askance. A gesture of defiance. Du-Wan only felt a bellyful of fire. Bias could only hold it in. Nope. This is a clue? Du-Wan was surprised. You found out? There is a result. But who am I to tell you? Pei Hao said expressionlessly. Du-Wan lost her temper. Pei Shirzi. You don't have to be like this. Isn't it just that I can see through you pretending to be sick? It's not like I'm going to say anything outside. Sure enough, she saw through it. Pei Hao's mind almost collapsed for a moment. Such a stupid little girl could see through his disguise. Is this possible? Is it possible? Fortunately, the second before he collapsed, he steadied himself again. Du-Wan stood up from her chair and smiled as she approached the bed. Pei Shitzi, what have you found out? Tell me. Don't worry. I promise I won't tell you about your pretending to be sick. If I don't tell you, you'll tell me about my faking illness. Pei Hao immediately reacted. Du-Wan shook her little head repeatedly. No. No. I won't. Am I that kind of classless person? If I promise not to tell, I won't. Settle down. Won't threaten you with this. Heh. Dead girl. Thinking that by saying this, he would be embarrassed not to say anything? You think it's pretty. But I won't let you have your way. Pei Hao's careful at his back. The more she wants to know, the more he won't say. Next, Du-Wan used all her skills, but still did not coax the result from Pei Hao's mouth. Pei Hao's mentality has stabilized, and he has become indifferent and detached. The reserved elegance that the children of the family cultivated since childhood unconsciously showed up. Every move. Tea in hands. There is an unspeakable elegance. Du-Wan simply broke the pot. Okay. The manner is impossible to give you. You then change a request. Pei Hao said. Yes. You answer me truthfully to a question, and I will tell you the result of the investigation. Wait. What question is it? It is a question that you can answer. There has to be a scope of questions that are somewhat relevant to you, but not too relevant. In that case, that's fine. Du-Wan didn't think deeply for a moment and fell into the pit like this. Pei Hao immediately asked seriously, who is the person behind the iron or mountain? Du-Wan wanted to poo-poo him, and decisively lied. I don't know. Pei Hao doesn't believe it. You know? I really don't know. You definitely know. You are not me. How can you be sure I know? Du-Wan retorted with a bad face. Pei Hao's mood inexplicably improved when he saw her angry. Let me remind you first. Trading is about honesty. If you don't have sincerity, don't blame me for lacking sincerity. Du-Wan looked sideways. Did you really find out who is behind the rumors about me? It's not quite finding out the source. Just an important clue. Pei Hao was truthful. There was no need for him to lie on this matter. Du-Wan's small face was no longer as relaxed and cozy as it was earlier. The big villain was really powerful. Actually suspecting her after such a long time in the past. The current her desperately wanted to find out the truth and didn't want to drag it out for too long. It is not impossible to use this information in exchange. Du-Wan, in order to eliminate any subsequent trouble, said beforehand. Alright. Let me make it clear. I can tell you who it is, but you can't ask me how I know. Anyway, I won't say anything even if you ask. Okay. Pei Hao agreed painfully. He was afraid that this little girl, seeing the situation, would shrink back again. Du-Wan looked around and saw that there were only the two of them in the room. So she whispered, It's Xie Zhang. Pei Hao stood up violently. It was startled. Du-Wan was so startled that she jumped back and moved back again quietly. Pei Hao calmed down and stared at Du-Wan closely and asked, Really? 1,000 times true. Du-Wan nodded decisively. Pei Hao watched the little girl for a long time, and did not find any traces of lying before he finally believed her words. At the same time, he was surprised at how bold the Xie family was, actually daring to privately mine iron ore. This was tantamount to rebellion. It is a great crime of exterminating 9 clans, and the stakes are too high. Pei Hao and Du-Wan thought differently. Du-Wan only thought of Xie Zhang. Pei Hao first thought of the Marquis of Dingbei's Xie family. Since the secret was out, Du-Wan didn't dwell on it, and sat back on the chair again, her little feet wiggling around. What are you thinking about? You just know that there is a defense in the future. Want to use this to put the other side how? You do not think. People do it without a drop of water. If you can't find evidence, don't waste your efforts. Du-Wan reminded again in friendship. Pei Hao didn't dilly-dally. Walked to the desk where he occasionally works. Took out a secret letter from a hidden compartment. Turned back and handed it to Du-Wan again. The answer you want. It's on here. Take it and read it yourself. Thanks. Du-Wan took it as soon as she could and opened it. A secret letter, handing over the investigation and results. After the investigation she skipped it, and flipped to the back to read the results. The suspect was Qian, a slave girl of the Huang family on Tongzi Street in the West City. Qian was the concubine of the deceased. Before the deceased was silenced, contact with more than 20 people, one by one after eliminating, Qian is the most suspicious. Qian was suspicious because the day before the rumor started, she was seen meeting with the deceased. On the day the dead man was killed, Qian took a leave of absence due to illness and did not go on duty. I heard that she stayed at home to recuperate, but no one saw whether she was really at home. Du-Wan murmured. Xiqing. Tongzi Street. Pei Hao heard her murmur and didn't bother to interrupt her musings, seeing that she was too absorbed in her thoughts, and did not come back to her senses for a long time. Pei Hao reminded, "This is just a clue. I sent someone to confirm it." On that day, Qian left Huang's house and said that she was going to the pharmacy to buy medicine. Huang's house is just a quarter of an hour away from the pharmacy, but Qian's hard to walk for an hour and a half. This extra time is enough to do a lot of things. Huang family. Du-Wan stared blankly at Pei Hao. Pei Hao, however, knew that she was not looking at herself, but was just lost in thought again. Du-Wan was indeed thinking. She remembered the contents of the book. In the book there was a royal merchant surnamed Huang, a money bag secretly supported by Xie Zhang. Xie Zhang's mind was indeed rare in the world, calculating without a trace. He let the Huang family surface on the side of a big backer, and the Xie family clean. And this big backer's background, compared to the Xie family, is even more scary. Therefore, until the Great Qin Kingdom was in chaos, no one knew that the real master of the Huang family was Xie Zhang. As for who the Huang family's big backer was, the book just skimmed over it without mentioning it. Chapter 48. Do you really think the palace is dead? Du-Wan used to read books focusing on the male and female protagonists, and felt that this small detail was optional. Now, however, she felt that the author was a real dog. How can you not deliver? It's just a matter of one sentence. At the same time, Du-Wan had a suspicion in her heart. There are quite a few people in the capital with the surname Huang. This Huang family. Is it the Huang family of the imperial merchants in the book? The environment of Tongzi Street in Xiqing is average. Rich and noble families usually don't choose to live there. The Huang family in the book is not short of money, and would not choose to live in Tongzi Street? Du-Wan now only remembers the existence of such a family in the book, and her impression is not deep. Only that the Huang family of imperial merchants had a sickly female match with very little existence. Said to be bedridden for years, extremely beautiful in appearance, belonging to the best on earth, and later died of illness. Pei Hao's peach blossom-like eyes, if anything, focused on Du-Wan. Just the little girl did not know what to think. Little expression changed and changed. Pei Hao finally broke the silence. Sheriff, before you came, I have already said people to catch Qian secretly. Whether the murderer is her or not, we will know after the interrogation. Oh, I know. Du-Wan had a bit of a headache at this time. She didn't suspect Pei Hao's investigation. She just wanted to know if the Huang family was the royal merchant in the book. Du-Wan asked. Pei Shi, is this Huang family a merchant? Yes. Is it an imperial merchant? No. It's written on that information given to you. Didn't you read it? Du-Wan had just skipped over some things, so she took it out and flipped through it again. There were only a few simple sentences about the Huang family. It was moved to the capital from Ping'an City more than 10 years ago, operating an inn and 3 cloth stores. There are also some industries under the name are scattered. Big money cannot earn. Small money will not be less of the kind. There is no outstanding industry. It is impossible to become a royal merchant. It seems that it is not the Huang family in the book. Pei Hao saw that she was in a trance again, so he simply came up with something fierce. Sheriff, you know what? If you don't come today, after the Shiitzi's people interrogate you, early tomorrow morning at the latest, they will send someone to send the news to the princess residence. Du-Wan. So, it's her being too much of a dog today that irritated him to flip out? The corner of Pei Hao's mouth gently hooked. But what about this moment? This son has to be grateful for your lack of mercy. Otherwise, how could I learn who is behind the mines? Du-Wan heard his strings. It couldn't hit her. Du-Wan smiled and narrowed her eyes, then suddenly thought about skinning it again. Is that so? If Pei Shi really wants to be grateful to me, then be practical and not just talk about it. Nah, that purple jade flower carving ornament is good. I'll take it away, as your gift of gratitude. Said, walk to the Bogu shelf. Grab the purple jade flower carving on the way out. Pei Hao. A moment's pleasure in the mouth costs 1,000 taels. That flower carving was the very thing he loved when he was 10 years old, and spent 1,000 taels of his savings to purchase it. Du-Wan walked outside. When she saw Husan and a few guards, they were guarding outside Pei Hao's room. Du-won instinctively revealed a bright smile and waved her small hand in greeting. Hi yo. Hu-san. We meet again. How have you been doing recently? Are you okay? Have the injuries on your body healed up a bit? Thanks to the blessings of the county princess. Little one is fine. Hu-san smiled nervously. Du-won smiles and reveals her small white teeth. That's good. Let's go out to play again sometime. Hu-san only responded with a silly smile. He didn't dare to answer this. However, his eyes swept over the small jade sculpture that Du-won was carrying in her arms. Hu-san remembered the stupid way Mu-sion had rolled on the ground with laughter just now, and knew that the world prince had suffered another defeat at the hands of the county princess. It's a pity that he didn't see it with his own eyes. Hu-san sent Du-won out. Mu-sion was sitting in the courtyard's gazebo. As soon as he saw Du-won, he smiled and waved. Du-won remembered his laugh outside and didn't want to pay attention to him for the time being. Brushing aside her little head and snorting coldly, she ran away as if she didn't see him. Mu-sion. It's just a greeting. Making it seem like he's a flooding beast. Seeing the back of the little girl disappeared in the moon gate, Mu-sion mood a little subtle. The world master said something about revenge on the little girl. But today I saw. Not quite like perhaps. Even the world master himself did not understand his own true thoughts. The little girl is still too young. Obviously not enlightened. If the master of the world is really mind, then there will have to be his suffer. Du-won went out of the state duke's mansion. She went directly to her own carriage. Du-won sat in the carriage, playing with the jade carving while thinking about the Huang family. Suddenly, phew! The carriage had a violent shake. Du-won let out a cry of surprise, her shoulder hitting the wall of the carriage. When it was thought that this was a chance event, it wasn't. Then the horse was frightened and let out a long neigh. Fortunately, the personal guards were strong and grabbed the rope at the first time, avoiding the horse running wild and overturning the carriage. A long time this chaos to stop. Shoulder hit 2 or 3 times. Pain. Du-won straight bared teeth. Du-won rushed outside the carriage and angrily asked, "What happened?" "Sheriff." A few big dogs suddenly sprang out of the alley, startling the horses. The carriage driver outside hurriedly reported. Ning Qin's face turned white as she lifted the curtain and asked in fear, "Is County Princess injured?" "No big deal." Du-won puts down the jade carving, raises her hand to rub her left shoulder, wants to get out of the carriage, but letting Ning Qin stop her. Ning Qin urgently said, "Sheriff, it's dangerous outside. What exactly is the situation? Quickly tell me." Du-won wanted to probe out and take a look, but held back. Ning Qin was terrified and said in a trembling voice. 3 big dogs suddenly came out from the alley and pounced on the horse, pulling the cart as soon as they arrived. Luckily the guards reacted quickly, or else the slave girl would have been killed. The horse went crazy. She sat on the carriage and fell off the carriage. A vicious dog pounced on her, and in the nick of time, it was the guards who saved her. Ning Qin finished her sentence intermittently. Du-won couldn't help but frown as she listened. Outside the dog barked fiercely. Du-won finally did not hold back, quietly lifted a gap in the car curtains. Probing to look outside, she saw several guards blocking the front of the carriage, drawing their swords and confronting the 2 big dogs. One of the big dogs had already hacked down to the ground, and blood filled the stone floor. The remaining 2 big dogs were ferocious, barking at the carriage. Du-won looked at the several large dogs thoughtfully. These were giant dogs with clean fur, fed quite well. Du-won immediately stepped out of the carriage and stood on top of the carriage, her small face as cold as frost-like. "Come on people. Go and check around to see if anyone is there. These few dogs seem to be fed by people. They won't just appear here rashly." Upon hearing this, the guards immediately surrounded the carriage, protecting Du-won even more tightly. In addition, they arranged for people to check around. No suspicious person was found, but a large iron cage and messy footprints were seen in the alley. Du-won's eyes were slightly cold. Catch these 2 dogs for this princess. It doesn't matter if you hurt it. Just don't kill it. Then stuff them into the big iron cage and bring them back to the princess mansion together. Yes. With the ability of the personal guards, catching 2 dogs was not difficult. So after spending a little time, the 2 dogs were tied up. Chapter 49. Can't cheapen the murderer. The 2 big dogs were locked in iron cages and placed in front of the main door of the princess's mansion. Du-won then had a notice written, "Seek the owner of the dog. Reward 1,000 gold. Can be anonymous." The first time she learned that her daughter almost had another accident, the eldest princess was furious. The eldest princess was instantly furious. Such a dinky road. It can be said to be in front of one's own home. There are actually people who dare to conspire against my son. Do you really think that this palace is dead? The eldest princess slapped the table. Immediately ordered people to go to the yamen to report the case. And said people to investigate the culprit. Duan was a good girl and waited around, while giving the princess a back rub, while handing her tea. Mother! Don't be angry. Don't be angry. What if you get angry? It's not worth it. For your sake. How is it not worth it? Of course it's not worth it. The person behind the scenes wanted to harm me. But it didn't work. But it made you sick. Isn't this just giving someone else's head? For the person behind the curtain, it's an unexpected blessing. Duan had some crooked reasoning and managed to convince the eldest princess. The eldest princess patted her small hand. Water is right. I can't get angry, lest I cheapen the murderer. Right. Can't cheapen the murderer. The subordinates, who had watched the whole scene, became more and more silent. Mother! Water! Du Qian hurriedly broke in. As soon as he saw his sister, he went forward, looking left and right. Is my sister injured? No. Duan hurriedly said. Big brother doesn't need to worry. Just hit the shoulder. Started a little hot and spicy. Now do not touch, it will not hurt. And so back to the jade spirit garden, and then find medicinal wine to rub. Now there is no need to say, lest this family worry. Du Qian believed that she was fine. This relaxed, and then turned to a face of anger. In the end, who is it? Repeatedly wanting Wan's life? Don't let this young master find them. I have to skin them alive. Otherwise it will be hard to dispel the anger in my heart. This one is not necessarily the original person. Duan muttered in a low voice. At first, she had suspected Xie Zhang's. But now that the mine has been exposed and Xie Zhang is not involved, it would be a mistake to kill her again. Did this indirectly prove that the person behind the attempt to kill her was not Xie Zhang? Especially for someone like Xie Zhang, who has to weigh the pros and cons of every little thing. He would not choose to do it in this kind of place where the rich and powerful gather. The richer the person, the more afraid of death. This is undoubtedly a hornet's nest. Then who exactly is behind the curtain? So eager to want her life? Duan quietly called for Ning Qin. You go and inquire about the Huang family on Tongzi Street in the West City. You don't need any kind of gossip. Just figure out how many people there are in the Huang family, and how many unmarried girls there are. Sheriff. These are all unusual news. Not difficult to inquire. Find a few neighbors, and casually ask them. Wait. The slave girl will be back soon. Ning Qin went out for a trip, and really came back quickly. The Huang family has 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren, plus wives and concubines. A dozen people. There were only 5 girls in the younger generation. 2 were married. The only one who was of age and unmarried was the 3rd Huang girl. The remaining 2. One was 3 years old, and the other was still in swaddling clothes. Duan knit up her small eyebrows. Can there be any aunts who are sick and unmarried or something? No. The Huang family is considered rich in that area. The girl has not grown into a matchmaker. And I have not heard of a girl who is sick and weak. Ning Qin was very certain. Because when Ning Qin went to inquire, everyone else thought that her main family had their eyes on the Huang family girl. Duan was now completely convinced that the Huang family of Tongzi Street was not the Huang family of the imperial merchants in the book. The rumor thing might have nothing to do with Xie Zhang. Just how did the original owner offend this Huang family? It looks like an ordinary family. Now we can only wait for the results of Pei Hao's investigation to come out, and see what happens. On that day, the dog in front of the princess's house became a hot topic in the capital. If there was a hot search in this world, it would have dominated the headlines. Some people were curious enough to come to the princess' residence to check it out. The words written on the notice were especially large and eye-catching. Especially thoughtful. It can be anonymous. Because some people have scruples. Even if they know, they don't dare to say more, for fear that they will encounter retaliation. Anonymity is different. There is more room for maneuver. And the hearts of the people have been active. However, the people in the capital move faster. But not as fast as the scouts of the Imperial City Department. The Duke of Jin Mansion. Pei Hao sat in his study with a frosty face, listening to his subordinates report. The little girl came to visit him, and almost had an accident on the way back, which really touched Pei Hao's scales. Fortunately, the little girl is not seriously hurt. Otherwise, he will be nailed to the pillar of shame. And even the princess house will be angry. The subordinate bowed his head to report the results of the investigation. Your son. Those 3 dogs were stolen by a few punks from a dog farm outside the city 5 days ago. And then 3 days ago, someone paid 10 taels of silver to buy them. Who bought them? Pei Hao questioned in a cold voice. The subordinate said, It's a small steward of the Nanyangbo residence. Uncle Nanyang? Pei Hao's face was frosty. Yes. Can you find out who in Nanyangbu moved? Pei Hao had a guess in his heart. But he still needed evidence. Mu Xian was listening from the sidelines. And only then spoke out. Shitsi. Not long ago, the 7th girl of Nanyangbu's house, whose reputation was damaged, might hate the county princess. Do you think it could be her? Pei Hao's eyes looked towards Mu Xian. Could it be her? A normal person wouldn't do this. But a boudoir lady without much brains. The possibility is not small. Your injuries are almost healed. It's as good as it can be. Then you personally go to investigate. I'm not convenient to show my face now. For the first time, Pei Hao chagrined that he had faked his illness too much. And it was inconvenient to go out. Mu Xian nodded solemnly, and got up to leave. With Mu Xian personally presiding over the matter, and the intervention of the eldest princess, the yamen did not dare to act perfunctorily. So it gave the people investigating a wide open door of convenience. The same night in a deserted courtyard. Found 3 dead soon after the body. Are poisoned to death. Identified as the 3 missing subordinates of the Nanyangbu house. The mastermind of the dog murder was directly pointed at the Nanyangbu house. Nanyangbo, when he heard the news, angry, half dead. But not yet. Wait for him to find out. Overnight by the emperor declared into the palace. No one knows what the emperor and Nanyangbo said in the palace. Anyway, Nanyangbo returned to the house, angry, face green. Will Wang Jiner called. Directly on a meal of family law. Beat a half dead. And then sent to the yamen overnight. Wang Jiner at this time do not admit that no one listened. The evidence is very full. The reason is that one of the 3 people who died was Wang Jiner's eldest maid. Duan only felt that when she woke up, the outside had changed again. Ning Qin told Duan what had happened in graphic detail. Is it really Wang Jiner? Duan was stunned. Ning Qin exasperatedly said, It's her. And now she's in jail. How can you find out so quickly? Duan is surprised at the ancient speed of investigation. At that time, I put up a reward and thought that this matter was not easy to investigate. Luckily, no one has come to claim the reward yet. Quickly, go and withdraw it. Ning Qin suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Sheriff. It's late. Chapter 50. A little green must be brought to the head. What? Duan is surprised and hurriedly runs outside. But after running a few steps she turns back. Who let it? Pei Shitsi from Jinghua Gongfu sent someone to claim it. Ma de. This dead big villain. Deliberately? Duan thought that she didn't just take a jade carving from him. He took 1,000 gold from her so quickly and converted it into silver, which is also 10,000 taels. Crap. I can't fight. I can't fight. Even though Duan felt aggrieved in her heart. She knew that he was in the right. After a wash, she hastily ate the breakfast served by the maid and went to look for Du Qian. She had to go to know Du Qian for her matter. Early in the morning out of the house to go. Duan went to the eldest princess's place and learnt that the eldest princess had gone to the palace. Ergo, Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had also gone to the yamen. The entire princess mansion was left with her as the only master. So she had no choice but to return to the Jade Spirit Garden again. And simply close the door to practice her kung fu. The force value must be raised. This world is too dangerous. When she finished practicing once, Duan spread out on the bed and couch and didn't want to get up. So she took out the jade card and pondered undyingly. How come there's no space? Alas, people get what is clearly space. It is good to be able to cultivate. But space is also of great use. It's just a pity that there's no such life. Duan repeatedly recalled the description of Qin Yu's recognition of space in the book. Ma. Just one sentence. Its blood splattered on the jade tablet, and it's gone. It is said that this jade tablet is the inheritance jade left by the ancestors of the Du clan, and should only be recognized by the bloodline of the Du clan. The queen is Du's daughter. Qin Yu naturally also has Du's bloodline. People didn't get the inheritance. Only the space. Could it be that this jade is still divided into people? Strange. Strange. Xingua Gongfu. Mu Xian saw the 10,000 taels of silver tickets laid out on the table. And for a moment, he didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. Master Shitzi had actually sent someone to collect the bounty. Is it a human thing to do? This is not wanting to get better. Is it? Pei Hao sat calmly in front of his desk, flipping through the letters sent by his subordinates from all over the world. When he looked up and saw Mu Xian's face that looked like he was holding shit, he directly spoke. Xian, what's wrong with your face that looks like you're holding shit? Do you need to ask a doctor to give you a look? Not being able to pull it out is also a big problem now, affecting your health. Mu Xian. Shitzi master, where is your high-end atmosphere? No. This is something he never had. It was just made to be seen. Mu Xian gave him a deep look and felt that he was hopeless. Originally wanted to help him a hand. Mu Xian this time decided to care about him to die. Shongyuan Festival, also known as the Ghost Festival. According to the customs of the Great Qin State, it is to make sacrifices, visit graves, and light river lanterns. Unmarried young men and women on this day, but also can meet a piece to go to light the river lamp. It is said that every year after the Midyuan Festival, the official matchmakers in the capital will be especially busy, and they have to run to several houses in a day. Duan was very interested in hearing this, and couldn't wait for it to get dark immediately, and go to the river to watch the gossip. No, County Princess. You are going to an appointment tonight. Ning Qin reminds. Duan looks at her askance. Remember? It's not like I have dementia. Then you still said you are going to watch gossip? Going to an appointment and reading the gossip is not a conflict. Dunrong also said to go to the river lanterns. Then you ask who together? I can't do it myself? Sheriff. Ning Qin hesitated to remind. Duan didn't have the good sense to say. If you have something to say directly, why are you stammering? Do you want to ask Pei Shitzi to join you? Ask him what for. That guy just got 10,000 taels from me 2 days ago. I didn't go to trouble him. It's my good cultivation. Duan still remembers now that Pei Hao took away 10,000 taels of her private property. Yes, the money and silver for the reward came from her private room. The original owner, as the daughter of the eldest princess, had a generous small treasury. Duan had only seen the booklet of the treasury records. She hadn't personally gone to sort it out yet. She decided to go and have a look when she has time. She can't sell it for silver, but it's good to have a look first. Ning Qin worries. Sheriff Master, if no one accompanies you tonight, will you be laughed at again like in previous years? What? Have I been laughed at in previous years? Yes. They didn't say anything to my face, but they said everything behind my back. Ning Qin half-heartedly said that it was nothing more than mocking her for having a fiancé but coming alone. What about my brother? Didn't he say he was the most protective of me? Duan asked suspiciously. Ning Qin explains. You haven't looked for the eldest young master yet. The eldest young master thought you were doing quite well. Besides, every year today, the eldest young master still has to go back to the clan to participate in the rituals. I don't have to go. Only male children can go. It's so unfair. Duan sighed at the patriarchal thinking. It's still the same in a different world. Ning Qin purses her lips and snickers. Sheriff, the Midyuan festival is a small festival. When the big festival is held every year, you will have to go too. It's all the Du clan members who have to go. Right? Hee hee. Ning Qin smothered a smile and nodded her head. Duan was also just sighing. Not sad. The way of the world was such that she alone could not change it. The things that the eldest princess prepared for her daughter were sent to Yuling Yuan yesterday. Ning Qin looked out of the window. Sheriff, the time is almost up. It's time to freshen up. Okay. Duan, who was still comfortably paralyzed on the bed, not really wanting to move, could only get up and comb her makeup. Come! Come! Give me the most beautiful hair bun. Today I am going to the battlefield. I am going to fight with a group of women. If I want to win a beautiful battle, I have to wear good battle clothes first. Ning Qin and Lucci had just gotten their things ready when they heard their own master's grandiose words. Since ancient times women's wars could not be separated from all kinds of climbing. Then clothes, then talent, then men, such as then fiancé? Duan thought for a second. Ning Qin, what you wear today is appropriate for convenience and elegance. Sheriff, will not. Aren't there still outdoor activities? It's inconvenient to dress too grandly. Duwan originally still wanted to dress up in a grand manner. But then she thought that today is the day to worship her ancestors. So dressing too colorful is not appropriate after all. Ningqin picked out a rather plain white dress from the pile of clothes sent by the embroiderer. At first glance, indeed plain. A closer look and we'll find, people, this is low-key luxury. Huh? On this one. Beautiful. Duwan saw all the favorite. Especially like the skirt hem embroidered with a bamboo. Fresh and elegant. Pleasing to the eye. Qin Ning saw that she liked it. So she waited for her to wear it. Originally lively little girl. Should wear brightly colored clothes. But did not expect to wear a plain white dress. The little girl more eye-catching. Like a bud waiting to bloom pure flowers. The headdress is not much to pick. Just a hairpin with the latest pink and white two-colored bead flower sent by the Ministry of the Interior. The bead flower was beautifully handmade and chic. Duwan immediately fell in love with it. Only the master craftsman who designed this beaded flower also matched it with a verdant leaf. Ningqin put it on Duwan. Duwan looked at herself in the mirror and said offhandedly, "If you want to live a good life, you must have some green on your head." Before Ningqin could laugh, someone beside her laughed. Chapter 51. The Shitsi master grinds his feet. Duwan turns around and takes a look. "Huh? Big brother?" Duwan said in a bad mood. "What wind blew young master do here? Isn't it quite busy?" "Sister. Brother came back early. Accompanied you to the Moonlight Tower. Light the river lanterns." Du Qian went forward and habitually tried to rub her little head. All of a sudden, Duwan slapped her hand away. "Big brother. Don't try to mess up my hair. Be careful, I'll be anxious with you." When Du Qian saw his little sister, even if he did nothing, his mood would change for the better. Duwan was just as happy. With a sister protecting devil following her. Who would dare to step on her? Only she can step on others. Thinking this way, Duwan was even happier. At this exact moment, Painting E hurriedly came in from outside. "Sheriff, Pei Z is here." "Huh? What is he doing here?" Duwan was surprised. On the contrary, Du Qian is thoughtful. Today is the Mid-Yuan festival. Could he be here to ask you to go light the river lanterns together? Is it possible? Impossible, duh. Duwan does not have this thought at all. There must be something. Du Qian voiced out for Painting E to bring Pei Hao over. Pei Hao is wearing a plain white robe today. Actually the same hem embroidered bamboo. Delicate and elegant. With a white jade belt wrapped around his waist. A jeweled purple jade crown on his head. And white deer boots on his feet. Pei Hao looked like an exiled immortal stepping on the clouds when he walked into the Jade Spirit Garden. When he entered the Jade Spirit Garden, he looked like an exiled immortal stepping on the clouds. When Duwan saw him for the first time, she was lost in thought for a few seconds. But when he came closer, wearing the same clothes as her, even though he still has a strange posture and extraordinary charm, Duwan could not help but turn a big blank stare. Two people standing together like this. It is really like wearing a couple's clothes. This coincidence. Du Qian's eyelids jumped. Pei Shitsi, the embroiderer in your residence and the princess's residence. Are they from the same master? There is this possibility. Pei Hao lightly glanced at the dress on Duwan. It's a bit similar now. But the details are different. Bullshit. You're a man's dress. I'm a woman's dress. Duwan doesn't really want to talk to him anymore. Seeing him reminds her of 10,000 tales. Duwan asked with a sidelong glance. What are you doing here? Pei Hao Qin coughed. Have something important to find you. This means to speak alone? Before Duwan said anything, Du Qian had an opinion. In front of his face, hooking up with his sister. Pei Hao, this kid can be patient, when he is a dead man? Duwan inexplicably remembered Du Qian's speculation just now. However, she quickly dismissed it again. Okay. Then we. Before she finished her words, she glanced at Du Qian's face next to her. And at that moment, Duwan's tone changed. Let's go to the pavilion in the courtyard to chat for a few words. Everyone is watching, and there is no need to avoid suspicion. Good. Pei Hao took the lead and walked towards the gazebo. Duwan followed. Du Qian wanted to follow, but thought better of it, and just stood under the eaves of the house and watched intently. The two stood alone in the gazebo. Duwan didn't sit down either, and directly asked, Speak. What is it that you are looking for me for? Cough. Pei Hao coughed twice dryly, as if he was organizing his words. But for a long time, there was no reply. Duwan was a bit impatient. What? What do you have to say dryly? Everyone is busy today. It's the result of the survey. Pei Hao said, obviously a little distracted. Du-Wan froze. What investigation result? Isn't Wang Jiner in jail? Pei Hao dilly-dallied and did not know what he wanted to say, but did not say it, and continued stiffly. Finding you is not all about Wang Jiner. However, this son has been to the prison, and Wang Jiner claimed that she didn't try to kill you. Of course she doesn't dare to kill me. I know that. Du-Wan knew very well that even if Wang Jiner hated her, she didn't have the guts to assassinate her. It was just those 3 big dogs that almost killed someone. Pei Hao, however, was surprised. You know there is someone else involved behind the scenes? There are people behind it. Du-Wan was surprised. There was actually a hidden agenda. Wang Jiner was the evil female match. This woman was truly evil. According to the book's description, she had caned a little girl about the same age as herself at the age of 5. Just because the little girl was better looking than her. So, Du-Wan didn't suspect that she would be wrongly accused. When Pei Hao saw her like this, that is, he knew that she hadn't thought of this. Wang Jiner only asked her subordinate to purchase 1 dog, intending to scare you out of your anger at the Mid-Yuan festival. Only that the subordinate disobeyed and purchased 2 more. The Mid-Yuan festival hasn't arrived yet. So, what happened on that day wasn't directed by her. You believe what she said? Du-Wan asked rhetorically. Pei Hao nodded. I believe it. Because he personally went to the trial, and then had the scouts buried in the Nanyang burial mansion check it out. Du-Wan cast a sidelong glance at him. So what if it's not her? Pei Hao froze slightly. Alright. This is not important. Du-Wan did not care. A person who would want to harm herself was used by someone who secretly wanted to harm her. TSK. Deadly sins can be spared, but living sins are hard to escape. Du-Wan doesn't dilly-dally with him. That's done. Right. Then I'm leaving. So she raised her smiling face, and was about to wave her little hand at her big brother under the roof. Pei Hao hurriedly said, the main thing hasn't been said yet. Yo, there's still business? Du-Wan was stunned and asked again. You didn't come to find me because of Wang Jiner's matter? No. Then can you simply say it? It's not like you. Pei Shi. Also, there's the matter of the rumors. Du-Wan asked seriously. Did you catch Qian? What did you find out? She said it was ordered by the Huang family's 3rd girl. That she just disliked you. At that time, you and Huang's 3rd girl had a nasty affair. Even you knocked out a few of people's teeth. The further Pei Hao spoke, the more the corners of his mouth curved. An embarrassed Du-Wan. The original owner is so swarthy. Wasn't it a naive and simple little girl? Du-Wan was curious about the original owner's previous life for a moment. Du-Wan asked tentatively, did I have a bad temper before? And often fought? Pei Hao gave her a surprised look. What kind of virtues do you have in your own heart? Don't you have any points? Turning to think that she had forgotten about the past. He understood why she had asked this question. Cough. It's not bad. Pei Hao deliberated for a while before saying, you were born with an honorable status, and deeply loved by your family? It is inevitable that some of the women of the same age are jealous. And it's okay to make a mess once in a while. Du-Wan snorted. The Huang family is just an ordinary merchant family. Right? Exactly. I'm just wondering. No matter what my identity is there. With Huang San girl's origin. Even see me one side of the qualification is not. Where does she come from the bottom of the air to provoke me? Du-Wan can't figure it out. Don't say anything about jealousy making people lose their minds. After coming to the capital for so long. Except for a few people. Du-Wan felt that everyone's ability to avoid harm is damn awesome. Pei Hao also realized something strange after she said it. Find some time to meet 3rd Miss Huang. Du-Wan wanted to try to see if she could get something out of her. Pei Hao's starry eyes flashed slightly. What do you want to find out? You don't know? Du-Wan asked rhetorically. Pei Hao hesitated. A bit of a guess. But it's not good to say. What's not good to say? Since you said that Wang Jiner took the blame for someone, then the big dog incident might not be a coincidence. It's someone who has been secretly trying to get me killed. Du-Wan didn't have that much of a fluke. It's just a pity that she didn't catch the other party's little tail this time. Chapter 52, Mid-Yuan Festival Date or Not. Pei Hao had already guessed it, and was still surprised. Then, he asked suspiciously, didn't you forget the previous incident? How do you know that someone behind the scenes wants to kill you? My brother said it. Du-Wan didn't go into details, and dumped the pot on Du Qian. The two were quiet for a while. When Du Wan saw Pei Hao hesitating again, she didn't know what she wanted to say but didn't open her mouth. What else do you want to say? Say it directly. My big brother is still looking at this side. Can't you see his anger is about to come up? Pei Hao glanced under the roof. Sure enough, he saw the cold-faced future great-uncle. He dryly coughed. Isn't today the Mid-Yuan festival? Yeah. Something that the entire Great Qin kingdom knows about. Du Wan looked at him, as if she was looking at a fool. Pei Hao's cheeks were slightly hot. Suspiciously looking at the rockery outside the pavilion and asked, You go? To light the river lanterns? The whole capital will soon know that I will go today. Du Wan's words are slightly exaggerated. But not too much. Some people have already announced the fact that she will go out today. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes flashed. This son is free today. Oh. If you're free, then you're free. Is it necessary to say so? Are you and Big Brother Du going out? Pei Hao said again with an intention. Du Wan nodded perfunctorily. Yes. You don't come. We've already gone out now. Then together? Pei Hao picked up on it. No. I refuse. Du Wan opened her mouth to refuse without thinking. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes were steeply stern. A ruthless look of you dare to refuse? Du Wan was startled and moved back 2 steps before saying, What are you looking at me like that for? Last time I went shopping with you at the night market. I decided that I will never go shopping with you again. Going to light the river lanterns. Not shopping. Pei Hao's face didn't look too good. Du Wan bristled and said, I just don't want to go with you. Doesn't it smell good to go with Big Brother? With Pei Big Villain to go together. She must have how to think about it all. Du Wan is not happy. Pei Hao cold-faced stared at her and asked, In addition to this son, you want to go with who? My big brother. Du Wan was shivering a bit, but still argued, I have Big Brother to go with me. I don't need you. Pei Hao glanced towards Du Qian's side. His cold face finally got a little better. Without waiting for him to say anything else, Du Qian's side had already come over. The two seemed to be quarreling. How can this be? Du Qian quickly walked over and shouted. All right. It's almost time. One should go out. Right. I still have to go to my appointment first. Du Wan lifts up her skirt and runs towards Du Qian. The big villain's eyes are suddenly a bit scary. Du Qian politely said. Pei Shi. Come along. HM. Good. The two siblings walked side by side towards the main entrance of the mansion. Pei Hao strolled behind the two. Perhaps seeing that the atmosphere was too quiet, Du Qian turned around and asked, Pei Shi. Isn't Pei's ancestor worship today? Pei Hao calmly replied, This son is not in good health. So he didn't go this year. Didn't Big Brother Du also not go this year? Without waiting for Du Qian to speak, Du Wan's pleased little voice came first. Who said my brother didn't go? He came back early, and specially accompanied me. Big Brother is so good to me. Pei Hao muted. What's there to be proud of about this one? Women are just strange. Out of the main entrance, the carriage and escorts of the princess's mansion were already ready. The carriage and attendants of the Duke of Jin's residence were also waiting not far away. When Pei Hao saw Du Wan happily getting into the carriage, he inexplicably felt his heart blocked. Perhaps he shouldn't have listened to Mu Xian's nonsense and come to the princess's mansion rashly today. It was not until he watched Du Wan's carriage leave. Only then did Pei Hao get into his own carriage and return to Jingui Gongfu first. When Mu Xian saw this, he was surprised and asked, Master Shitzi, didn't you see the county princess? See. Pei Hao glanced at him coldly. You didn't have an appointment with the county princess? Today is the Mid-Yuan festival, nah. Did I say I went to ask her out? This Shitzi went to the princess' residence this time, simply because he wanted to tell her something. Pei Hao forced himself to salvage his dignity, his posture high and cold. Mu Xian said in a perplexed manner, That little girl is going to go alone again. People have a brother. They won't be alone. The gasp that Pei Hao was blocking in his heart inexplicably thickened by 2 points. Mu Xian heard the sourness in Shitzi Master's words. Suddenly, there was a bit of enlightenment. He didn't dare to ask and hurriedly found an excuse to slip away. However, before Mu Xian could walk out of the threshold, he was called back by Pei Hao. Master Shitzi said that he wanted to go to the Moonwatch Tower to watch the sunset. Mu Xian heard this and was silent for a while. The location of the banquet on the post was the Moonwatch Tower on the riverbank on the outskirts of the city. A famous and wealthy township in the capital. The Moonwatch Tower was not just a large 3-story restaurant, but also had a garden that covered a wide area. The entire garden was built around the Moonwatch Tower, just like the stars surrounding the moon. Around the garden, there were also developed places to play with pleasant scenery, similar to modern scenic spots. It would take at least 2 days to walk around. Of course, the rich people's favorite place to go was still the Moonwatch Tower. Not to mention that in addition to the main building in the garden, there were also a number of small attics of various styles. The small lofts near the river are the most popular ones, and they usually pack up a loft and ask 3 or 5 friends to sit upstairs to enjoy the river view while drinking wine and discussing poems. Therefore, Moon Palace is the leisure place for the rich people in the capital. Ordinary people will not come over. The reason is still the problem of consumption. In here a cup of tea are on 2 silver. Dunrong here chartered a loft is also a large sum of money. It is said that the cost of a day's package can cost 1,000 taels of silver. Duwan and her group arrived at the Moonwatch Pavilion, reporting Dunrong's name. A specialized boy came over to lead the way. At this time, the banquet stated that only female guests who have not been married are invited to the banquet. Therefore, Duwan could only go alone. It is not appropriate for Du Qian to be a big man. Du Qian warmly urged, "Sister, pay attention to safety. Understand? If you can't solve the trouble, remember to come and find Big Brother. Big Brother won't go anywhere. Just drink over here in the main building." Okay. Big Brother also drinks less alcohol. Drinking too much wine can easily cause trouble. Fine. I'll listen to my sister. Du Qian was so happy to hear his sister's concern that he nodded repeatedly. Upon seeing this similar foolishness of his own young master, the personal attendant was not surprised. Today, there were quite a few people of status and position coming to the Moonwatch Tower, so the manpower around for protection would naturally not be small. Du Qian is not worried that his sister will be in trouble here. Just do not dare to guarantee that those women at the banquet will not make things difficult for her. Women's trickery, said to be not on the stage, but there are also some people cannot be defended means. Thus, Du Qian whispered a few more words to her sister. Duwan had been obediently responding. The 2 siblings came together to talk. Very intimate. This made some of the onlookers, especially those who recognized them, a little surprised and a little bewildered. On the first floor, in front of a large round table, there were several scholars sitting around. Chapter 53. When a county princess has to be endowed. It's not that the scholars don't have the money to go to the elegant room or the attic, but they came late, and today's Moonwatch Tower is a hard place to find. It was already good enough for them to get a seat in the first floor hall. A scholar was surprised and said, "Brother Xie, is that County Princess Jiao Yang?" Yes. Xie Zhang responded blandly. Another student said, "The princess is quite good looking. She looks like a well-behaved and obedient little girl. It's not as exaggerated as the rumors outside." Someone couldn't help but probe curiously. Xie Zhang silently drank half a cup of wine. After some days, the little girl has mellowed a bit. White face with a little baby fat, with a pair of curved willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of watery eyes, straight and slightly curved small nose, red moist and tender mouth up. One scene is a good mood, especially the corners of the mouth on both sides of the small pear swirls. But also a smile is sweet into the heart. Next to a student laughed and said, "I heard before that Du Qian is a favorite sister. Today I see. The rumor is not false." Ha. A clean-cut male covered the corners of his mouth with a folding fan and snickered. The scholar asked with a smile, "Brother Ning, what are you laughing at?" "No. Just remembering some rumors about Du Qian. I happen to know him. Should I invite him over for a drink later?" The clean-cut male asked the group of fellow students with a smiling face. Several fellow students, except for Xie Zhang, all had their eyes lit up. They nodded their heads one after another, allowing the clean-cut male to call someone up. Sure enough, the pretty boy stood up, holding onto the railing and waved the fan in his hand towards Du Qian downstairs. "Brother Du Qian, what a coincidence. Do you want to come up for a drink?" Du Qian looked up and couldn't help but reveal a smiling face. "Okay. Wait a moment." Duwan also lifted her little head, seeing the gentleman leaning on the railing smiling at them. 17 or 18 years old, wearing a scholar's uniform from the Imperial College of China. Clear and elegant, permeated with a scholarly air. "Big Brother, who is that?" Duwan asked curiously. Du Qian said. It's brother's fellow student. Ning Qian, huh? Big brother, go up first. Don't mind me. In a moment, I'll go to Du Yurong's place with the maid from Moonwatch Tower. Mum. Ning Qian Lop Qi. Take care of the county princess. Du Qian's threatening words didn't come out, but the oppressive eyes were enough to make people understand what was going on. Ning Qian and Lu Qi went out with Du Wan today. All the way is very peaceful. This moment once heard the words of the young master. Immediately answered yes. Du Wan also saw Xie Zhang sitting on the first floor. I'm not sure what to say. How could I have met him? But on second thought, I think it's normal. Today, the Moonlight Watching Tower is home to half of the capital's most powerful and noble sons and daughters. With or without a purpose, they will all run here. Du Wan waved her hand towards Du Qian and walked away with one of the restaurant's maids. Ning Qian and Falling Chess followed closely behind. When they came to the moon door of an attic building, they saw a maid carrying a tray in and coming out empty-handed. Du Wan's little heart was pounding with anticipation. In a moment, the people on the blacklist should all be able to meet. In addition, can the yellow third girl be seen? Du Wan thought about it and felt that this is not very likely. To think that Huang San girl, that identity, really cannot enter the eyes of Du Yunrong. It is still necessary to wait for the Mid-Yuan festival to pass, and then find an opportunity to meet. At this time, the large elegant room on the first floor within the attic, the balcony and windows, decorated with light gauze and red silk, were very ethereal when the wind blew. The walls were also hung with calligraphy and paintings by famous artists, and those who knew how to appreciate them would not be able to resist stopping by. In addition to this, some precious flowers and potted plants were also placed in a staggered and unique manner. The blooming flowers filled the elegant room with fragrance. The entire elegant room was elegantly and atmospherically arranged. More than 10 small tables are filled with fruits, snacks and preserves. In front of most of the tables sat 1 or 2 beautifully dressed girls. Whispering, a maid hurriedly came in, walked to Du Yunrong, who was seated on the main seat, reported in a low voice, and hurriedly retreated. This is coming? Du Yunrong smiles warmly and says to the group of great ladies, County Princess Jiao Yang is so hard to invite. This time, I don't even know what luck I've had in getting her to agree to come over. Everyone will have to take a good look at her later. A dignified and quietly beautiful young lady in the first place on the lower right said with a smile. Indeed, it's still Yunrong's sister who is great. Earlier, when I organized a poetry party with a few sisters, I placed 3 postings for the county princess, and each time, she wasn't invited. I also placed a post once. I have placed it twice. A few girls chimed in. Du Yunrong smiled even more. Sister Suyu, the county lord is coming over. Let's go greet her together. How about it? Du Yunrong took the lead and stood up, walking towards the outside with lotus steps. Suyu elegantly rose. Miss Yunrong, please. The group of girls then got up and followed with their heads held high. This formation was not quite like a welcome, but rather like a disrespectful visit. Other than Du Yunrong, Suyu had the highest status here. Du Yunrong's face amongst the noblewomen of the capital was still because she was the empress' favored niece. Suyu has been known as the capital's first talented girl. This status, in addition to her grandfather, is the prime minister, or her own talent to compete. When Du Yunrong organized banquets, she would not invite a woman with a higher status than her own. But inviting Suyu would allow her to organize a banquet. However, inviting Suyu can make the banquet she organizes enhance the style a lot. Today, Du Yunrong had not only invited Suyu. Perhaps this banquet, Du Yunrong did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional. But among the girls she invited, almost all of them had a history with Du Wan. It could be said that this was a special hangmen banquet that she had set up for Du Wan. She still held a grudge from the last time she was at the palace, when she went to look for trouble with that little palace maid. She learnt that Du Wan had taken her away. Today, she was going to get her revenge. A group of people followed Su Du 2 big misses and went downstairs. In the lobby on the ground floor, they met Du Wan and the others. The maid walked in front to lead the way, and Du Wan was followed by 2 beautiful maids. Du Wan came up and saw a group of flamboyant women. Her eyes were a bit busy. After sweeping through the circle, very well. Just met Du Yunrong. Du Wan straightened her spine, and her stride became more and more graceful. In no time, she stood in front of a group of beauties with a light smile, lightly lifting her chin to look at them askance. Du Yunrong softly said, Sister Wan Wan, everyone is here. Just you. HM. Du-Wan nodded her head slightly in a reserved manner. Miss Yunrong. Please address me as Prideful Sun County Mistress. The nickname Wan is something that only close family members can call out. Bullshit. Xie had shouted it like this before. Du-Yunrong's smile twisted for a moment, and she quickly added, I'm sorry. It's my slip of the tongue. Never mind. Just remember to change it next time. Du-Wan graciously forgave her, then straightened her waist and held a noble stance. Her feet didn't move, and she continued to look disdainfully at the beauties. Du-Yunrong and the others made way, and Du-Wan didn't move either. The crowd of noble women looked at each other. Some were uncertain. Chapter 54. I've gained more knowledge today. Suyu stepped forward with lotus steps and took the initiative to give her a salute. Suyu greets County Princess. Exempt? Finally, there is one who understands etiquette. Truly worthy of being from the Prime Minister's residence. At least you know to salute and greet this County Princess when you see her. Du-Wan held her posture extremely high, with an air of all of you are pariahs. As expected, the moment her words came out, the surrounding girls, who were about to watch the show, their faces suddenly turned white. Yes, they were all white. Du-Wan was a county lord appointed by the emperor himself, and still had a title and fiefdom. No matter how unwilling the group of girls were, they all had to salute and greet her when they saw her. A round-faced girl was about to go forward to bow. Du-Wan raised her hand to stop it. Wait! When the crowd thought she would politely dispense with the salute, Du-Wan looked around. It's not very nice here. Let's go in first and continue after this County Princess goes in. Du-Yunrong and the others' faces darkened. Originally they wanted to come to see Du-Wan joke. But this is good? The joke has not yet seen people first time to put out the identity. Dead pressure on them head. Du-Wan does not care about them. Led into the large elegant room on the first floor. Du-Wan surveyed the environment. Praised, the layout of the elegant room is good. Quite beautiful. Adu. There is a small theater. Could it be that in a while there will be some kind of program? County Princess guessed correctly. There are some programs prepared. Du-Yunrong took over the conversation. Du-Wan directly walked to the first seat. The maid immediately went up and replaced the cups with new ones and made new tea. This position was originally Du-Yunrong's, but at this time, letting Du-Wan dominate it, no one dared to raise any objections. Among the noblewomen, Du-Wan's status is the highest. Who would dare to sit on it if she doesn't? At first, Du-Yunrong might have wanted to play dumb and place Du-Wan's seat at the bottom left. Du-Wan sat at the first position and said with a smile, Alright. Salute. Suyu had just asked for peace, so she was the first to walk to her seat and sit down. Du-Wan didn't care about this little detail. She just smiled and looked at the group of girls below with different colors. And the group of girls looked at Du-Yunrong. Du-Yunrong's identity was considered first amongst them. Du-Wan saw it, and her line of sight also landed on Du-Yunrong's face. Clan Sister Yunrong. Favors are favors. But some of the court's etiquette should still be observed. Clan Yunrong greets County Lord. Du-Yunrong was the one who could endure vomiting to death in her heart. Seeing that she had bowed obediently, the girls on the sidelines then went forward to bow. Du-Wan noticed that there were a few particularly reluctant ones. Whose girls are these? Du-Yunrong said half-jokingly. Your Highness is a nobleman who forgets many things. These two are respectively Murong Jiaju of the Minister of Rights family, Nanyang Bo's eldest girl Wang Ruer. This Zhou Squire's family's sixth girl Zhou Quixi. And that one is Marquis of Bingbei's girl Xie Ying's sister. Duke Xia's seventh son's own sister Oh. None of them are familiar. It's not strange to forget. Du-Wan seems to be unaware of Du-Yunrong's sinister intentions. Du-Yunrong, after returning from her disappearance, she simply changed greatly. If she hadn't seen it since she was a child, Du-Yunrong really suspected a change of person. Du-Wan was smiling like a flower, and was in quite a good mood. Not bad. She was the only person present who was in a good mood. The others were holding their sulks. And Du-Yunrong was even more furious. Du-Wan is endowed with the principle that if her enemy is not happy, she will be happy. Picking up the cloud mist tea sent up by the maid. Slowly sipping it. Today's noblewomen in the capital come quite complete. All are dipped in the light of the County Princess. The gentle words actually came from Suyu. The corner of Du-Wan's mouth curled slightly. Eldest Miss Su is just good at talking. This banquet, it was different from what she had imagined. Oh. Du-Wan thought it was high class before she came. And only when she came over did she realize that Du-Yunrong's belly was even narrower than she had imagined. There are naturally more than these noble girls in the capital. Only that the noble girls invited to this banquet are either looking down on the original owner or have a grudge against the original owner. These girls, Du-won has never seen. But her eyes can't be fooled. Du-won secretly sized up these people. Could the person who wanted her life behind the scenes be sitting among them? If we talk about capable women, Suyu from the Prime Minister's residence is the second. No one dares to say the first. Du-won had already inquired earlier. The original owner and Suyu had no quarrels, and had always been able to get by on face value. However, why would such a person be behind the well? Du-won initially suspected that the original owner and Suyu had some kind of conflict of interest, or the original owner was in Suyu's way. It was just that after investigating for so long, they hadn't found out why. In fact, this time, Suyu originally did not want to come to the invitation. Only later did she respond when she learnt that Du Yunrong was going to set up a hongmen banquet for Du-won. Just really waiting for Du-won to come. Not only Du-won's lively did not see, but on the contrary, she played the wind extremely well. Pressured a group of noble women cannot raise their heads. This more or less makes Suyu a bit tasteless. Du-won sat at the first place. Du Yunrong had to sit at the position she had arranged for Du-won beforehand. Clan Sister Yunrong, what kind of program has been arranged? I wonder if it's wonderful. Du-won asked Du Yunrong while picking up a grape and eating it. Du Yunrong's comportment was almost untenable. Du-won's move was completely ignorant of what politeness was, calling it anti-client. That's not true. She, Du Yunrong, is the host of this banquet. What she couldn't help was that Du-won had taken up the status of a county princess, and had suppressed her in an open and honest manner. She absolutely couldn't openly dislike Du-won. Otherwise she would fall into disrepute. So, Du Yunrong hardened her head and asked all the servants to retreat. Then let the theater performers, who had been prepared backstage, to come on stage. Du Yunrong did not prepare songs and dances, but invited an opera troupe. This troupe was very famous in the capital. Not only was it famous for singing well, but there was also a reason that the green coats on stage were all very handsome and had different styles. One by one, when they stood on the stage, they threw winks all over the hall. A group of girls. Not only no one shy. On the contrary, uproar and laughter. Slightly reserved girl is to cover the corners of the mouth with a handkerchief and smile. Big eyes also burning bright. Du-won. Another insight. This world, not reserved at all. It is true that there is no shortage of women who love to look at beautiful men, regardless of the world. Of course Du-won loves it herself. Du-won looked sideways at Du Yunrong. She didn't know what Du Yunrong wanted to play. However, she would accompany her. There was a foreman of the stage, who went on stage and sang ee. The tune was melodious, and the flavor of the song was alluring. Halfway through the song, her eyes were hooked like a soul, and she secretly sent an autumn wave towards Du-won if she didn't know it. Du Yunrong laughed softly. Prideful Sunshine County Lord. It seems that everyone Xiao has taken a fancy to you. Speak cautiously. Du-won sat back haughtily. But are you familiar with him? One look from him, and you can read his meaning from it. What a tacit understanding. It must have been communicated in depth long ago. Du Yunrong's face darkened. No. I've only seen a few scenes starring everyone Xiao. Oh. Du-won responded perfunctorily. I don't know whether I believe it or not. Chapter 55. Little Langjun walks slowly. The person on the stage is wearing a costume, wearing the characteristic thick makeup of an opera singer. Every move is like flowing water, and the voice is very beautiful. Just one sentence is sung in 9 twists and turns, and Du-won can't understand a single word. It doesn't matter if she doesn't understand, but she will pretend smiling in can be. At this moment Du-won suddenly understood why men were not invited to the banquet. In the upper-class circle of the capital, noble women like this day to the playwright belong to the ordinary pastime, but ultimately to avoid people a little. Moreover, the constraints on women in the state of Qin are not as harsh as Du-won imagined. Couples who can't get along with each other can be divorced, and only need to go to the government for the record. And the woman can also take away the dowry and remarry. This is just like Du-won's last disappearance. Her innocence and reputation have been damaged. But what about the damage? Du-won is still a noble woman, and her status is still honorable. Each noble woman to see still have to be low on the head. Imperial power in this world, like an unattainable mountain, pressed on everyone's head. At this time, between the group of girls laughing and joking, They would pay attention to Du-Wan from time to time. Suyu took a shallow sip of fragrant tea and fell into deep thought. The current atmosphere of the banquet was favorable for Du-Wan. As for certain people with evil intentions, it was not so good. They had been looking forward to today's banquet because they wanted to see Du-Wan make a fool of herself. And now they were more or less unwilling to do so. In order to break the stiff atmosphere at this moment, there is a need for a bird of prey. As long as a little brain girl are not happy to be the head of the head. However, in this world, there are quite a few smart people. And there is no shortage of brainless people. Among them, Xie has been holding her breath since Du-Wan appeared. Indignant. What is the reason for this? Why is she allowed to stand tall? But she has to be warned by her mother, forbidding her to offend Du-Wan again. What's so great about a strawbag princess? Still has the nerve to want her brother. Xie secretly glared at Du-Wan. Du-Wan suddenly glanced sideways and bumped into Xie angry eyes that happened to glare at her. Thinking of who she was, Du-Wan couldn't help but give her a mocking smile. It instantly made Xie furious. At this exact moment, a song was finished. One by one, the theatergoers who had yet to remove their makeup went up to the stage to take their curtain calls. According to the normal operation, this was a link to ask for a reward. But Xie suddenly stood up, maliciously pointing at one of the actors and said, "You, come up and go pour wine for the county princess. The most honorable person here today is our Princess Jiaoyang. Serve her well. If you serve well, this girl will have a heavy reward." The theater performer, who was suddenly named, was a teenage boy with a slender figure. As soon as he heard Xie words, his entire body froze, and then was in great trepidation, in the gazes of the crowd waiting for a good show. Du-Wan lightly laughed and said, "All right, Junior Lang Jun, come up and pour the wine." The surroundings were suddenly quiet. Shouldn't the county princess be annoyed? This development is not quite right. The young man hesitantly went up and meekly knelt beside Du-Wan's table, lowered his eyebrows, and picked up the wine pot to pour wine for Du-Wan, waiting for the wine to be full to 7 points when the party stopped. Gently put down the wine pot, and then silently retreated to the side of the kneeling. Do not even dare to raise their heads. On the first day of being an opera singer, his master had warned him, in order to get more money, on stage can occasionally throw a wink. Once off the stage, you have to abide by your duties. Only by recognizing your own identity can you live a long life. Du-Wan picked up the wine cup and smelled it. It is fruit wine. Taking a small sip, it felt good. So Du-Wan praised. "This wine is good. I am satisfied. All right. You go down. Remember to ask Miss Xie for 1,000 taels of reward money." "Thank you, Sheriff Master." The teenage opera singer kowtowed and thanked her, bending down to retreat. Xie had a vegetable face at this point. 1,000 taels. This bitch really dared to say. Even if Xie was a great lady, 1,000 taels was not a small amount. Marquis Dingbei's monthly allowance to the first girl is 5 taels. A year without spending to save 60 taels. On weekdays, the mother of the private subsidies, plus the pro-brother of the New Year festivals to give. Xie private silver savings for more than 10 years. But only 2,002. At this moment, by Du-Wan's life sentence, nearly half of it is missing. Du-Wan saw that the teenager crossed Xie table, and did not stop. Xie, quick reward. Du-Wan's little feet under the hem of her skirt wiggled around excitedly again. Junior Lang Jun, walk slower. There's still 1,000 taels of reward silver to be claimed. The girl of the Marquis of Dingbei, the blood sister of Duke Xie's 7th son, is not the kind of villain who is full of dung and is untrustworthy in his words. Xie pretty face twisted for a moment. In full view of everyone, she could only unzip her purse and take out 1,000 taels silver ticket. Today was the Mid-Yuan festival, and the Moonwatch Tower was expensive to spend. So she purposely brought out 1,000 taels to fill the scene. But she didn't expect that it would be gone in the blink of an eye. The teenager who got the silver reward immediately thanked and retreated. Du-Wan said half-jokingly, "Xie, look at you, that meat pain energy will not be rewarded now." And then asked people to ask for it back. Xie laughed dryly. "Sheriff Master is joking. I am not that poor." "That's true. A mere 1,000 taels is a small amount for Marquis Dingbei's house." Xie fingers under the table tugging at the handkerchief widened. Can't lose her mind. Absolutely cannot. One of the theater players retreated. There were quite a few more on stage. Duwon's eyes flicked to Yunrong and Suyu, and the two were instantly alert. They always felt that Duwon's eyes were different and uneasy. Suddenly, Duwon smiled and waved at the group of actors. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pour wine for all the girls. This is the first time this princess has heard you sing. But they are different. They are all familiar customers. For example, Mr. Yunrong has even gone to listen to several of everyone Xiao's performances, and is quite appreciative of everyone Xiao. Do Yunrong? No. Admiring anything. Pure slander. But just now, she had personally said that she had listened to several plays. If she denied it now, wouldn't it be a reversal of her previous statement? Yunrong could only tearfully acquiesce if she didn't want to hit herself in the mouth. When the sheriff spoke, a group of theater artists came forward. There are bold ones. And when pouring wine for the noblewomen, they will also gently tinkle a few words, or fly a wink. Usually at this time, no girl would lose her temper. Of course, if you are happy in your heart, you have to put on a show on the surface. Duwon picked up the glass and took a sip. Fallen. Fallen. This banquet has developed in a way that is the opposite of what she expected. Originally, she thought that a banquet of noblewomen could be nothing more than a battle of talents. It was nothing more than a battle of talents, such as zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, etc., with the addition of music, such as singing a ditty or something. Who would have guessed that it would start with a group of handsome actors? A young gentleman dawdled over to Suyu's side. Suyu was about to make a sound of refusal, when Duwon suddenly spoke out again. Everyone Xiao. You've poured wine for Miss Yunrong. And then go take care of Miss Suyu. This is rumored to be the #1 talented girl in the capital. If she is served happily, she might write you an opera script, making your troupe popular again. Hearing this, Suyu only wanted to impy and curse. She was sitting on the side. How did the fire burn on her? Chapter 56. I am poor and honest. Suyu thinks she gets along with Duwon pretty well. At least in the past when she attended banquets. She never gave Duwon a hard time on the spot. The only way to get the best out of your life is to have a good time. At this time, Suyu did not know that she had already been exposed and was on Duwon's blacklist. Suyu said demurely, No need. I'll do it myself. Miss Su is looking down on us. Yunrong preempted. Duwon's curved eyebrows raised and agreed, yes. Everyone has enjoyed little Lang Jun's service. But only Big Miss Su has refused. How can this be? Right. Decisively not okay. Yeah. Sister Su has to follow the customs of the country. A group of big girls also came back to their senses at this time. At first, when Xiaoying had asked the theater artist to go and pour wine for the county princess, they had waited to see the joke. If they had inadvertently revealed the matter of the county lords letting the theater performers serve them at the banquet, it would definitely be able to make people daydream about it. Enough to make the county lords become the joke of the capital once again. As a result, the county lord's soft knife came down. In one fell swoop, Xiaoying lost 1,000 taels and pulled them all down. If this matter was spread, not only would the county princess be disgraced, they would also be disgraced. If Suyu wanted to stay out of it, she would be committing an offense. Yunrong signaled for Qiao Dazhong to go over. Qiao Dada's real name is Qiao Qingzhu. It is said that he was sold to an opera troupe from a young age, and was extremely talented in singing, and was praised as an opera master. An opera singer, no matter how sought after, still had a humble status. Yunrong's words, as an opera singer, did not dare to refuse. Qiao Qingzhu blandly stepped forward in a graceful manner and elegantly poured a glass of wine for Suyu. Talented Lady Su. Please. Qiao Qingzhu's voice was extremely nice. You're welcome. Suyu suppressed her anger in just an instant and picked up the fruit wine and drank half a cup. Then said with a light smile, Truth be told, I very much like to listen to everyone Qiao singing. The opera sung by everyone Qiao can be called one of the best in the capital. And it makes people go round the beam for 3 days. Talented Lady Su has praised you greatly. Qiao Qingzhu's gentle smile remained unchanged. Duwon noticed Suyu's strange attitude. Then her gaze slipped around Qiao Qingzhu, pondering. Could it be that Qiao Qingzhu's identity came from an unusual source? Otherwise, with Suyu's noble appearance, he wouldn't be this polite to him. It was a pity that the makeup on Qiao Qingzhu's face was too thick, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Duwon couldn't figure it out, so she didn't think about it. Everyone has finished drinking. Right. It's time to reward. Just now, that young gentleman poured me wine. But Xiaoying rewarded me with 1,000 taels. Even if you guys don't have her wealth, you should have no problem rewarding 100 or so taels. A girl was the first to say. Of course it's not a problem. So she immediately rewarded 100 taels. The others were no longer reluctant. But they all took out their wallets to reward. Even Du Yunrong was no exception. Du Yunrong's phoenix eyes turned slightly, hiding her lips, and said with a light smile, Sheriff Master, everyone has rewarded you. But you have saved. There's no way. I'm poor. There is not a single cent on my body. Du-won was poor and honest. Du Yunrong was choked. All the words that she had originally thought of disliking Du-won could only be suffocated in the fetus. This bitch is too cocky. Actually going out without silver? Everyone unanimously looked towards Du-won's waist. They really didn't see a purse or anything like that. Only a jade pendant with a pressed skirt hanging from it. Only then did the girls realize that Du-won's dress was fresh and elegant. And every trinket she wore on her body, all of which they had seen for the first time, must be worth a lot of money. Suddenly a voice interjected. A random item on the body of the county princess is enough for them to eat for the rest of their lives. Could it be that the county princess can't afford to part with it? Looking along with the voice, the corner of Du-won's mouth gently raised. So it's Miss Saturday, ah. If you don't make a sound, this county lord almost forgot about you. I'm just a nobody. It's only natural that the county lord doesn't remember. Zhou Quick spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Du-won unexpectedly did not get angry and said with a smile, Miss Saturday is modest. You are not a nameless junior. I could hear rumors about your family even when I was not in the capital some time ago. Zhou Quick's heart thumped. A bad premonition hit her heart. And sure enough, it was soon fulfilled. Only to hear Du-won's small voice blah blah blah. Her father and aunt's special hobbies mentioned on the spot. Saturday girl, your father and your aunt's hobbies are really special. Fortunately your family underlings are merciful. If the hands of heavier, or maybe your father is still lying on the bed couch it, said Sympathy. Why look at you a face of regret? The people present were silent for a while. Zhou Quick was so angry that she stood up on the spot and pointed at Du-won, wanting to curse. A girl next to her hurriedly pulled Zhou Quick down. What are you doing? Do you want to be disrespectful to the sheriff lord? This was a warning and a reminder. Like a pot of cold water, it was poured on Zhou Quick's head at once, making her calm down for a couple of minutes and reluctantly sit down. So it was like this. What looked to be a conflict ended with a tiger's head. Du-won picked up a bunch of grapes and slowly ate them, her eyes flickering to the girl who had just pulled Zhou Quick's. Thinking about it. Who is she? Not introduced. Du-won didn't recognize her. The banquet was too quiet. Suyu laughed softly. County Princess, you have returned to the capital for some time. And this is the first time we have met. Come. Here's a toast to you. Wishing County Princess a long and blessed life. Peace and joy. Same joy. Same joy. Du-won wanted to pick up the wine cup and noticed that the wine was finished. When she was about to pour herself a cup, Suyu spoke out again. Everyone Xiao, please also go and pour a cup of wine for County Lord. It is my honor. Qiao Qingzhu slowly stepped forward and poured the wine for Du-won with a smooth and very pretty movement, with an indescribable flavor. Du-won was not polite either. Picking up the wine cup, she raised it in Suyu's direction. Du-won said, Cheers. Suyu raised her cup, answered, covered it with her sleeve, tilted her head back and drank all the wine. Then picked up a handkerchief and delicately pressed the corners of her mouth. All the set of manners that a great lady should have. Du-won. Well, can't learn. Next is the crowd drinking and kibitzing. A group of actors. No one opened their mouths to let them retreat. Got the reward silver should be retired. But no noblemen opened their mouths. They are not good to retreat. Can only stand or kneel on the sidelines to wait. The only one sitting was Qiao Qingzhu. He finally sat next to Du-won. Said next to. In fact, still away from more than a meter distance. When Du-won's wine cup was empty, he would go up and pour it. And when he wanted to eat an orange, he would take the initiative to help peel it and put it on the small porcelain plate on the table. Not to mention, Du-won felt that this experience of being served by a beautiful man was quite special. Is it any wonder that this is the perks of being a noblewoman? Du-won felt that she was right to attend this banquet. The banquet is quite interesting. And some of the young girls are bold enough to talk to the handsome young man beside them and make eyes at each other. Yo, quite a bit of veteran doing. However, most of them just talk about it. and very few of them really make a move on the beautiful little lords. Chapter 57. Not taking a single colored cloud away. Du-won looked at Du Yunrong and Su-yu again. The way the two were doing it. It was very natural. Probably they were used to being served. Du-won was probably the only uncomfortable little girl. Alright. Ciao everyone. You all step back. Du Yunrong? What other programs are there? Hurry up and let this county princess open her eyes. Du Yunrong vomited to death in her heart. What does the sheriff lord want to see? Let me guess. Will it be little Lang Jun dancing? Du-won smiles and guesses. Du Yunrong? Du-won added. You're really good at this. I'm getting a better understanding. Shut up. Du Yunrong's beautiful eyes contained anger. Du-won didn't care. Still smiling. Don't be angry. Wasn't it you who asked me? I'll just take a guess in passing. If there's nothing interesting, might as well go find my big brother. My brother also came to Moonwatch Tower today and said that he would go with me to light the river lanterns when it gets dark. The county princess is mistaken. Du Yunrong did not expect the current Du-won to be so difficult to deal with. In a few words, she could turn the situation around and make the person who was picking a fight suffer a dark loss. Now that Xia-ing and Zhou Quixi had failed to get any favors by stepping forward, the people who had been on the sidelines were even more unlikely to risk their heads. For example, Murong Jiajiao? And better than the Nanyangfu big girl Wang Ruier? When the two first met Du-won, there was no good face. When having to greet Du-won, the person appeared to be quiet, not saying a word. And today the people united to squeeze against Du-won became a joke. Du Yunrong is a smart person. A little thought, and came back to her senses. It was the clear understanding that made her half angry. At first, when she heard that Du-won had been appointed as a county princess, she was still unimpressed. A strawbag county princess. What's so great about it? At this moment only to appreciate. People really remarkable. Only the identity of this layer of the sheriff. That is, so that in the past the eyes of a group of noble women over the top of the mouse to be afraid of. The first floor is staging a bloodless fight. Downstairs in the lobby, all the maids accompanying the noble women were gathered here. Ning Qin and Falling Chess sat quietly in a corner. The rules in front of people were excellent. At this time, a few maids came up and got close to them. Sister Ning Qin, the bracelet you're wearing here is so pretty. A round-faced maid said, as if she was envious. Ning Qin blinked her big eyes. Hello, sisters. I still don't know who you are. I'm the maid of the Prime Minister's house's first Mississippi. The round-faced maid introduced herself. The other maid also introduced herself. I am Miss Yunrong's maid Lily. I'm from the Murong family. I'm from the Zhou family. Several maids came together and chatted about gossip. Ning Qin was straightforward in nature and couldn't hide anything. Chatting about the gossip of the capital is a good hand. The only thing that falls chess is silent. However, the condensed Qin said, there are maids with ulterior motives to inquire about the matter of Du-won. Condensed Qin bias and a word not to spit. And turn away from the topic. At first, Lok Chi was worried that Ning Qin's mouth was not guarded, and she would leak the matter of the county princess. Gradually, she was relieved. When everyone had had their fill of chatting, the maids left. The two left behind were Ning Qin and Liu Ke. Ning Qin asked in a low voice. Falling Chess? You've been a bit abnormal lately. What do you mean by that? Falling Chess looked up nervously. Ning Qin said. When everyone chats, you don't even pick up the conversation. There's nothing to talk about. We don't even know each other. To make friends, you don't know anyone at the beginning. But if you talk more, you'll get acquainted. You have a big heart. Falling Chess sighed softly. Ning Qin skimmed her small mouth. Don't even know what you're worried about. Ning Qin. The county lord's temper isn't like it used to be. It's getting more and more puzzling. You need to be more cautious and careful. Don't be so big-headed. What if you make the county mistress dislike you at some point? Luo Ke whispered the worries in her heart. Ning Qin looked at her suspiciously. Sheriff Lord's temper is quite good. Much better than before. Luo Ke was silent for a while. Suddenly looking around and seeing no one before she whispered. Although Shuxiang and Painting are still the eldest maids, I know that they are being disliked by the sheriff master. If this continues, it will be a matter of time before they are expelled from Jade's spirit garden. No way. Ning Qin's heart lifted in a flash. She really hadn't realized it until Lucci brought it up. Shuxiang and Paintings rarely came up to the county lord's side during the week, except for the necessary chores. Moreover, they didn't have the time to do so. as they had to take care of a vegetable field for the princess. Seeing that she had regained her senses, she continued, "The good life we have now is all given by the county princess. If we were like Xu Xiang and the others, it would be a tough life. Don't worry about it." Right. The county lord is a reasonable person. Painting and Xu Xiang didn't make any mistakes either. This, Ning Qin tried to recall. The two indeed hadn't made any mistakes. After a long time, Ning Qin frowned and said, "They must have made some mistake. Just that the two of us don't know about it. And the sheriff lord only let them go to grow vegetables, and didn't kick them out of Jade's spirit garden. Which is already extraordinarily kind. Is that so?" Falling Chess froze. Immediately, she lowered her head and turned back into a stuffy gourd. When Ning Qin saw her like this, she was really furious. Falling Chess was a bullseye and obstinate. Ning Qin really thinks that the county lord is a good master. Falling Chess. Huh? Someone came downstairs? The gazes of everyone on the ground floor looked towards the stairs on the first floor, only to see that it was a maid from Moonwatch Tower who came over to deliver a message for them to go up and serve. Ning Qin and Lucci hurriedly got up and went upstairs. A group of maids stepped into the hall on the first floor, in which the theater troupe had long since disappeared. Only their respective masters were sitting at the table. The scene was a little too quiet. Du-Wan touched her stomach. She had eaten a bit too much. Fruit wine also drank most of the pot. No drunkenness. Is a bit of alcohol on the head. Face red, like a thin layer of rouge, so that the past soft and lovely little girl, suddenly born a little delicate. Du-Wan let Ning Qin help her get up. Ning Qin worriedly said, "Sheriff, did you drink a lot of wine?" "That's not true. Just a few sips of fruit wine. Not intoxicating." Du-Wan feels that her body is hot and her face is slightly hot. It's just that the wine breath is coming up a bit. It'll be fine if I go outside to blow off some steam. Du-Yunrong looks at her upon hearing this. Is County Princess leaving? Yes. It's almost time to leave. Du-Wan smiles in a way that makes people hate her. Du-Yunrong said, "This is only the first half. There is still the second half." Du-Wan smiles brightly and says, No. Without this county princess here, I think everyone will be more relaxed and at ease. So, swimming in the lake and lighting river lanterns and whatnot, I won't participate. I hope everyone will have fun next. However, Junior Lang Jun and whatnot, clan sister Yunrong should not call it. It's not good to spread the word. Do Yunrong? This person is too cheap. Bitcha. I really want to smash her face. Smiling too damnably, Du-Wan glanced around at everyone and said with a smile, "Of course, the next time there is a party like this, all of you must give this county princess a sticker. Today, I thank clan sister Yunrong for her hospitality. Farewell." With some courtesies, Du-Wan led the maids away without taking away a single colorful cloud. Chapter 58. The first noble daughter of the Great Qin Kingdom. Du Yunrong was furious. Wanting to get angry, she forced herself to hold back. Murong Jiajiu got up to say goodbye. Du Yunrong did not stay. Seeing this, a few more girls got up and said that they had an appointment with someone to go to the river to light the lanterns. Du Yunrong agreed one by one, and let them go with a few words of politeness. The matter of the lake tour. The flower boat has long been fixed. Those who want to go can go with Yushan. The attendant of the Moonwatch Tower will lead everyone over. There is a Moonwatch Lake here. The view is still very good. Today's opportunity is rare. Du Yushan stood up at the right time and greeted the noblewomen present who didn't leave. These noblewomen did not leave. And there were a few points where they did not want to offend Du Yunrong. The reason was still that their fathers did not give them enough power. And the bottom line was not enough. The banquet in the attic ended hastily. It was really because Du Yunrong was in a terrible mood. Wanted to fall Du-Wan's face did not reach, but let Du-Wan show off a round of wind. However, there was still one person who had not left the banquet. Suyu from the Prime Minister's residence. Suyu finished the pot of wine on the table before putting down the wine cup. "Are you angry? Are you not angry?" Du Yunrong said with a leathery smile. Suyu wiped the corners of her lips with a handkerchief and said slowly, "You can only suffer even if you are angry. Du-Wan is now the only county princess of the Great Qin Kingdom. No noblewoman in the capital can surpass her. People outside say that she is the #1 noblewoman in the Great Qin Kingdom." Du Yunrong snorted coldly. "Trying to irritate me with that? Unfortunately, you're wrong. The sisters of our Du clan will at most fight in a small way, and will never fight in the same room. I'm not. You're overthinking it. Suyu's tone was calm. Du-Rong coldly squinted at Suyu, the self-appointed and self-righteous woman, poking through that gentle disguise. Inside, I don't know how ugly it is. The two people are very similar in one aspect. So, no one can fool anyone. No. At least Du-Rong still has a bottom line. Will not miss other people's fiancé. Besides, Du-Won went downstairs. After walking out of the small building, she went to look for Du-Chien. It was not difficult for the three to find Du-Chien. When they went to the main building, they saw Du-Chien on the first floor on a seat against the railing. He was talking to a group of scholars and raising his cup to drink. Big brother. Du-Won waved her small hand at the upper floor. Du-Chien sniffed and looked down. He was instantly happy. Sister, the banquet is over? No. I came out first. Du-Won's small hands grabbed the hem of her skirt and dabbled her way to the first floor. The little girl ran so fast that she startled Du-Chien. Slow down, slow down. Don't run. Du-Chien hurriedly got up to pick up his sister. The scholars next to him were muted for a while. The rumored Du-Chien really spoils his sister. Du-Chien originally wanted to reprimand 2 sentences. Running on the stairs is dangerous and cloudy. But as soon as he saw her round little face red, immediately his face changed. You have been drinking? And drank a lot. Du-Won slightly gasped and said, just a few cups of fruit wine. Fruit wine is also wine. It will intoxicate people. The girls present all drank a lot, and didn't see a single one get drunk. Du-Chien was dumbfounded for a moment. Du-Won was in a good mood and didn't want to bother with him. Big brother. I'm telling you. The fruit wine from the Moonwatch house is really good. Sweet. The more you drink, the more addictive it becomes. When I return to the mansion, let the housekeeper prepare a pot for me every day. A small life is beautiful and happy. Du-Won imagined a bright future. Du-Chien couldn't help but poke through her dream. Moonwatch house sells a limited amount of 100 taels for a small pot. What's a pot a day? Just think about it. Du-Won. Just now each table at the banquet set up a pot. Du-Rong is so rich. Ma duh. A little jealousy swelling? Du-Chien said. It's still early to the evening. Later on Big Brother will take you to the neighborhood for a stroll. There are a few places where the scenery is not bad. Okay. Du-Won nodded her head obediently. Then along with Du-Chien came to his friend. After such a long interval, Du-Won once again saw Xie up close. The young man was outstandingly poised and gentle, integrating himself completely into the scholars. And upon seeing Du-Won, he first showed a hint of surprise before returning to his usual self. When their eyes met, he only nodded politely as a greeting. The fact that he had this attitude in front of outsiders did not surprise Du-Won in the slightest. There were a few scholars whose gazes slipped to her one moment and then to Xie the next. When they paid attention for a while and found that the two had a plain expression, without the slightest intention of being male or female, they suddenly stopped speculating. Rumors stop at the wise. This saying is really true. Du-Chien was talking to Ningxiana. When everyone learned that Du-Chien was going to take his sister to see the scenery, a few of the scholars were a bit impressed. One scholar suddenly said, the closest view to the Moonwatch Tower is an elevated platform. Standing there for the best view. Calculating the current hour. Going there is just in time for the sunset spectacle. Wow! Really? Some of the scholars were impressed. Another person said frankly, the cost here is too high, and I and other humble students wouldn't dare to come without an invitation. Today is a rare opportunity. Why don't we go and catch a glimpse of the sunset spectacle that Brother Lu mentioned? Ningxiana slapped his folding fan. Then what are we waiting for? Let's all go together. Du-Chien. No. He only wants to go with his sister. It didn't matter to Du-Won. It might be more lively with more people. When the bill was settled, the group went downstairs. At the main entrance, learning that it would take a while to walk from here to the ascension platform, Du-Chien then asked his entourage to go and asked some sedan chairmen to come over. So the group stood in front of the main gate of the Moonwatch Tower waiting for the sedan chair. Sheriff Master. We met again. A girl shouted crisply. Du-Won turned around to look. Yeah? It's you guys. Yes. You guys also left the banquet early. Yes. The banquet is meaningless without the county princess. I guess it's already dispersed now. The girl who first greeted Du-Won was the same one who had pulled Zhou Kuix earlier. At this time behind her were Zhou Kuix and Wang Rare. Originally, The concubine Zhou Quixi and Wang Ruier were not qualified to participate in this banquet. But they couldn't help but have a problem with Du Wan. And Du Yunrong made an invitation based on that. Just now. What are the three doing here? Du Wan sighed in a decent manner. That's a shame. The girl was not impressed. I don't think it's a pity. It's more comfortable to come out and play on your own. What I pity is not the banquet. It's the good fruit wine at the banquet. 100 taels a pot. Du Wan had a feeling. Ha ha. Ha. Du Wan casually let out a sigh of emotion, amusing quite a few people. Ning Xianhe laughed the loudest. Xie Zhang took the opportunity to glance at her and smiled. Du Qian gave a dry laugh and saved her sister's honor. What's wrong with my sister liking a sip of fruit wine? How many girls don't like the fruit wine at Moonwatch Tower? Ning Xianhe lost his smile again and laughed his head off. That's right. What's wrong with me loving fruit wine? Du Wanwei curled her small mouth, looking at Ning Xianhe with a bad tone. When she glared at others, she also had a little look of don't mess with me. Chapter 59. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Ning Xianhe not only did not restrain, but instead laughed even more happily. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The little princess is so cute even when she is angry. Watery eyes, red cheeks, even more adorable than the little squirrels on the tree. I can't wait to take her home and treasure her. Most of the students present had this thought. Now, it was so damn envious of Du Qian. No wonder he had been unconditionally spoiling his sister. I'm afraid they wouldn't be any better in their place. Du Wan ignored them and looked at the three girls next to her. Greetings are over. Aren't you leaving yet? Du Wan's strange eyes drifted towards them. She soon found the problem. Two of the three girls stole glances at the students next to them from time to time. Exactly who they are looking at, Du Wan is not clear. It turns out that they are drunkards who don't want to drink. The only normal one was the girl whose name was still unknown. This girl was about the same age as her. Her fair face had a little baby fat like her, but she did not have dimples when she smiled. Seeing Du Wan looking at herself, the girl simply asked, Sheriff, can the three of us go shopping with you? Whatever you guys want. But, what's your name? Du Wan asked with a wink. That girl's smile froze. Motherfucker. You treat her as a hater. But people don't remember you. Not very hurtful. Extremely insulting, The girl examined again and again, but found that Du Wan's eyes were clarified and there was no meaning of ridicule. So she couldn't help but feel strange. The two of us have fought since we were small. But you don't even remember who I am? From childhood? Du Wan was stunned. This time Du Qian had to voice out. Dry cough and said, Sister, her family is next door to the princess house. It is Qin Jiu girl of the Qin Duke house. Yo! A childhood friend? Du Wan was surprised. Qin Jiu exploded on hearing this. Bah! Who is a childhood friend of yours? Bah what? If it's not then it's not. I don't even remember you anyway. Du Wan lifted her small chin and spoke, listening to Qin Jiu a burst of anger. Saying you don't remember? What do you mean? Du Qian hurriedly explained. Miss Qin Jiu, don't be offended. My sister came back this time just like when she was a child. And she doesn't remember the past again. So miserable? Qin Jiu's small round face held red. That? I just learned about it. Sorry. No wonder after returning from the disappearance, he didn't go back to fight with her. It's okay. It's okay, Law. Du Wan waved her hand atmospherically. I'm a generous little girl, so naturally I'll forgive you graciously. Besides, you stopped Saturday from being stupid during the banquet. Qin Jiu. Suddenly, he didn't want to say anything. On the contrary, Zhou Quix was so ashamed that she lowered her head, her heart secretly anxious. Originally, because of her father and aunt's matter, her marriage was a bit difficult. After today, would it be even harder? Zhou Kui regretted finding trouble with the county lord during the banquet. County lord. I'm sorry. I have offended you in the past. I hope you will be generous and forgive me this time. Du Wan looked at Zhou Kui suspiciously. Why are you suddenly apologizing? In fact, Du Wan did not have any ill feelings towards Zhou Kui as a person. Some of the entanglements between the original owner and her were, to put it bluntly, small conflicts between young girls. Du Wan had read the whole article and knew that Zhou Quixi was also a poor one, residing in this small sympathy. Du Wan frankly said, It's fine. What's past is past. Since I have forgiven Qin Jiu, I don't mind forgiving you one more time. Thank you, County Lord. Zhou Quix lifted her head. Very excited? Duan smiled. I'm a person who is very easy to get along with. Really? Just don't keep finding trouble with me. Won't happen. Won't happen. Zhou Quix nodded repeatedly. Duan's almond eyes flashed with brilliance. And she asked tentatively, I heard that I fought with you before. Why did you fight? Zhou Quix instantly showed embarrassment. Equally embarrassed was Qingjiu, which gave Duan a new guess. Zhou Quix lowered her head and whispered, It's not considered a fight anymore. People outside are just spreading falsehoods. Something has to have happened. Duan did not believe. Zhou Quix did not know where to start for a moment. It was Qingjiu who laughed dryly. At that time, it was me and you who fought. She royally ran to pull the fight. And you were upset and pushed her down, huh? Soon Duan learnt the reason. The original owner and Qingjiu were very close when they were young. And then somehow fell out. And they always had to fight a few times a year to be comfortable. Once the two fought at someone else's banquet. Zhou Quix wanted to go to pull the fight. And was pushed back by the original owner, who fought red-eyed out of a big scandal. Thus, the original owner managed to get another little enemy. It is assumed that the Duke of Qin did something. And the matter about Qingjiu did not get out. Instead, it was the original owner and Zhou Quix's affair that spread. And as it spread, it became Zhou Quix and the original owner fighting. Duan looked at Qingjiu again. What about me and you? How did we feud when we were young? This. Qingjiu's small face was suffocated red. Squeaking. Not at all as quick as just now. Small, when I was a child. Who still remembers? Duan suspected that she didn't tell the truth. However, the original owner is so reckless. Does her family know? Duan secretly glanced at her big brother. Du Qian instantly notices her small movements. What's wrong with sister? Big brother. My temper in the past. Was it really bad? Duan blinked her big eyes and asked. Although Pei Hao said that it was the other girls who were jealous of the original owner. She was still a bit skeptical. Du Qian shook her head and said, Nothing like that. Wan is the most well-behaved and understanding. That is. It must be that someone has offended me, and I can't help it. Duan was instantly furious and her bottom was full of energy again. How could such a cute and well-behaved little girl like me possibly fight with someone at the drop of a hat? There is also someone else's fault. There must be someone slandering me and spreading rumors about me. Qingjiu and the others were silent for a moment. Can you even lose your face when you have lost your memory? Favorite sister demon Du Qian immediately agreed. Yes. My sister is the best. Duan's aura was 2 meters 8 and her self-confidence was bursting. There are just some people in this world who can't see me as good. Who asked me to have an uncle who is an emperor. A pair of parents who love me. And a very good brother? Exactly. Sister is right on all counts. Du Qian laughed and bragged again. The onlookers were speechless for a while. It turned out that the little sheriff's confident look was all misguided by her family. No wonder she doesn't have any self-knowledge. Ning Xianhe came over to Du Qian's side and inquired in a low voice. Brother Du, won't your conscience hurt? What is conscience? None. Du Qian smiled and retorted softly. Your Ning family raises girls for sale, teaching them the 3 virtues and the husband. My family is different. A girl's family should be confident and self-reliant, so that when she marries in the future, she can be the head of the family and won't be bullied. Ning Xianhe couldn't refute for a moment. People have this kind of confidence, but the Ning family does not. In fact, he also disliked some of the elders' practices. But what could he do? Could a junior still go and blame the elders for their decisions? Chapter 60 The great villain is uneasy with good intentions. Ning Xianhe sighed. Brother Du is poking his heart out so much. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Ning will die of anger? Not afraid. Your Ning family can give birth. Du Qian smiled unconcernedly. Ning Xianhe was out of breath. Are you reminding me that I'm not taken seriously? What are you talking about? Isn't it good to be like this now? It's only when you're valued in the Ning family that you have to worry. Some of the Ning family's practices. Du Qian really couldn't see eye to eye, repeatedly betraying the girls in the clan to pull up a network of contacts. It was not as if there were no families in the capital with practices such as the Ning families. But they did not have the shamelessness of the Ning family. Not long ago, the Ning family will be in the family of a girl of age, sent to a dying old man as a concubine. The name of the wedding. The Ning family has gained a great deal from this. but it has made the truly established families look down on them a few points again. The sedan chairman came very quickly. A total of more than 10 cool sedan chair can sit on top of the sedan chair to see the scenery. It took about a quarter of an hour before the crowd arrived at the foot of the ascension platform. The so-called ascension platform was only a small rocky hill with a curved stone staircase that extended to the top of the hill. The palanquin driver only sent people to the foot of the mountain. If a group of people wanted to go up, they could only rely on their feet. People had arrived here. There was no reason not to go up. Fortunately, this mountain is not high. A group of people panting to go up. The only one on the girl's side is Do-won, who is still alive and well. Moonwatch Tower on the top of the mountain to build a protective barrier in the southeast, northwest, and 4 viewing pavilions. Today's Midyuan festival. Up to see the scenery of the dignitaries are not a few. The 4 viewing pavilions have been occupied, but also built a number of temporary use of the shed. Almost all of the best spots have been taken up by people. Looking around, Do-won was suddenly petrified when she saw the western viewing pavilion. Du-chien and the others also saw it and looked different. Pei Shitsi, who was dressed in what was suspected to be the same style as Do-won, was sitting with someone inside the pavilion watching the scenery and sipping tea. So leisurely. And sitting opposite him was his cousin Museon. Another group of Pei family guards protected the viewing pavilion, preventing other visitors from approaching. Chinjio raised an eyebrow at Do-won. Sheriff, you had an appointment with Pei Shirzi early? No. Do-won was honest. And people don't believe it all. Chinjio teased. Be honest. What's there to be shy about? Do-won. Denial is powerless. Blame it on Pei Hao's clothes. No one will believe that there is no catnip between them. Do-won rested her mind to retort. Du-chien was not happy, and put up a fight to retort. Chinjio, my sister is telling the truth. You don't believe it even if you don't. Why are you making fun of her? What? Chinjio pointed in Pei Shirzi's direction. Du-chien added, it's pure coincidence that I've met up with Pei Shirzi now. Big brother. Forget it. There's no point. Do-won tugged at her big brother's sleeve. What's the point of arguing? No one will believe it even if they say it. Today, this Pei Hao guy is so abnormal. I don't know what he is planning, so I have to be more careful. On the contrary, Xiezhong stood out at the right time and said with a smile, the West Pavilion is the best place to watch the sunset. If someone else occupies it, we may not have anything to do with it. Pei Shitsi is an acquaintance, so he can go up and ask to see if he can take advantage of it this time. Xiezhong's words immediately drew a chorus of agreement. With the best viewing position, who wouldn't want to go? However, the group of people had yet to act. A maid hurriedly came out of the northern viewing pavilion. The maid was dressed better than the average lady of a wealthy family. After walking in front of Xiezhong, the maid curtsied and said, Prince Xie, slave girl is the maid of the Prime Minister's residence. Xiao Chui, my family's young master sincerely invites you to go to the pavilion for a gathering. There are also your fellow students. If they don't mind, they can also come along. Xiezhong slightly lowered his eyes, his fingertips rubbing back and forth under the cover of his long sleeves. At this time, he did not want to get involved with the Prime Minister's office. However, he was invited in public. So what else could he say? Someone beside him exclaimed, the young master of the Prime Minister's residence? Isn't it Scholar Su? It should be. Last year's new scholar is from the Prime Minister's residence. A few scholars spoke up. Very excited? Su Che, the successor that Prime Minister Su focused on cultivating, had quite a reputation. At only 19 years old, he became a scholar. It could be said that he lived as a role model in the hearts of many of his peers, and was one of the renowned young talents in the capital. Such a character deliberately invited Xiezhong, who was still a white body. If Xiezhong refused, he would be ungrateful. So Xiezhong hesitated a little, and made his decision. Scholar Su has kindly invited me, so I have no choice but to go and disturb. Yes. Scholar Su is young and promising. A model for us. With this opportunity today, how can I miss it? A scholar excitedly spoke in a loud voice. Precisely. I have a question that I still want to ask Scholar Su for a bit of advice. Let's go! I also have a question. Go! Go and catch a glimpse of Scholar Yuan. In the end, the crowd of scholars, with the exception of Ning Xianhe, all chose to go to Su Che's side, leaving behind Du Qian and him, as well as a few girls from Du Wan. Zhou Kuix looked at Xie Zhang's back, the bottom of her eyes struggling, wanting to follow, but worried about something. As for Wang Rui's gaze, her eyes fell on one of the scholars from time to time. Someone Du Wan did not recognize. Du Wan sized up Ning Xianhe and the others and asked, "Why don't you guys go?" Ning Xianhe said, "I'm a righteous person. I won't leave my best friend behind." Du Qian didn't poke him this time. Who didn't know that the Ning family and the Su family didn't get along? The reason was still that not long ago, Prime Minister Su learnt that the Ning family had sold their daughter again, and publicly fell on the Ning family's face. Prime Minister Su gained fame, and the Ning family became more and more disgraceful. Du Wan looked at the three Qinjiu again. "What about you guys?" Qinjiu was much more candid. "I'm not going. It's not like I'm familiar with the Su family. Zhou Kuix wanted to speak. Wang Rui was even more uninterested. Like a stuffy gourd. Qinjiu did not speak for the two of them. She set aside her face to follow Du Wan today purely for the sake of her two girlfriends. The Duke of Qin's house is now only an empty shell. But do not dare to get involved with the Prime Minister's house. Can live with it. Just at this time, the people at the bottom of the mountain are coming up again. It was actually Su Yu and Xiang and other girls. As soon as they saw Su Yu, Zhou Kuix and Wang Rui went forward without even thinking. After chatting for a few words, they went with Su Yu to the North Pavilion. Du Wan snorted and laughed. "Qinjiu, are those two really your girlfriends?" Sort of. Qinjiu has a big grin. A look of indifference. "Anyway, this is not the first time. See more than a few times will get used to it." Du Wan gave her a thumbs up. "Cowman. Just like the original owner. She's a big-hearted one." Du Qian and Ning Xianhe were also speechless. An iron being. No wonder he often fights with the county princess without fear. At this time, Pei Hao had already spotted them, and personally walked over. "Big brother Du Wan. What a coincidence." Pei Hao came up to greet them. Du Qian smiled brightly. "Yes. What a coincidence." "Yes. What a coincidence." Pei Shizi. Du Wan smiled a bit thievishly. "Coincidence what? Only a fool would believe it. Pei big villain must be unsettled." Chapter 61. This is an apology tea. Ning Xianhe also stood out and greeted Pei Hao. Xianhe has met Pei Shizi. No need to be polite. Together with big brother Du. How about going to the West Pavilion for a cup of tea? Pei Hao politely voiced an invitation. Ning Xianhe laughed. If Pei Shizi invites, wouldn't Mr. Ning have a reason not to go? "Please." Pei Hao sidestepped and made a motion of invitation. Du Qian pulled his sister to take a step forward first. Ning Xianhe and Qinjiu immediately followed. Qinjiu was also a big-hearted one. People didn't invite her, but she came with them. There was no reason to leave her alone. So she smoothly blended into the best viewing position of the West Pavilion. Mu Xian smiled and went up to Du Wan to greet her. "Sheriff." Du Wan waved her hand. "We are so familiar. No need for this. Have a cup of tea. It's been hot all the way here." "Sheriff master please." Mu Xian personally poured Du Wan a cup of warm tea. Qinjiu can't help but secretly roll her eyes. She's not using others to salute her during the banquet. Qinjiu couldn't help but take a few more glances at Mu Xian. Seeing this, Mu Xian poured another cup for Qinjiu. "Miss Qin, please use the tea." "Thank you, Mr. Mu." Qinjiu sat beside Du Wan with a big grin. Originally, on the other side of Du Wan, it was exactly where Pei Hao sat earlier. The tea bowl he drank from was still there. Du Qian smiled and sat down one step ahead of Pei Hao. Moving the tea bowl, he had used to an adjacent seat. Pei Hao's footsteps slightly paused. Silently walked to the new seat and sat down. The corner of Mu Xian's mouth twitched. With a great uncle like this, the world prince wants to successfully hold a beautiful woman. Hard yo. Du Wan drank tea while enjoying the surrounding scenery. Looking into the distance, the mountains were layered. The setting sun reflects the sunlight, and a large river looks like a silver dragon flying from the sky. The mountains and rivers were magnificent. A wonder to behold. Looking down again, it is the large garden of Mu Watchtower, which is still breathtakingly beautiful. Du Wan then surveyed towards her big brother at her side. This situation, this scene, tea in hand, beautiful man at the side. Suddenly, I feel that this moment is the peak of my life. Yes. Pa. The back of her head was lightly slapped by a big slap. Du Wan glared at Du Qian. What's Big Brother doing? What's a person giggling about? Du Qian reminded her. Duan was not in a good mood. I was having a beautiful dream and was woken up by you. Ha ha. Du Qian laughed aloud. You can still daydream with your eyes open. This son of the world has gained insight. Pei Hao's cool voice carried a slight hint of dislike. Duan turned back and glared at him angrily. What's it to you? Me. Cough. Shitsi. Mu Xian hurriedly interrupted Pei Hao's words and hastily poured tea. Shitsi. Please drink tea. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes looked askance at Mu Xian and found that he was scowling at himself and froze. He couldn't figure out what it meant, so he had to pick up the warm tea and take a sip and think about it slowly. Mu Xian was dying of speechlessness at this moment. The county princess was laughed at. Originally some embarrassment. The world son of the master on the side, and rushed to find uncomfortable. Ning Xianhe quietly sat on the sidelines, maintaining a smile. As a spectator on the line, do not comment. Duan finished a cup of tea. When everyone chatted, she began to look left and right again. There were 4 viewing pavilions. The 2 southeast pavilions were slightly farther away, and the north pavilion had the largest number of people. The pavilion was full of people, and the subordinates all stood outside the pavilion. In the middle of it, a group of people were sitting around a young man dressed in white, just like a group of stars. At this moment, the man was saying something, and the others were listening quietly. It had to be said that this young man was very eye-catching with his elegant appearance. When Xie Zhang and him were together, they were actually evenly matched, and it was hard to tell the difference. Knowing that Xie Zhang was the male sovereign, almost all the praises of the characters depicted in the book were heaped on his body, thus showing how stunning this male was. Duan was mesmerized by what she was watching, not knowing that there was someone else in the pavilion paying attention to herself. That handsome frown got tighter and tighter. Pei Hao lightly knocked on the stone table and coughed dryly. Xian, pour tea for the county princess. Okay. Shitsi. Mu Xian stifled his laughter and got up, pouring a cup for Duan. Sheriff mistress, please drink the tea. There are also these melons and fruits and snacks. County princess can also try them. This time, it really pulls back Duan's attention. Du Qian asked with a smile on her brow. What is sister looking at? That person. Duan pointed to the north pavilion and said with glowing eyes. Is the one with the brightest eyes Sue's scholar? What's his name? He's really good looking. And his temperament is good too. Ahem. The pavilion was busy for a while. Mu Xian was choking. The tea Ning Xianhe just drank into his mouth sprayed, and happened to spray onto Qin Jio's sleeve, causing Qin Jio to almost jump in reaction. Du Qian originally thought it was nothing, but glimpsed Pei Hao's dark and handsome face. In a flash, he realized what his sister had said. Du Qian rarely did not echo his sister, elegantly picking up the tea and turning around, pretending not to hear. The main character who triggered all this, Duan, was still unaware and was in a daze. Duan. Pei Hao tried to suppress the fire in his heart. Yes. Why are you shouting so loudly? Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes coolly squinted at her. Duan was no longer slow to react, and with a turn of her thieving eyes, she immediately stood up with an exasperated voice and crossed her small waist, and said in a preemptive voice, What are all of you doing? What are you doing? This county princess do not believe that you see a stranger. Will not open your mouth to ask a question. The whole room was silent. Qin Jio muttered in a low voice. Is it like this? What is it if it's not like this? Duan naively nodded her little head and asked in return. Ahem. Du Qian dryly coughed. That's the way it is. It's their impure minds that think crookedly. Mu Xian concurred. Yes. It's us who thought wrongly. It was me who choked on my tea. I didn't hold back for a moment. Ning Xian had entered the country and followed the chorus. The focus was off. The sheriff lord's focus was just asking a stranger. And the point they heard was that she praised a man in front of the world prince. How could the county lord dare? It was a man who couldn't stand it. This is like praising another beauty in front of a great beauty. This reasoning is the same. Duan did not think of this layer when she opened her mouth. When she took a look at the faces of one and all, especially Pei Hao, Duan quickly understood. However, she would not admit it. You have to pretend you don't know even if you're in trouble. Duan carefully moved a step, stretched out her fingers to hook up the teapot, and slowly poured a cup of fresh tea for Pei Hao. Master Shitsi. Drink tea. What kind of tea do you have here? It's quite delicious. Pei Hao replied coolly. Cloud Mist Tea. Ah? This name is familiar. Du Wan was in the middle of an awkward conversation. Pei Hao saw from the bottom of the little girl's light smile eyes. This is the tea to make amends. You know and I know. My heart is like a clear mirror. Wow. Look. It's flaming clouds nah. It's so beautiful. Du Wan changed the topic in a raw manner, pointing at the western sky and yelling. The entire sky, burning up, was as red as fire. Chapter 62 The Big Villain's Small Actions. Du Wan saw that everyone was quiet, so she showed off. Know what is called a burning cloud? This is it. A spectacle of nature. Ning Qian has stated that he had heard this name for the first time. I've seen this situation before. So it's called the burning clouds. Not to mention, the name is quite apartment. Mu Xian joined the chat unwillingly. Qin Jiu spat. What's wrong with that? Sunrise and sunset. Often seen. This beauty. Du Wan, regardless of her past life, has seen it many times. Every time I see it, I still can't stop the shock of my heart, marveling at the beauty of nature. People standing under this flowing sky. And how small, how insignificant. Pei Hao picked up the apologetic tea and drank it slowly. Heh! The little girl was quite capable and managed to diverge from the topic. Du Wan and the others stayed until the end of sunset. The sky, once again, returned to its usual state, taking advantage of the fact that it was not yet dark. The group was going down the mountain. Xie Zhang and the others were likewise going down the mountain. And the scattered group of people gathered again. A scholar patted Ning Qian's shoulder. Good boy. When I heard that I could meet Scholar Su, I forgot about you for a moment. When I came back to my senses and realized that you weren't there, I searched and saw that you were with Pei Shitzi and the others. So I didn't feel like disturbing you. Understood. How was today's harvest? Benefited greatly. Congratulations. It's a pity you weren't there. Each has their own gains. It's okay. At the bottom of Ning Qian's heart, he didn't feel pity at all. Going to Pei Shizi's side was clearly more interesting. Su Chei's siblings also brought a group of people over. Zhou Kuix and Wang Ruier looked over to Du Wan's side, their eyes flickering heartily. Perhaps it was because Qin Jiu was just too good to them. And after speaking to Su Yu, the two came over to Qin Jiu again. Qin Jiu was indifferent and let them talk to themselves. Su Chei came over to greet Du Qian and Pei Hao. When Du Wan saw the beautiful man approaching, her eyes were glowing. But before she could look twice, Pei Hao, without knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, stood in the middle and blocked her line of sight, so that she could only see his back. Ma duh! It's this damned villain again. Du Wan simply gave up her small mind of admiring beautiful men. As a new scholar and a grandfather who was a prime minister, Su Chei had the capital to be equal to Pei Hao. But in terms of status, he was still inferior to Du Qian, who let Du Qian have a royal bloodline. This point alone is better than countless young talents in the capital. Du Qian did not hold himself proud, and responded to Su Chei with excellent upbringing. As long as he didn't encounter Du Wan's matter, Du Qian's performance was remarkable. And he was a gentleman. Only Du Wan, who was familiar with him, detected a hint of impatience. Big brother, hurry up. We have to rush down the mountain. Du Wan's feet rubbed against the small stone next to him, relieving his big brother. Gotta go down quickly, or else the river lanterns will all be bought up. Du Qian turned around and laughed. Well, there will be no shortage of river lanterns for my sister. He then smoothly bids farewell to Su Chei and walks towards his sister. Du Wan spat with slight regret. Big brother still said he would take me to a few scenic spots. As it turns out, I only came to the ascending platform and missed the rest. The scenery was missed. I'll bring you here next time. Big brother will accompany you to the bazaar in a while, and buy your favorite river lanterns. Du Qian pitched in. Really? Du Wan was surprised. Du Qian was about to nod his head at the moment. Mu Xian next to him is not willing to be lonely again. Sheriff, if Brother Du is not available, you can look for Master Shitzi. Master Shitzi is free these days. Let him bring you here tomorrow to play. Pei Hao, who was acting as a sibling's foil, inexplicably being nominated. He was a little flustered. Pei Hao's first reaction was not to deny what Mu Xian said, but to look nervously at Du Wan. Du Wan skimmed her small mouth and looked at Pei Hao in disgust. He's even better. It would be better for me to bring myself if I want him to. This Shitsi didn't say he would bring you. Pei Hao retorted with a cold face. Du Wan was not surprised by his reaction. I know. You don't have to worry. I didn't take Mu Xian's words seriously to begin with. It's just strange. Didn't you go back to your house? Why did you appear here? Pei Hao said stiffly. This Shitsi came to watch the sunset. Meeting you was an accident. Well. Then you make yourself at home. Du Wan tilted her head and didn't look at him anymore. Pei Hao. Heart blocked. It's a bit clogged up. The more so, the colder his face becomes. Mu Xian was even more tired. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Ning Xian and the onlookers throughout felt that the atmosphere was very strange. Instead, Qin Jiu had already gone down the mountain first with 2 plastic girlfriends. Up the mountain felt quite slow, but down the mountain felt much faster. Once at the foot of the mountain, it didn't take long to see the sedan chairman still waiting. Du Wan sat in the sedan chair and reminded the bearer that he was going to the market. After walking for a short while, they arrived at the outskirts of a marketplace. This place was originally an open grassland, which was temporarily changed into a marketplace only during the Mid-Yuan festival. All sorts of vendors were hawking. Hustle and bustle. Very lively. Du Wan slipped out of the sedan chair, stood on her tiptoes, and stretched her neck to look at the market. What is County Princess looking at? Mu Xian was the first to come up. Du Wan said with a smile. Looking at what's for sale in the market. The stalls selling river lanterns are the most numerous. There are quite a few snack stalls as well. And there are also some knickknacks. There are new recipes. And there are small candy figures. Why don't you just look around here and go shopping? Mu Xian egged on. Du Wan looked back. Du Qian was talking to an unfamiliar young man, who should be an acquaintance she just met. Du Wan asked Mu Xian. What are you standing here for? Why don't you go in and shop? Mu Xian. Isn't this preparing to follow you? But can he say it? Can't. Du Wan automatically ignores Pei Hao, who is standing next to him with his arms folded at this moment. Humph. The world prince is only worthy of being a backdrop. Mu Xian ignores the last question and laughs. Sheriff, there will be a dragon dance, a lion dance, and a juggling show in front of the Moonwatch Tower tonight. Wow. Really? Du Wan was pleasantly surprised. Really? We have to wait until dark. Why haven't I heard anyone mention it before? Du Wan asked suspiciously. Mu Xian smiled sarcastically. Probably because the sheriff didn't ask. People thought you knew? Du Wan. At this moment, Xie Zhang and his party also came to the bazaar. The Su family's women were in sedan chairs, and the men were on foot. As they passed by, everyone's eyes couldn't help but glance twice towards Du Wan's side. A man and a woman. The same style of clothing. The man is handsome. The woman is pretty. Especially eye-catching. Du Wan didn't have this self-consciousness, thinking that it was normal for people to pay attention to her because she was a county princess. Just as she saw Su Che again, and was about to sigh at the fact that the prince was peerless, a tall figure blocked her view again. Pei Hao. Ma De. It's him again. Du Wan made a gesture to raise her foot and reward him with a kick. Mu Xian hurriedly came up and said, County Princess. Look. The river lanterns on that stall are quite beautiful. Where? Du Wan's attention was diverted at once. Chapter 63. Master Shitsi is too scummy. Right. The river lantern stall that Mu Xian pointed to was a location at the very edge of the bazaar. And it did indeed have a variety of river lanterns. Du Wan couldn't help but be curious and walked over. She squatted down at one of the river lantern stalls at the very edge of the market and looked at it with great interest. At the front of the stall, the most popular river lanterns were lotus lanterns. The most popular lanterns were lotus flower lanterns. And the colors of the lanterns made them very beautiful. The seller of river lanterns is a tough little old man. Coarse cloth and linen clothes. A short beat. Du Wan pointed and asked, Boss, how much does this cost? 10 won. 18 won for a matching set. What do you mean by matching? The so-called matching is sold together with a lamp or candle. Yeah? Du Wan took a closer look. Sure enough, she saw that the center of each river lantern was empty, with no candles or lamps in sight. Du Wan continued to look for a while, and her eyes fell on the biggest and most beautiful river lantern. It is a goddess flying lantern. Very exquisite production. Six-face goddess portrait is also beautiful. Du Wan asked again, how much does that goddess river lantern cost? Your eyes are good. This is the stall's town treasure. Is my old man's masterpiece. It can only be made once a year. It only costs 100 taels of silver. No second price. The little old man tried to brag to Do-won, hoping that he could sell this jade this year, because it is usually not sold. The old man at home is rigid and dead set against lowering the price. The little old man saw Do-won interested in the goddess lamp. Delayed to buy. Cannot help but a little frustrated. You do not buy the goddess lamp. You can also look at the other. My family for several generations rely on this craft to eat. The craft is famous in this area. You won't lose out if you buy it. Your stall is too remote. No one comes except us. Do-won pokes people straight in the heart. The little old man's heart clenched. Helplessly said, the original stall is in a good position. Came late and was occupied. Had to move to the edge. Then you are quite unlucky. Before seeing the nobleman is quite unlucky. But after seeing the noble man, I believe that the small one will soon be lucky. The little old man smiled naive and simple. Hee. I didn't say I want to buy it. Do-won listened to the beauty. The little old man quite good at talking all. The little old man is still happy to say, it's all right. You can just look at it. Do not buy a small also send you a lotus lamp. Egu. How embarrassing. Do-won rubbed her small hands. Quite happy. In all honesty. It's not that she doesn't want to buy. She came to the stall and remembered that she was messed up by Pei Hao, and hurriedly left the house without her purse. So, what was said at the banquet about being penniless is true. Du-chien hasn't come over yet. Do-won couldn't ask Pei Hao to pay for herself. Now that there is a free gift, can she not be happy? This was something that even the stall owner didn't realize. That the little girl in front of her in fancy clothes would be a pauper. So, Do-won was happy to carry a lotus flower river lantern and left joyfully. Pei Hao, who was watching the whole thing. Mu Xian was also confused. The county princess actually carried the river lamp given by others and left? Don't buy it? Ning Qin and Lucci lowered their heads and couldn't bear to watch. Do-won was really happy, holding the river lamp, and slipped towards Du-chien's side. Pei Hao has no choice but to take out a piece of silver and throw it to the little old man at the stall. This is the money for that river lantern. The extra is your reward. The little old man of the stall was delighted and thanked him. Pei Hao indifferently turned around and walked away. Mu Xian held back her laughter and followed again. Master Shitzi, how did you think of paying for the county princess? Mu Xian inquired in a low voice. Pei Hao glanced back at him. A small business for poor people. She doesn't understand. You don't understand either? Oh, so it's the Shitzi master's good heart. I thought you didn't want your own fiancé to take the river lamps given by others. Mu Xian spoke as if she was making small talk. Pei Hao's expression stiffened. Is that so? He just subconsciously paid the silver. Mu Xian added. It's just a pity that this matter didn't make it to the county princess. Just now. The county princess squatted for so long and didn't see Master Shitzi say send. Waiting for the county princess to leave. You only secretly paid. I still know for the first time that the Shitzi master is a person who does good things and doesn't leave his name. Pei Hao. Any acquaintance who heard this would absolutely die of laughter. Nope. Husang grinned silently. But he had a lot of beard that blocked it. Would Master Shitzi be a person who does good deeds without leaving a name? Definitely not. The little old man at the stall wasn't wrong about one thing. Tonight's Do-won was indeed a nobleman to him. Usually when a nobleman likes something, he usually doesn't worry about no one buying it. Sure enough, after Do-won left, a group of girls from rich and noble families came to the stall. One of the girls asked what the nobleman had just bought, and the little old man pointed to the lotus lamps. So a bunch of lotus lamps were sold out in no time. Next, every now and then, one or two rich people would specially come over and buy away a bunch of river lamps as soon as they arrived. The goddess lamp also let a rich merchant buy it. After all, the river lanterns here were bought even by noblemen. The world is a bit of a herd mentality. Buying the same model of river lantern as the first county lord of Great Qin would be very dignified to say. If you don't have the same model, the same stall will do. Therefore, when Do-won held the river lamps, and finished with Du-chien in high spirits, and then wanted to go to the little old man's stall to buy a few river lamps, only to find that the river lamps that were set out in full before had disappeared, and there were only 3 or 2 kittens left, which were still a bit flawed. The little old man was closing up his stall and preparing to go home early. Where are the river lanterns? All gone, aw. Du Wan was dumbfounded and stupid. Du Qian couldn't help but laugh. Pei Hao, who rarely laughed on weekdays, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mu Xian said, "Sheriff, a group of girls came over right after you left, asked the owner, and bought all the lotus lanterns. Then a few more rich ones found the stall, and bought away a bunch of them one by one. So it's all sold out?" Du Wan was stunned and asked in surprise, "Isn't it the most remote stall? I've only just told my brother that I'm going to buy a few more lotus lanterns in a while. Then why didn't the county princess buy them just now?" Mu Xian asked the question in her heart. Pei Hao was listening sideways. Du Wan regretfully said, "I forgot to bring money." Pei Hao was speechless. Mu Xian was in the same mood. Just now, he misunderstood the little girl. Thought she loved to take advantage of small advantages. But actually, didn't have any money. Mu Xian's small eyes drifted towards the Shitzi master. When his fiancée didn't have the money to buy river lanterns. The Shitzi master was looking at the side? Crap. Too scummy. Can't think anymore. Mu Xian hurriedly stops her treacherous thoughts. And at this time, Du Wan and the little old man were chatting again. It was the little old man who gave Du Wan the rest of his river lanterns. Du Wan smiled cheerfully, not minding the slight imperfections. After thanking the little old man, Du Wan began to stroll through the market, all the way down the road. Encountered like things to buy. Chapter 64. The female lead and the villain meet. Du Wan made a flurry of purchases, holding a bunch of sugar gourds in one hand and eating it, while silently counting, spit 1 or 2 353 won. The people who followed were suddenly quiet. After buying so many things, did they really only spend this much silver? Du Qian was surprised as he swept over the things the people were carrying. There were bags of small snacks, and some trinkets, and the rest were a dozen or so river lanterns. The river lanterns were beautiful, but they were all popular styles. It was then that Du Qian remembered that his sister asked for the price of everything she bought. Expensive things she basically did not buy. The most expensive of the river lanterns she bought did not cost more than 30 won. Those beautifully crafted and distinctive river lanterns. Du Wan several times just giddy to look at. And when you look at the end is not to buy. Almost angry at those vendors. Originally thought they were big fat sheep. But in the end, they just looked at them without paying for them. As it is now, the small stage set up in the center of the market. On it was the most beautiful river lamp in the bazaar tonight being auctioned off. It was a bigger and more beautiful river lamp than the goddess lamp. The painting on the lamp was a fairy palace banquet. The pictures on all 6 sides were different, lighting up the lamp inside. Under the reflection of the light, 6 sets of pictures of fairy palaces floated around the river lamp, streaming with color and beauty. Du Wan watched from the stage and marveled. The masters are in the people. This craftsmanship is absolute awe. 500 taels. This lamp is bought by this prince. Someone shouted the price. Another person voiced out. 550 taels. 600. 680. A group of people were shouting. And Du Wan was happily watching the action. Du Wan said with a smile. At this time, how can there be a lack of melon seeds? Just remember that she just bought. When the habit of asking the person next to the melon seeds not yet opened his mouth to see someone who has the good sense to hand over a packet of melon seeds. Thought not even think about it. Joyfully stretched out his claws to grab a handful, waiting to pick a sunflower melon seeds to get high. Suddenly the small face slightly stiff. Woodenly turned his head, just to see Pei Hao put away the hands of melon seeds. Pei Hao asked strangely, "What? The melon seeds this time? Not good?" "No. Quite good." Du Wan only wanted to LOL in her heart. Forget it. It's better to continue to be her melon eater. Du Qian stood on the other side of her sister and couldn't help but ask, "Does my sister like that river lantern?" "Like aw. Then brother help you to film it." "How about it?" "No. I just like it. I didn't think about buying it." Du Wan refused to spend a large sum of silver to buy something that was of little use. Du Qian looked at his sister for a long time before he could see that she really didn't want to buy it. 1,000 taels. My girl likes this river lamp very much. I hope you all can part with it. In the midst of the group of men shouting prices, a delicate woman's voice suddenly came. The crowd followed the voice and looked over. Du Wan also looked that way and saw a maid in damask. Yes, it was Du Yunrong's personal maid. Du Wan did not remember the maid's appearance, but she remembered that the maid's clothes were better than those of some rich and noble families. With this outburst, no one actually shouted for more. Sure enough, Ning Qin whispered. Sheriff. It's Yunrong girl's side maid Lily. Sure enough, it's her maid. Duan snorted. And with a spit of melon skin, she shouted, 2,000 taels. 2,100 taels. The maid shouted again in a loud voice. The maid was about to glare at the troublemaker, when she saw the prideful countess in the crowd, especially accompanied by young Master Du and Paisher Z. Suddenly the maid was scared white. Just when she wanted to kneel down, behind her came Du Yunrong's gentle laughter again. The county princess likes it. Giving it to the county princess, is it? Yeah? Really? Duan's eyes lit up. I like it. Very much. Since you're so generous, this county princess will let someone take away the river lamp. You remember to pay for it. Du Yunrong was just about to say something when she almost lost her breath. She just wanted to pretend to be generous and let her have it for the others to see. She didn't think about paying for it for her. Duan ignored her. If you don't take advantage of it, you are a bastard. Duan commanded 2 of her guards to go up and carry the river lanterns. You guys go up and get the river lanterns down. Then tell the boss to ask Du Yunrong for the money. If she doesn't get it to her, tell the boss that he can go to the state uncle's mansion to ask for the money. Du Yunrong, who was walking over, happened to hear the last sentence again. Duan. She was going to be at loggerheads with this bitch. At this time, a teenager laughed aloud. Ha. No fear. No fear. The Du family won't renege on the bill. Ah Song. Go settle the bill. Second brother. Du Yunrong was so angry that she stomped her feet. Duan looked over and saw that the one who spoke was an unfamiliar teenager. She couldn't help but blink her big eyes and moved towards Du Qian to inquire in a small voice. Big brother. Who is this person? Du Yunpu. Du Yunrong's own second brother. Du Qian whispered. As soon as Duan heard this. Don't know? Pfft. Du Qian lightly laughed. There are many people that his sister does not know. The movement of the personal guards to carry the river lanterns did not stop. With these great Buddhas like them here, people in general didn't dare to call for another price. Not to mention that this price can be said to be the highest in years. It is said that the highest record was 1,800 taels. This time, 2,100 taels is considered a precedent. Du Qian let the people send the river lamp away. Du Yunpu came up to greet them, and was dealt with by Du Qian. Duan said to Mu Xian with a bit of fret. It's impossible to continue shopping at the bazaar. It was too high profile just now, and many people in the bazaar are paying attention to us. Mu Xian persuaded. If they are concerned, then so be it. Let's stroll our way. Don't. It's not interesting. Duan wilted. Just as Duan wanted to ask. The sky is about to get dark. Should we go to release the river lanterns first? Or should we go to watch the dragon dance in front of the Moonwatch Tower first? Suddenly, a commotion was heard not far away. It was a girl's alarmed voice. Catch a thief. There's a thief. Quick. He's running that way. Stop him. At that exact moment, the thief hurriedly ran wildly towards their side. Pei Hao stepped forward almost immediately, lifted his foot, and kicked over the thief. Stepped forward and snatched the money bag from the thief's hands. Mu Xian and the others stepped forward and caught the thief and tied him up. The unlucky girl, who was robbed and panted and jogged to Pei Hao. Pei Hao returned the money bag to the girl and returned it to its rightful owner. The girl took the money bag excitedly, raised her elegant swan neck, and said gratefully, Thank you, sir. This is the money that saved our lives. Thank you very much. This opening. The voice was like a lark. Very melodious. Duan looked at the voice and was stunned. It was actually Qin Yu, who was thanking Pei Hao. If you look at it from an outsider's perspective, it was a bright and beautiful woman who had encountered trouble, and the noble son of the world happened to come across it and stepped in to help solve it. Usually such coincidental events were often the beginning of a romantic love story. Duan suddenly wanted to whistle. In the book, Qin Yu and Pei Hao met, and their first encounter was at the Mid-Yuan festival. But it was a year later. The time is a whole year ahead. As for the address, crap. Moonwatch House is also. Chapter 65. This wave of plot is messed up again. The situation depicted in the book was actually similar to tonight. The heroine was robbed of her money bag, and was at a loss when a gentleman came to her aid. This is like a heavenly god-like handsome son of the family. High quality. So that the heroine fell in love at first sight. And since then never forget the clouds. It is just that at that time, The heroine and the hero have known each other for more than a year, ambiguous for half a year, and the interests of both sides are too deeply entangled, so that it has become almost impossible to separate. Then, Pei Shitzi lived to become the white moonlight of the heroine's heart. Yo-ho! The plot is messed up again. A year in advance? Qin Yu shouldn't be flirting with Xie Zhang by now. Today, Xie Zhang is accompanied by a window tour. Pei Hao didn't even change his expression in the face of Qin Yu's gratitude. No need to be polite. Be careful in the future. This gentleman. My name is Qin Yu. May I ask what is your name, and where does your family live? I will send a generous gift in return for today's help. Qin Yu's face was sincere. Her almond eyes were like a pool of autumn water. Looking straight at Pei Hao, Pei Hao said with a straight face, "No need." After saying this, he turned around and walked away. Qin Yu was lost in thought as she looked at his back, with infatuation hidden in the bottom of her eyes, until she saw this man, who made her fall in love at first sight, walk towards another girl, or that enemy who made her envious and resentful, Duan, the first noblewoman of the great Qin kingdom. Ever since Duan was made a county princess, there were people who called her the #1 noblewoman of the great Qin kingdom. Not only did many people not refute it, they felt it was well deserved. So gradually the word spread in the folklore as well. It was only after Qin Yu declared herself that Pei Hao learnt what she had helped. And while there was nothing on the surface, she was inexplicably a bit flustered inside. Pei Hao knew about the feud between the two girls, and was worried that Duan would get a little emotional when she saw it. However, the facts proved that he was overthinking. The little girl is to see, or look at the theater of the small eyes. Just as she saw the auction of river lamps before, rushed to find melon seeds to get high when the same. Yo! Master Shitzi. The lustful fortune is not shallow. Duan's small voice was clear and bright, and carried a cheerfulness. Pei Hao sank his handsome face. Just caught a thief. This Shitzi didn't know who the woman was at first. No need to explain. No need to explain. He. This sheriff is a little genius. Knows everything. Knows everything, duh. Duan smiles thievishly. No. Falling in Pei Hao's eyes is bitchy and unsuspicious. Sure enough, Duan is excited again while gesticulating. One of you female unmarried. Male unmarried. A talented man and a beautiful woman. It's really a marriage of 1,000 miles. Pei Shirzi. You have to pay attention and bravely go after love. Don't miss out on the heavenly good fortune. Pei Hao and Qin Yu together seemed quite good. If they really developed like this, there would be no more Xie Zhang. Meanwhile, the doll's marriage and whatnot, naturally, doesn't exist anymore. He. Perfect. Duan folded her hands, her eyes glittering. Pei Hao had been noticing the changes in her eyes, and naturally saw that she meant what she said. It was precisely this that made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But he didn't forget that this was still a public place. And as the son of Zhengguo Gongfu, he absolutely couldn't lose his temper. Pei Hao put up a cold face and smiled back in anger. Is County Princess jealous? I think it must be. My mother has said that young girls love to speak from the heart. Don't worry. This world's son is your fiancé since childhood. This life will never change. In the latter sentence, Shirzizi bites his tongue and says it very clearly, word by word. Duan instantly winced. She couldn't hear the anger, but she intuited that Pei Hao was angry again, bringing out the capriciousness described in the book. Duan thought that the truth was out, and was so scared that she quietly moved her little feet towards Du Qian's side. When things go wrong, she's not afraid. She has Big Brother to cover her. Pei Hao will not miss her small movements. I want to beat her to death. Okay. As if she was born to be angry with him. Mu Xian wanted to come over just now, but as soon as he saw his son's anger rising, he hurriedly moved away and looked for something to do, such as ordering the thief to be sent to the court. Hu San was thoughtful. Whispered to Mu Xian, that girl just now. Can you recognize who? No. But I knew it when she announced herself. Mu Xian had seen Qin Yu not many times. After coming to the capital, Qin Yu should have had a good life. Slightly grown open. Her appearance was even more colorful. Hu San wanted to say something, then swallowed back. He felt that he might have thought too much. There are so many similar people in the world. It won't be such a coincidence. If not for the presence of Duan, Qin Yu would have continued to go up and talk to Pei Hao. Even if he couldn't talk to Pei Hao, he could still talk to his subordinates. But after seeing Du-won, Qin Yu knew that this man was not something she could get her hands on. Qin Yu answered what Du-won said at the beginning, to take a detour when she saw her. So, she turned around and walked towards the place where the stalls were set up tonight. The ones watching the refreshment stall now were the children who had come to the capital with her to make a living. Today they weren't selling groceries, and had separated into several stalls, specializing in selling ice sugar gourds. And not just ice sugar gourds with hawthorn strung on them. Qin Yu also used hawthorn to make thin slices of hawthorn, and then cut it into strips that were 1 finger wide and 2 fingers long, and then strung them on a small, thin, long bamboo skewer, and wrapped them in a thin layer of sugar syrup in the same way as sugar gourds. One bite. Crunchy. When Du-won was shopping just now, she bought the most small snacks. As for Qin Yu, she was not at this stall earlier. Otherwise, Du-won would have spotted her earlier and wouldn't have gone to buy the snacks. Qin Yu, who had left, was thinking of going to meet up with her little friends. But she hadn't even reached the stall yet. Miss Qin? Xie Zhang's clear voice suddenly came. Qin Yu paused in her steps and turned around to see Xie Zhang. Quite surprised. Mr. Xie. What a coincidence. How have you been doing recently? The matter of the last night market is very sorry for involving your reputation. It's fine. You are also a victim. Xie Zhang asked her a few more things, all of which were small matters such as concern for her daily life. If you encounter any problems, you can go find me. If you can't find me, let someone pass a letter. I'll try to help you if I know. At least you're the one I brought back to the capital. I can't let you be bullied again. Qin Yu's smile was clean. Thank you. After that day, no one came to trouble us again. Business was not bad. She earned some silver, enough to keep them fed and clothed, and she was prepared to save up a share of the money to rent a shop when it was almost ready. Xie Zhang secretly sized up Qin Yu. The girl had come to the capital and experienced some things. As if she had grown up a lot. She has become more stable. And also smoother. The two met, and what followed? Du-won did not know. Their group was about to head towards the front of the Moonwatch Tower, ready to watch the dragon and lion dance performances. As for the purchased river lanterns, Pei Hao had the Pei family's guards send them to the Riverside Pavilion first. Chapter 66. Master Shitzi brushes his presence. In front of the Moonwatch Tower, there was a sea of people and bright lights. It was the most lively situation Du-won had seen after coming to the capital for so long. And it was shocking. Big brother, didn't you say that those who come to the Moonwatch Tower are either rich or noble? How come there are so many people? Du-won saw quite a few ordinary people. Du Qian was about to answer. Pei Hao preceded him and said, Moonwatch Tower spent a lot of money this year. Not only did they hire a dragon and lion dance team, but also a juggling troupe. A few of the city's greenhouses and famous theater troupes have almost all been invited to perform on stage. That's why there are more admirers. Wow! Really good at playing. Du-won's true inner thought was that the owner of Moonwatch Tower was really good at making money. Du Qian glanced at Pei Hao with a smirk. Didn't he hear that what his sister was going to ask was him? The big brother? Robbing his words. This is going too far. Oh. Du Qian coughed a few times. When he coughed, he really pulled back Du-won's attention. Du-won asked with concern. What's wrong with big brother? Nothing. Just a little dry mouth. Du Qian touched his sister's head. There are more people here tonight. Be careful and safe. Don't go anywhere. Okay. No matter where you go, take someone with you too. Okay. I will. Du-won answered seriously. She treasured her life so much that she wouldn't let anyone leave her side. Thus, for the rest of the tour, Du-won remembered her big brother's admonition and would bring her maids and personal guards with her wherever she went. In addition, it came with Pei Shizi, who couldn't be shaken off. With Pei Hao present, Du-won's safety was more secure. It was for this reason that Du Qian put up with Pei Hao stealing his words from time to time and didn't make a sound to kick people out. The dragon dance was a wonderful performance. And Du-won, a bumpkin, got to see it again. When she saw the lion dance, she was even more shocked. The living lion, in the high plum blossom pile jumping, a difficult action, stimulate the audience cheers, screams, and then wait to see the juggling. Du-won's little heart has been stimulated to the point of failure. In the light of the lamp, the little girl, the whole person glittering. It is like the brightest star in the dark night. Pei Hao raised his hand to cover his heart, suddenly beating a little faster. What happened? After Du-won was shocked. She compared it to the memory of the dragon dance and the lion dance. Find out what is different. Du-won exclaimed too much. The small voice is through the mute. Big brother. Here performers will be lightweight? So high can fly up Not necessarily all will be lightweight, but are practicing martial arts. Master Pei Shi is brushing his presence again. Du Qian. If he didn't think of his sister's safety, he really wanted to throw this kid as far away as he could. Didn't he hear his sister call him big brother? In such words, he even dared to rob? Pei Hao subconsciously replied before noticing that Du Qian's eyes were not quite right. His heart first tightened. Then he pretended to be indifferent and coldly straightened his sleeves. Pei Hao calmly asked, Brother Du, my eyesight is not as good as yours. Don't you think so? Yes. Indeed, all of them have practiced martial arts. Du Qian saw his sister's eyes burning into his own. So he had to keep a steady voice back. Regardless of dragon and lion dances and juggling, they are all strength work. People who aren't martial arts practitioners usually can't do it. And they don't dare to do many of the wonderful moves. The wonderful movements are all very dangerous. Pei Hao added. Du-won grew knowledgeable again and moved her gaze to Pei Hao again. Du Qian suddenly wanted to curse his mother. The two guys, Mu Xian and Ning Xianhe, clicked together and watched the whole thing. Occasionally, they even came together to whisper a couple of sentences. Du-won had wanted to go and watch the flower girl performance. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from not far away. Du-won looked. It was an old man in a gray and white tunic who collapsed on the ground. But the vaudeville performance was over, and when the crowd dispersed it was too crowded. Someone knocked the old man down. The man who had knocked him down had fled in fear. The old man was sweating profusely from the pain, and the middle-aged attendant beside him was in a hurry. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever is kind enough to help go to the medical center to call a powerful doctor over, there will be a heavy reward. Immediately someone answered. Went to shout. Ning Xianhe suddenly said in a loud voice, The person who fell is Master Sun. It's Inshu? Du Qian's face suddenly changed at the sound. So he hurried over to help. Du-won was surprised. Big brother knows? Master Sun is Big brother Du's enlightened teacher. Your brother has a lot of respect for him, and will send a gift every year. Pei Hao explained. Then hurry up and help. Du-won trotted over. Pei Hao could only follow. So a group of people separated some of the onlookers. A small plot of land was vacated. Husband Sun was relieved to see Du Qian, and doubly relieved at the same time. Luckily, Moonwatch House is afraid of accidents tonight. In advance, invited a few famous doctors in the capital to come over to sit in the clinic. Among them was Dr. Hu was known for his skill in treating traumatic injuries. Dr. Hu was invited over. Carefully examined the past. Is indeed a fracture of the calf. When his mentor had such a problem, Du Qian, as a student, could not possibly turn a blind eye to it. Sister, brother will leave for a while. You go and play first. I'll find you after. Du Qian pulled his sister to the side and spoke in a low voice. Du-won was reluctant to leave. Okay. Big brother should pay attention to safety. Will do. The pro guards are left to you. No way. You take them away. I still have Pei Shi on my side. Du-won did not object to Du Qian honoring his teacher, but strongly objected to him not taking his personal guards. Du Qian had no choice but to take half of them away. Pei Hao was happy in his heart, but did not show it on his face, and even voiced his assurance that he would protect Du-won. Du Qian is looking at Pei Hao all sorts of bad eyes, but for his ability has never doubted. Then he sent his mentor to the medical center and took half of his guards with him. Pei Hao asked, Going to watch the flower leader performance? Du-won asks, Is it good? What will be performed? Dancing, singing, playing the qin, etc. That's about it. Not very pretty. Pei Hao did not want her to go. You're very experienced. No, he wasn't. He rarely went to greenhouses. Mostly from hearsay. The limited times he had experienced going to greenhouses were also because of official business. Not to seek flowers. Mu Xian finally stopped being a mute. Sheriff. Shitzi has always kept himself clean and has never been to a greenhouse. If you don't go, how do you know what the flower girl performs? Du-won hemmed and hawed. Mu Xian was momentarily speechless. Husan added, The few times Master Shitzi went to the greenhouse were for public business. Public whoring. Du-won's words were unfinished. No. It's going over to catch people. Pei Hao coldly sweeps his eyes towards the two guys. The more he describes, the darker he gets. Duan laughed even more. It was not because Pei Hao denied going to the greenhouse. But this hasty denial they were making now was quite funny. Due to her curiosity, Duan still went to the specially built theater at the Moonwatch Tower. There were two theater groups. One of them was Qiao Qingju's troupe from the banquet. The other one Duan did not recognize. The flower leaders went on stage first, singing, dancing and playing the zither. Duan had seen the modern lighted stage, and was disgusted with the current makeshift stage. Chapter 67, I really don't sympathize with you. The visual effect is so bad that it shows the embarrassment syndrome. The only thing that kept her interested was the promotional closing speech after each flower girl finished her performance. To the opening speech of the next flower girl on stage. All kinds of beauty's strange tricks. Competing for beauty. Beautiful to behold. Pei Hao said he was watching the performances on stage. However, his attention always fell on Duan. The little girl had started out with great interest until she was now bored. Didn't he say that little girls like to watch these? Pei Hao surveyed the audience around him. The crowd was all watching with great interest and emotions. On the contrary, what interested the little girls the most was when the flower leader promoted her own greenhouse at the beginning or end of the performance. Winks flying all over the place. Sometimes the little girls even whistled at the flower girl on stage, putting her little hand in her mouth for a kiss and then flying one towards the flower leader. Pei Hao's handsome face darkened again and again. In particular, the matter of the greenhouse flower girl's performance was still something he had said to her in a moment of quickness. Did Du Qian and Mu Xian not know about it? They knew, but they didn't even mention it earlier. Pei Hao let Mu Xian take the snacks from the little girls today and share them. Ning Xianhe is not here. He met an acquaintance earlier and left. Pei Hao grabbed Du Wan's wrist. Wan, the snacks are finished. Go buy some more. No need. There's more. Du Wan took out an ice sugar hawthorn slice when she said this. One bite. Crunchy. Seeing that the performance of the flower girl on the stage is about to end again, Pei Hao pulled Du Wan and left. I know a place that sells lotus seed and is raw lotus seed eat. I'll take you to buy it. Raw lotus seeds? Du Wan's eyes lit up when she heard this. Don't say. She quite likes to eat it. After walking for a while, it was getting farther and farther away from the performance stage. Really let Pei Hao find a stall selling lotus seeds. He bought quite a few in one go, and even his personal guards got a share. Duan peeled the lotus seeds and ate them while looking towards the side of the performance stage. This is a lot of people watching the performance. But compared to the sea of people watching the dragon dance earlier, it's far worse. Some people don't bother to watch the flower leader's performance. Pei Hao reminded obscurely. Oh, this I understand. Duan wasn't talking nonsense. She really understood. However, she doesn't have this problem. She can watch it if she wants to. And it's not because she is in the way of the world's eyes that she doesn't want to watch it. It's purely because she personally doesn't find it interesting. Pei Hao handed her the peeled lotus seeds. Duan for food. Not at all disdain. Very natural to take over and open to eat. The corner of Pei Hao's eyes and eyebrows raised lightly. Wan. The river is quite lively now. Duan's big eyes lit up. Ouch. It's time to go release the river lanterns. Yes. It's time to go. Pei Hao answered with a smile. Secretly relieved. As long as he doesn't go back to watch the show again. It's fine. Duan ate lotus seeds while walking towards the riverbank. Suddenly, she stopped again. Forget it. I still have to wait for my brother. Pei Hao's heart, which had just been put down, was instantly raised again. So Pei Hao said unhurriedly, Sun Fuzi is old. This fall was quite serious. I'm afraid brother Du can't leave for a while. We can go to the river first and wait for him. At this hour, the night view by the river is the most beautiful. Pei Hao couldn't help but look towards Mu Xian and narrowed his eyes slightly. Du Qian was gone, and this eyesore was still around. Mu Xian winced, comprehending quickly, and hurriedly said to Duan, County Lord. You and Shitsi go to the river first. I'll stroll elsewhere, and then go to the Moonwatch Tower to find something to eat. After strolling for so long, I'm quite hungry. Oh! Go. Duan's mind at this moment was being attracted by the night scene by the river not far away. The river was sparkling silver light under the moonlight. Starry countless river lamps floating on the water surface. under the backdrop of the night curtain. It is like a river of stars falling on earth. From afar, the wind blowing, willows swaying, people under the tree shadow block. As Pei Hao said, many people were at the river. Du-Wan immediately wanted to go. Just after walking for a while, suddenly rushed a 15 or 16-year-old girl, pouncing towards Pei Hao. The person didn't get close to Pei Hao, but was stopped by the Pei family guards on the periphery. The girl's face was sad. Her eyes were red, and she cried out in a voice that was hoarse from crying, "Your son. I beg you to let my brother go. Please, please spare him. Please." Pei Hao's brows were cold and solemn. Du-Wan harbors a gossiping heart and inquires in a low voice, "Ningqin Laki, do you know who that girl is?" "Not clear. Oh, never seen," Ningqin whispered back. Dropchest also shook her head. Du-Wan asked again, "Not that official lady from the capital?" Falling Chest sizes up the girl. "Sheriff, this girl's birth shouldn't be considered good. The slave girl thinks that Falling Chest is right. She's not even dressed as well as me. You see her hands? It looks like she works a lot." Ningqin also noticed. Du-Wan also felt that this girl's origins were not high. But how did this person find Pei Hao? Pei Hao didn't want to pay attention to this person. If he wasn't still in a good mood right now, and worried that his tantrum would affect the little girl's good impression of him, he would have had her dragged down and buried. Just that he didn't want to pay attention. But that girl didn't give up. That girl was anxious and said, "Shitsi, my brother was really wronged. He has always admired Dukshin, and even mentioned you to me many times, saying that you are the future of our Pei clan." Pei Hao looked over with cold eyes. "Then you say, if he was wrongly accused, how come he led troops to ambush me? It killed over 150 lives." When that girl heard this, she was even more anxious. "No, it's not like that. The last time I saw my brother, he even said that someone had paid them to fight the bandits. He also gave me a letter saying that if something happened to him, Husan, let her through." Pei Hao snapped. Husan complied. The girl's actions just now had already attracted the attention of some passers-by. At the same time, Husan and the guards scattered around, not allowing strangers to approach. Du-Wan's curiosity was unprecedented. However, this move of Pei Hao showed that he wanted to talk to this girl alone. Pei Hao said to Du-Wan, "Wan, I've come across something. You go ahead with the people, and I will be right behind you." "Okay." Du-Wan's thieving eyes slipped. "Is it a girl from your Pei family?" "It's a member of the clan. Not a girl from the Jingui Gongfu." Oh, I understand. Alright. Her brother is Pei Chen, the little general who ambushed us." Du-Wan all of a sudden gave him a pitying little look. "Pei Shitsi, I don't pity you. I really don't. Just a little pity. Alas, you're so pathetic." Pei Hao wanted to beat her to death. Really, originally a bit heavy mood. By her interrupting like this, it changed in reverse. Du-Wan shook her little head and carried her small hands. Go to the river. Dropchest. Those river lanterns of ours. How are they?" "Back to County Princess. Pei Shitsi had someone send them to the riverbank." Dropchest pointed in the direction of the river. Chapter 68: An Accident by the River. Not only had a garden been built here, the surrounding construction was also extremely well done. For example, the stone-paved river bank, stone pillar guardrail, willows and flowers were planted along the river, and at intervals, a viewing pavilion was constructed. During the period, you can also see a few small wooden houses. Visitors who have been here before know that these huts are toilets. Of course, tourists who want to go to the huts for convenience have to pay money, which is not expensive. If the guests don't want grass paper, it only costs 1 penny. If they want grass paper, it's another price. Du-Wan was led to a pavilion. The pavilion was filled with all kinds of beautiful river lanterns, as well as the river lantern of the Immortal Palace banquet. Among them, there was a small pile of ordinary popular models. Du-Wan still recognized the things she had bought. The stone table in the center of the pavilion, a small stove with charcoal burning a pot of boiled water, and 2 food boxes, was prepared properly. The pavilion also has a few guards standing guard. Princess House guards. Went up to negotiate with the guards. Found that it is the Pei family guards. Du-Wan curiously asked, "Are these prepared by Pei Hao?" Reporting back to County Princess, "It's Pei Shirzi." The maid of Moonwatch House replied respectfully. Du-Wan lifted the hem of her skirt and sat down. Pei Shizi is quite good at enjoying himself. Ning Qin. Has my brother prepared? Ahem. Ning Qin hesitated for a moment on how to answer without hitting the sheriff. Lucci, however, answered for her. Back to the county mistress. The eldest young master has not asked anyone to inform the slave girl. Meaning no more. My brother. He lives a rough life. It's not surprising that he didn't prepare. I'm afraid it's not easy to get a male son who even eats dry food with gusto. To think that he would consider it so meticulously. The archvillain was different. The Pei archvillain in the book seemed to live an exquisite life. Clothing, food, housing, transport, daily necessities. All want the best. I still remember a description in the book. Pei Hao is particularly picky about food, because the dishes made by the cook were not to his liking. He asked for them to be removed and redone. The same dish was redone 5 or 6 times before he could barely get into it. Of course, the above is all depicted in the book. The Pei Hao that Du Wan knows is not as hairy as depicted in the book, though most of her meetings with Pei Hao were quite unpleasant. The next thing was taken over by Luo Kei and Ning Qin. Luo Kei first checked the hot water in the pot to make sure there was no problem before washing Du Wan's tea bowl with boiling water 3 times, and then wiping the bowl with a clean handkerchief to make it spotless. Only then did he take out the tea leaves and start making tea. The movement is smooth and natural. Should have been practiced. Du Wan sat aside and watched the maid make tea. It is said that her 4 big maids have all been taught by the sisters in the palace. They know more than the average rich lady. It was a pity that 2 of the 4 had been bewitched by Xie Zhang. Du Wan has not yet decided whether to send Xu Xiang and Painting away. Even if she wants to send them away, she still needs to find a suitable reason. After playing for so long, it's really extraordinarily soothing to suddenly have a cup of warm tea. Of course, it's also the tea made by Drop Chest that's good. Du Wan finally drank the tea and ate some snacks. It's good that County Princess likes to drink it. Drop Chest was praised and was happy in her heart. A tea passed. Du Wan was a bit unable to sit down again. Exiting the pavilion, she stood up and walked towards the stone fence of the riverbank. The river embankment was built with big stones, with a total of 9 layers of stone steps, reaching straight to the beach under the river. Thinking about walking to the river, you also have to cross a sandy beach. At the bottom of the beach, people were gathering in 2s and 3s. There are also men and women paired together to release the river lanterns. Indeed, the gathering place of gossip. Du Wan to go down to the river beach to release the river lanterns. Only let Ning Qin and others bring the river lamp she bought. The other, she did not touch. When she arrived at the river, Du Wan refused the help of Ning Qin. You all step back a bit. I want to be alone and stay quiet. Yes. The others listened and retreated a few feet away. Du Wan squatted down, took out a fire folding, and silently lit a river lamp. Then walked to the river, gently put it on the water surface, and then gently pushed it outwards, letting the tiny lotus river lamp float on the water surface, fluttering and floating, drifting further and further away. The crowd thought that the princess will be happy to release the river lamp. Unexpectedly, the princess is very pious, very quiet, surrounded by a faint nostalgia and sadness. I do not know if it is not thinking of what bad things. Du Wan lit up another river lamp, gently put on the water. At this moment, she thought of her parents in another world. In the past, it was difficult to meet them all year round, but they could still see each other. But now, it's a lifetime without a chance to see them again. Du Wan lowered her head and gently pushed the last river lamp outwards, turning her back on everyone. She wiped away her tears. In fact, this world is quite good. There are loving parents and a big brother who super spoils her. As long as she got through the chaotic times ahead, the days were still promising. Dad, Mom, take care. Du Wan was not worried about them. According to the contributions they made, the country would take good care of them. Suddenly, there was a shot behind them. Ning Qin even shouted, "Sheriff Master, be careful. There is a large force behind her," pushing Du Wan into the river. Du Wan was coldly pushed back and fell towards the water. Then she was violently grabbed by her hair again and pressed towards the water. While pressing her, she was yanked towards the depths of the river, while also yelling indignantly from her mouth, "Drown you! Drown you, bitch! Go to hell! Go to die! Go to death! Let's go to death together!" Not reacting for a moment, he was forced to choke on a mouthful of water. Du Wan suddenly counterattacked. raised her hand and grabbed the crazy woman's wrist, folding it with force. The woman screamed in pain and let go of the hand holding her down. Du-Wan seized the opportunity to counterattack with all her might. An over-the-shoulder slam dropping the woman into the water. Near the river, the water was very shallow, and the woman could not drown even if she fell into the water. The woman was dazed for a while by the fall and was just about to sit up. Du-Wan raised her foot in anger and kicked the woman into the water again. With this kick, she used her full strength, and the woman was in pain for a moment and failed to get up from the water. The entangled fight between the two was only something that happened in 10 seconds. And Du-Wan's transition from being pushed into the river to kicking the woman into the river was in 7 or 8 seconds. The personal guards arrived and brought the crazy woman under control. "Sheriff Master," the captain of the personal guards nervously asked Du-Wan, "is the county princess injured?" "It's fine." Du-Wan took a deep breath before she stood still. At this time, she finally saw who the person who attacked her was. It was a 16 or 17-year-old girl, with 2 incisors missing when she opened her mouth to speak. Quite comical. Only thinking of her hideous face, shouting and cursing words, again only made one feel that her face was repulsive. The guards detained the arms, let her struggle, did not let go of her. There were some people gathered on the riverbank, and a group of noble ladies. From them, Du-Wan saw the girls from the previous banquet, such as Du Yunrong and Murong Jiaojiao. When these noble ladies traveled, apart from their regular maids, they would be accompanied by some guards. Chapter 69, Dying Before You Are Ready to Go. Du-Wan stood on the ground in the water, did not go ashore, and questioned with a cold face, "What happened just now?" "Someone approached this county princess." "But you didn't stop it in time?" "It is my subordinate who has failed in his duty. Please, county princess, chastise me." The head of the personal guards knelt down to ask for forgiveness. The water by the river was shallow. Kneeling down still flooded his knees. The other personal guards all knelt down. Falling Chess was so scared that her face was bloodless, and she followed and knelt down. Ning Qin couldn't hide anything, and immediately exasperatedly said, "Sheriff, it's those girls from Du's own family. They came up and said that it's rare to meet Sheriff, and they want to go and talk to you. We said that Sheriff Master wanted to stay quiet for a while, and didn't want to be disturbed. They were unyielding and almost started a conflict. That woman was the one who took advantage of everyone's inattention to get close to Du-Wan. The first time the pro-guard was going to stop it. But midway through, some of the maids and guards yelled for help, instead blocking the pro-guard's footsteps. It was blocked for 6 or 7 seconds. Just these few seconds alone made Du-Wan soaked all over. Fortunately, the embroiderer in the mansion knew to go to release the river lanterns. The windy river at night embroidered this new clothes and skirts with thick material. Soaked in water will not penetrate. Otherwise, the disgrace is a big disgrace. Du-Wan said in a cold voice, "Get up. Wait until you return to the mansion to receive your punishment." Turning to look at that crazy woman, Du-Wan questioned, "Who is she?" "This is the 3rd girl of the Huang family." Drop Chess was the first to recognize it. Du-Wan was puzzled for a moment, and quickly remembered who 3rd Miss Huang was. Not long ago Pei Hao had mentioned it. The first suspect behind the rumors. The one who was said to have fought with the original owner, and had her teeth knocked out by the original owner. How arrogant the original owner used to be. How capable of causing trouble. Du-Wan didn't know. It's just that the current her hadn't messed with 3rd Miss Huang. Yet today, it was she who was the innocent sufferer. Du-Wan walked over, and wanted to take revenge herself. On second thought, she is now the #1 noblewoman of Qin, so it would be too much for her to do it herself. Du-Wan instructed her guards. "This princess doesn't want to hear her mouth full of dung. Press her into the water. Don't let her die. Let her deeply experience what death is like." "Yes, Sheriff Lord." The personal guards immediately did as they were told. 3rd Miss Huang, who had wanted to scream, couldn't scream anymore, her head being pressed into the water by the personal guards. When she was about to die, she was lifted up again and pressed down again. So repeated more than 10 times back and forth. Huang 3 girls struggled desperately. But how to beat the guards? Du-Wan just coldly watched. Did not say a word. At this time, a Pei family guard sent a cloak. Loki quickly took it, and put it on Du-Wan. Du-Wan looked at this cloak. "Not like mine. It's Pei Shizi's. Pei family's subordinates sent it." Lucci whispered. "This is her and Ningqin's fault. The county princess's clothes are placed in the carriage. but the carriage is parked at the side of the Moon Watch Tower, so she can't get it for a while. Duan put it on, and it didn't feel as cold as just now. In summer, it is not cold, just soaking wet. Hair is also wet, not very good looking. Duan stood in the water and watched, until yellow third girl came to her senses, got scared and begged for mercy. Help! Don't! Cough cough. I don't want to die. Sheriff. I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Sheriff. Only when she got tired of watching and her anger subsided did Duan go ashore. Ning Qin and Lucci were in awe of such Duan. The previous county lord was smiling and never had a harmless little look. At this time, one of the Huang family's green-clothed maids came forward in tears. Just now, she followed the third Huang girl and rushed up together. Just before she got close to Duan, the personal guards treated her as an assassin and kicked her away. She fell to the ground for a long time before she could regain her breath. And as soon as she saw that her own girl was about to die, she seemed to be scared out of her wits again. Please, please let my girl go. County Lord, you are generous. Let my girl go. The slave girl will pay for your life. Sheriff Lord, my girl is a poor person. That green-clothed maid wanted to approach Duan to plead for mercy. In the middle of the way, she let the pro-guard stop her again and dragged her away. This move by the personal guards. Duan did not stop it and let the people drag the third Miss Huang to the shore. Huang three girls at this time dying. Extremely lousy. By the guards like dragging a dead dog dragged on shore. After Duan went ashore, her cold eyes swept over a group of people, and she said in a loud voice, give all the subordinates of the Huang family under the control of this county princess. And those who stopped you just now, remember, dare to play mind games in front of this county princess. I will make them regret everything they did today. Yunrong seemed to be unable to bear it and said, County Lord, just now, everyone was just trying to help you. So don't misunderstand. Duan sneered. Right and wrong. We will know after the court interrogation. A little thing. How can we make a scene at the yamen? Yunrong had a bit of a bad feeling. Duan snorted coldly. Murdering a country's county princess is a trivial matter? Yunrong, is your reputation as a kind and gentle person going to be changed to one whose brain is full of shit and whose mouth is full of dung? If your brain isn't like this, you're also one of the best in the capital. Don't tell people in the future that you're some kind of famous girl. Duan. Yunrong was so angry that she almost lost her mind, but tried her best to restrain herself. Sheriff, we are sisters of the same clan, Duan said disdainfully. Having a kindred sister like you who can't allow others to be good. This county princess is also out of luck. This matter absolutely cannot be settled. She must make an example of her, or else any cat or dog will want to step on her. So how can she live in peace in the future? Duan knew that Yunrong didn't have the guts to kill her. At most she wanted to make her look bad. But she couldn't help but raise the nature of this matter to the level of murder. Duan once again surveyed the people around her. Very good. There are quite a lot of acquaintances now. Those who have met at the banquet. Beside Yunrong were a few other fresh-faced girls. Presumably girls from the Du clan. In addition are some young gentlemen that Duan hasn't even seen since she came to the capital. They should have accompanied these girls to the river to set off river lanterns. And some of their faces were hard to see after this incident. The sheriff has made this matter out to be a murder. If it's a small fight, it's not a big deal. If it rises to murder, then it's a problem. From the essence of the change. Reported to the police to deal with words. 80% will alarm the emperor. Yunrong still wants to say something. Duan ignored her. It is rare to come out to play for a day. But in the end, she still encountered this kind of bad thing. When Duan decided to go to the riverbank, she suddenly looked back at the river. I don't know if it was her illusion, but at the moment of the accident, she seemed to see a silhouette in the river. But after waiting for a long time and not seeing anyone floating up, she suspected that she had blurred her eyes. The onlookers made way. The personal guards at this time protected Duan even more tightly, isolating others from approaching. At this time, Duan does not know the dark against her killing game, but because this farce has not yet unfolded on the abortive. Chapter 70. 50 Steps for 100 Steps. This made the person who was secretly stalking her secretly hate her. Lay out for a day. The target around the people reduced again and again. But the target has always been too vigilant. Always surrounded by people and personal guards. Never leave alone. Simply does not look like a 14-year-old girl should have acted style. After waiting for a night, finally waited for her to be alone to light the river lamp, but also let the personal guards to go farther away. It looked like the target was still being protected, but it finally revealed a break when the opportunity arose to send an expert to dive into the water, approach the target from the river, and shoot the person unexpectedly. There was a 90% chance that it would work, and their people were executing it. On the contrary, just as their people had made their move, there was a disturbance on the riverbank. After tossing and turning for so long, this time it was another wasted effort. In the distance, there was a young man in ordinary clothes, leaning his back against a large willow tree. His eyes gazed at the river in the distance, but his left hand was holding a fresh willow branch, shaking it around like he was bored. A woman stood next to him and reported in a low voice, "Second Master, the assassination did not go as planned." The youth threw the willow branch down the riverbank. After this incident, they will return to the city overnight and look for another opportunity on the way. But there will be many people protecting the target along the way. That's why I said to look for opportunities. And if you don't have them, find a way to create them. If you need me to do everything, what else do you guys need to do? Eat for nothing? Let them think for themselves. As long as they do this job, they won't have to worry about their spending for 5 years. The hostility in the youth's eyes was heavy, but his tone was unusually calm. Yes. Subordinate obeys. The woman led the order and left. The youth closed his eyes and seemed to be falling asleep. Besides, Duan stepped onto the riverbank with a stomach full of anger. That is, she saw Pei Hao steering his horse in the night. He jumped off his horse in a hurry and came to her in a big step. Pei Hao asked with concern, "I heard you had an accident. Are you hurt?" "It's fine." Duan is not in a good mood, but still patiently replies, "Have you dealt with your matter? I'm going to find my brother. I'll go home first." Pei Hao said in a deep voice, "I'll take you there." "Okay." Duan looked around. It always felt like someone still wanted to harm herself. It was safer to be around the big villain. Pei Hao helped Duan onto his own horse. Then he rolled over and leapt onto it. The two of them shared a ride. Duan asked not too naturally, "Can't you change your horse?" "My horse is a bully. I'm afraid you can't handle it." Pei Hao wraps his arms around her to grab the reins, trying to avoid touching her. "Your clothes are all wet. You need to hurry and go change them. Otherwise, what if you get sick from the cold?" Pei Hao instructed the personal guards of the princess's residence to detain all the suspicious people and bring them back to the city. As for Duan's safety, it was left to him. Can the personal guards refuse at this point? But Pei Shirzi didn't give them the chance to refuse at all. Pei Hao took Duan away very forcefully. Duan was a bit unnatural at first. Then she smelled a faint odor of blood. It was quickly established that this bloody odor came from behind her. Duan was shocked. "Pei Shirzi, are you injured?" Pei Hao looked down at her. "What did you say?" Duan twisted her head and noticed Pei Hao's expressionless and handsome face. And all of a sudden she wimped out. "No, nothing." Pei Hao's body was taut. The little girl in front of him was too close, and he could smell the faint aroma from her body. This made him unable to concentrate for a moment before he missed her words just now, not knowing what she had said. The riverbank was not far from the Moonwatch Tower. When Pei Hao brought Duan over, Du Qian had already received the news and was standing in front of the Moonwatch Tower with a frosty face. He had wanted to pick up his sister in person, but he didn't expect Pei Hao to go before him. Seeing the two of them sharing a ride, Du Qian's face became even darker. He stepped forward and personally helped his sister off the horse. When Duan saw Du Qian, her heart was greatly relieved. "Big brother, I'm fine. Don't worry. So wretched and still say you're fine?" Du Qian tugged at her wet hair. "I had someone prepare hot water and clean clothes. You go and freshen up first." "Chung, still my own brother loves me." Duan revealed her first smile after the encounter. Pei Hao dismounted his horse and saw it, his heart slightly relieved. At this time, Ning Qin and Luo Kei were brought over together by Pei family guards. The two can follow them here. Or Husan felt that the county princess needs someone to serve, specially asked Pei family guards to bring them. Next, Duan's master and servant 3 went to a chamber with the maid of the Moonwatch house. After bathing and dressing, Duan just came out and was again stared at by Du Qian to drink a bowl of ginger soup. During the time she went to freshen up, Du Qian had pretty much taken care of things. Third, Miss Huang and her maid. as well as some of the maids and guards who were blocking the way at the time, were all detained. And people were also sent to rush back to the mansion to report the news. Du Qian said, "Sister, it's dark and I'm not sure if there will be an ambush on the road. Pei Hao and I have discussed this and unanimously decided to stay at the Moonwatch house for the night. There should be quite a few people returning to the city tonight. There are quite a few people. But who knows if they are people or ghosts? The things we encountered tonight are too coincidental." Du Qian first encountered his mentor having an accident. Then Pei Hao. And then it was Du Wan's turn to have an accident. It's nothing if one thing happens alone. But when three things come together, one has to be cautious. Xing. Wasn't Pei Shizi injured? Du Wan finally asked the doubt in her heart. The bottom of Du Qian's eyes flashed with a strange color. "How did sister know?" Du Wan replied. "When I rode the horse, I smelled the smell of blood on his body. I asked and he didn't say." If Pei Hao had heard this, he would have said that he was wrongly accused. At that time, riding a horse, the wind was loud. Plus, he was a bit distracted. Indeed, he did not hear it. Unfortunately, Du Wan didn't know and thought that he was always high and cold. Du Qian had to tell his sister it was a slight injury. "You've heard about Pei Chen." Tonight Pei Chen's sister begged him for an invitation, saying that she had a letter from her brother in her hand. He privately chatted with that clan's sister for a while. He didn't expect to be sneak attacked when he turned around. He reacted quickly and only scratched his arm. No major injuries. Another one from his clan? This guy is so miserable. Du Wan sympathized with Pei the villain. Du Qian smiles disdainfully. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Brothers killing brothers happens from time to time. Not to mention the manipulation of the same clan. That too. Du Wan suddenly felt that she was not qualified to laugh at Pei Hao. 50 steps to laugh at 100 steps. There was no peace in Pei's family. And Du wasn't much better. And there were sisters from Du's family who were counting on her tonight. Du Wan didn't go out of the Moonwatch house again. That night, in the small attic where she stayed, she was surrounded by personal guards for protection. And the killers, who were busy ambushing on the road that must be taken back to the city, fed the mountain mosquitoes all night. And one killer was unlucky enough to step on a poisonous snake in the grass and was bitten. Immediately the main perpetrator was half dead with anger. It is a pity that all of this all happened in an unknown place. Du Wan did not know it all. Chapter 71. A crying child has sugar to eat. That night, Du Wan did not sleep, and had been cultivating until early the next morning, without even having breakfast. She was caught up in the carriage by Du Qian, and hundreds of Princess House's personal guards came to the gate of Moonwatch Tower. Pei family's guards came again. The two families coming together. The battlefield was quite big, scaring the crowd of onlookers who were just looking from afar, not daring to come closer. Du Wan drilled into the carriage and saw the eldest princess and Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and couldn't help but froze. "Father and mother, why are you here?" The eldest princess hugged her silently. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team side had a serious look on his face. "Wan, your mother stayed up all night last night and was scared again. If I hadn't stopped her, she would have traveled out of the city last night to fetch you all, causing father and mother to worry." Du Wan was slightly overwhelmed. The eldest princess patted her back. "Mother is fine. Don't listen to your father's nonsense," Du Wan guiltily said. "If I had known last night, I wouldn't have listened to Big Brother and gone back overnight." "Nonsense. You are still young. Listen to your brother when you go out," Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team sternly admonished. But the volume of his voice was suppressed very softly. Du Wan stole a glance at her cheap father. Since returning to the capital, she had accepted her brother and recognized Princess Mother. But she still did not have much contact with her cheap father. Most of the time, this dad loved to be stern and serious, except when facing Princess Mother. However, when an elder lectures, Du Wan is stupid to retort, and obediently says, "Yes, father is right." Du extra horse harnessed by the Emperor's side had a moment of unnaturalness. He didn't expect his daughter to be so good at talking. But in the past, she would talk back to him in all likelihood. At this moment, Pei Hao came out. Du Wan looked at him through the curtain. At this time, he changed into a navy blue brocade robe. Cool and noble. He was still followed by Mu Xian and Husan, as well as a group of Pei family guards. Pei Hao suddenly raised his eyes to Du Wan's side, and happened to bump into her looking towards him. The four eyes were opposite each other. There was a moment of silence. Du-Wan felt that Pei Hao's eyes were not right. She actually saw one. It is mild. Right. Unprecedentedly not cold face and dislike awe. Pei Hao came up to pay his respects to the princess, and do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team. And changed into the style of a gentleman who is knowledgeable and courteous. As gentle as just now. Du-Wan suddenly realized that really gentle what is not to her. Is that she misunderstood. People's big villain this look. Is only to the elders have. She counts which grass awe. The two families returned to the city together. Du Qian and Pei Hao rode ahead. Passing through a mountain forest. Pei Hao's eyes turned suddenly cold. Because of the strange things that happened yesterday. Pei Hao asked his father to privately give his secret guards to investigate. According to the information from the secret guards, there was a group of killers ambushed here last night. And they didn't withdraw until after an hour. The guards didn't dare to get too close. But only knew that some of the ambushers were bitten by poisonous snakes in the middle of the ambush. Before dawn, these people withdrew to a neighboring manor. Du Qian asked. Pei Shitzi, is there something different here? None. Pei Hao opened his mouth. But still hinted. I sent people to explore the road first. There is no abnormality here during the day. When he said the word daytime, he purposely said it more heavily. Du Qian's pupil shrunk, pretending to chat. If you are returning to the city at night, this is a good place for an ambush. Indeed, there are forests on both sides. That is, if the ambush fails, retreating is also convenient. Pei Hao's eyes swept over a large fallen tree by the roadside again. Du Qian followed his gaze, and his eyes turned deep. How about having a cup of tea together when we get back? Respectfully, Pei Hao responded obediently. Listening out, Du Qian was trying to ask him some things. At this time outside, it was indeed not good to say. On this journey, there were no scares or dangers, and they entered the city peacefully. After entering the city, the two families separated. Pei Hao led the people back to the house first. Du-Wan thought it was directly back to the princess' residence. As a result, the carriage went towards the palace. When she was about to enter the palace, the eldest princess hugged her daughter and whispered in her ear, when you enter the palace in a while, cry when you see your emperor uncle. Be sure to let your uncle know that you are aggrieved and pitiful. Huh? This is the child who can cry as meat to eat? Du-Wan's big eyes lit up. The eldest princess whispered again. Yes. Nowadays, even this palace has no one to look at. Otherwise, how come there are always people wanting the lives of my pair of children? Du-Wan is slightly shocked. Big brother has also encountered danger? Encountered it. In the past, your big brother liked to read. Now he loves to practice martial arts. Du-Wan wanted to continue to listen. The eldest princess was silent and did not say anything. Having been back for so long, Du-Wan felt that the princess house had a supreme status. Now she realizes that it is not. People are in awe on the surface and play dirty behind the scenes. Some forces are not even in the eyes of the emperor. Otherwise, the emperor does not allow them to corrupt the law. Why do they still go to do it? Not to mention the district of princess house. As long as the interests involved, what should be how it will still be how. Du-Wan rubbed her eyes hard. Only after rubbing her eyes for a while did she raise her head and ask, Father and Mother, are my eyes red? Red? The eldest princess praised. Not only has her daughter become well-behaved, she has also become smarter. Du-Wan added, I feel insecure. How about asking Uncle Emperor for a few powerful secret guards to protect me? Then you won't have any secrets in the future. Du Xiongma reminded. Du-Wan wanted to say that she has no secrets and is not afraid of others knowing. On second thought, she shut up again. She has quite a few secrets. Especially when Qin Yuyu will return to the palace in the future. People's hearts are changeable. Will the emperor always favor her? Du-Wan did not dare to bet on human nature. The eldest princess said softly, No need to go and ask for what you want. You are a county princess. You have a title and a fiefdom. According to the ancestral system, you can be assigned 500 private guards. When your brother is crowned in the future, he will be made a county king again. And you will have another 500 private guards. Du-Wan's brain hurts. The princess mother is getting more and more fluttery. A family of 3 people having legitimate private guards. So damn inviting. However, the princess can have 500 private guards? This is really good. There can be drops. By the way, where is her sheriff's mansion? Crap. No yay. 500 private guards weren't given either. And it's been delayed until now? The emperor's uncle is not sincere. We must cry. I must cry. So, after entering the palace, I went to the hall of Jingda. The emperor has just had breakfast. Has not yet summoned the ministers in the court. Heard the princess family into the palace to ask for an audience. The emperor asked. But something happened? I heard that the county princess was pushed into the river last night. Fortunately, the person is fine. The Grand Chief Executive bowed his head and spoke. The emperor was instantly exasperated and questioned. Why is this matter only reported now? Yesterday was the Midyuan festival, and you ordered that no one should disturb it. So, the Grand Chief Executive knelt down with trepidation. The emperor calmed some of his mood. Tell me what happened last night. Carefully. Yes. Yesterday's matter is not a secret. It happened in public. The Grand Master received the news late at night. So he said what the people saw in one word to the emperor. The emperor said, Let Imperial Sister's family enter the hall. The family came in neatly, with sad faces. Chapter 72. It is my humble servant who failed to teach her daughter well. On the contrary, Duan innocently blinks her big eyes. Her eyes are still red. Once, she sees the emperor, tears fall. She carefully came to the emperor's side. Her small hand lightly pulled his sleeve and shook it. A small face aggrieved. Uncle Emperor, I'm only this big. How come there are always people trying to kill me? The emperor was originally very serious. Once he saw her like this, his heart ached. The emperor took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Quickly wipe. Duan whispered, and then wiped her face with the handkerchief. Uncle, I'm very good. I've rarely left the house since I returned to the capital after the disaster. My mother said that I am the most adorable and well-behaved little aunt in the capital. You say, is my mother right? Right. Your mother is right. The emperor was originally heartbroken. But once he heard her childish words, he couldn't help but laugh again. Duan tilted up her small face like a bitter melon. Right. Right. You're all right. The emperor smothers his laughter. Duan's curved little eyebrows knit up tightly, asking as if confused. Then you say, am I a little girl the best to bully? Ah. The emperor laughed. With me backing you up. Who dares to bully you? Why not? After becoming a county princess, there are still people who want me dead. The emperor's smile stuttered. Duan continued to say, as if she was confused. I don't remember what happened before. I heard that this year's Lantern Festival, I was also almost abducted. Out of a house, guards were killed. And I somehow strayed out. Back to the capital is not long right. July have made 2 times. The last time is a big dog. This time again is to push me into the river. Next time to do all. Said. Aggrieved and added fear. Tears and fall down. The eldest princess and other people heartbroken bad. But they stood in front of the dragon case. Did not dare to transgress the rules like Duan. The more the emperor listened, the more grave he became. His smile gradually disappeared. Earlier, after listening to the words of the Grand Master, he thought that this time it was another small fight between the girls. At this moment, listening to the little girl, the emperor is accustomed to seeing all kinds of tactics in the dynasty, and immediately noticed the unusual. The emperor suppressed his anger. Qian, I heard that you accompanied Wan this time? Imperial uncle, this matter is very strange. So Du Qian told the matter that both himself and Pei Hao suddenly had something to do and left Duan's side. This matter is too coincidental. There are some people in the capital who are not putting me in their eyes. The emperor cooled down his face. How outsiders think do not know. Anyway, the emperor is thinking this way at the moment. Duan's family hadn't sat down for a while. Outside, the eunuch came in and said that the empress and the state uncle master asked to see. The emperor's face did not change and said, Declare. The empress and a middle-aged man were led into the hall by the eunuch. The emperor let the eldest princess and her family sit down first. Duan did not go to the eldest princess' side, but instead came to the dragon chair under the footsteps to sit down. Not afraid of dirty, but she so sit. The whole person are let the dragon case blocked. The emperor lowered his head and glanced at the feet of the little girl sitting, still hung with tears in the eyes. His thieving probe looking at the temple door. The emperor, who was not in a good mood, instantly wanted to laugh again. Hearing the muffled laughter above his head, Duan tilted her little head up to look at it and asked, Uncle, what are you laughing at? The emperor couldn't help but tease her and asked in return, What do you think I'm laughing at? I don't know. Probably happy. But I'm so sad right now. Yet you can still laugh. My little heart, yo. There's a drop of little sadness, oh. Duan stretched out her little finger and compared a little bit. Uh-huh. The emperor first stifled a laugh, and then could not restrain his laughter. Duan touched the hair hanging down in front of her forehead in confusion. Super Boss laughed, oh. It's not in vain that she put so much effort into pretending to be dumb and confused. Could this be my wisdom? I am really too good. The little girl started to narcissize herself. And once she was gone, she then poked out a half head from the bottom of the dragon case and scowled at Du Qian. Du Qian started to be able to hold his head in a proper manner. But once he saw her quirky little appearance, he almost couldn't collapse. Including Du Qian horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team. They all almost stared at each other for a moment. And the eldest princess hurriedly covered her face with a handkerchief to hide the curved corners of her mouth. At this time, there was no waiting for the family to say anything. The fully dressed empress and the state uncle master respectfully came in. The first thing the two did when they came in was naturally to pay their respects to the emperor first. Then, they greeted the eldest princess. Today, state uncle Du brought Du Yunrong into the palace early to ask the empress for help. When it came time to come to the emperor, Du Yunrong was suddenly unwell and stayed in Dongfeng Palace. Du Guoyu can no longer be angry. But there is no way to hear that the eldest princess's family went to the palace to meet the saint. No. The two of them rushed here in a hurry. The empress, who is worthy of being a woman who sits firmly in the back seat, spoke lightly about Du Yunrong's matter. Du Guoyu bent down and knelt in front of the emperor, putting on a sincere attitude of coming to ask for his daughter's forgiveness. The empress said, Your Majesty, we are all relatives, and Wanan and Rong'er are sisters of the same clan. It's just a small fight. It's not a common occurrence. The emperor's face was without fluctuation. He only raised his eyes to look at the empress. Your Majesty, it's my humble servant who taught his daughter poorly, letting the county princess be frightened. I beg your Majesty to forgive me. I beg the county princess to forgive my daughter. Du Guoyu knelt down and crouched on the ground to ask for forgiveness. In his heart, he hated Du Yunrong for giving birth to a sinful daughter. If this daughter had not got her sister to like. The empress walked to the emperor's side, just about to speak. Suddenly, she bumped into a pair of big, ebony eyes under the dragon case. The empress was startled. Ouch. It's Waner. Good day, empress. Duan raised her small paw as a greeting. This is very rude. But who let her is being aggrieved. The emperor had no opinion. So the empress naturally did not feel good about putting up a fight. It's Waner. Oh. You are here just in time. Your Yunrong's sister saw you in an accident last night. She was scared to death and got sick. Now she is still in the East Phoenix Palace. Oh. Duan looked confused, indicating that she didn't understand. The empress didn't understand for a moment, and continued. The palace heard your sister Yunrong say. She thought that the third girl Huang had an urgent need to find the county princess, and kindly wanted to help. But she didn't expect to do something bad with her good intentions, and allowed the third girl Huang to find an opportunity to push you into the river. And this didn't frighten her? Fortunately, the water by the river is shallow, and nothing happened to you. The eldest princess used to have quite a good impression of the empress. This moment's mood was extraordinarily complicated. It turned out that people's goodness was that things didn't fall on their own. When things fell on her own knees, the empress' face was immediately different. The eldest princess pressed the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief and said in a gentle voice, Yes. Yunrong's body bones are too bad. My Wanwan didn't even get sick when she fell into the water. She stood on the shore as an accomplice and got sick instead. Mother! She got sick from fear. Du Qian immediately took over the conversation. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team immediately assumed the posture of a strict father and drank. Qianer, shut up. Chapter 73. It's because I failed to teach my son properly. Then Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team got up and pleaded to the emperor, as if in fear and trepidation. Your Majesty, it's all because of my humble servant's failure to teach his son. He taught him to be too naive and straight. He dares to say anything and can't hold his tongue. In the quiet hall, a burst of stifled laughter, particularly striking. The emperor didn't have the good sense to look down, put the little head that was raised halfway up, and pressed it down again. Good for nothing. What are you laughing at? Laughing or your old man? This girl. The emperor was originally a serious person, and the daily affairs of state had long since exhausted him. The last time he laughed from his heart, he didn't even know when it was. But now, he was truly feeling the relief. It was on such a serious occasion, when it was not appropriate to laugh, that made him want to let out a big laugh. In the past, how come he hadn't realized that his little niece was quite jovial? The truth was that the matter of Duyinrong taking the lead as an accomplice was really hard to handle. Both sides are pro. The Emperor's side. Du's side for a while. The Emperor's side will not work. Du Guoyu will go to ask the Du clan head to the Princess Palace to plead for leniency. Regardless of that side, the matter could not possibly fall out. So the final disposition was that third Miss Huang and her maids were imprisoned in the dungeon and beheaded after the autumn. In addition, all the slave girls and guards involved were arrested. And considering that they were all following orders, they were only jailed for a year. All the noble women involved in the incident, all of them compensated the county princess with 1,000 gold. As for Duyinrong, in addition to the fine of 1,000 gold, she also compensated the sheriff for a hot spring estate in the suburbs. These compensations were all agreed upon in a whisper between Du Wan and the Emperor. Wang, three girls' master and servant, as the Emperor insisted on killing. The Yellow family was not spared by the plagiarism. All the family property confiscated. At the same time ordered the entire Huang family to leave the capital within 3 days. No decree shall not enter the capital. This is expelled. Some people for the Huang family pity. Some people think the Huang family good luck, according to the Emperor's style, should not be so lightly. When the Emperor strikes, blood always flows at the city gates. And the offense of defying the Emperor by attacking the princess is enough for the Huang family to die several times. The Huang family can be preserved this time. It seems that it is still the Huang family's head of the family when the opportunity to make a decision with a family until went to the Yamen to turn themselves in, but also willing to send all of the family's wealth, only to ask a family not to be implicated, and beg for a way to live. This matter was known to the Emperor. According to the investigation, the elders of the Huang family were indeed not involved in this matter. The Emperor was chatting with Du Wan at the time, and was in a good mood. After asking Du Wan and she nodded, he allowed it. Stayed long enough. Du Wan's family is leaving the palace. The Emperor was a little reluctant to let go of his little niece, letting the eldest princess couple take their son outside first. He had something to say to Du Wan in private. Wan, your private guards, have they been organized? Nope. Alas, I don't understand this. Should uncle give a suggestion? Du Wan, big eyes, bright crystal, clean and bright. A look as a good child with a pure mind. The Emperor smiled and asked, your mother's guards were sent by me. Why don't you let me send yours too? Yes. The ones you send are definitely the best in the whole of Great Qin. Du Wan was a little bit of an ass-kisser. Of course, she is still a filial little girl, hurriedly added. However, of course, powerful people should stay to protect you. Just pick on the line. You little girl. The Emperor was very happy to hear this. So the interest is quite good to Du Wan to introduce the Forbidden Guards. Your mother's several hundred personal guards. Is I picked from the most elite team. The annual assessment is within 1,000. That's awesome. But I can't have it. Why not? My mother wants the best. I can't be better than my mother. That would make my mother lose face. The Emperor was first stunned, then roared with laughter. The Great Qin state's Forbidden Guards were equivalent to a special military branch. In addition to the national selection every 3 years, there were also 4 Forbidden Guard training battalions, which were personally controlled by the Emperor. Every year, some orphans would be selected from all over the country and sent to the Forbidden Guard camps. Only those who passed the test could enter the palace as Forbidden Guards. Cannot enter the palace? Can also go to the Imperial City Guard. Of course, before entering the palace will be checked all over the place. The first is a strong martial arts, followed by the family's innocence. Of course, character should also pass. The guards of the Qin state, to a certain age or injured, have access to the door can be transferred. No access can only be discharged. Du Wan proposed to retire the guards as personal guards. The Emperor thought of her 3 disasters and 5 difficulties, and finally made the decision to give her 300 elite guards. The rest of the 200 quota. Today there is a batch of guards to retire. The Emperor let her go to the Yamen to choose. The Emperor thought that the little girl will choose for a long time. As a result, The little girl ran to the palace gate not far from the Forbidden Guards' yamen on the spur of the moment. Sure enough, she saw a group of Forbidden Guards lining up to receive their discharge allowances. The little girl went to one stop, crossed her waist and shouted, "This county princess set up private guards. The quota is still short of 200. Willing to give this county princess as a personal guard stand out." So all of a sudden stood out more than 400 people. Good fellow. Accounting for 90% of the number of people to be retired today. The little girl was stunned for a while, and then said in a loud voice, "When my house guards, the welfare treatment is not as good as in the palace. You guys have to consider it clearly. I'll give you guys half a quarter of an hour to think about it. So you can back off now." After waiting for a while, not a single person withdrew. Just kidding. Going to the princess's residence as an errand boy. It couldn't be any worse. The little girl added another sentence. Those who have no one at home, and those who have enough to feed the whole family are not hungry. Stand to the left. Those who have parents or are married. Stand on the right. Now it's clear. Good Lord. Single dogs are the most numerous. The number of those who were married was just over 100. And the singles were actually over 300. Don't think that the little girl to abandon one side. The little girl nimbly ran back to the palace to find the emperor uncle. The matter of her picking people to tell the colorful uncle how to choose the next want a person to eat the whole family is not hungry, or want that drag the family. But there aren't enough places for those who have a family to feed, and there are more than enough for those who aren't hungry. The emperor heard this serious adjective from the little girl. He froze for a while before reacting. He couldn't stop laughing again. How about all of them? Take them all. I'm a girl. Can I afford to keep them? The little girl was confused. The emperor laughed softly. What are you afraid of? There are taxes in the fiefdom. You can't be eaten up. Okay. I'll try to raise it first, and then return it to you if I can't. Ha ha. The emperor laughed freely. Good. If you can't raise it, then return it to me. Well, it's a deal. Waiting for the little girl to happily go find her family to leave the palace together. Sheriff's private guard configuration. Beyond the specification. Picking up more than 200 for nothing. Or the emperor personally allowed it. Such a favor. I believe it will soon spread throughout the entire capital. At that time, no one will dare to despise Du-Wan as a county princess. Chapter 74. Whose interests are being impeded. On the way back to the house, Du Xiongma was amazingly sizing up his own daughter. What's that look? The eldest princess glared at him from time to time. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team laughed lightly and said, Our daughter is very much liked by the emperor. A daughter who is so well behaved and lovely naturally has to be liked by her elders. The eldest princess really thought so. Du-Wan, who was sitting at the side, nodded her little head in agreement. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team looked away, not daring to look directly at him. Daughter's cheeks, so thick that he as a father is ashamed. Du Qian did not ride a horse this time, but sat on the carriage. The conversation in the carriage. He also heard, Today's sister is very powerful. Actually from the hands of the emperor's uncle to ask for more than 700 private guards. Even if there were more than 400 private guards that were retired from the Forbidden Guards. But so what? A powerful person. No matter where they go, they are still powerful. The family went back to the princess residence. The first thing Du Qian did was to instruct the big housekeeper about the matter of Du-Wan wanting to establish private guards. This matter must be taken seriously. The private guards who come to report must be properly placed. As for the treatment and specifications, refer to my mother's personal guards. Yes, young master. The senior butler respectfully replied. Du Qian was just about to leave when the big butler remembered something and hurriedly said, Young master, Pei Shitzi came to look for you, saying that he had an appointment with you, and the lackey brought the person to your courtyard to wait for you. Du Qian paused in his footsteps. You have done well. Have the kitchen prepare some wine and food to send over. After the big housekeeper answered, Du Qian took big strides towards his own courtyard. Originally, he wanted to go find his sister, but naturally he went to meet the guests first. When Du Qian stepped into the courtyard where he lived, he saw a person standing in the hexagonal pavilion of the small garden in the front yard. Hearing the footsteps, the man turned around. It was Pei Hao. The two people are acquaintances. Greetings and pleasantries are dispensed with. Du Qian went straight to the point. Did you find out anything about the Moonwatch house? On the way back to the city last night, a group of people set up an ambush in the forest. It's not clear who the target was. They were not waiting for anyone and withdrew before dawn. Pei Hao similarly went straight to the point and said what he had investigated. In addition, I later said people to carefully search near the riverbank. Picked up this by the river. Only then did Du Qian notice that Pei Hao was still holding half of the bamboo pipe in his hand. He took it from Pei Hao's hand and examined it carefully. Du Qian said, finger-sized, slender bamboo pipe. Hollow. The cutoff is new. Big brother Du should have seen this kind of bamboo pipe before. Pei Hao reminded. Du Qian's movement slightly paused. This, in the army, soldiers are trained to dive or hide underwater, and will occasionally stay underwater to change air with the help of a small bamboo pipe. Pei Hao also didn't want to be a bit windy and grassy. It was just that the timing was too coincidental for him to take his turn to be careless. Du Qian fiercely gripped the bamboo pipe and asked through clenched teeth, Did my sister ever ask her personal guards to stay away a bit? And she set off the river lanterns alone? Yes. Pei Hao nodded solemnly. Luckily, Wan didn't stay at the water's edge for long. At that time, the location where Du Wan put up the river lanterns was picked on the fly, and the river bank around there was flat and wide. Clear at a glance. The killer wanted to dive into the water to assassinate. In order to avoid people's ears, he definitely had to find a hidden place to get into the water. Waiting for the killer to dive into the river where Du Wan was, it would again take some time. Estimating the time, if there was not an accident at that time, Du Wan went to the shore. Du Qian was as distraught as Pei Hao. Pei Hao hesitated for a moment and said, I don't dare to be sure if these people are rushing towards Wan or whoever they are rushing towards. It should be Wan. Du Qian was certain. Pei Hao lowered his eyelids and asked, How is big brother Du so sure? Sister is too attractive. As long as she goes out of the house, there's nothing that doesn't go wrong. Du Qian is obviously not the first time this kind of thing has happened. Pei Hao couldn't help but ask, Who exactly did Wan offend? If I know, what's the point? Du Qian was about to say something when an underling came in with a food box outside. The two remained silent for the time being. The underling set out the food and wine and retreated again. Du Qian sat down and poured a glass of wine for Pei Hao. Come, have a drink first. Pei Hao could only follow and sit down, picking up the glass and drinking it all. Drink the wine. Big brother Du, please speak. In fact, there is nothing to say. It is that my sister has been plagued by many disasters in recent years. As long as she goes out of the house, she will often have little accidents. At first we didn't care, until the guards who protected my sister were killed and my sister disappeared. Du Qian told the things that his family had been secretly investigating. And it wasn't until recently that he found out that someone had been targeting his sister. Pei Hao's heart wondered. Whose interests did Wan get in the way? How do we know? Du Qian's words were tinged with hostility. Pei Hao filtered the people around Du Wan in his mind, back and forth, and really didn't find out who had a deep hatred with the little girl. Pei Hao asked again, Could it be that Wan has offended someone in the past that you don't know about? When my sister goes out, she is never short of people around her. Who she offended? Once we checked, it was clear that it was all disputes between some little girls. This person hides extremely deeply. We have been investigating for so long, but we haven't found a single trace. Du Qian did not tell Pei Hao that his mother had tried to detain his sister as much as possible. The last time, they found out that the source of the rumors was Huang San girl. But with this girl's brainless, impulsive nature, she played herself to death. It is impossible to be the person behind the curtain. At most it is a pawn used by the person behind the curtain. Pei Hao thought of the last big dog incident. I personally interrogated Wang Jiner. She confessed that she bought the dog just to scare the princess. She didn't dare to take her life. The one who went to carry it out was one of her maids, and the maid was silenced that night. The officials recovered 1,000 taels of silver from this maid's residence. Du Qian said. So the maid was bought by an outsider? How exactly has not been ascertained. The ability of the Yamen to do its job is getting worse and worse. Du Qian was disgusted with the slow progress of the Yamen's investigation. The two chatted for a while longer. Pei Hao did not tell the movement of the assassin he was keeping an eye on. It wasn't that he couldn't trust Du Qian, but he was worried that if more people knew about it and the news leaked out, it would affect the investigation. Since the last time he let some of the Imperial City Department's inner circle to investigate the mine, it didn't take long for the information to leak out. And since then, Pei Hao had acted more and more cautiously. About an hour later, Pei Hao slowly left the princess house. Until he left, he did not see the little girl. The person Pei Hao was thinking about is now lying on her back on the bed. Last night was a night without sleep. Back to the city and tossed around in the palace for a while. It's strange not to be tired. When Duan woke up, it was already dark outside. Ningqin and Lueki were not there. It was Xu Xiang and Painting on duty. The two served Duan up and brought up the warm dinner in the kitchen. Chapter 75. Those Unwary People. Duan was so hungry that she devoured the food. The image of a lady of the house was lost. Duan finishes her bowl of rice and asks, Xu Xiang, where are Lueki and Ningqin? Back to Sheriff. They are not on duty tonight and have gone to rest. Xu Xiang didn't dare to say that after Ningqin and Luoke returned to the house. They were immediately taken away by the house's personal guards and are still not back yet. And the personal guards, who were derelict in their duties last night, were all punished with 20 canes. Just these things, the eldest princess personally commanded. Not to speak out to defile the ears of the county princess. Duan heard. Did not suspect. Because according to her idea, people tired to rest is normal. After finishing the meal, Duan took a walk in the garden of the courtyard. As an antidote, usually at this hour, everyone would be resting. But who let her come back with a full night's sleep? And now she was in high spirits instead, wandering to a vegetable field. Under the moonlight, the seedlings were growing quite well. Not a single weed was visible. Xu Xiang and Painting Yi, who were following behind her, were nervous when they saw Duan stop at the vegetable field. Duan suddenly smiled. These vegetable seedlings are quite good. Right. The slave girl also thinks it's quite good. Painting Yi joyfully took over the conversation. As soon as the slave girl and Xu Xiang have free time, they will come over to take care of it. Xu Xiang lowered her eyebrows and said, What the master commands. The slave girl will try her best to do a good job. Right. Right. Slave girl doesn't know how to grow vegetables. She's been working hard to learn recently. Painting Yi echoed in a small voice. Last time, Duan's remark about sneaking around really scared them. During this period of time, they didn't dare to get closer to Duan. And after doing their daily duties, the rest of their time was spent in this small vegetable field. If you don't understand something, you can actively ask others for advice. So, the small vegetable plot is well taken care of. Duan laughed out softly, then carried her hands behind her back with an inscrutable look, and walked away. The heart that the two maids had just put down hung up again all of a sudden. Warily follow up. At night in the mansion, there is really not much to stroll. In the hall, Duan actually saw a bunch of various kinds of beautiful river lamps. The most eye-catching is exactly what she pitched to Yirong's Immortal Palace banquet river lanterns. Previously out of the matter. But this forgotten. Huh? This is, who said it? Back to the county lord. It was Pei Shitzi who sent someone to send it. Painting respectfully returned. Duan simply gave a simple O sound. Not much expression. However, she took it upon herself to light up the lamp inside the river lamp of the Immortal Palace banquet. Such a beautiful river lamp. It would be a pity to put it in the river and float away instead. Someone come. Send this lamp to my room. The others? The group will take them and share them. Cultivating while watching the river lanterns was not bad. The experience was perfect. The maids complied. After dismissing the underlings. In the bedroom, Duan started cultivating alone. She practiced extremely seriously and hard. Last night's incident had once again made her realize that her own force value was scum. Waiting for tomorrow, she was going to find her cheap big brother and ask him to teach herself a few moves for self-defense. The inheritance of the Jade brand. Light grows strength, not skill. One night passed. Duan fell asleep in cultivation again. When she woke up, the sky was already bright. Duan ordered someone to prepare hot water to bathe. During this period of time, she often woke up early to bathe. The subordinates in the courtyard all knew about it, so it was prepared quickly. Duan nimbly took a fighting bath, drank a big bowl of warm boiled water, then picked up a plate of breakfast and ate it while walking towards the eldest princess's main courtyard. Today, she was going to have breakfast at Cheap Mother's place. Unexpectedly, in the past, when he came over, Du Xiongma had long gone to the court. But today, he was actually sitting in front of the dining table. Wan Air. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team was surprised. What is the reason for coming over so early? As he asked this, His gaze also drifted towards the pastry she was carrying in her small hands. Du-Won narrowed her eyes with a smile and sat down. What can I do? Naturally. I came to have breakfast with my parents. Here. Freshly baked red date cake. Father, have a piece? This is what girls eat. My father doesn't like it. Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side did not eat it, but reached out and picked up a piece of it, handing it to the mouth of the eldest princess next to him. Shumi, this pastry is suitable for you to eat. Replenish blood and nourish your face. Eat one more piece of it. The eldest princess glared at him with her beautiful eyes, but she still ate the pastry. Her heart was happy. Du-Won acted as if she didn't see it. She didn't see it. What is dog food? She is still small and does not understand. Eat almost. Du Qian came again. A family of this neat and tidy. This is a happy thing. But there are some people do not know the fun. Early in the morning did not send a post to visit. The big housekeeper came to report. Said it was Du Sai came. Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side asked. Who is it? Grand Master Du and Second Master Du, with a few juniors from the clan, said that they came to ask for the county princess's forgiveness. The Grand Steward was in a rather unpleasant mood towards these people from the Du clan's own family, taking advantage of the princess's residence and trying to bully the princess's master. If it wasn't for the principle of not spreading the family shame, the big housekeeper would have wanted to expose what these people had done, so that everyone could take a good look at these people's faces. Du Xingma's laughter was restrained and his face was serious. Du Qian and Du-Won looked at each other. Du-Won approached Du Qian's ear and inquired in a low voice. Big brother, are Grandpa Du and Grandpa Du's second grandpa our grandfather's blood brothers? Yes. The two old men are quite good. It's just that the younger generation of girls have been raised crooked. Du Qian also whispered to his sister. Du-Won had come back for so long without interacting with anyone from the Du clan side of the family. After Du's father became the emperor's son-in-law, he moved to live in the princess's mansion. And then, he didn't even go back to his children. Du-Won curiously asked. Does grandfather only have father as a child? We also have an aunt. However, she married in the village. Isn't the village all of the same clan? It is possible to get married when you are out of the 5 suits. Besides, it's not like there aren't people with foreign surnames in the village. The one that Auntie married is a family with a foreign surname in the village. Haven't seen it. Not seen or not. Girls are extroverted, Du Qian said here, and suddenly stopped talking, and hurriedly explained. Except for my sister, of course. And our mother is also very good. Du-Won smiled cheekily. The eldest princess and the prince consort looked over, sitting together as a family. The 2 sons and daughters were speaking in a low voice, but they could still hear them, mentioning that unconscious sister. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side blushed a little unnaturally. The princess laughed and scolded. You two have grown in patience, and are actually making up about your elders. Have you eaten enough? Accompany us to meet the elders later. Qianer, there is time to take sister back to the clan to recognize people. It's not good to go out on the street and run into people from the clan that you don't recognize. Du Qian nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. Then, Du Qian told his sister softly, the ancestral shrine of the Du clan is not in the capital. It is in a walled village 10 miles away in the southern suburbs, with beautiful mountains and scenery. When there is time, Big Brother will take you back there. Yeah. Du-Won nodded her head. Du Qian smiled. Let's go back to our ancestral home for some days then. Chapter 76. The human heart cannot stand the test. Du Qian doesn't really want to go back, but for the sake of his sister, it's not a big deal to go. The Du clan had an ancestral tradition. In the past, when there was nothing going on in the clan, they would rarely go out of the village. Since the clan has produced a queen and a prince consort, some of the clan members have been coming out one after another. The family went to the main hall in the front yard. They met 2 old men with a few juniors. The old man was sitting on a chair. Behind him stood 4 youths. And the 3 girls lowered their heads and knelt to the ground. Their sincerity was considered to be sufficient. Du-Won surveyed the 3 girls kneeling on the ground. It was the ones who followed Du Yunrong earlier. Du Yunrong now hid in the palace and did not come out. But it was them who took the first step to the mansion to make amends and apologies. The 3 girls looked at each other for a few moments and then looked at Du-Won. They all went up on their knees and apologized to Du-Won. Cousin. No. It's time to call the county princess. I'm sorry. Sheriff Master. I'm sorry. It was us who were wrong. We promise. We will never do it again. The three girls opened their mouths to apologize. Their sincerity was still there. It wasn't that they willingly gave in. They were frightened. They didn't dare to imagine that if they didn't have the family shelter, would they be like the three Huang girls? Du-Wan was not in a good position to act like a demon under the gaze of her elders. She could only nod her little head, showing sisterly affection, and what not even if it is not enough. Everyone's face will be fine, Master Du said with a serious old face. Princess. Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. It is our fault. These years old. For the family of the younger generation of the upbringing. Also some force. Let them all day with some out-of-tune people mix a piece. Have raised a small family and acerbic temperament too. Grand Master Du took over. I brought them here today to take it out on the county princess. Feel free to beat them up. None of them will have a long memory without a beating. Fortunately, the boys in the family are all unified to the clan school and taught by the clan. The two old men lamented and were a bit thankful. Marrying a wife and marrying a wise man. Marrying a bad one. Woe to 3 generations. They are also helpless for this. Several daughters-in-law are sons since personal fancy. And then let the official matchmaker to propose marriage. A small family. The daughter are raised crooked. Du-Wan was not very angry with the 2 old men. Grandpa. It's not a big deal. They did wrong. But they have already been punished. You two don't have to be upset about it. It's still County Princess who understands things. Grand Master Du praised. Second Master Du followed closely. It's the princess and extra horse harnessed by the side of a team that can teach children. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team modestly said. The 2 uncles have praised you too much. But the child is still young and can't withstand the praise. Withstand? The elders chatted with 1 sentence from you and 1 from me. The Grand Steward had long ago had people prepare refreshments. And also prepared 2 tables of meals. By the time the kitchen's dishes were ready, the time was nearing noon and the table could be opened. The elders have a table. The juniors have a table. And men and women are not separated. At Du-Wan's table, apart from her siblings, there were several cousins. The blood relatives of her own family are just a little bit bad. Otherwise, dare to trip to her. Directly beat them to the life, cannot care for themselves. Now it's good. Once the elders come out, Du-Wan can only give face, and be a filial and well-behaved child. However, there was a girl who saw Du-Wan being so good at talking, and inevitably became a bit bolder. County Master. The fine can be less? The family does not have. Not so much cash silver. Heh! Du-Wan faked smile. When this girl asked, the others all pricked up their ears to listen. Du-Wan will let them as they wish? No. So, Du-Wan said, the matter of the fine. It is not what I want. It is what the Emperor has decided. And the fine is not to be given to me. It is to be given directly by you to the government. To be entered into the national treasury. How? Wasn't it said to be given to you? Who said it's for this county princess? Du-Wan was surprised. The faces of the group of juniors on the table changed slightly. The news they had inquired about was different from what Du-Wan had said. The fact that the Emperor brought up the matter of the fine was indeed an attempt to increase Du-Wan's small treasury. Du-Wan didn't necessarily understand all the major principles. But her small mind was as much as a sieve. And she had learnt early on from the book that the current treasury seemed to be full. But in fact, it was already an empty shell. And the Emperor was worrying about money. Du-Wan immediately borrowed flowers. Do not want silver. Only took a hot spring manor compensated by Du-Guoyu. Learned of this result. The line of people who visited. After eating the meal, they hurriedly left. Du-Wan looked at their backs as they left and hemmed and hawed. Du-Qian asked in amusement. How did sister cheat them all? Didn't cheat, The fine was given to the Emperor's uncle by me all. Du-Wan then told the matter. Du extra horse harnessed by the Emperor's side praised. Wan did the right thing. Giving this silver to the Emperor will save us a lot of trouble. People's hearts cannot stand the test. Especially when large sums of money were involved. Even if the princess house took it, it would still be held against them. When the siblings left together, Du-Wan then proposed to Du-Qian. Big brother, I want to go to the prison to meet 3rd Miss Huang. See her for what? Du-Qian frowned. Du-Wan said. To ask her how she dares to go against me? I know about this. It's because last year, she beat up a child on the street, and you couldn't see past beating her up. Also beat her incisors to lose too. This is not hate you. The original owner's style of acting was as simple and rough as ever. No wonder when I saw that girl, her incisors fell out twice. Heh. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Duan asked in a low voice, how did she hit the child? That little kid was playing in the street and accidentally bumped into her. And got sugar cubes on her new skirt. Sister doesn't need to feel guilty about anything. The little kid was beaten by her, and you beat her to punish the evil. Is that really all? Yes. What else? She and I. Haven't we met at a party? Or somewhere? How could we? The Huang family is just a small family. It's impossible for the Huang family to attend a banquet that you are qualified to attend. So, you and third Miss Huang. You met once before the Mid-Yuan festival. Duan always felt that it was not right. After thinking for a while, she asked again, Big brother, after such a long time, how could third Miss Huang hold back until the Mid-Yuan festival to lash out at me? Du Qian asked with a smile. Have you recently asked Pei how to check on her? I haven't done anything to her. The Huang family's house slave Qian was caught. The Huang family knew what she had done. And for fear of being implicated, they were very repulsive to her, either beating or scolding her. This is someone cleaning her up without her having to do anything? Duan felt that everything made sense. But there was still a hint of disharmony. Would a normal girl not fear death? Unless she was driven to despair and had no way back. Only then would she want to drag her enemies down to hell with her. But Duan had only known about her earlier and hadn't decided how to deal with her. So soon. She made herself dead? Duan thought about it and still decided to make a trip to the prison. Chapter 77. Little Sheriff walking the dog for a lap. Du Qian didn't want her sister to go to a dirty place like the prison. But her sister insisted on going. So she had to ask someone to prepare a carriage and personally send her sister to the yamen. However, they had just arrived at the yamen. And when Du Qian went to make some inquiries, he heard some bad news. Du Qian told Duan that third Miss Huang had died. What? Duan was stunned. How did she die? Du Qian said. This morning a jailer found the master and servant dead in their cell. Third Miss Huang was strangled to death. And her maid committed suicide by hanging herself. By tearing her own skirt and hanging herself with a strip of cloth. According to the scene investigation, third Miss Huang was killed by her maid. How is that possible? Duan thought of the situation by the river that night. That maid twice tried to approach herself to plead for her master, but was blocked by the personal guards and detained. Who knew that after entering the prison, she would kill her master in the blink of an eye? Duan didn't even get off the carriage, and Du Qian followed him inside. The siblings turned around and went back to the house again. Gossiping about it made Duan learn that the events that happened at the Mid-Yuan festival had been put to rest without spreading the word. This makes Duan very surprised. Gossip lovers in the capital. There is a bit of gossip about her. Are going back and forth for days. This time, she was pushed into the river. Such a big thing. But actually not a bit of wind out. Especially when the Du family paid the fine. The person who did the bad thing became Du Yushan. Du Yurong skinned it clean. Strange. Strange. So Duan directly asked Du Qian about the reason. Du Qian told her in no uncertain terms. This matter is a scandal, involving not one or two noblewomen. And apart from the empress stepping in to suppress it, several other families have stepped in. Ah? Duan skimmed her small mouth. Du Qian rubbed her head. What? Not happy? Why should I make a fuss over a small matter? Uh-huh. Du Qian laughed. Probably, they are not as bright as our little sister? Duan gave an exaggerated sigh. Forget it. I'm an adult, so I won't bother with them. There was a 2-second pause. Duan's big eyes turned furtively. Big brother. On the day of the Mid-Yuan festival, can you still find any abnormality? At this Du Qian's smile stalled. He looked down at his sister with a serious expression. Wan, what did you notice? No. Duan shook her head in denial. Isn't there someone who wants to deal with me? Yesterday was a good opportunity to strike. There were quite a few people protecting me. Didn't you notice anything? Du Qian was silent. Duan's tone was no different than in normal times. But as he listened, he just felt his heart ache. The enemy is in the dark. She is in the light. Don't look at her happy all day. There is still a lot of pressure. Right. Du Qian wrapped his arm around his sister's shoulders and brought her closer to him. Sister, there are some things that Big Brother doesn't want you to understand. But he's afraid that if you don't know anything, You'll be less defensive towards people instead. Du-Wan straightened her face and said seriously, Big brother, please speak. I understand. No need to be so serious. Seeing his sister's serious little face, Du Qian suddenly couldn't be serious and said with a light smile, It's actually not a big deal. It's that the higher a person stands, the more people underneath will be staring at him. The princess mansion can be said to be the most attention-grabbing besides the palace. I know. Our brother and sister are also the most attention-grabbing, Du-Wan said with a smile. Du Qian said helplessly, Being noticed is not necessarily a good thing. But no one paying attention is definitely not good. Du-Wan rolled her eyes. Du Qian froze, thinking about it carefully. It really makes sense. If no one pays attention to the princess house. Du-Wan patted her cheap big brother's shoulder. Don't worry, big brother. Your little sister eats everything. Just doesn't suffer. You wait and see. Anyone who dares to mess with me don't want to come back in one piece. After saying that, Du-Wan turned to purposefully disguise herself as a little fangirl. Isn't Big Brother's martial arts very powerful? Not bad. Du Qian puffed out his chest and spoke with modesty. Du-Wan gave a thumbs up, praising not too heartily. My brother is awesome-o. That can teach my little sister a few moves for self-defense? Du Qian heard his sister praise, even if it was not heartfelt. He was happy to hear it. Just the latter sentence let him freeze. Sister finally want to learn? In the past, when I asked you to practice, you were always reluctant for fear of hard work. No, it's not me. It was the original owner. Anyway, I'm the one taking the blame for this again. Alas. Du Qian was still pleased to hear that his sister wanted to practice martial arts. So, Du Qian said that it would be better to choose a day and went back to the house and dragged Du-Wan to the martial arts training hall. Du-Wan didn't refuse and followed with gusto. Outside the residence, the killers who followed the carriage all the way back and forth, looking at the siblings back to the house. A burst of speechless 14-year-old girl went out. Only sat in the carriage slipped a circle. The carriage are not out and back to the house. When this matter was told, absolutely no one would believe it. In a private house in the outer city, there is a young man eating pickles with white porridge. The subordinate sent the latest news. The assassination mission was not achieved. Hee. In that case, the little county princess just went out today, slinking around like a dog and slipping our people around again. The youth put down his chopsticks. This little county princess was quite evil. The 3 assassinations all just started and died. The youth pondered for a moment and instructed. Tell the people not to act rashly again and continue to inquire about the target's whereabouts. As long as the person leaves the mansion, notify me immediately. Yes, second master. The subordinate ordered to leave. At the same time, the princess mansion, next to the martial arts training hall, there was a weapons room. 18 weapons, one by one, were neatly placed on top of the wooden shelves. Du-Wan couldn't stop looking. I've grown in knowledge again. Du Qian asked. Pick a weapon. The one you like. Yeah. Am I going to practice with a weapon so soon? Du-Wan thought that Du Qian would let her go through the horse stance and kick sandbags first to lay the foundation. Du Qian knew what she was thinking as soon as she took a look. Didn't you say you want to learn a few moves? I'll teach you a few moves first to give you a taste of the sweetness. Lest you fish for 3 days and sun-dry the net for 2 days. Du-Wan. No. She works hard. The one who doesn't work hard is the original owner. I'm not taking the blame for this. Du-Wan turned round in the weapon room and came out with a long sword in her hand. It was the ring-head sword. The sword body is slender and thin, up to more than a meter long, and both sides have been opened. When sheathed, the sword body with a cold aura is a sword that has seen blood. Du-Wan felt quite secure with this sword in her hand. When Du Qian saw the ring-head sword she picked, he raised his eyebrows. Sister, aren't you afraid of hurting yourself when you practice? Why don't you change to a wooden sword first? No. Just practice with the real one. No matter how little common sense Du-Wan had, she knew that taking a wooden sword and a real sword, practicing was different. Du Qian urged her to be careful, but didn't say much, directly teaching her a sword technique and letting her go to the side to practice first. Du-Wan learned very carefully. Du Qian didn't call out to stop, so she practiced over and over again. Chapter 78. I'm a little genius of swordsmanship. Until 1 hour later. That one move of sword art, from raw to skillful, as if she could make it with a single thought. Du Qian was astonished beyond measure. Unexpectedly, his own sister was still a little genius in sword arts. In particular, he also discovered that there was a toughness in her. This made him surprised. But while surprised, he thought of the reason behind it, and was heartbroken. Du Qian shouted to stop. Sister, rest for a while first. Brother, I still have strength. Duan didn't feel very tired. Du Qian, what's going on here? No matter how big Du Qian's heart is, he also notices that something is not right on his sister's body. Practicing the sword continuously for an hour, not to mention whether one is tired or not, there will always be heavy sweating. But his sister's body was still fresh and clean, and there was only a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. Other than that, there was nothing left. Not even a few breaths of air. Could it be that during that period of time when she was in distress, she went up to the mountains to collect medicines to work out her body? Du Qian self-brainstormed a reason. This was the most likely reason based on what he knew. At this time, Du Qian would never have thought that Du Wan had obtained the inheritance from the Du clan's old ancestor. And even if she had only learnt a little bit, the effect was still amazing. The surface of Du Wan's body looked like there were no major changes. Her skin was a little fairer than before. In fact, the quality of her body, that is, her qualification talent for cultivation, had improved by a large margin. However, this kind of enhancement was a little bit of enhancement as she cultivated day by day, day and night. Therefore, her own feelings were not deep. If her body at this time was compared to her body when she was in Qian County, the difference would be obvious. Du Qian also purposely asked Du Wan to test her strength. The strength, actually, was almost the same as his. Du Qian was surprised. Sister, did you take some kind of elixir? What? Nothing. Du Wan touched her little nose sheepishly. Seeing this, Du Qian raised his eyebrows. Something's wrong? Otherwise you wouldn't be vain. Du Wan stole another glance at him. Does Big Brother want to know? Which aspect do you mean? Du Qian teasingly asks. Du Wan rolls her eyes. I don't believe it. You're not curious as to why my strength has become bigger. Du Qian laughed lightly and pressed her head. Say it if you want to. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. Big Brother only wants to know. Will your current appearance have an effect on your body? No. It's fine. Du Wan was touched to the core. This Big Brother is really good. In the past when he didn't ask, she could play dumb and not say anything. Now that it's been brought up, it's a matter of her character if she doesn't say anything. The human heart can't withstand the test. Nor can it withstand deception. When Du Wan came to this world, even her life can be said to be saved by Du Qian. Not to mention that he has always loved and cared for her. She does not dare to say that there is nothing to deceive him. At least her origin cannot be said. As for the matter of the jade tablet, it was possible to talk about it. Du Wan took out the jade plaque she was wearing. Big Brother, do you still remember what the matriarch called it? Inheritance jade? A strange color flashed under Du Qian's eyes. Du Wan nodded repeatedly. Right. Inheritance. Du Qian momentarily suspected that he had heard wrong. Du Wan, however, was deliberating on what to say to make it easy to understand. So, she omitted the process of dripping blood, and directly talked about a ray of light in the jade tablet that flew into her body. And then, Big Brother, it's not that I want to learn. It's that it insisted on teaching me. I don't go to practice. As long as I close my eyes, I can see a white shadow that keeps doing the same movements. Only when I'm tired of practicing and fall asleep, I can't see it. Du Wan had received the inheritance before, and was ecstatic to practice. But this moment changed its flavor after it came out of her mouth, and became that she was aggrieved that she had to practice. On the contrary, Du Qian, the sister controller, believed it. A look of my sister having suffered greatly. Can I learn? Du Qian was very interested, since it's an old ancestor's inheritance. Those with the Du clan's bloodline can practice it. Right? We are brother and sister. I can learn it. You should be able to. Du Qian listened to her front is very sure, but said the bottom is not enough. A heart cannot help but follow her one up and one down. Du Wan felt that it was better to say more than to do it directly. So she taught him directly. The floor of the martial arts training hall is a green stone slab. Du Wan didn't mind the dirt. She directly sat down and did the first movement. After one maneuver was done, the second one was followed. Suddenly, there was a wave of warmth that appeared when linking between the two maneuvers. making her do the second maneuver a lot smoother. Du-Wan froze. She had never tried doing two movements linked together before. The first time she did this, she found an abnormality. And when the two movements were done together, not only was there no hint of pain, even the little bit of fatigue she had just felt disappeared. Crap. She was too stupid, wasting such a long time for nothing. Du Qian actually launched himself into a daze when he saw his sister finish. It was just that the difficulty of the two movements just now made Du Qian's head spin. Du Qian consciously couldn't do it. Du-Wan came back to her senses and saw Du Qian staring at herself with burning eyes. Brother, why are you looking at me? Didn't you learn it? Do you want me to do it again? No. I don't think I can learn. You didn't learn it. I don't need to learn. I can't do a single move. What's wrong with that? It's normal that you can't do it. In the beginning, you have to practice little by little. When you practice a movement, the benefits are still great. Your strength will become greater, and your body will become better. Du-Wan slowly induced Du Qian to practice. All she said were benefits and words of encouragement, not mentioning the sorrows and pains involved. Du Qian quietly listened. Originally, he felt that it was not suitable for him to practice. But hope rose in his heart. Just your big brother is still your big brother. What kind of small thoughts the little girl has are almost hanging onto her small face. A pair of big eyes hiding the cunning. And how to hide from him. Du Qian still followed her instructions and tried to do the first movement. Then, 1/3 of the movements were not yet completed. Du Qian only felt a sharp pain all over his body. Almost every cell was involved. It hurt so much that he almost didn't pass out. He was sweating profusely, and he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth to speak. For a moment, he thought he was going to be finished. But when he looked up, he looked at his sister, who was sitting cross-legged, only to see her pair of big clear eyes. Not only did she not have any concern for him, but instead, she was also giddy and gloating, with a small look of secretly waiting for a good show, which made him angry, but inexplicably made him feel at ease. Du Qian knew that his sister would not harm him. As soon as Du-Wan saw that Du Qian still wanted to continue that action, she quickly reminded, Big brother, don't force it. Lie down for a while. When the pain passes, you'll be fine. Du Qian couldn't even roll his eyes at her. The entire person fell to the ground in a spread, leaving his chest to rise and fall. It was as if a person had come out of the water, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. Chapter 79, Brother, I envy you. Du-Wan was afraid that he would get dehydrated, and hurriedly went to pour a big bowl of cool tea water over, carefully feeding him to drink it. Brother, you are much luckier to have a lovely sister to feed you water. The first time I practiced, I was paralyzed with pain and couldn't move and was thirsty. In addition to the pain, I had to endure the thirst. Think of all the tears now. Du Qian cannot move. If he could move, he would definitely beat her up. Definitely not soft. The little girl even deliberately did not remind at all. Just waiting to see his wretched appearance. Without waiting long, Du Qian felt the changes in his body. After another a quarter of an hour, he was able to move and even sat up. Du-Wan's eyes widened. So fast? How long did sister lie down for the first time before recovering? Du Qian asked curiously. Ahem. It wasn't that long, La. It was a drop faster than you. Du-Wan still wants to save face. Absolutely can't tell the truth anymore. Brother, when you have time, you need to practice more. The first style is skilled and doesn't hurt before you can practice the second style. Du Qian is still very qualified as a brother, seeing through and not going to say anything to satisfy his sister's poor self-esteem. It was not surprising that Du Qian recovered a little faster than Du-Wan. The set of movements that Inheritance Jade gave to Du-Wan was obviously to change the individual's physique. Du Qian was a martial arts practitioner. His physical quality was stronger than Du-Wan. Du-Wan's knowledge of martial arts did not even qualify her to be a rookie. Du Qian was different and quickly analyzed the set of movements. Du Qian was pleasantly surprised and said, Sister, so this set of movements can enhance physical fitness. Right. My body is much better after practicing. The two siblings stayed in the martial arts training hall for a morning. Lunch was still eaten inside. It wasn't until the afternoon that the big housekeeper hurried over to say that the personal guards had come to report. Only then did Du-Wan come back to her senses. Didn't my brother ask you to place them? This time it's the 300 personal guards sent by the emperor. The big housekeeper said respectfully. Next to him. Du Qian asked. Did they come together? Is it fully configured? The big butler reports. Complete. Did they bring their weapons and warhorses with them? Du Wan's eyes instantly lit up, thinking of the first time she saw Du Qian under the night, leading an elite cavalry, majestic as if coming from the sky. That image, shocking and unforgettable in this lifetime. As soon as Du Qian heard her words, he knew that she knew little about the private guard configuration. It is true that Du Wan did not know much about it. Finally, from Du Qian's mouth to learn. The emperor personally allocated under the forbidden guards, even to her side as an errand, the monthly salary and weapons and all other rations are the official government issued. Do not need to do one to worry about. And the other 400 private guards, monthly silver, welfare and rations, etc., will need her to solve. On the surface, Du Wan suffered a loss. However, will the princess house lack that amount of silver? No. On the surface, there are more than 200 guards, obviously more affordable. Du Wan looked at Du Qian and winked. Du Qian was suddenly blessed, only to hear Du Wan say, Big brother, I have the 300 personal guards given by the emperor's uncle to be sufficient. The rest are under your control. Usually let them protect you. Du Qian's heart inexplicably floated and was touched. His sister is worried about him. Du Wan did recall what the elder princess said, that he had also encountered dangerous things. Even if she did not know the exact situation, she knew that it would only be more dangerous in the future, and if these hundreds of guards were put in her place, it would be better to let her cheap elder brother place them more appropriately. At least the role played would be greater than if she kept them. Du Qian got up and made a series towards Du Wan and said with a light smile, Big brother is here. Thank you, sister first. Hee hee. Du Wan smiled mischievously and raised her small hand to wave. You are welcome. You are welcome. Aigu. Little sister is really especially envious of big brother. Aw. Indy big brother what? Indy you have a smart, lovely and caring sister. Aw. Du Qian lost his voice and laughed aloud. It's quite fun to skin a little. Du Wan's small face followed suit and raised a bright smile. Seeing this, the big housekeeper followed with a soothing smile. And so it was. The 300 forbidden guards given by the emperor came to protect Du Wan in 3 shifts daily. The remaining 400 or so, Du Wan gave to Du Qian behind her back and let him worry about the placement. Letting the imperial historian know about it might say something. But Du Wan doesn't care. What others say is useless. Du Wan learnt 3 sword skills today. Yes. And then later grinded Du Qian to teach 2 more moves. Du Wan practiced for an afternoon and finally learn it. And only learn it. Not reaching proficiency. The siblings made an appointment to come back to the martial arts training hall in the morning and practice together. Du Wan went back to Yuling Yuan. She first asked the underlings to prepare water to bathe. The maid serving back and forth had been Xu Xiang and painting. Du Wan finished bathing and changed into a clean and fragrant dress. At this moment, she also noticed that something was wrong. So she asked, Xu Xiang, where are Ning Qin and Lu Qi? Back to County Princess. Ning Qin and Luo Ke are resting in the house. The eldest princess has specially allowed them to be on duty again in half a month. Xu Xiang replied with her head bowed no lower. Painting Yi did not dare to raise her head either. Du Wan had a vague guess in her heart. The guards who failed in their duties that day came back to receive 20 slaps on the wrist. The 2 maids were afraid that they would not be spared. Du Wan did not pay attention before, thinking that they really went to rest. Otherwise, forget about it, knowing that they will still receive a beating of flesh and blood. The state has its own laws, and the family has its own rules. After Du Wan drank a cup of ginseng tea, she went to the compartment where the maid lived. Sure enough, she saw the 2 of them lying pitifully on the bed. Upon seeing Du Wan's arrival, they just wanted to struggle up and salute. Du Wan stopped them. All right. Both lie down. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff. Yo. The last person to cry out in pain was none other than Ning Qin. It accidentally moved and involved a wound. Du Wan saw the gauze covering the lower half of their bodies, stained with blood, and knew that the beating was not light. At least they are her own people. She is concerned. Did you see the doctor? Did you use medicine? The government doctor has seen it and prescribed medicine. Lokia replied with fear and trepidation. Du Wan said, You guys take care of your injuries. Don't think too much. Xu Xiang, arrange for a little maid to come and take care of them. Use the best medicine. and have the kitchen cook some cold, nourishing food for them. Thank you, Sheriff Lord. This time, not only Ning Qin and Liu Kei thanked her. Xu Xiang and Painting Yi were both happy for them. When it was time to leave, Duwan again asked Xu Xiang to ask the embroiderer to rush out a set of practice clothes for her, saying that she would need them for tomorrow morning. Then, that night, she practiced her sword skills in her room for a while. Only then did she go to the bed and start practicing the second movement. After falling asleep tiredly in the midst of her cultivation, she woke up the next day to find that the white shadowy child in her mind's eye had changed its movements again, and was doing a new one. Duwan was pleasantly surprised. However, she did not rush to practice. Instead, after bathing and changing into a new set of practice clothes, she rushed to the martial arts training hall. Chapter 80 Big Brother Deserves to be Big Brother. Du Qian came earlier than her, with a big head full of sweat. He was lying on the ground without moving. As soon as Duwan saw it, she hemmed and hawed. Big Brother, isn't this taste special? Not bad. Du Qian squinted his eyes, with a particularly comfortable look. It feels particularly soothing. Did my sister practice today? How does it feel? Ahem. Me too. Duwan gave a dry cough. Your big brother deserves to be your big brother. Duwan gave a silent thumbs up towards Du Qian. She wasn't going to practice this in a place where there were people. She was going to practice her sword. Thus, Duwan spent the morning practicing her sword. When Du Qian slowed down, she ground him to teach 3 more moves. So she practiced for another morning until she was so exhausted that she couldn't lift her hands. And only then did she stop. Du Qian stayed with her the whole time, truly convinced. Sister, take care of your body. Du Qian was convinced, and at the same time worried that she would exhaust her body. Duwan sheathed her sword. Will do. I'm trying to get stronger, not trying to die. Du Qian smiles and rubs her little head. Brother would love to let you not have to fight so hard. Would love to say again that I will protect you in the future. But when I think of the several times you were in danger, I was not around. So, he did not advise. It was better for a person to rely on heaven and earth and others than to rely on themselves. Perhaps, she can work so hard because she thinks more transparently than anyone else. Duwan's smile went straight to the bottom of her eyes. It can be seen that she is very happy. The fact that Duwan learnt martial arts, the eldest princess, and do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side knew about it in no time. The eldest princess was worried. Why did your daughter suddenly want to learn martial arts? It's good to learn. It's good for your body. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team suspected that his daughter had finally realized that she was in danger. The eldest princess began to nag. Have the kitchen prepare some nourishing food. And also prepare tea and snacks. Then let the embroidery room prepare a few more sets of practice clothes. The material should be the best. Girl's skin is delicate. And, okay. Just order a sentence. Don't go personally. No way. I have to go, and keep an eye on it. This little thing. Just let Mumyan keep an eye on it. The princess house has raised so many people who still need to labor for the master's trouble. It would be better to just send them away, and replace them with some competent ones. The slaves beside them listened with trepidation. They could hear that Du Xianmo was definitely not joking. For the next half a month, Duwan did not step out of the princess's mansion again. Every day was either cultivation or sword practice. Du Qian taught her a set of sword skills, 36 moves, which she learnt in a decent manner. Only, in the eyes of a real martial arts expert, she is still just a flower show. To truly move with her heart and integrate, it will take a long period of time. Du Qian still underestimated Duwan's determination to become stronger. Duwan spent the whole day pondering over the sword art. It could be said that it had reached the point where she had wasted her sleep and food. At this moment, Duwan was in the martial arts training hall comparing with the ring-head sword, pondering over the sword art. County Lord, Miss Qinjiu has come to visit. A guard came in to report. Duwan froze. Qinjiu? That girl who fought with the original owner from childhood to adulthood. Duwan has a good impression of this girl. Perhaps this is a matter of eye contact. Invite her to Jade's spirit garden. Prepare tea and serve. I will return in a while. Yes. The guard inquired. With a guest coming, Duwan could only temporarily put away her sword. Qinjiu was sitting in the courtyard pavilion of the Jade Spirit Garden. Duwan stepped into the courtyard with her sword, and she saw it at the first moment. Qinjiu surveyed her body. What are you doing? Dressed like this? Practicing? Can't see it. Du-Wan raised a small eyebrow. Qinjiu asked in disbelief. You can eat this kind of suffering? Your news is behind. Du-Wan gave her a triumphant sidelong glance. This county princess is now the hardest and most hard-working little nun in the entire capital. Qinjiu. Du-Wan smiled smugly. What? Don't believe it? No. I don't know if you are the hardest working. But I know you are the thickest skinned. As soon as Qinjiu saw her smug little face, he couldn't help but want to punch her again. Du-Wan didn't get angry when she heard it, and laughed happily. Qinjiu was surprised. I scolded you. And this is your reaction. This is normal. You and I don't deal with each other. Of course you will hit me. I won't take what you said seriously. I will treat your words as a fart. Du-Wan said with a smile. It's so tempting to poo-poo her. Qinjiu's small face slumped. Do you want to fight? Or not? Du-Wan said with a bright smile. I can't bully the weak. Who made me powerful now? It's really difficult for me. Can one not smile so brightly when saying this? Qinjiu was so angry that her teeth itched and her hands itched. She huffed and pulled up her sleeves. Come here. I won't beat you to death. Take a look. Take a look. Du-Wan straightened her small chest, and then compared the clothes on her body. I'm all simple and generous. Easy to move. And then take a look at what you're wearing. Cumbersome as hell. Dressed up so beautifully. Attending banquets all the time. And you still want to fight with me? Qinjiu. When you come to the door as a guest, it's polite to dress grandly. Du-Wan's contemptuous little eyes did not rest. At that time as you beat me. Or I'd beat you all. My generation of martial arts practitioners is never do bullying weak things. Qinjiu no longer want to talk nonsense with her. Stride forward is a kick. Look at this posture. Does not look like an empty frame, yo. Du-Wan quickly sidestepped to avoid, so that Qinjiu kicked the empty. Hey! How to suddenly hit people nah. You cannot I have said do not bully the weak. No no no. Can't fight. A moment to beat you down. See you still grin what? Ha. Du-Wan laughed happily. So you know martial arts just can be my chaperone. My big brother has too many scruples every time he strikes. Always afraid of hurting me. It's hard to enjoy the fight. Qinjiu did not say anything, but no longer stay hands. This girl. Too much of a bitch. If she didn't teach her a lesson, her surname wouldn't be Qin. Only, after fighting for a while, Qinjiu had almost used all her strength, and actually fought Du-Wan to a standstill. The more Qinjiu fought, the more surprised she was. And Du-Wan was equally surprised with the ability of this girl, the original owner. That Battle 5 dregs. No. Maybe the Battle 5 dregs is just her? Not right Du Qian said that the original owner does not like to practice martial arts. Then in the past, Qinjiu and the original master fight did not move really. This girl is still good. In the end, the two were separated by a single blow. Qinjiu stood steadily, panting slightly, and asked in surprise, have you really been practicing martial arts recently? Yes. How about it? Awesome. Isn't it? My big brother even said that I'm a little genius. Du-Wan was triumphant again. Recently, she hadn't even gone out or seen anyone, and had been cultivating in seclusion. This is not it. It's about to be too much to hold back. Du-Wan was still quite happy to see Qinjiu. Even this little enemy, who had a fight, still hadn't had enough.